A satisfied grin was plastered on Harry's face as he looked down to see Tracy, Blaze, Astoria, and Daphne all panting on the ground beneath him. This is exhausting. 4-on-1 is definitely not easy, he thought to himself as he brushed the sweat from his forehead and looked down at his soaked palm. But I feel myself getting stronger. I just have to keep moving forward. Harry looked down once more as he spoke. What do you think? Can you all keep going? Harry watched as Astoria pushed herself off the ground, sending him a look of sheer determination. Don't underestimate me, she growled. I'm just getting started. Well, if Bite-Size over there is going to keep at it, Tracy started. Then we don't have an excuse for quitting either, Blaze finished as he lifted himself off the ground. Harry smiled as he crouched down beside Daphne. Need a hand, princess. Very generous of you, Flyboy, Daphne said, pushing herself off the ground. But remember, when we're sparring, I'm not your girlfriend, okay? Daphne gently cracked her neck. And you should know better than anyone how much I hate losing. You're going down this time, Potter. Bring it, Greengrass, Harry said with a smirk, as the fire that was currently blazing in his girlfriend's eyes made his heart soar with adrenaline. God, she looks beautiful when she gets that determined expression. Harry placed his hand to his chest, taking a deep breath before lowering himself into a fighting stance as he saw his opponents do the same. Okay, Harry said in a soft and relaxed tone. Begin. Expelliarmus, miss, Tracy said with a precision that had greatly increased over the past few weeks. Harry spun on his heel, barely avoiding the disarming spell, before his eyes caught the faintest glimmer of blue light aimed directly at his legs. Crap. Harry thought to himself, jumping backward as the reductor curse fired from Blaze's wand left the tiles he had been previously standing on a smoldering mess. Harry felt his breath hitch as from behind him he heard Astoria shout, I told you not to underestimate me. As quickly as he could, Harry crossed his arms, protecting his chest from Astoria's surprisingly high kick as the momentum pushed his heels back against the ground. Sometimes the last thing a wizard expects is a physical attack. That's what you said, right, Harry? Clever, short stack, Harry said with a smile, but it's not wise to announce your presence if you're planning on a sneak attack. How do you know it wasn't all a part of the plan? Astoria said with a smirk. What PL? But before Harry could finish, he felt the cool tip of a wand placed directly at his throat. Checkmate, Flyboy, Daphne whispered into his ear as she stepped closer towards his back, his shoulder blades feeling Daphne's chest against them. Looks like we won this time. I don't know, princess, Harry said with a smirk. I think we're just getting started. Utilizing his unmatched speed and reflexes, Harry quickly kicked his leg back, tripping his girlfriend and breaking her lock on his neck, before, with care, he placed the palm of his hand behind her head, making sure she wouldn't hit the ground with a thud. He saw the light of persistence illuminate in Daphne's eyes as she rose up to counterattack. But before anyone could lift their wands, Harry jumped back as far as he could, lifting his wand as he bellowed, Lumos Maxima. At the sound of his voice, Daphne and the others quickly shielded their eyes from the light as Harry pointed his wand directly at the blinded snakes and Astoria and called out, Expelliarmus. He had intended to get Astoria out of the fight first, of the four. She was the most like him, wild and unpredictable, and would serve to much as a nuisance. But his motion had thrown off his aim, and rather than Astoria's wand returning to him, he had found himself with what looked to be Blaze's wand. Damn, I missed, Harry growled in his mind as he positioned himself once more for combat. I guess it doesn't matter. It's still 1 down, 3 to go. Harry grinned as he watched Astoria run the point, casting hex after hex at him which he batted away with wordless waves of his wand. However, in classic Astoria tradition, she decided to pull his own move against him, lifting her wand and manipulating her motion to look like a disarming charm before to his surprise she cried out, Lumos. Quickly, Harry lifted his arm to shield his eyes before he heard Astoria call out, Daphne, Tracy, do it now. Stupefy, he heard the 2 Slytherin girls call out from his right and left side. Good try, Harry thought to himself as he leaned back watching the sparks of red lights pass right over his torso, as if they were moving in slow motion before the groans of both Tracy and Daphne rang out as their now stunned bodies hit the ground. But not good enough. Harry pulled himself back into a normal stance as he looked at Astoria, who had her fists clenched in unyielding defiance. "Looks like it's just you and me now. Short stack." Harry had expected a response, but instead, all he had received as a retort from the second-year Gryffindor were a flurry of stunners, weakened by the sheer exhaustion of the young girl from the volume of training. Harry dropped his wand as he lifted both hands, determined to attempt some of the wandless magic he'd been practicing for weeks, and with a calm mind, he opened his palms and mimicked the shape of a circle with his hand motions. "Pratigo," he spoke in his mind as the barrage of stunners made contact with his weak, but certainly present shield. He smirked as he took in Astoria's bewildered expression before he focused back on what he'd learned from Creature. Elves use their fingers like a focus point, much like wizards use their wands. Creature channels his magic to his fingertips and casts with a snap. Harry took a deep breath, remembering Creature's words as he felt the magic rise to his fingertips. His eyes rested steadily upon Astoria's wand hand, and with the purest of focus, he thought, "Expelliarmus," and then he snapped. To both Harry and Astoria's disbelief, Astoria's wand leapt from her hand, and Harry watched as the wand spiraled masterless in the air before landing in his own hand. "I did it," he spoke to himself with a chuckle. "I actually did it." He looked back up at Astoria, whose face had shifted from one of befuddlement to a look of anger as she marched up to Harry, snatching her wand back from his hand. "Astoria, you did," Harry started. But before he could finish, Astoria turned to face him. The anger in her kaleidoscopic eyes was now replaced with a look of pure wonder as she smiled with glee. "You have to teach me how to do that," she said excitedly. "That was so cool. 1 second I had my wand, and then you snapped, and then I didn't have my wand. Wandless magic is awesome. You've got to teach me, please, pretty please, with a cherry on top." All right, Harry said with a playful laugh of his own. "When I get a better handle on wandless magic, you'll be the first person I teach it to, okay, short stack." "Promise," she said, her eyes glistening with excitement. "Yes, short stack, I promise," Harry said with a smile, as he turned, watching Blaise retrieve his wand from the ground beside Harry and walk over towards Tracy and Daphne. He let an exhausted smile creep to his lips as we watched Blaise revive both girls, both of whom were leaning on and using as a support beam. "Potter, come get your princess. Helping both of them stand isn't the easiest thing in the world to do, you know." Blaise called out to him, and with a smile, Harry raced over to his girlfriend's side, allowing her to lean on him as they walked back to one of the couches and collapsed on them, the entire room completely exhausted. Harry grinned as he looked at Daphne, her head resting against a throw pillow at the end of the sofa while her legs were draped over his lap. He saw that there was a tinge of embarrassment and anger in her face at what she must have been considering a stupid mistake, but the cold expression warmed slightly as Harry shifted closer towards her, their face now only a few inches apart. "Well, princess," he said, earing the smallest smile from Daphne despite her frustration. "Now that we're not dueling anymore, I don't see a reason to stop myself from doing this." Before Daphne could say a word, Harry pressed his lips to hers, and a gentle sigh left Daphne's mouth as they broke apart, a ghost of a grin on her face before it morphed back into one of fake anger. "Come on, princess. No need to look at me like that." "I'm not mad at you," she said as she looked away. "I'm mad at myself. I can't allow myself to make mistakes like that if I get into a real duel. I let my hubris get the better of me, and if I do that in a real battle, there's not going to be anyone to bail me out." "Hey," Harry said as he lifted his girlfriend into his lap despite her meager protest. "That's why we're practicing, right? So we can all get better. Plus, you may not notice it, but you're getting a lot better at dueling than you used to be. You don't have to baby me just because I'm your girlfriend. I made a crucial mistake. I can't expect." Daphne started, but Harry cut her off with a gentle squeeze of her hand. "You said it best, we're a team," Harry said with a smile. "I trust you with my life, Daphne. And as for what you said before, that's not true either." Harry bent down, low enough so just the two of them could hear. "I'll always be there to bail you out." A gentle smile formed on his lips as he locked eyes with Daphne. "I mean, what kind of hero would I be if I failed to protect my princess?" Harry's grin only widened as he saw Daphne bolt upwards, catching his lips with hers once more. Daphne shook her head as the pulled apart before allowing a musical laugh to break through her normally cold facade. That was so cheesy. Harry laughed as well before he felt Daphne pull him closer. Sorry, princess. Corny jokes and cheesy lines are all I've got, Harry said with a grin. Then you're pretty lucky, Flyb, because those are two of my favorite things, Daphne whispered back. And Harry felt his body relax as he and Daphne gently shifted into a position of a gentle cuddle, his chin resting atop her head as he felt his body finally relax. And despite the fact that the first task was quickly approaching, Harry had never felt more at peace. You two are so cute it makes me sick, Harry heard Astoria grumble, though the smile she had on her face had shown her true feelings, and Harry smiled as he waved Astoria over only to tap her gently on the forehead. Get over it, you dork, Harry replied playfully, as he watched Astoria rub the contacted point on her forehead before the two of them laughed as well. Yet, the silence returned as the sounds of shuffling footsteps weaving through the devil's snare were heard in the distance, and Harry watched in amusement as Michael fumbled into the room, desperately trying to keep Tonk's stack of dragon notes together. Damn it, Michael said, as Harry watched his friend observe the exhausted bodies in the room. Did I already miss everything? I can probably spar with you a little if you want, Harry replied gently. Where would the fun in that be, Rook? Michael said teasingly. You already look dead on your feet. I've still got more than enough gas in the tank to beat you, Chipper, Harry quipped back, lifting himself from the couch much to Daphne's dismay as she groaned at the loss of comfort. He walked towards his best friend, quickly exchanging a fist bump before Harry asked, I know that Hermione and Neville are working on a project for their magical theory class, but what kept you? Run in with Claire. How did you know that? Michael asked in confusion. I didn't, Harry said with a teasing shrug. I just find your reactions funny, but now that you say you have, I'm kinda interested. Don't be, Michael said. Nothing happened, well at least, not in the way that you're thinking. Harry's felt his spirits sink a bit. While he'd never follow in Tracy's footsteps and play matchmaker, he did wish that Michael would find someone to be interested in to help him recover from the pain that Bones had put him through. And while he didn't know much about Claire, if Michael had walked around with a beautiful witch-like that around his arm, he was certain it would help boost his morale at the very least. All right, Harry said, shaking the previous thought from his mind. If it wasn't about making dinner plans, what were you two talking about? She helped me figure out a way you could beat the dragon, Michael said. It's so simple it's almost genius, really. Harry listened as Michael explained his theory for getting the egg from the dragon, and he had felt another spark of hope fill his chest. Now, Harry thought to himself, at the very least I have a plan to beat 2 of the 4, and once Daphne's potion is done, I'll at least have a counter to the Chimera's poison. My odds of surviving this may not be that bad after all. That's a pretty good plan, Tracy called out, overhearing the conversation. Looks like the model's not as much of an airhead as Blaze and I thought. That's for sure, Harry thought to himself. It's a shame she and Michael are always at each other's throats. It almost seems like she thinks in the same way he does. Yeah, Michael said with a nod. Anyways, it looks like I'm only going to have time for a bit of spell practice today before dinner, so I better get started. I'll join you, Harry said warmly. You sure? Michael said with a teasing grin. I don't want to drag you up to the infirmary after you pass out from exhaustion. Shut up, Corner, Harry said with a laugh. Let's see what you've got. All right, Michael said with a chuckle, but don't say I didn't warn you, Potter. Remus sat to the right of Sirius as the members of the new order, except for Dumbledore gathered around the Grimmauld Place table. To Sirius, left, as had been tradition now for nearly 5 months, was Emmeline. Remus had been more concerned with the lady to his left, Narcissa Malfoy. When Narcissa had come with the news of how Lucius had screwed up their plans of retrieving the book, his more feral nature had nearly emerged with how much rage he held toward the blonde git. But the fear he'd seen in Narcissa's face had helped to keep him in check. It didn't mean that Remus wasn't still steaming with rage. However, the first and arguably much safer plan had been forcefully removed from the table by the head of the Malfoy house, and now the Order had found themselves planning their own ambush. an activity where the term stressful was a severe understatement. "Okay," Sirius said with a sigh. "We need to pick a location where no innocent civilians will be hurt, but also a place where all of us being together would not be seen as odd." The dining room had grown silent as each member of the order had racked their brains thinking of such a location. "I gotta be honest," Tonks said out loud. "I really hate Lucius." "If only you knew," Narcissa had whispered beneath her breath, but Remus had heard her clearly thanks to his enhanced hearing. She looked so defeated, he thought to himself. Should I say something? Remus quickly pushed down the thought. Why do you care if she's upset? Her husband is the one who got us into this predicament in the first place. True, the more rational side of Remus' brain countered. Her husband is certainly guilty, but she came here at the risk of her safety to help. She's doing everything she can to repent for her former actions. She's also treated you with nothing but respect from the moment she first arrived. However, Remus' train of thought was broken as the mellow voice of Ted Tonks cut through the silence. "I have a suggestion, but you're not going to like it." "Well, it will at least be a start if nothing else," Sirius said with a sigh. "What do you have in mind?" "We sacrifice another safe house," Ted said. "We have Narcissa tip off Lucius about the whereabouts of a black family home, which we will be staying at and using as our base." Remus turned to face Ted with intrigue. "We'll all be there after Lucius tells V. Voldemort in an attempt to get in his good graces, and without a doubt, Voldemort will send a few of his Death Eaters to investigate the home. Then we have to fight for a while, before retreating and allowing them to destroy another possible future safe house," Remus continued. "His Death Eaters will report that we were in fact there, and Lucius would return as one of Voldemort's most loyal, and we can have our information about Voldemort's movements through Narcissa. That's your plan, right?" Ted nodded and Sirius growled. "We already had to destroy one safe house after the Quidditch World Cup. I'm not exactly jumping at the opportunity to lose another one. The Black family may have its fair share of property, but wasting them isn't an ideal strategy." Sirius rubbed his temples from the stress he undoubtedly was feeling. "Still, it doesn't seem like we have much of a choice if we don't want to get innocents involved. I just don't know what information we could feed to Voldemort afterward that will keep his faith in Lucius alive. We can't keep sacrificing safe houses." "You're right, Sirius," Remus said with a growl of his own. "But as of this second, we need to give Voldemort something. There's no telling just how merciful he'll stay, especially if Narcissa's assumption is correct, and Jonathan Greengrass is planning of personally delivering the Lost Soul Compendium to Voldemort." "Tusk," Sirius hissed in annoyance. "All right, that's the plan. The property of the least value to us is probably the Black Manor in Cornwall. It's big enough for Voldemort and his followers to believe that we'd use it as a base of operations, and it's isolated enough so that no innocents will be caught in the crossfire. We'll plan the attack for the 1st of December. I can't allow anything to interfere with us being present at the first task for Harry, so we can't do it any sooner." "Okay," Tonks repeated to commit to memory. "December 1st, Black Manor, Cornwall, got it." "You won't be there, young lady," Andromeda said sternly. "You'll be at the ministry whether you have an assignment or not." "I'm a trained Auror. I can take care of." "You are my daughter," Andromeda said. "And if my sister is really out there, then she's going to be one of the people that Voldemort sends. She'll know that attacking you will stop me from thinking straight, and there's a good chance we'll both be killed." "Dad, please tell Mom that she's being crazy," Tonks pleaded. "I agree with your mother, Nim," Ted said softly. "You mean the entire world to me, Nim. It already keeps me up at night that you chose to be an Auror. I won't allow you to fight in this battle, not when she could be one of the Death Eaters there." Tonks glared angrily at the table. "Sirius, please." "Sorry, kid," he said honestly, "but if your parents say you can't go, I'm not going to overrule them." "I'm not a child that needs to be protected," Tonks said enraged. "I joined to fight, not to sit on my hands and do nothing." Remus saw the sympathetic look in Sirius' eyes, but much like Sirius, Remus kept his mouth shut, understanding it was not either of their decision. If you asked him, despite her clumsy nature, Tonks was nothing but an asset on the battlefield, but the choice was not his to make, even if personally he felt against the decision. Tonks stormed off, her hair a volcanic red, and Remus sighed alongside Sirius before he spoke. "Okay, we have our plan. I think we'll call the meeting for now." The remainder of the table nodded their agreement before Remus stood, heading towards the sink for some water. He had just retrieved a glass from the cupboard before he heard a meek voice call out to him, "Thank you." He turned to face Narcissa, who had stood behind him, her eyes moist from tears that she fought back heavily against. "For what?" Remus replied, a bit lost in what exactly the woman was referring to. "I don't know," Narcissa said in a lost tone. "Everything, I suppose. Planning this raid for my family's sake, telling me about your condition, showing me that it is possible for Draco to live a meaningful life even with his lycanthropy, helping me see that not all werewolves have to be like Fenrir. I just wanted to say thank you for all of that." Remus swallowed hard, noticing the proximity of himself and the youngest black sister, her brilliant blue eyes swallowing his dull browns. Even before Remus had learned that Narcissa wasn't as cold as he had first believed, he was forced to admit that during their school days, like most of the black women, she was rather attractive, a trait her age hadn't damaged in the slightest. Remus broke the immobilizing connection as he turned to face the wall, calming his racing heart as he spoke gently. "Don't worry about it. In a way, you've kind of become like us. We take care of our own." "Still, you didn't have to tell me anything at all," Narcissa said, her own eyes looking down at the ground now. "Yet you did. You even told me about how adding a bit of fluxweed into the wolfsbane potion helps to make the transformation more bearable. Draco had even told me that it was his easiest transformation thanks to your help. Really, I can't thank you enough." "We're, Remus said, struggling for words. "We're comrades now. It's only right that we help each other out after all." "You should hate me," Narcissa said plainly. "After everything my husband and son have put you through, you shouldn't even be able to look at me, and yet you've been so patient and kind to me. I don't understand why, but it's helped make the visits here less antagonistic, and I'm appreciative of that. Dumbledore is a complicated man, and in my opinion, he's wrong quite often," Remus said with a sigh. "But I believe he is correct when he says that forgiveness, while hard, is more freeing than hatred. I'll never be able to forgive your husband, or the Death Eaters, or Voldemort, for what they did to my livelihood, along with Lily and James. But unlike the other people I named, you're trying to do something good, so I suppose I can try to forgive you." "You truly are a good man, Remus," Narcissa said in almost an admiring tone. "The Order is lucky to have someone like you." "Perhaps," Remus said with a pause as he felt his eyes caught in Narcissa's blue orbs once more. "Perhaps you aren't as bad as I thought either." Daphne had felt a distinct feeling of discomfort in the pit of her stomach as she awoke on the 24th of November. It had been weeks since Harry's name had emerged from the goblet, and part of her mind had tried desperately to convince her it wasn't real. Yet, as she cradled the vial of Chimera snake antidote in her cardigan's pocket, she knew that the game had become all too real. While Daphne had felt confident that Harry had a chance at beating the acromantula and the dragon, and thanks to the antidote, she knew that Harry's chance of dying to the Chimera were low. She had been present when Tracy and Astoria had shamefully admitted that despite reading the entire notebook shown by the flurry of annotations, they'd yet to figure out a way to defeat a beast that was considered to be more intelligent than men. Nervously, they'd all decided to meet up in the training room and ditch breakfast just to be in each other's company. It wasn't too big of a deal anyway. None of them, especially Harry, were in an eating mood. She had watched as Neville turned to Harry, and being the least comfortable with silence among the group, he asked, "How are you feeling, Harry?" "Not great," Harry said honestly as he looked at his friends. "I know you guys did everything you could to help, but going out there and having to steal an egg from a Class 5 beast isn't exactly how I primarily want to spend my Saturdays." "Sorry," Neville said. "It was a dumb question." "It's okay," Harry said with a sigh. "This whole thing is ridiculous, but I feel a lot more confident than I would have otherwise if it wasn't for all of you." "Almost all of us," Daphne had heard her sister mutter in defeat. "Tracy and I were completely useless on our assignment." Tracy, too, looked away in shame, but just as Daphne had reached for her younger sister's shoulder, Harry had smiled. "Hey, you did what you could, and I doubt I could have done any better." Honestly, chances are I'm not even going to have to face the horned serpent anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Once more the sound that had at one time brought some peace to Daphne's mind, but had now become an almost demonic disruption went off, and with the ring of the Hogwarts bell, she felt her boyfriend's grip around her hand tighten as he swallowed hard. Well, I guess that's my cue to leave. We're going with you, Michael said firmly. Not sure if they're going to let you all in, Harry had replied meekly. Honestly, Daphne said gently, it's cute that you think those ministry officials are going to have a say in the matter. She's right, Astoria said firmly. We're all coming with you, and if those bastards don't like it, well then I dare them to try and remove us by force. Daphne watched her boyfriend smile down at her little sister as he rested his hand atop Astoria's head. If only it was you that was chosen as the Tri-Wizard champion, those beasts wouldn't have a chance. Harry sighed, and Daphne felt his eyes lock with her eyes once more. Well, here goes nothing. Chapter 18. The first task, Daphne marched slowly by Harry's side as Michael, Neville, Tracy, Blaise, and Astoria all followed at a short distance behind them. The mood was morose, and for a moment, it had reminded her of what she had felt like in the presence of the Dementors last year. How do you do that? She wondered to herself as she looked up at her boyfriend. How do you always look so brave even when facing down such danger? She glanced quickly behind her, seeing a similar look of resolve in Astoria's eyes as she shook her head gently. You Gryffindors are unbelievable sometimes. Daphne swallowed hard as she and the group approached the newly constructed pit that seemed to have sprouted from nowhere in the center of the Forbidden Forest. Even approaching the forest had given her flashbacks to Pettigrew and the nightmare that followed his defeat, and Daphne was beginning to believe that the Forbidden Forest would be a place that would forever haunt her dreams, as it seemed like once more Harry would be putting his life in danger at the center of it. You know, Michael said in the calmest voice he could muster, if you think about it, it's kind of impressive that they managed to build an entire arena here without anyone knowing. She watched as the blue-haired boy tilted his head. Maybe it was hidden under the Fadelius charm. Yeah, that's great and all, Tracy said, the tension in her eyes. But I'm more concerned about the fact that these idiots are attempting to place a fire-breathing dragon in the center of a forest. Daphne watched as her friend rubbed her temples in aggravation. Is anyone else starting to get the feeling that every wizard seems to get dumber as they age? That's been my theory for years, Michael said with a sigh, before reaching out for Harry and patting him on the shoulder. On the bright side, Rook, Michael started. If you end up facing the dragon, there's a good chance we'll all die with you. Lucky us, Harry replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm as they pushed along down the trail towards the arena, finding themselves before a tent much larger than the ones they'd seen at the World Cup. Well, Harry said with a groan, looks like this is our stop. Daphne glared at the tent which sat in the foreground of the large pit she knew was bound to change an environment depending on the beast. It's smaller than I thought it would be, she thought to herself grimly. There's no way to effectively dodge something as fast as a chimera in an arena like this. She pushed the thought out of her head, though, as she felt Harry grip her hand. She looked up at the gentle smile Harry was giving her and couldn't help but reciprocate it as she heard Harry whisper, "It's going to be fine, princess, I promise." Daphne nodded, swallowing her fear as the gang proceeded towards the entrance, only to be stopped by two rather large goons that guarded the door. Family only beyond this point. Good, she heard a familiar voice call out that filled her heart with relief. Then it looks like we're all in the right place. Serious, she heard her boyfriend say, a jolt of happiness filling his voice as he rushed his godfather, hugging him tightly. What are we? Daphne heard Remus call out as he stood beside Andromeda and Ted. Chopped liver. Don't be jealous, Moony, Sirius said teasingly. Of course he's more excited to see me. I'm the most fun out of all of you. Daphne shook her head in amusement as she watched Harry embrace the other members of his family, a feeling of peace rising to his face. However, as Sirius stepped forward, the rather stern-looking goon wearing an Auror badge stopped him once more. You and Mr. Potter may enter. The rest of you aren't allowed past here. Daphne and the others stood firm as the Auror's face became even more callous. Leave now, or I'll be forced to escort you off the premises. Try it, Neville and Michael said in unison, stepping towards the guard. Harry's family to all of us, we're not going anywhere. The standoff had sent Daphne's heartbeat into overdrive, but from beyond the curtain of the tent, she heard another familiar voice call out, "That's enough, Jones, Taylor. Let them through." "But ma'am, the rules say," one of the men spoke out as from the curtain Tonks emerged. "I'm the superior officer here. You'll do as I say," Tonks barked in an authoritative voice that seemed to even catch Harry by surprise. "If you have an issue with it, you can take it up with Madam Bones, but I wouldn't recommend it. The Auror department owes Mr. Potter a great deal." The Aurors, Jones, and Taylor looked away in dismay as Tonks led Sirius, Remus, and the rest of the gang into the tent, while Emmeline, Ted, and Andromeda all left to find seats in the arena for them. "Someone calling you ma'am," Harry said with a snicker. "That's not something I'd ever imagine hearing in my life." "Laugh it up, kid," Tonks quipped back playfully. "Don't forget I've been an active duty Auror that was trained by Mad-Eye himself for 3 years now. Madam Bones finally seemed to take notice of that and gave me control over this operation." "Wait," Daphne heard her younger sister say. "Mad-Eye, like the Mad-Eye, our Dada professor." "The very same," Tonks said proudly. "I was the only one of my Auror class that he passed. Nobody else got through his training. Course, then Madam Bones had to reverse the decision, claiming they could just have one Auror from the academy graduate. But still, it's something I'm proud of." "Whoa," Astoria set her eyes wide with wonder. "So you must be, like, really strong, right?" "Duh," Harry said teasingly. "You think I would have let her boss me around when I was a kid if she was a weakling?" "I didn't boss you around," Tonks said, but a gently glance from Harry had forced her to relent. "That much." "Sure, Tonks, sure," Harry said as he playfully rolled his eyes. Yeah, Daphne thought to herself, they're siblings all right. She smiled as she looked at the way Harry and Tonks teased each other. Sometimes, it's hard to remember that despite being the hero of the wizarding world, there are people that even Harry looks up to. However, as Daphne had learned a long time ago, nothing good lasts forever, and just as she had felt her body relax with the peace of knowing that Tonks would sooner die than allow any harm to come to Harry, the tent opening flapped loudly in the wind and deep chill filled her body as who was possibly one of her least favorite people on the planet entered. "Do you remember our strategies, boy?" she heard a rather crusty voice hiss out. "Yes, headmaster," Crumb said, his eyes firm and hollow-looking. To an extent, Daphne felt as if his eyes looked completely unfeeling. If she felt tense before, though, it was nothing compared to the pressure that filled the room as Harry locked eyes with the Durmstrang headmaster, Sirius, Remus, and Tonks at his back. "Death Eater scum," she had heard Sirius whisper angrily beneath his breath. The air in the tent felt cold, but almost as if the world was trying to make her feel as uncomfortable as possible. Crumb began to walk towards her, as if taking the cold expression on her face as an invitation to approach. She dug her fingernails into her palm that was trembling with anger at the look the Bulgarian boy was giving her, a look that Harry seemed to notice as well, as just before Crumb had gotten any closer, Harry had stepped in between them. "Leave," Harry said coldly. "Now." "No need for the aggression, Potter," Crumb said, his accent as thick as ever. "I just came to say hello to Daphne. I'm sure you are aware we converse regularly." "Oh," Harry said, "I'm aware, and I'm also aware that those conversations are one-sided." "For now, perhaps," Crumb said, "but perhaps once she realizes the difference in our potential, she'll change her mind." "Not going to happen, creep," Daphne said firmly from behind her boyfriend's protective shield. "Never." "Never is a strong word, beautiful," Crumb said with a wicked smile. At the last word, she watched Harry's hand curl into a fist, his arm trembling. As quickly as she could, she grabbed her boyfriend's hand, and the grin on Crumb's face grew wider. "See, she won't even let you attack me. Perhaps she likes me more than she's letting on." "Get out of my face," Daphne growled, "or I'll flatten you myself." "Very well," Crumb said in what Daphne assumed was his most charming smile. "I suppose I do have to prepare myself for the task at hand. Until next time, Daphne." Daphne watched Harry as his eyes burned a hole through the back of the Bulgarian seeker's skull as he whispered beneath his breath, "I'm going to kill him. I swear I'm going to tear him apart. Harry, she whispered, attempting to bring her boyfriend back to reality. But before she could continue, she watched as Tonks tapped her fingers against Harry's forehead in a similar manner he'd done to Astoria a few times before. Kid, listen to me, Tonks said, and Daphne watched as Harry seemed to break out of his bloodlust at his sister's touch. You need to focus. I know he was a tool, but remember what I told you about getting distracted. Karkaroff isn't exactly a clean man. Chances are that he had crumb-talked to you in order to throw you off your game. If you don't get yourself together, you've let them win. Calm down. Slowly, she watched as Harry turned his hands into a meditative position, breathing deeply as he returned to a less irate state. I'm okay, I'm good. Thanks, Tonks. Tonks nodded, but the newly achieved peace didn't last long as almost in an onslaught, person after person entered the tent. Cedric along with his father, Bagman, Fleur, Claire, Madame Maxime, Dumbledore, and a girl that could only be described as a miniature Fleur, and a blonde lady, her hair a mop of elaborate curls which contrasted against her heavy jaw. Daphne had seen her before at one of the Malfoy galas when she was younger. She was a reporter who had done in a number of Wizards' reputation, Rita Skeeter. Looks like everyone's here. She thought to herself grimly before a momentary shock filled her mind at the kind wave Claire had shared with none other than Michael, a wave the normally uninterested wizard had returned with a surprising level of enthusiasm. Cedric approached as well, giving us all a nervous smile, but any semblance of calm had vanished as Bagman called for each of the champions' attention. Gather round, Bagman called as he herded Harry along with the other champions towards them. I'd like you all to meet Ms. Rita Skeeter, a reporter for the Daily Prophet. Ms. Skeeter will be tracking the events of the Triwizard Tournament for the Prophet and has requested that the champions gather around to take a photo to demonstrate the long-held camaraderie amongst Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Thank you, Mr. Bagman, Skeeter said, her voice riddled with excitement which worried Daphne. Now, everyone, if you'd please squeeze together a little closer. She shot her boyfriend a sympathetic look, knowing Harry would rather be far off in the background rather than at the center of the photo where Skeeter had placed him. But nonetheless, the picture was taken. Splendid, absolutely splendid, Rita said, clapping her hands with excitement. I hope none of you will mind that the ministry has promised me exclusive interviews with each of you so that the public can get to know more about each of you. Daphne noticed the predatory look Rita had given Harry. Though, I suppose the whole world already knows about you, Mr. Potter. Perhaps instead you can tell me the story of how your name ended up in the goblet. I've made it as clear as I possibly can, Harry said with a growl. I don't know how it ended up in there. If it wasn't for this bogus magical contract, I wouldn't even be competing in the first place. Ah, I see. Daphne then flinched as Rita whipped her body around to face her, the floating notepad she had following her around barely avoiding her nose. And how about you, Miss Greengrass? It must be dreadful watching your beloved have to take on such monumental tasks he couldn't possibly be prepared for. I'm not worried, Daphne said, looking Rita firmly in her eyes, which brought a smile to Harry's face. 3 years younger or not, I'm sure Harry's more than capable of standing his ground in this competition. Fascinating, Rita said warmly, but thankfully, before she could go on, Bagman had returned the focus upon himself. Daphne watched curiously as, from his olive-colored work bag, he removed a heavily bound, yet rather small pouch. Now then, champions, if you can all give me your undivided attention, it's time for me to explain the first task. She watched as Bagman puffed his chest out proudly for Rita's photograph. Beyond this tent, our team of wizards have scoured the globe, obtaining 4 Class 5 beasts. Rita gasped, but as Daphne had expected, the task itself was a surprise to no one. Bagman had looked a bit put off at the lack of reaction, but still remained steadfast in his tone. The beasts are a chimera, a horned serpent, an acromantual, and a living, breathing Chinese fireball dragon. If it wasn't so tense, Daphne may have snickered at Bagman's expression as not a peep was heard from the contestants who were busy focusing their minds on the task ahead. Each of these beasts have been given golden eggs to protect. Your objective is to retrieve the egg. Points will be awarded on the speed and manner in which the champion retrieves their egg. Are there any questions? Once more, the tent was silent as Bagman felt the words stumble around in his mouth before speaking once more. Very well within this pouch, he said, trying to regain his confidence, are for miniature statues of each of the previously named beasts. The one each champion draws will be the one they will face within the arena. Now then, Miss Delacour, ladies first. Daphne watched through split vision. While her focus was indeed on Fleur, part of her mind was busy watching the soothing expression Michael had been sending Claire as the pink-haired girl watched her older classmate reach into the bag. Fleur dug around for a moment before lifting her statuette, and for a moment, a wave of relief washed over Daphne as she saw the beast Fleur had chosen. Ah, the chimera, native to mountainous areas, I'm eager to see how you perform, Bagman said as Fleur glared down at the figurine. Next, Mr. Crumb, if you would be so kind. Daphne glared heavily at Crumb, who confidently reached into the bag. Please be the snake, please be the snake, please be the snake, she thought to herself desperately. But to her great irritation, he'd removed a statue with flapping wings and Crumb's fate had been decided. Ah, the Chinese fireball, quite a tricky opponent if I do say so myself, Bagman said with a sickening smile. Mr. Diggory, you're next. Daphne watched as Harry gave the Hufflepuff prefect a friendly nod, which Cedric returned before like the others. He reached into the sack and wrapped his finger around his opponent. The acromantula, rather frightening beasts, but I'm sure you'll do spectacularly. No, Daphne whispered in fear as she looked down at the ground, all of the planning, and he gets the one beast we couldn't figure out. Damn it all. Mr. Potter, Bagman said, pulling Harry over, who Daphne noticed was glaring angrily at the pouch. Please, reach in and grab your challenger. Daphne watched as, with venom lacing his eyes, he reached down, wrapping his fingers around the tiny model of a black horned serpent, and removed it from the bag. Ah, the horned serpent, considered by many magizoologists to be even smarter than man. Your trial shall most certainly be an interesting one, Mr. Potter. Now then, Bagman spoke loudly, I must ask all of you not competing to return to the spectators' stand. The Triwizard Tournament will begin shortly. As Daphne watched the other champions' families begin to disperse, she couldn't stop her legs from bounding towards Harry. She crashed into her boyfriend before wrapping him up in a desperate hug as she fought as hard as she could to keep the fear from encroaching into her mind. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We failed, and now you have to go out to face that thing with no plan. I'm sorry, Princess, she felt Harry whispered into her ear, go and find some good seats. She looked up into Harry's calm eyes as he smiled down at her. Because I don't want you to miss a thing when I wipe the floor with that overgrown snake. She swallowed hard as she looked up at Harry once more. You better, she said, trying to match her boyfriend's grin. Because if you let some snake take you out, I'm never going to forgive you, Flyby. She smiled as she felt Harry squeeze her hand gently. Win, okay? Win and come back to us in one piece. Promise me. Before she could say another word, Harry leaned down, trapping her lips with his for a fleeting moment before he pulled away at the irritating flash of Rita's camera. I promise, she heard him say. Now go on, get out of here. Daphne nodded as she began to walk away, along with Sirius, Remus, and silently she thought to herself, go get Flyby. Astoria had felt sick to her stomach as she left the tent. It was her job to figure out how to deal with the horned serpent, and she had failed. Now she had damned her older brother to face a monster that he had no preparation for, and despite the warm glance she had received from Harry, her stomach still churned with feelings of guilt. Harry's going to be fine, Astoria, Michael had said with a look of determination blazing in his eyes. Rook's too stubborn to die. I hope you're right, Astoria thought to herself meekly, before she heard another voice call out to her. Astoria! Quickly she turned, seeing the curly-haired blonde boy walking towards her. I was wondering where you were. However, one glance at her face had seemed to change Damien's tone as his expression hardened with concern. Are you okay? Not really, she said glumly, sinking into her seat. Worried about Harry? Damien had asked softly, a question which she simply responded with a nod. Don't be, Damien had said with more confidence. I may not know him all that well, but Harry seems like a tough guy. He'll be able to handle anything. I just know it. She smiled gently, scooting over so that a spot between her and Michael opened for Damien. The boy nodded gratefully as he took a seat beside her. I'm guessing you were out helping Harry all this time, am I right? Once more Astoria nodded, but a smirk grew on her face as Damien unleashed a soft sigh. Thank goodness. I thought it was because you'd already gotten tired of me and my comics. I don't think I could ever get tired of your comics. That one about your dad cracks me up every time I think about it. This time, it was Damien's turn to smile, but the smile hadn't lasted long as suddenly the focus had shifted from sidebar conversations to the rosy-skinned, blue-eyed, blonde man that had entered into the arena. Bagman, Astoria thought angrily, how can he have a smile on his face while students are about to risk their lives against absolute monstrosities? Astoria, Damien asked kindly, are you all right? Huh, she said before looking down at her hand, releasing she'd been gripping Damien's in frustration. Immediately, Astoria had felt her face become a crimson red before pulling her hand away from Damien's. Yes, I'm okay. Sorry about that. Damien nodded politely, and once more Astoria's attention turned to Bagman, who'd raised his wand to his throat in preparation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Instantly, a roar of applause erupted through the stadium. Today our 4 champions will show their skills as they face off against some of the most dangerous beasts known to wizardkind. Their objective, to steal a golden egg from the clutches of the beast assigned to defend them. The cheering of the crowd grew louder, and Astoria couldn't stop a sneer from rising to her face. Maybe Hermione was right. The wizarding world is pretty barbaric. Each of our champions has already chosen the beast they are destined to face, and now it's time for the games to begin. So, without further ado, please welcome the Beauxbaton champion, Fleur de Lacquer. From the back end of the tent that Astoria herself had previously been in, emerged the silver-haired beauty, to the applause of nearly every boy in the stand save Michael and Neville, who simply eyed the girl cautiously. Now, Transfiguration team, if you'd be so kind as to make our arena more appropriate. Astoria watched in shock as a myriad of ministry officials rose, changing the rather neutral environment of the arena to one full of hills, dirt, rocks, and cliffs. And now, magizoologists released the chimera. With a wave of their wands, a cage that had once been disillusioned had become visible, and within the rather large cage, standing over a cradle of eggs, was one of the most terrifying creatures that Astoria had ever seen. The beast's lion head roared with fury as its snake-like tail bashed the sides of the cages aggressively. She watched as the beast's goat-like body rubbed its hoof against the ground, demonstrating its desire to charge before Bagman shouted, Ms. de Lacquer, are you ready? Astoria had watched the French champion swallow hard as she placed her hand to her chest in an attempt to slow her drumming heart before she wrapped her hand firmly around her wand and nodded, now with a predatory look in the girl's eyes that could have rivaled the beast itself. Very well, Bagman called out with glee, removing himself from the arena and into the commentator's box. Begin. With the wave of the magizoologist's wands, the cage dematerialized and like a charging bull, the beast rushed the French champion. Fleur jumped back, entering a defensive position as the front hoof of the beast crushed the ground she'd be standing on only moments before. It's fast, Astoria thought to herself as she watched Fleur get as tight as she possibly could, narrowly avoiding the jabs from the beast's snake-like tail. Confringo! Fleur roared at the beast's face, a loud explosion erupting right at the beast's eye. Astoria had to give the French champion credit. She never would have believed that Fleur had as much courage as she was displaying as she rolled beneath the half-blind animal, her eyes set on the egg. Clearing herself from beneath the chimera, she aimed her wand at the beast's hind legs before cursing. Defindo! Instantly, a black sludge-like substance gushed from the creature's leg, and Astoria for a moment felt as if she was going to be sick from the atrocious smell emanating from the wound. Clearly, the chimera wasn't happy about the cut it had just received, and faster than Astoria had ever seen anything that size move, the chimera whipped around, lunging from Fleur, its jaw hanging open. Astoria turned away as the crowd gasped in horror, but just before the jaws of the beast fell upon the silver-haired girl, Fleur used a wind-summoning spell to push her back, only the sleeve of her tri-wizard jumpsuit getting torn by the monster's teeth. Astoria assumed that the Fleur had learned there was no more time to waste, and with her focus now locked upon the golden egg, she watched as the girl booked it across the arena as fast as she could traverse the difficult terrain. However, a terrain that had proven adverse to her was a home field advantage to the chimera, as even with a wounded leg, the beast chased after her with ease. "Tonks!" Astoria yelled at the order. "Step in. She's going to die." "I can't. Not until the headmistress of her school gives me permission to interfere. And judging by her face, Madame Maxime doesn't seem all that worried yet," the pink-haired Auror responded through gritted teeth. Astoria watched, her pulse beating rapidly through her body before, with a cry of anguish, she watched as the French champion was batted away by one of the chimera's legs down towards the ground. "Come on," Astoria thought to herself as she glared at the French headmistress. "Give the Aurors the signal to step in." Slowly, Fleur rose to her feet, a defiant gleam in her eyes as she once again tightened up, trying to weave between the barrage of strikes from the beast's tail, until, with a look of horror, she was too slow, and despite her best efforts, the tail had clipped and cut through her cheek. The chimera's venom was now in the girl's system. Finally, the headmistress of Beauxbatons rose from her seat, but before the half-giantess could even lift her hand, Astoria watched in amazement as Fleur stumbled to her feet, her normally perfect hair in shambles obstructing the view of her face. Just barely, Astoria heard the girl whisper, "De la merde." Then, the arena began to get hot, incredibly hot. Astoria watched in complete confusion, as steam seemed to rise from the girl's body before it amazement. She watched as the French champion's body explode into an inferno of white fire. Fleur had allowed her wand to fall to the ground, and as her silver hair rose to flicker in the flames, the look on Fleur's face had been enough to convince Astoria that roles of predator and prey between the witch and the chimera had shifted. In complete bewilderment, she watched as Fleur opened her hand, forcing balls of burning white fire to appear in her palms as she cursed it out loudly in French. "Brûler en enfer." Nearly faster than Astoria's eyes could follow, the balls of white flames jetted towards the chimera, and unlike the black flames that she knew Harry could conjure, these didn't just emit heat, these burned. The chimera roared and screamed as it fell to the ground, desperately trying to put out the flames as it rolled around. But almost as if Fleur was completely heartless, she turned from the wailing animal as she walked towards the golden egg at a much calmer pace. She extinguished herself as she reached down to grab the egg, and instantly, the first round was over. Despite Fleur's success, the shocking display of her white flame had kept the arena silent until to the left she watched as Claire and the Minifleur clapped proudly for the French champion, while everyone else began to join in slowly. As Astoria watched Fleur leave with a score of 9, only dodging a 10 from Karkaroff, who'd given the girl an 8, her mind wandered at the display she'd seen below. What kind of power was that? Time had seemingly stopped functioning in Astoria's world, as her mind flashed back to the fight she'd seen below, as the Aurors and Magizoologist recaged the chimera before the Magizoologist began doing what they could to treat the creature's injuries. Maybe it had been 10 minutes, maybe it had been an hour. Honestly, she wasn't sure, but eventually the Aurors had re-entered the stands and the chimera had been removed. As she looked down at the arena below her, she had to admit part of her was impressed by the transfiguration specialists the ministry had brought with them. As now, instead of a rocky mountainside, the pit had been transformed to mimic the forest that the arena itself had been built in the center of. I guess this means that Cedric is next. Almost as if on cue, the Hufflepuff prefect entered the arena to an adoring audience as Bagman took the mic once more. "All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the second champion, Cedric Diggory." The applause continued as Bagman pointed back over to the zoologist, who, like before, unveiled the caged acromantule from the invisibility spell. Just like before, the champion is tasked with retrieving the golden egg from the nest of their opponent, which in the case of Mr. Diggory is none other than an acromantule. "Mr. Diggory," Bagman called out, "are you ready?" With a smirk of confidence, Astoria watched Cedric nod, and with a shout of glee, Bagman spoke. "Begin!" Unlike the aggressive nature of the chimera, the acromantule leapt from its cage into the thick foliage that had been created by the transfiguration team. However, despite the fact that a Class 5 predator was no longer in view, Cedric remained calm as he lifted his wand. "Akio, basilisk model." From inside the tent, the small figurine modeled after the most dangerous snake on the planet zipped to his hand. Honestly, Harry, Neville said as he shook his head, don't you ever think you're being too nice? I see. This is what Neville planned if Harry had to face the acromantula, Astoria said in realization. Harry just gave it to Cedric then just to make sure his friend would be safe. However, before Astoria could even begin to continue pondering the thought, she heard Cedric's voice echo once more through the arena as he pointed his wand at the figure. Engorgio. Astoria watched, unable to pull her eyes from the arena as the model that was once the size of Cedric's palm had grown large enough to reach up to the stands. Mobile corpus, Cedric said, and instantly the large model of the basilisk had come to life. Chase him. Without even a moment to waste, the large model basilisk began encircling the arena, and Astoria watched as, in a panic, the acromantula fled from its hiding spot amongst the tall bushes towards the largest tree it could find. With a flick of his wand, Cedric commanded the model snake towards the tree, forcing it to circle the tree, consistently turning the large pine into a prison for the large spider. Cedric smirked triumphantly, and Astoria watched as Cedric confidently marched up to his egg, lifting it to the arena, earning himself a loud applause before turning to the judges' table to receive his score of 9, with Karkaroff once again being the only holdout. Cedric bowed playfully to the crowd before shrinking the snake once more, calling it back to him, and walking back towards the tent, leaving the arena speechless as Bagman's voice rang through the silence. What an amazing group of champions we have this year. Truly remarkable. The crowd applauded wildly once more as she watched the magizoologist, along with the transfiguration team, begin to wrangle the acromantula and change the terrain, until, to her amazement, what was once a deep and lush forest had become a rocky pit with a deep basin, as a terrifying roar erupted overhead. She turned up towards the sky and watched in horror as what looked to be at least 16 wizards on broomsticks guided down an extremely large dragon towards the pit. She wasn't quite sure how it was being done. If she had to make a deduction, she'd have guessed that it had something to do with the type of cuff the dragon had around his neck and hind legs. Magical restraints? Astoria questioned. It must be some enchantment if it's able to keep a dragon. The dragon keepers landed, and Astoria turned to face Tonks, who'd shifted forward against the railing to get a closer look. Astoria had assumed that the pink-haired Auror's look would have been one of concern, but her confusion only grew as she watched the smile grow across Tonks' face as she stared down at the red-haired dragon keeper that had entered the fray. Well, would you look at that, she said with a grin. It really is a small world. Astoria watched as the neck cuff was locked down to the arena, preventing the dragon from a rapid escape before the red-haired man turned around, and instantly, she thought, Ron. Quickly she shook the thought out of her head as she glanced over at the freckled-faced dragon tamer. The man was short and stocky with muscular arms. His face was weather-beaten from working outdoors and was so freckled that he looked tanned. As the dragon tamers began to vacate the arena, she watched in intrigue as Tonks waved down the redhead, shouting out, Charlie, down here! Upon hearing her voice, the man named Charlie stopped mid-flight, looking down at Tonks before, just like the Auror. A wide grin appeared on his face as he descended into the stands. Well, look who we have here, Charlie said as he landed in front of them. Strange place for a reunion, wouldn't you say, Tonks? Astoria, now along with Michael, Neville, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaze, watched on in confusion as what started to look like a friendly hug turned into a quick wrestling match, which had been won by the redhead who had wrapped his arm around Tonks' neck. Though in her defense, it didn't exactly look like Tonks was trying to escape. Tonks, Michael called out. Care to introduce us to your friend? Oh, right, you haven't met before, Tonks said as she adjusted her robes after being released from Charlie's grip. This man right here is Charlie Weasley. He was my best friend back in my school days. He actually graduated alongside me. Weasley, huh, Michael said warmly. You must be the one that Fred and George talk about constantly as one of Gryffindor's greatest seekers. From the way I hear it, Gryffindor doesn't have such a bad seeker right now either. But yes, I'm that Weasley. Charlie smiled gently at us once more before he turned back to face Tonks. I wish I could stick around, but Ron wrote to me and told me Bill was here as well. I haven't seen him in quite some time, so I'll be off to find him. But after the task, what do you say you and I go down to the Three Broomsticks for a butterbeer, just like old times? Sounds good, Tonks replied warmly. "All right," he said in a teasing tone as he scanned the arena for the other Weasleys. "It's a date." Instantly, Astoria watched as Tonk's face became a gentle red before, without another word, Charlie Weasley walked off, leaving Astoria completely befuddled. Did I just see a Weasley be charismatic? She quickly turned to face Daphne, who, judging by her expression, had the same exact thought. However, the levity of the situation couldn't last for long, and Astoria had felt herself cruelly returned to the less enjoyable realm of reality as she heard Bagman call out Crumb's name. Instantly, every Bulgarian student aside from Damien stood at attention, stomping their foot down in unison over and over until the arena echoed with the sound of rolling thunder. "Where's the enjoyment in this?" Damien said sadly as he looked down at the dragon pit. "Class 5 beasts or not, why are we applauding such violence and harm towards these animals? What kind of stupid game is this where either the wizard or the beast gets hurt?" At least Diggory had the decency to retrieve the egg without hurting the acromantula. I doubt Crumb plans to be as peaceful. Yeah, Astoria thought to herself as she looked down at the Bulgarian champion, his eyes cold and full of malice. I don't think so either. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have already seen 2 spectacular performances, but the first task is still far from over. For the 3rd round, Mr. Crumb, Seeker Extraordinaire, will be forced to test his mettle against the strength of one of the most fearsome beasts of the wizarding world, a full-grown dragon." Astoria snarled to herself as the march of loud thunder continued to shake the arena, while Draco led the remaining contingent of Potter Stinks, badge wearers, in a round of applause for the Bulgarian Seeker. She felt a chill race down her spine, as almost like he'd placed a tracking charm on her older sister. Crumb had spotted Daphne among the crowd and winked at her, causing Daphne to roll her eyes heavily in disinterest before turning away. Merlin, now I really wish Daphne would have let Harry knock his lights out. The sound of applause died down as Bagman roared out with enthusiasm. "Mr. Crumb, are you ready?" Crumb nodded firmly, and instantly, Bagman's voice boomed through the arena. "Begin." Despite her disdain for the Bulgarian, it was clear by every movement he made that he certainly was a fantastic seeker. Every swipe of the dragon's tail, every funnel of fire that erupted from the dragon's nostrils, every slash of its winged arms, was ducked, dodged, and rolled away from with an extreme measure of grace. Crumb moved in a fashion quite similar to Harry, his agility working at peak performance levels, but Crumb's face was nothing like Harry's. Even when they dueled, Harry had kept his face composed, but Crumb's looked vicious and yet full of glee. Astoria swallowed her mind, came to a frightening conclusion. He's enjoying this. Crumb lifted his wand as he launched curse after curse at the dragon, who batted them away with its protectively scaled wings. Watching Crumb operate had made Astoria feel incredibly split. On one hand, she felt relieved, as while Crumb was certainly talented with a wand, she had no doubt in her mind that should it come to a duel, Harry could still defeat him handily. But it was his face, the way a toxic grin grew on it as one of his cutting curses landed just below the dragon's eye. It was like Damien had said, this wasn't a game. It looked to her like Crumb was actively trying to harm the dragon, and more sickening than that, it looked as if he was enjoying it. Astoria wasn't certain how long she watched Crumb take up a defense positioning, not even bothering to make a move for the egg while he cast horrifying dark curses at the beast from behind cover. In reality, it had most likely only been a few minutes, but hearing the dragon roar in both anger, and in some cases, pain, as it tried desperately to protect what it believed to be its eggs, had made Astoria's heart hurt. "Crumb!" She heard a voice roar from the judge's table, her eyes instantly falling before Karkaroff, who'd risen from his chair in frustration. "Stop playing around and get the damn egg." Instantly, she saw Crumb's eyes harden before taking a deep breath, his face turning from a vicious smirk to a sulking expression. With frightening accuracy, Crumb lifted his wand, casting a conjunctivitis curse at the dragon's eyes, forcing it to wail in pain as it stepped backward, crushing a collection of the fake eggs. Karkaroff had remained quiet, but to Astoria, it looked as if the vein in the man's forehead was about to pop from a feeling of unyielding rage as Crumb rushed towards the remaining pile of eggs, grabbing his golden egg, due only to sheer luck that the dragon hadn't crushed that egg instead. Instantly, the dragon tamers returned to the arena, and the glare she saw Charlie send Crumb had made her own blood run cold as he began treating the dragon's eyes, while Crumb turned to face the judge's table. She smirked as she watched Dumbledore, Crouch, and Maxime all put up a rather unenthusiastic 6, whilst Karkaroff held up a 10. She wasn't exactly sure what it was that Crumb said, but judging by the way Damien's jaw hung open from hearing the Bulgarian rant, she assumed it wasn't anything pretty as Crumb walked off with a meager score of 7, the lowest of the champions so far. However, Astoria swallowed hard as she watched the Transfiguration team begin working on the arena once more. There was only one more contestant, and Astoria could feel her heart wanting to leap out of her chest as it pounded wildly with fear. Harry, she thought to herself as her fingers curled into towards her palms, please be okay. Harry sat back in the tent nervously as he tapped his fingers along the wooden table as he sat beside Cedric, who had given him a comforting look. You're going to be fine, Harry. You're one of the strongest wizards I know. He nodded at Cedric's compliment, but it hadn't changed the fact that Harry had felt a certain tightness in his stomach. A 7, he thought to himself fiercely. I just have to beat a 7. Easier said than done. Another part of his mind echoed, you don't even have a plan, and the horned serpent is considered by many to be even smarter than humans. Harry growled in response to his thoughts as he focused his mind elsewhere, primarily on Daphne. I need to calm down. I promised her I'd be safe. I refuse to fail. Slowly, he turned to face Cedric, who smiled at him kindly as Crumb re-entered the tent, a sneer of dissatisfaction on his face. You're going to be all right, Potter. I have faith in you. Cedric's smile grew. After all, there's no way an overgrown snake is taking out my rival. Suddenly, a French voice spoke from behind him, and instantly he turned to face the silver-haired beauty that was Fleur, whose eyes seemed to be struggling at the words she wanted to release. The jewel in their foreheads, she started. There's no concrete evidence for it, but many believe that since the jewel radiates magic, many believe that it is the most sensitive part of the horned serpent. If you have to pick a spot to try and attack, it's probably the best bet. Harry said, his eyes wide in confusion. Thanks. You did me a favor giving me the chimera antidote, Fleur said as she turned away from him. It's the least I can do. Harry nodded before the sound of Bagman's voice vibrated through the packed arena. We have had 3 fantastic displays from our champions, but we still have one more to go. Please give a warm welcome to the boy who lived himself, Harry Potter. Harry snarled at the announcement, but knowing there was no other choice, he gulped down a deep breath before he walked towards the back exit of the tent as calmly as he could, pushed forward by an encouraging nod from the Hufflepuff prefect. As he pulled back the curtain, he felt the boots on his feet become soaked as he looked down at the marsh-like arena. His eyes scanned the swampy arena as he tried to still his rapidly moving mind. It looks like my speed isn't going to be much help here. The deeper I get into the arena, the thicker the swamp. However, concentrating was becoming harder than Harry had first imagined, as, despite the fact that he was about to clash with a beast more than capable of killing a man, the loud boos from the crowd were relentless. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he saw Daphne, along with everyone else leaning on the railing cheering for him as loudly as they could. His eyes looked with Daphne's icy blues, and he smirked as he placed his hand to his chin, cracking his neck. Impossible or not, I made her a promise. I'm going to win no matter what. Distantly, Harry had heard Bagman speaking to the spectators, but Harry's focus rested upon the cage serpent that looked black as night. Once it gets into the marsh, it's going to be difficult to see. If I stand a chance, I have to play this defensively. His mind rested, now focusing solely on one objective, survival, as he heard Bagman call out, Mr. Potter, are you ready? Harry closed his eyes once more as he flicked his wand from his wrist holster and nodded. Very well, begin. As Harry had suspected, the second that the serpent had been released from the cage, it had dove into the deeper areas of the marsh. Like most other snakes, the horned serpent preferred sneak attacks, and as Harry wandered a bit further into the marsh, his senses entered a state of overdrive as every whisper of a movement had caused his body to tense. Hastily, Harry pointed his wand to the ground as he whispered, Ventus. Instantly, the ground beneath him cleared as the water was forced out from beneath his by his focus wind tunnel. He felt the eyes of the entire arena fall onto him with confusion as he cast rapidly at the ground. demolishing what little solids he could, until a pile of fractured rocks surrounded him. Magic is about intent. He had remembered Remus lecturing, and despite the fact that he didn't know the spell, he knew what he wanted, and with a wave of his wand, he forced the dislodged rocks to move and spiral around him, creating a wall of jagged and dismembered rocks. He smiled at his success before pointing his wand at the rocks and whispering, "Tenemego." Instantly, his makeshift fort had erupted in black flames, and while he wanted to celebrate his plan's success, doing anything that could result in breaking the concentration that held together his collection of stones was something he couldn't afford. Okay, Harry thought to himself as he glanced over the top of his wall, now to bait out the snake, Pluvia Corvi. From Harry's wand sprang a murder of crows that at his command swooped low over the marsh. Harry's eyes jumped rapidly along the swamp, desperate to find anything that would give away the beast's location. Like a moth to a flame, the serpent leapt from the marsh, jumping desperately at the crow. Harry smiled at his luck, pointing his wand at the snake, Petrificus totalis. A direct hit, Harry thought to himself before his eyes widened in shock that the snake had brushed off the attack almost as if it had been nothing but a gust of wind. But as the snake locked eyes with Harry, he knew all he'd done was irritate the beast as it slithered towards him at astonishing speeds. The snake hissed angrily, but Harry steeled his mind as he lifted his wand, Tenebris Vincula. From the marsh, he summoned his black chains as he willed them forward. For as smart as the snake was, Harry imagined that without knowing what to expect it could be as susceptible as anybody else to a sneak attack, and he watched with a grin as the snake coiled itself among Harry's conjured chains. "Incredible, absolutely incredible," Bagman shouted. Harry Potter, despite his young age, not only created an adequate defensive position, but has managed to restrict the horned serpent's movements. Anyone who thought they could write him off because of his age must be feeling pretty foolish right about now. "Shut up," Harry thought to himself, angry at Bagman's comments. "I'm not going to be able to hold this fort together much longer. No point in waiting then." Harry replied grimly as he allowed his fort to fall. Got to move fast. As quickly as he could, Harry pushed forward through the deepening marsh as his wind blasts were struggling more and more to push the thick fluid aside. Come on," Harry shouted in his head, the golden egg now so close Harry dared to think he could smell it. One step, and then another, each feeling like he was dragging 100 pounds behind him until a sharp pain filled his mind as he gripped his forehead in agony. Harry wailed as a feeling of extreme pain overcame him, and it felt as if blood was leaking from his scar before, from the depths of his mind, he heard a voice whisper, "I know it's painful, my lord, but you know that it's necessary." "Silence!" A voice hissed in a voice so distraught Harry could only assume that the man who'd spoken was in the same amount of agony that he was. "Master, please," a sultry voice called from inside his mind. "It's just a little longer. This rudimentary body will make your return to your full power easier." Despite Harry trying everything in his power to force the source of the pain out of his mind using his occlumency, the intense anguish he felt in every cell of his body had made it nearly impossible to even think. "Harry Potter is down," Bagman called from the distance. "He seems to be in some kind of pain." The sounds of snapping chains registered in some corner of his mind, and he heard Daphne scream in a panic, "Harry, behind you!" But he didn't feel quite like himself at the moment. As the sound of hissing approached ever closer, an unbridled rage erupted in his chest as he met the snake's glare with one of his own. "More move, and I'll skin you alive," Tilda, Harry hissed as he met the serpent's eyes. "Speak, Tilda," the snake replied in a shocked voice. "Can this be, Tilda?" Tilda, Harry hissed angrier than he'd ever felt before in his life. "You'll die in this pit, Tilda." The snake froze almost as if Harry had the eyes of a basilisk himself. Fear shone brightly in the serpent's eyes, and slowly it nodded before bowing down in his direction. "Of course, master." Tilda without another word, Harry watched as the snake dove back into the marsh in another direction as Harry returned his focus to the golden egg. Without any resistance, he marched forward, lifting the egg, but despite his success, the crowd was silent, and to his own shock, he watched a drop of blood fell from his forehead onto the egg's shiny surface. Before he could even question what was happening, he felt a presence by his side, and a fire erupted in his chest as he met the man's eyes. Tilda Dumbledore Tilda. Quickly, he felt his body fall to the ground, stunned by Dumbledore's magic, as he felt the headmaster place his hand to his forehead, channeling magic into his mind. "Harry," Dumbledore whispered just loud enough for the two of them to hear. "He's in your mind, you need to push him out. Remember your training, focus." Once more Harry wailed in pain as he felt like his body was being corrupted by acid. "Focus, Harry. Fight back." With the presence of Dumbledore's magic in his mind, Harry had found the pain becoming more manageable, but the torment his mind was going through still felt beyond severe. He felt as if he was drowning in a lake of molten lava until distantly he heard Dumbledore shout, "Ms. Greengrass, don't get any closer. It's not safe here." "Not a chance," Daphne screamed back in defiance. The pain was so excruciating, Harry couldn't even see, but suddenly he didn't just feel throes of misery. He felt a strange warmth from Daphne's hand, connecting with his as his body began to glow in a calming white light. "You're going to be okay, Harry. I am right here. Just stay with me. Just stay with me a little longer." Harry felt his hand grip Daphne's tightly as the feeling of teardrops fell atop his face. This is Daphne's magic, Harry thought to himself as a calming glow began to overcome the pain. It's so warm, and I'm just getting so tired. Harry turned, his eyes taking in one last look at Daphne before he felt himself slip away from reality, hitting the ground with an unconscious thud. Chapter 19. New developments. Daphne sat silently at her boyfriend's bedside, her rune-inscribed hand locked with his as she did her best to focus on anything other than Harry's condition. Yes, she was glad that according to Madame Pomfrey, Harry seemed to have stabilized, and in truth, she felt a bit of pride in the fact that she'd been able to help the Medi-Witch heal her boyfriend. But it didn't change the fact that images of Harry's failing health had been engraved into her mind forever. She was overjoyed to see the warm tan color return to his skin, but she couldn't ignore the fact that just a day ago it had been paler than she'd ever seen before. She was glad that Harry had stopped squirming from the pain he'd been feeling in his body, but she wasn't satisfied with not understanding why it had happened in the first place. She was thrilled that the blood pouring from Harry's scar had finally stopped flowing, but the fact his forehead was still heavily wrapped in bandages, because neither her or Madame Pomfrey could be certain it wouldn't happen again, infuriated her. In short, she was happy Harry was looking better, but felt sick at the fact she was clearly missing something important. "Have you always been able to talk to snakes?" Daphne pondered to herself as she looked down at Harry, his breathing at a now consistent speed. "No, there's no way he knew about it before the task. He would have said something to us." "Still, how can you be a parcel tongue and not know it?" She sighed deeply. "You really are full of mysteries, Flybe." "Water," a weak voice croaked out, and instantly Daphne felt as if a jolt of electricity had raced through her heart as she looked at Harry, his eyes fluttering open at a snail's pace. So thirsty. Without thought, Daphne's hands raced towards the water pitcher, quickly pouring a glass as she watched Harry attempt to pull himself into a seated position. She placed down the cup, wrapping her arms around Harry as she helped adjust his position before taking the cup and pressing it gently to his lips. Slowly, Harry's chapped lips parted, and with haste, she watched as Harry chugged down the full cup like a man who'd been stranded in a desert before Daphne removed the cup from his lips. Her boyfriend's eyes still had yet to open completely, but a wave of desperation overtook her as she hugged him tightly. "You're awake," she said, a sigh of relief expelling from her lungs. "Thank Merlin you're awake." "Da Phne," Harry croaked out slowly in broken pieces as she felt his arms attempt to wrap themselves around her. "Where am I?" Daphne attempted her best light-hearted chuckle as she tightened her arms around Harry, heat filling the rims of her eyes. "The infirmary," she said as playfully as she could. "You'd think with how often you've ended up here you would know the place by heart." But Harry didn't laugh, his face fixed in a mixture of fear and confusion. It looked almost as if his mind had entered a semi-conscious spiral as Harry desperately tried to recall what had happened to him. Once more in a low and broken tone, he whispered, "How did I get here?" Daphne felt her heart sink as she saw the pleading look of desperation in Harry's face before he broke contact with her, turning to his right, where the accursed golden egg rested untouched upon his bedside table. "The last thing I remember," Harry started, "I was racing towards the egg and then I felt myself black out." Once more Daphne had found her boyfriend's eyes, this time full of concern. "Did I win? Do I still have my magic?" "It's complicated," Daphne said gently, as she took Harry's hand into hers. "You did retrieve your egg, and you do still have your magic." Harry peered into her eyes, desperately wanting to understand more of what had happened. "But the you that got the egg, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It was almost like your body was there, but you weren't yourself." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, his eyes glowing with concern and confusion. "How could I be there and not be there at the same time?" "Harry, you..." Daphne gripped his hand tightly once more. "You started speaking parcel tongue. I don't know what it was that you said, but whatever it was had scared the horned serpent so badly it desperately tried to flee the entire arena." Daphne felt Harry's eyes bleed into hers as she took a momentary pause, trying to sort out her thoughts. "Harry, the fact that you spoke parcel tongue has everyone in the school a bit freaked out. I'm not sure if you know this, but the last known person to be able to speak parcel tongue according to Slytherin history was Voldemort himself." Never before had she wished so badly to be able to read Harry's mind. Daphne had felt like she'd developed a rather strong telepathy with Harry. Enough to know that currently his mind was rapidly racing through a flurry of memories. For a brief moment, it had looked like another wave of pain had overtaken him before, to her great surprise. She watched as Harry shifted, throwing the infirmary bed covers off him as he pushed against her resistance to keep him down. "Harry, you need to slow down. You've been out for..." "Is Sirius here?" Harry asked, a firmness in his voice that Daphne hardly recognized. She'd heard it only twice before, and it never meant anything good. "Daphne, please, is Sirius here? I need to tell him something. It's important." The fierce look in Harry's eyes had sent a chill down her spine, and reluctantly, she felt her grip around Harry's hand loosen as she turned away, looking down at the bed rather than her boyfriend. "They're staying at Hogsmeade right now. They were here a bit earlier, though Dumbledore tried to fight hard against it. He didn't want anyone to come and see you. He claimed you were too dangerous in your current state." "Then how did..." Harry started before she noticed Harry's body tremble in fear as he faced her once again. "Daphne," he said, his voice more frightened than anything she'd heard before. Did I hurt you?" Daphne shook her head vigorously. "No, you didn't hurt me. Dumbledore was just being overly cautious about your condition." She combed her hair in a nervous pattern before she whispered, "Technically, I'm not supposed to be in here either, but Madame Pomfrey let me in. She said that our rune bond helped relieve some of your pain." She swallowed hard. Michael, Neville, Blaise, Tracy, Astoria, Cedric, and Hermione all tried to come and visit, but Dumbledore wouldn't let any of them through. She was quiet for a moment before she noticed Harry's expression shift greatly at her next question. "I can send Dobby to get Sirius, but Harry, what did you see? What do you need to tell Sirius so badly?" For a moment, Harry was quiet, then he spoke. "I think," Harry said with a pause, "I think that Voldemort might be returning a lot sooner than any of us first believed." She saw through the reflection of the golden egg a glare of pure rage grow across Harry's face as he whispered, "I won't let him hurt you," he said plainly. "Whenever it is that he comes back, I won't let him hurt any of you. I know I'm not as strong as you, Harry, but together, I'm certain that we can handle anything that's coming," Daphne said fiercely. "Whatever storm looms on the horizon, we'll all bear it, and we'll weather through it together." "Right," she heard Harry say with an accepting nod, which brought a smile to her face that he'd finally accepted the offer to share the burden. Together. Slowly, Daphne reached for him once more, guiding him gently back down into the bed before she too climbed onto the cot, curling into him and resting her head atop his chest. True to her word, she summoned Dobby to deliver the message to Sirius that Harry had indeed woken up. But despite Harry's insistence, she had made it clear to Dobby to inform Sirius and the others to wait until tomorrow morning to visit. She heard Harry release a tired sigh as he rested back onto his pillow, and a smile grew across her face as she felt Harry's hand run mindlessly through her hair before, in an attempt to lighten the mood, Harry asked, "So, You never exactly told me how I did on the first task. Did I at least beat Crumb? You're such an idiot flyboy, she said, curling deeper into Harry's frame. You nearly died, and you're worried about if you beat Crumb or not. Completely as expected, a sheepish grin formed across Harry's face as Daphne let out a gentle sigh. Technically, you tied with him, but everyone who wasn't against you from the start knows it was complete crap. Most people are just afraid because of the whole speaking to snakes business. Cedric's been trying to calm the castle down, but even his influence isn't working all that well. But I guess you want specifics, huh? Harry nodded and she continued. Well, to the surprise of nobody, Karkaroff tried to give you a 0, but because you completed the task, he was forced to give you a 1. Madame Maxime was surprisingly sympathetic, though. I suppose it's because her champion also happens to be a bit abnormal, being a Vila and all that. I think the most surprising was Crouch. With him being famous during the post-Voldemort trials, you'd have thought he'd have gone the same way as Karkaroff, but he also gave you a generously high score, as did Dumbledore. Great, Harry said as he rolled his eyes. I didn't beat Crumb thanks to some Death Eater scum, and now I get to deal with the entire school thinking that not only am I a cheater, but I'm the next Dark Lord. This should be fun. Daphne felt her boyfriend's eyes rest upon her again. Sorry that I never seem to make things easy on you. If I wanted things the easy way, Daphne said with a soothing laugh, I wouldn't have agreed to go out with you in the first place. As Michael would say, it's a pain, but in the end, I think it's worth it. Harry grinned as Daphne shrugged. Plus, now our epitaphs kinda match, the next Dark Lord and his girlfriend the Ice Queen. Can you think of a more powerful couple? Harry snickered at Daphne's whimsical remark. I don't think I can, but if I'm being honest, I think I like Princess and Flyby a bit more. Daphne nodded in agreement, and Harry, for what Daphne felt like was the first time in ages, smiled as he wrapped his arm around her waist, taking in her lemony scent as he placed his chin atop her head before slowly drifting back to sleep, this time at peace. We're going to be okay, Harry, she thought to herself firmly. I'm not going to let anything happen to you either. A Frightening First Task by Rita Skeeter. As many are aware, the Triwizard Tournament has returned to the scene of the wizarding world. It is a time of great magical competition between 3 of the greatest schools of magic in Europe, and serves not only as invaluable entertainment, but also a measuring stick to uncover which school's magical curriculum is the most effective, and likely to bring about prosperous young wizards. Being an alumni from Hogwarts myself, I must claim that I have some bias favoring my former school, and due to that, you can imagine my shock when I had found out that not only had Cedric Diggory, a Hufflepuff prefect, been selected as the Hogwarts champion, but our very own Harry Potter had been selected by the Goblet as well. Sensing a big scoop, this reporter did whatever she could to uncover the mystery of how Harry Potter's name had come out of the Goblet, and many from the Ministry and the general public, who will remain unnamed, had floated around the idea that perhaps Harry was a darker wizard than anyone even dared to believe. I consider myself a rather pragmatic individual, and seeing that all accusations against Mr. Potter had been nothing more than random theories, I dismissed the ideas reporting just what I could find to be true for certain. However, with the completion of the first task now in the books, this reporter has reason to believe that perhaps the Dark Wizard Potter theory, as it has come to be known among its theorists, may have more credence than I first believed. While champions, Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, and Cedric Diggory have all joined me already for their post-task interview, CP4. Harry Potter had been incapacitated after successfully retrieving the egg in quite an obtuse way, and was unable to sit down and chat. All those in attendance of the first task had vastly different views on how the young Gryffindor 4th year would perform in such a monumental task, but I'd be willing to bet on my life that not one of the spectators had expected Harry Potter, the boy who lived, to speak Parseltongue. That's right, my wonderful readers. I do not kid you when I say that Harry Potter, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, seems to share a trait with the Dark Wizard himself, as most people are firmly aware that he who must not be named also carried the ability to speak to snakes. It is important to note, however, that fellow Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory, defended his fellow schoolmate in an unyielding manner, claiming that, The ability to talk to snakes itself isn't an evil trait. While to an extent this is true, a parcel tongue is indeed just an ability. It was one carried by both Herpo the Foul and the Dark Lord. Some may argue this is nothing but a coincidence, but this reporter believes it better to be safe than sorry. Michael snarled as he put down the article, slamming it against the library table as anger coursed through his veins at the defamatory remarks he'd just read. Absolutely unbelievable, he spat. Just last year you deliver pedigree to them on a silver platter, and now, just because you can talk to snakes, they want to throw you under the bus. I don't know why you bother to even read the prophet, Hermione said with a sad shrug. It's always been nothing but a propaganda machine. Though I can't deny, there is something a bit frightening about you being able to talk to snakes, Harry. They're not exactly the most friendly-looking animal on the planet. He turned to face his friend, that had been released earlier today from the infirmary. He'd seen Harry down before. Michael dared to say he'd even seen his friend look completely hopeless at times, but never before had he seen Harry look so lost and confused. Slowly, he watched as Harry placed his hand to his still bandaged forehead. His scar had stopped bleeding for the most part, but it certainly had been irritating him a lot more than usual. He had missed his friend, of course, but Michael had wished Harry had been able to stay in the infirmary rather than being forced out against Madame Pomfrey's wishes due to his necessity to solve the puzzle for the next task. He watched as Harry stared blankly off into the distance, not responding to Hermione's comment as she continued on. I saw Sirius and Professor Lupin earlier today, she had said, trying to break the tense feeling at the table. I'm sure that must have been nice for you, right, Harry? Especially after the whole ordeal with the first task. If only you knew, Michael thought to himself as he glanced at Hermione. That meeting was anything but pleasant. He felt his heart rate rise rapidly as his mind drifted back to the conversation he'd been a witness to among Harry, Tonks, Sirius, and Remus. Things just keep moving from bad to worse. Not only is the Order faking an ambush, if Harry's vision was correct, that means we have less time to prepare for Voldemort than any of us hoped. We're all still too weak, Michael cursed in his head. We can tangle with the Death Eaters well enough, but if just the presence of his magic in Harry's mind is capable of dealing this much damage, Voldemort's power must be insane. It's not just that we're on different levels, he's in an entirely different dimension. Yeah, Harry said, breaking the silence of the table as he faced Hermione. It was nice to see them again. He watched sadly as Harry lifted his egg. Flitwick had been ill today and had cancelled class, giving the three of them a free period, but try as they might, they couldn't solve the egg. It was painfully obvious that clearly there was a piece of the puzzle that was missing. I'm going to go. I'm feeling a bit tired right now and could use a nap before lunch. Rook, Michael called out as sympathetically as he could. We'll figure this out, all of it. He watched as Harry nodded silently, leaving the library and leaving him alone with Hermione. Damn, Michael cursed in his mind. It's always just one thing after another. He looked across the table at Hermione, who was eyeing him curiously as she continued to jot down notes from her charms textbook. He knew that Hermione suspected there was more to Harry's blackout than just exhaustion. She wasn't an idiot after all, but he wasn't quite sure how to answer any question she might ask. After all, it wasn't as if he knew much more. Yes, he knew that Voldemort and Harry shared some kind of connection, but simply knowing that didn't explain how or why it was that way. For a while longer, Michael sat at the table scribbling down possible theories regarding the noise that erupted from the golden egg. A god-awful screech that shook the walls of the room from the vibrations. His list was short, but the puzzle was exciting. A different language. Perhaps a spell needs to be used. Environmental issue. It wasn't much, but it was a start, and he planned to figure the puzzle out. Both his honor as a Ravenclaw and progress of his best friend counted on it. However, knowing there was very little he could test with the egg no longer being in the library, he rose to his feet with a tired yawn as he called out to Hermione. I'm starting to think Harry may have had the right idea. I think I'll go take a nap before lunch as well. I'll see you around, Hermione. She nodded softly, and with that, Michael forced his legs forward, moving them to the edge of the library. Never before had he wished he would have just stuck around at the library for a little longer so badly as he did at that moment. His stomach churned at the sight that filled him with complete revulsion, as once more he saw Boot leaving a broom closet with another girl that wasn't Susan. His eyes lit ablaze with fire, but remembering what had happened last time, he took a deep breath, calming himself down as he stared at the floor, desperate to move onto the next hall. His eyes were glued heavily to the floor as he pushed past, but as he should have expected, Boot wasn't smart enough to leave well enough alone, bumping into the back of him. "Whoops, sorry, Corner, didn't see you there." Michael gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to break the boy before him into pieces, but remembering the events of last year, he thought better of it. This setting does seem awfully familiar, doesn't it? Michael clenched his fist tightly with anger as Boot placed his hand atop his shoulder. "So what's the situation, Corner? You planning to belittle me again, maybe try to teach me a lesson? You know, I've been practicing every day waiting for a rematch." "You wouldn't be worth the magic," Michael said coolly as he brushed off Boot's hand. "I recommend you start running in the other direction. I'm in an awfully foul mood." "Oh, I don't doubt it," Boot said with a smirk. "Finding out your best friend is a piece of dark wizard garbage must be a hard pill too." But before Boot could even finish his sentence, he reached for Boot's outreached hand, clenching it tightly in his grip as he turned to glare menacingly at Boot. "You can try and torment me all you want. I don't care. But I want to make this perfectly clear. If you ever disrespect Harry to my face again, not even Morgana herself could fix what I'll do to you." Feeling an immense amount of trembling in the other Ravenclaw's hand, Michael released his grip, watching as Boot's hand fell numbly to his side, his form paralyzed with fear. With a satisfied smirk, Michael placed his hands to his pocket as he continued down the hall, his mind once more returning to the sickening state his friend had found himself in. Don't turn your back on me," Boot shouted. "I won't tolerate being disrespected like that. Petrificus totalis." Almost as if Michael had eyes in the back of his head, he weaved out of the way of the desperately fired spell before easily dodging two more. With the initial firing at an end, Michael had stopped to turn and face the pathetic fourth year. "You're a shameful excuse for a wizard," Michael said as he slowly approached Boot. "You talk about deserving respect like you're Malfoy, but you're an even worse wizard than he is, something I thought was impossible. You're a cowardly wizard who will only fire on an opponent stronger than that from the back, and even then, your extreme lack of any sort of magical talent won't even allow you to hit an opponent who isn't even looking. Honestly, you should thank Merlin every day for the charming smile of yours, because without it, you'd have absolutely nothing going for you, you second-rate piece of shit." How dare you?" Boot roared with anger as he lifted his wand, but his movement was too slow, allowing Michael time to physically grip Boot's wand in his hand, forcing it away from his body. "You're just like Potter. You're a complete freak." Michael remained silent until he cursed aloud, hearing the tapping of footsteps approaching behind him, culminating in a voice he'd been hoping to never hear from again. "Causing trouble again, I see, Mr. Corner," the crooked man snarled. "Perhaps cleaning every toilet in the castle wasn't an adequate enough punishment last year." "Give me a break," Michael groaned. "I haven't even fired off a spell. Check our wands if you want to, "Unfortunately, I don't have that ability, Mr. Corner," Filch spoke, resentment lacing his voice. "So I suppose the only thing I can do is assign you both detention. And just to make sure you learn the lesson, you'll be joining Hagrid on some special business that he has in the forest tomorrow night." "Surely you don't mean the Forbidden Forest, do you?" Boot said, his voice shaking with fear. "You can't do that, it's forbidden for a reason." "Then perhaps you shouldn't have been causing so much trouble," Filch retorted with anger. "Hopefully the fear of the forest will set you two boys straight. Now, be off with you. I have to report your punishment to Hagrid." As Filch marched off, Michael rolled his eyes before turning his attention to the complete mess that was Terry Boot. No, he can't do this," Boot whispered to himself. "Not the forest at night. Who knows what kind of monsters live there? This can't be happening." Michael then felt Boot's eyes glare into him like daggers. "This is all your fault. Now we're going to," but without another word, Michael walked off, not bothering to listen to the rest of Boot's rant. He sighed heavily, his mind in 100 other places, before he turned to face forward, seeing commotion beginning to grow in the hall. Honestly, Red, what do you see in him? Dumbledore paced around his office sporadically, His mind filled with a pool of questions, and he had no idea where to start. It was clear that Harry's participation in the Triwizard Tournament had already placed himself farther on Sirius' bad side than desired. But now, with Harry ending up once more in the infirmary, Dumbledore had wondered if he'd pushed the Lord of House Black to a point of no return. He prayed that it wasn't the case, as being close to Harry was a necessity for his plan. But at the moment, he knew there were bigger problems at stake. Not only were the Order under the command of Sirius Black about to undergo a rather dangerous operation for an associate who he himself was still not privy to the identity of, but he also couldn't shake the words that had been delivered to him by Remus himself just a day prior. A rudimentary body, Dumbledore thought to himself. No doubt it's a weaker form than the parasitic body he was using before, so why would Tom voluntarily switch to a weaker body? Dumbledore had asked himself that question, though he knew why better than most. There is only one thing Tom wants, and that's immortality. If he switched body forms, it's because it helps him get closer to his goal. I fear that Harry may have been right in his assessment. Riddle is returning far faster than any of us hoped. He looked over at the cabinet where the destroyed diary rested locked beneath a myriad of charms. His gaze then shifted towards the sword of Gryffindor that rested proudly on his wall, its steel now coursing with the venom of the slain basilisk from the chamber. Is it time to inform Harry about everything I know regarding the Horcruxes? No, he thought to himself, no, it's far too soon, and there is still so much left to confirm. Dumbledore sighed deeply as he fell into his chair behind his mahogany desk, his old bones weary and his mind exhausted. Harry, he thought to himself as a sad smile crossed his face. Visions of the boy's broken mind after the first task filled his memories. He felt tired just thinking about how long it had taken to fix the damage the boy's occlumency structure underwent from Voldemort's body shift. In fact, he wasn't quite sure he was capable of fixing all the damage in the boy's mind from the mental explosion. Dumbledore had known that their memories could be shared through the Horcrux that resided within Harry's mind. He had not expected pain to be transferable as well. If Harry can feel Tom's pain, Dumbledore pondered to himself, then might the reverse be true? It's certainly not my first plan, Dumbledore thought to himself, but it's certainly worthy of some tests. Harry, the elderly Hogwarts headmaster, thought to himself once more, please forgive me. I swear it's all for the greater good. Astoria had never been the most popular Gryffindor. Being known around the castle as Harry's little sister had given her some reprieve for some time. But ever since Harry's name had come out of the goblet, she'd found herself once again slipping deeper and deeper into obscurity. Honestly, though, for the most part, she didn't mind it. Not having Lavender, Faye, and Parvati hounding her for tips in order to get closer to Harry despite being Daphne's sister was a blessing in disguise. What she didn't like, however, was the looks that were being sent her way due to her association with Harry. It wasn't that she couldn't handle glares. She dealt with people given her strange looks her whole life, but she couldn't stop her blood from boiling every time someone would look at Harry with contempt. She was thankful that the Gryffindor Quidditch team remained on friendly terms with Harry, and even Ron had managed to keep any negative feelings he may have held to himself. But for the rest of the castle, many had fallen back into the hive mind of the castle's beliefs under the control of the Daily Prophet propaganda. She watched in anger as a group of Gryffindors hustled past Harry, whispering things at a level too low for her to hear. But it wasn't like she needed it. The fear on their faces had said it all as they rushed as far away from Harry as possible, taking a seat at the complete opposite end of the table. She felt her head begin to overheat as she growled lowly before the tired and uninterested voice of Harry cut through the silence. Let it go, short stack. It's not worth getting upset over. It's bad enough Corner got detention for trying to stick up for me, and Cedric is getting dragged through the mud. It's not worth it. It just gets me so mad that no matter what good you do for the wizarding world, these idiots read one article and all of a sudden you turn into the devil himself, she grumbled as she met Harry's tired green eyes. Honestly, it's baffling at how dumb people can be. It's irritating, sure, Harry said with a yawn, his rather nonchalant attitude catching Astoria completely off guard. But at the same, it's not like everyone knows me the way you do, short stack. To them, They just see the guy who happened to have been marked by Voldemort and can talk to snakes. I can't say I don't get it, even if it is a super dumb way of looking at a situation. I really wish you would stop saying his name out loud, Katie Bell, one of the few Gryffindors who still decided to sit beside Harry, said. Fear of the name promotes fear of the man, Harry said. At least, that's what Sirius always told me. He's a strong wizard, but he's not a god. After all, he did lose to a baby. Astoria knew there was more to what Harry was thinking. She'd seen Harry's practice indifference, and while to others it may have seemed believable, she knew better. Harry wasn't nearly as relaxed as he was playing it. A right ballsy baby, too, with the way you tangled with that snake. Fred chimed in with a soft chuckle in an attempt to lighten the mood. If that's how you handled a Class 5 beast, it's no wonder you send moldy shorts packing, George finished. For the first time in a while, she watched as a whisper of a genuine smile appeared on Harry's face, and while Astoria knew that Harry had more than his fair share weighing on his mind, she was glad that Harry still had the ability to grin. Honestly, it's complete crap that you only tied with Crumb, Fred started. I mean, I like the guy on a broomstick, but he's certainly lacking in the personality department. Not to mention anyone with eyes would have seen you would have got the golden egg on your own before whatever the freak accident that happened, happened, George said bluntly. Knocking you points because you can talk to snakes is complete bull. It doesn't matter, it's just one task, Jordan said with a shrug. But I do have a case of butterbeer on you winning this whole thing with Davies on the line, so if you could kick some ass on the second task, that would be great, Potter. Katie nudged her boyfriend's rib enough to make him grunt slightly before Angelina called out. Speaking of the second task, I asked Diggory if he figured out anything with his egg, but he said he had no luck so far. How are you faring, Harry? About the same, Harry said with a frustrated groan. Corner's working on some theories, but all I've gotten from the egg is that it screams something awful every time I open it. Astoria watched as Harry rubbed his bandaged forehead. It's bad enough we have to compete in these stupidly dangerous tasks, but making us solve riddles too is starting to feel like cruel and unusual punishment. If anyone can figure it out, I'm sure Michael can, Astoria piped up cheerfully, but Harry's face remained as stoic as ever, only delivering a gentle nod. Yeah, Harry whispered. It's too bad he's not going to be able to help much tonight, though. I really don't know what Filch was thinking. Hagrid seems nice enough, but sending 2 students with him into the Forbidden Forest at night just sounds like an invitation for trouble. Astoria nodded. She couldn't help but feel the same way and felt irritated that Michael had been punished for standing up for Harry and hadn't even cast a single spell. Lately, she'd been starting to feel that every single person outside of their little group was rooting against Harry, and it had been driving her wild. Her older brother had caught a notorious Death Eater just last year, and had also been responsible for saving Merlin knows how many lives during the World Cup by taking action against the Death Eater raid. And he wasn't even being treated with the slightest sliver of respect. Her train of thought was broken as a streak of yellow and black caught her eye. Directly across from her, and now standing right behind Harry, was the real Triwizard champion, who in a similar manner to Harry, was looking a little worse for wear. It's good to see you back on your feet, Potter. I was worried that my only competition in this tournament wasn't going to be able to continue forward. Astoria watched as Harry turned to face the older wizard, a gentle smile on his face. Well, you know me. I'd hate to make things too easy for you. Cedric released a quiet chuckle before she watched her brother's face get serious. Hey, I haven't really said it yet, but thanks for standing up for me in my stead. I read about what you said in the Daily Prophet, and I know you've been receiving some backlash for it. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway, so yeah, thanks for that. Don't get all sappy on me, Potter, Cedric said with a teasing grin. I already made the mistake of not standing up for you before when your name came out of the goblet. I wasn't about to make that same mistake again. We're friends, after all. I'm sure if the roles were reversed, you'd have done the same for me. Harry nodded, and Astoria felt a warm feeling fill her heart. To her, Harry was a strong wizard. He knew plenty of spells, he could stay calm under pressure, and no matter the occasion, Harry always found a way to rise to it. But as she watched Cedric slip beside Harry at the Gryffindor table, the two laughing over a joke Cedric had made at Crumb's expense, she couldn't help but smile. That is what made Harry truly powerful, more than anyone she knew. Harry knew how to inspire people to stand beside him, even when the whole world seemed to be against him. However, despite being surrounded by the Quidditch team and Cedric, she couldn't help but realize that a certain blonde-haired boy was missing. She'd grown so accustomed to Damien being by her side over the last few months that his absence from the breakfast table had certainly felt noticeable. As she thought of the blonde boy, she couldn't help but remember the allergy attack he claimed to have had during their charms class. She knew there was something more to Damien, something he wasn't telling her, and being the curious witch that she was, it bothered her severely. She didn't have much time to linger on that thought, though, as the house tables sprung to live with a delicious spread of breakfast delicacies. She was happy to see that despite everything that had happened recently, Harry hadn't lost his appetite, but it seemed that this breakfast was destined to pan out a bit different than normal as she watched the elderly headmaster rise from the staff table and clear his throat before lifting his wand to his neck. "Pardon the interruption, but it seems I have forgotten to inform you all of a rather important development." The commotion within the great hall came to a stop as all eyes fell upon the purple-robed headmaster. As the month of November comes to a close, and the winter holidays approach at a much quicker pace, I feel it is only right to inform you of the Yuletime celebration being held right here at Hogwarts. Instantly, every shard of attention had been focused on Dumbledore as he smiled. As has been the tradition since the conception of the Triwizard Tournament, the holiday season brings forth a rather joyous event, the Yule Ball. Astoria had to fight hard against her laughter as she saw the eyes of every girl in view light up like Christmas tree decorations, while most of the boys in attendance had their face sink quicker than the Titanic. Harry, being Harry, though, had simply looked past her and smirked gently at her older sister from across the hall, bringing a gentle smile to Daphne's face. While no regular student is required to attend, it is the long-held tradition that each champion attends alongside a date to commence the event. Astoria had nearly wanted to barf at the googly eyes that Cho was desperately sending towards Cedric, but it was hardly the only thing that caught her eyes from the Ravenclaw table. She couldn't be certain, but for a moment, she could have sworn that the French minister's daughter had glanced at Michael with a surprisingly warm look, though it was clear that Michael's head was currently somewhere else. Also, it is my duty to inform you that, as has been agreed upon by not just myself, but both the headmistress and headmaster of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang respectively, the event will be open to all students who are of fourth-year age and above. This announcement had been met with its fair share of groans. However, if students below the fourth year are invited to attend the Yule Ball by an upperclassman, they too are welcome to attend. This had changed the groans into desperate glances from every second and third-year student she could see as they searched desperately for potential fourth-year dates. The Yule Ball is set to be held on Christmas Day, and formal wear is required. Please be sure to represent your school with dignity should you attend, and for those of you unable to be at the celebration, I do hope you sign the form announcing your intention to return home for the Christmas holiday, as it will make our organization process flow at a much smoother rate. With all that said, please continue enjoying your breakfast, and I wish you all a fantastic day. I guess that explains what the formal wear on the back-to-school list was for, Harry said with a grin as he turned towards Astoria. I sure am lucky your sister still wants to be seen with me, because if she didn't, I'd say that finding a date for this thing might be harder than facing a dragon. Astoria smiled as she shook her head. Harry was going through hell. She knew it all too well. Not only had the school once again attempted to ostracize him, but he had to compete in this god-awful tournament that constantly placed him in danger. She wasn't quite sure exactly how much pressure her older brother was truly under, but the fact he still was attempting to crack jokes had shown her that even if Harry had been thrown into the fire, part of that sarcastic boy she'd met last year was still there. Chapter 20. Pretty Bird Harry had found himself sitting against the large oak tree that overlooked the Black Lake. The first snow had finally come, and chunks of ice had begun to form along the surface of the now freezing lake. He had always loved this spot, despite its central location. For one reason or another, it had always seemed isolated, and learning it was his mother's favorite spot on the Hogwarts grounds from Remus had brought him a certain level of comfort. I wish you were here, Mom, Harry spoke in a hushed whisper as he spoke into the air, his breath turning to mist. Dad, too. I could really use some advice from both of you. Harry sighed once more. Serious, he told me that Dad was a natural-born leader, that he could make decisions in an instant without even a shred of doubt, and everyone always tells me how bright you were, Mom. I wish I'd inherited more of that from you. A sad smile filled his face as he looked onward into the distance. I'm talking to trees, he said in a low voice as he shook his head. Maybe I am going crazy, although I've seen Neville talking to plants before, so at least I'm not alone in that. Harry pushed himself further back into the tree, allowing his head to rest against the softened bark as he continued. I wonder what you would do, Mom, if you were in my shoes, that is. Serious, he told me not to lose sight of who I am. He says that he's worried about me becoming too serious and rigid and losing my spark. But it's hard to stay a fun-loving prankster when the fate of the wizarding world is on your shoulders. The prophecy said that you and Dad defied him 3 times, Harry said as he looked up at the sky, the snow falling gently on his face. During the first task, I felt his power, and that wasn't even his true form. His hand slowly clenched into a fist. It was astronomical. Outside of Dumbledore, I'd never felt a magic so powerful. I wish I knew how you two had the courage to stand against such an ominous force for so long. I wish I understood what gave you the strength to keep moving forward, even when everything seemed lost. Dumbledore, Harry whispered. He said it was the power of your love that saved me that night. He talks about it like love has some kind of physical or at least magical power that could give me the strength I need to fight against him. But it just seems so unrealistic. He grit his teeth. I mean, I'm 14. What the hell would I know about love? I know I love Sirius and Remus and the Tonks. There's even this girl that I'm dating. Her name is Daphne, and I heard her almost tell me she loved me, and I think I might feel the same way, but like I said, what the hell would I know about feelings that intense? She's great, though. I know that nobody is perfect, but to me, she's pretty close, Harry said with a smile as he thought about Daphne's honey blonde hair and icy blue eyes. She's always covering for me whenever I get too impatient and do something stupid, and she wants to stay with me even after all this shit that's been happening. I think you'd like her a lot if you ever met her. Harry wiped the snow from his face before dropping his hand back to the floor, his finger digging softly into the coated ground. I don't know. I guess I'm just sort of rambling here. Maybe Sirius is right. Maybe I should try to loosen up again. And as for all this love stuff that Dumbledore's always going on about, maybe there's more to it than just some physical strength. Maybe it's something even more powerful than something tangible. He ran his hands through his hair, trying to shake out the snow as he rose from the icy ground, and turned once more to face the tree his mother had rested against so many years ago as he forced the widest smile he could to his face. I wish you and Dad were here, but don't worry. I promise I'm going to figure this all out, and no matter what, I'm going to find a way to stop him. He wiped the single tear that had leaked from his eye as briskly as he could. I am the son of Lily, and James Potter after all. The sound of footsteps shuffling through the snow had caught his attention, and while it wasn't surprising to hear people out and enjoying the fresh snow, it was odd that the footsteps were approaching his exact position. Harry tilted to the side, expanding his vision past the tree trunk, his brow furrowed. But as if a ray of warmth had overtaken him, he saw a dance of honey-blonde hair through the shimmering snow and smiled. His grin had only grown brighter as his eyes locked with Daphne's icy blue orbs, a firm look on her face as it ballooned in the same fashion as her younger sister. I knew I'd find you here, she said snappily. I get that you don't want to be in the castle, but would it kill you to wear a thicker jacket? It's freezing out here. Sorry to worry you, he said with a smile. Thanks for treading through the blizzard to find me. It must have been a dreadful journey. You're impossible, Daphne said with a gentle smile, but Harry noticed the slight quivering in her arms and legs. Without a second thought, he wrapped his arm around his girl, tightening his grip as he pulled Daphne closer to his chest. A slight stutter of confusion infiltrated her voice. What brought this on, huh? Thank you, he whispered into her hair. For what? Daphne queried. I just came outside to get you for training. For everything, he whispered back. I just don't feel like I thank you as much as I should. You'll never have to, she whispered back, burrowing her head into the crook of his neck. "We're a team, Flyby. Watching out for you is my job." Harry grinned as he gently nipped at her neck with brief kisses, causing her to giggle before she spoke once more. "Oh yeah, I forgot. I have some news for you." Before Harry could even ask what she had meant, he felt her dainty hands crawl up from around his neck towards the back of his head where his bandages had been tied. Genty, he felt himself being pushed further into Daphne's lemony scent as the tightness around his head loosened, falling gently into Daphne's grasp. "Tada," she said with a grin, breaking from Harry as he eyed her with amusement. "Now you look like a normal person and not like a poorly wrapped mummy." He felt a spark of electricity course through his, as Daphne brushed away his hair from his scar. "You never told me why, but I know that this scar means a lot to you," Daphne said softly. "I talked to Madame Pomfrey about if you could take it off. The bandages, that is. I figured you could use something to make you feel more upbeat, and when she said yes, I came looking. Plus," she said with a smirk, "I think I've grown used to seeing that lightning bolt. You're just not the same Flyby without it." A simper grew across his lips as he leaned down, pressing them against his girlfriend's forehead. "Thanks, Princess," he said, pulling her closer, and carefully descending towards the dry spot he'd cleared at the base of the tree. Daphne had put up little resistance before she had succumbed to the new position, leaning further into his chest as Harry smiled down at her before looking forward at the bobbing boat that lay anchored in the center of the lake. "It's because of my mom." "Sorry," Daphne asked in confusion. "The reason my scar's important to me is because of my mom," Harry repeated, his focus resting solely on Daphne's icy blue orbs. "It's just a theory, but Dumbledore, he believes that the reason I survived the attack is because of my mother sacrificed herself for me. It's not just him. Sirius told me the same thing when I learned about everything. It's confusing, but I think it's true. When I think hard, I can still hear her voice calling out to me before everything flashes green. My scar, it reminds me that even though they aren't around, my parents, they loved me. They loved me more than they loved their lives." "They were heroes," Daphne said warmly as he met her eyes, "and I'm sure they'd have been so proud of the person you've become." "I wish you could have met them," Harry said with a grin. "I'm sure they would have loved you." "Of course they would," Daphne said with playful confidence. "Have you met me? I'm very lovable." "I can't argue with that," Harry said, leaning down to catch her lips, a warm moan leaving her mouth as he wrapped his arms around her before he saw her eyes widen in realization. "Shoot," she said playfully. "I came here to tell you it was time for training, and look at what happened. Maybe Tracy was right. I'm far too soft on you." "We'll go," Harry said, tightening his grip around Daphne's narrow waist. "But let's just stay here, just the two of us, just a little longer." Harry looked down at her, his eyes resting lovingly upon her gentle pale skin as she rolled her eyes comically. "You're lucky you're cute," she said with a chuckle. "All right, Flyby, just a little longer." Michael grumbled as he wrapped his bronze and blue scarf tighter around his neck, the snow falling like raindrops upon his face in a pattern that had been driving him crazy. "He can't even show up to detention on time," Michael snarled as he adjusted his dark blue beanie, his eyes set on the forest ahead. "But I'm sick," he heard a whiny voice call out. "You can't make me go out there. What if I get hypothermia or something?" "Then perhaps you should have thought of that before fighting in the halls," a low grunt echoed through the castle walls. Yes, the last thing that Michael wanted to do was go out and run through the forbidden forest in the snow. But he'd be lying if he said he didn't find any amusement in the way Terry was doing everything in his power to try and plant his feet against the elderly castle caretaker who was currently dragging him by the wrist towards the entrance of the castle. "Come on, boy. Move." Michael couldn't contain his smirk as he locked eyes with the petrified Terry, who grimaced at him in return. "Please, you have to believe me. I didn't do anything. It was all Corner's fault. He started it. Guess all this talk about you becoming a man this summer was a load of crap. Boot," Michael said with a shrug. "Could you imagine if Susan saw you acting like this? She'd be so ashamed she stayed with you. She might actually believe me when I said you did cheat on her just to not have to be seen with you." Boot attempted the best glare he could manage under the circumstances, but the way Michael's eyes flashed with pure hatred towards, the fellow Ravenclaw had silenced even the slightest whisper of aggression in the boy's expression. Michael's eyes then shifted to the caretaker, and the stern look on his face was all Michael needed to understand it was time to move. With irritation, he released a single sigh, his breath visible in the cold winter air, and pushed forward into the soft and frigid snow. Under Filch's firm gaze, both he and Boot marched, closer and closer towards the edge of the forest. Normally, being marched out in the cold would have been torturous enough, but due to Hagrid's hut having such close proximity to the Beauxbaton carriage, they were met with a chorus of giggles from the French students. Even worse than that, however, was the horrendous smell in the air that seemed to be leaking from their destination. As they approached even closer, Michael had seen the rather large man that was Hagrid standing there in the center of the field with a large belt strapped around him, each loop connected by some kind of clip to a bucket which seemed to be filled with the gifts of raw materials or food. "Ah, good," Hagrid called out. "You're here just in time, too. I was about to set off without you." "I wish you would've, you big oaf," Terry whispered beneath his breath. For some reason, that had irritated Michael. It could have been just because it came from Terry, someone he despised, but it felt like more than that. Sure, Michael had never taken a class with Hagrid, but the care of magical creatures professor had always seemed kind and rather genuine, something he had heard was not common for those with giant blood. Tough, part of it could probably have been explained by the fact that he theorized that Hagrid was a half-giant, much like he believed the Beauxbatons' headmistress to be. "I leave him with you then, Hagrid," Filch growled out. "Yes, no need to worry yourself any longer," Hagrid said with a smile. "Head on back to the castle and get some hot tea. It's more than a bit nippy out here. Me and these two will sort out the rest." With that, Filch left and Michael had found his attention once more upon the large man. "Ah, I've heard of you. You're Michael Corner, Harry's friend, right?" Michael nodded, and he watched as Hagrid's face lit up. "You seem like a good kid. I'm glad that Harry hasn't had much trouble making real friends. You still admitting to being his friend, even with all this dark wizard nonsense going around, is warming my heart." "Of course," Michael nodded. "Harry's my best friend, but if you don't mind me asking, why do you care if Harry fits in or is treated well?" "I knew his parents well. I actually came to collect him after the whole, you know what happened, but Sirius got there first." Hagrid sighed. "He was the boy's godfather, it's only fair, but I wish I would have gotten to know the boy more. James and Lily were close friends of mine." Michael gave a kind smile to the half-giant as he noticed a single tear forming in his eye. "The fact that he's made good friends, it puts me at ease." "I'll talk to Harry," Michael said gently. "I'll tell him about you. I'm sure if he knew that you had stories to tell him about his parents, he'd be glad to join you for some tea in your home. I'll come as well if you want." Hagrid nodded with a smile, wiping away his tears. "You're a kind boy," he said as Michael felt the pressure of Hagrid's large hand resting upon his head. "But look at me, getting all emotional over things in the past. We have a job to do, after all." Michael had heard Boot mutter something beneath his breath, but had chosen to ignore it as Hagrid began the explanation of the mission at hand. "All right," Hagrid said, clearing his throat. "Our job is simple. The creatures of the forest weren't too happy with the arena of the first task being built in their backyard, so to speak, and what our goal is that we are going to give them some treats in order to repay their kindness. I will, of course, handle the more dangerous beasts," Hagrid said with a tone filled with enthusiasm. "So what I want you two to do is to follow Fang towards the centaur colony and give them these." Michael watched as Hagrid handed him a bucket full of beautifully crafted bows and arrows shrunk down to fit in their compact container. "Dumbledore shrunk them down for me," Hagrid said. "These are the best bows crafted by humankind. Knowing the centaurs, they'll probably look down and attempt to make fun of our craftsmanship, but don't let it get under your skin. They don't have to use it, we just have to show them that we appreciate them letting us use their land. So show up, do as you're told, give them our gift, and leave, nothing else. Understand?" Michael nodded, but one look at Boot had made him a bit uncomfortable as he leaned over towards his other detention-bound classmate. "If you so much as open your mouth, I'll make sure to help the centaurs in their punishment of you, so stay quiet." Boot gulped, but nodded as I turned to face the beast known as Fang, a huge boarhound as black as midnight. "All right, Fang, lead the way." The dog barked loudly with pride, and with the bucket in hand, both he and Boot entered the looming, dark, and frozen forest. Unlike the snow near the castle, the snow that covered the floor of the forest had become a slushy substance that, despite the warming charms placed on his boots, still managed to pierce through the fabric. I know what I'm asking Harry for on Christmas, he thought to himself as he tried to ignore the welching coming from his unwilling traveling partner. It was true they had been walking now for a while. It was cold, and his muscles had begun to hurt, but knowing that finishing the task would mean a quicker return to the castle was all the motivation he needed. Michael wasn't sure how long they'd been out. He had wished he bothered to pay attention in astronomy as he constantly glanced up at the sky, hopping to find something entertaining, but nothing really caught his eye, nothing that was until a plume of smoke that he'd seen growing in the distance. Found him, he thought happily as Fang entered a faster pace, forcing them to keep up as they pushed through the thick trees and foliage into a clearing that glowed with orange light. He had never seen anything quite like what sat before him. If he had to equate it to anything, it looked very similar to how Muggle textbooks had depicted the Native American tribes, but on a scale far larger. The roaring fire rested in the center of what looked like a camp filled with tents larger than any he'd seen before. The sounds of trotting echoed through the trees as he watched young centaurs test their speed amongst each other, while he watched another 2 adult male centaurs engage in what looked similar to an arm wrestling contest. Others laughed merrily around the fire, but for the most part, the centaurs had their head up facing the stars with looks of intrigue. Cautiously, Michael gestured to take a step forward before a centaur that stood beside the fire called out, not even bothering to face him. "Stay where you are, human. We'll address you when we're ready." Do you know how long we had to walk through? The boot had started in an outrage, earning the glare of the entire centaur colony, but before he could finish his statement, Michael's elbow had collided with his stomach. "I apologize for my friend. We will wait until you are ready to address us," Michael said with a low and polite bow. As Michael rose, the sound of trotting hoofs approached ever closer, and he couldn't stop himself from swallowing hard as from the fire pit, a large and looming figure approached. He was a centaur, like the others, with a humanoid appearance mixed with the body of a horse, but this one eclipsed most of the others in size. The horseman was a huge black-haired and black-bodied creature with a wild-looking black beard. Without a doubt, this is their leader, Michael thought to himself. He swallowed hard, but before he could even speak, a chuckle erupted from the colony leader. "A human being with manners, who would have believed they still existed. Your companion needs some work, though. You've interrupted a very important day for our tribe. I hope you have something of importance." A low grumbling came once more from Boot, but Michael slammed his foot down on the other boy's toes, making him squeal in pain before as politely as he spoke. "To be perfectly honest, I don't know your tribe's customs, but I don't want to be disrespectful. I bring with me gifts from Hogwarts as thanks for allowing the arena to be built within your land. It's in this bucket, but it will require me to enlarge the contents. How would you like me to present our gifts?" If possible, Michael swore that for a brief moment a genuine grin appeared upon the centaur's face as he nodded. "Commonly, we do not allow wands within our colony, but as you have been respectful and willing to learn our customs, I will choose not to take your actions as a slight. Now, gift-bearer, you may proceed towards the bonfire. Your friend, however, will remain where he is. Wizard kind is normally not allowed within our land." "So what? You're just going to leave me out in the however?" With a snap of his fingers, Michael had muted the other Ravenclaw, a sharp glare aimed at his direction. Once more, he pleaded for forgiveness from the centaur group as he approached the warm flame, the younger centaurs now approaching him steadily, eyeing him with curiosity. "Now, gift-bearer," the large centaur spoke, "you may remove your wand and present us our gifts." As carefully as he possibly could, Michael squatted down, dumping the contents of the bucket down on the ground beside the fire before flicking his wand out from his holster and enlarged the bows and arrows. For a moment, the herd had remained silent, but as the eyes of the tribe looked up from the ground, once more laughter erupted among themselves. Gifts of bows and arrows. Truly, the wizards have no end to their hubris. "I know that we humans have issues with our egos. It's a problem I do my best to deal with every day," Michael began, trying desperately to choose his words correctly. I also know that even our best bows and arrows will most likely pale in comparison to your years of practiced craftsmanship. My father himself is a crafter of sorts with muggles, and I have seen just how amazing a work can be when created by a master. Which is why I know that these bows are in no way meant to belittle you, but instead, it is to show that while we may not have your refined skills, we did wish to think of a way to thank you appropriately for generously allowing us wizards to use your land. Once more, Michael was met with silence, and a sickening feeling in his stomach had left him questioning whether he should speak more or not. But thankfully, the leader of the colony broke the silence with a rather odd question. "Gift-bearer, what is your name?" "Michael, sir," he said awkwardly, not entirely sure how to address a centaur chief. "Michael Corner." "Michael Corner, you certainly are a wizard that is full of surprises," the chief spoke. "For as far back as our history goes, we centaurs have never been treated as equals among the human species, and yet you have shown a level of politeness and respect to my people that I have not seen in years. I, Bane, chief of this colony, accept your gift. Hogwarts' debt to our colony has been paid." "Thank you, Chief Bane," Michael said. "It is an honor to have met you." Bane nodded in return as he spoke. "Michael, you certainly have intrigued me. The stars foretold of a wizard who would come to right our wrongs. Perhaps that wizard could be you." "I don't know," Michael said nervously. "I'm not exactly the most ambitious person in the world, though hearing that you have been treated as subhuman is certainly something that is quite irritating. Everyone, no matter how poor or different they might be from what is considered the norm, should be treated with respect." Bane nodded. "You are certainly an interesting wizard, Michael. You will be welcome among our tribe should you wish to visit. However, I must mind you, trust can be easily shattered. We have been burned many times before by you wizards." Michael nodded in understanding as Bane continued. "For now, though, I recommend you head back to the castle grounds and remain vigilant. The planets are showing a looming disaster." With those ominous words, Michael had been politely escorted to the edge of the colony ground by the young centaurs, where a rather miffed-looking Terry stood shivering in the cold. "Did you enjoy your chat with the half-breeds?" Terry said seemingly, having released the silencing charm. This had earned him a glare not only from the two young centaurs, but Michael as well, as in a dangerous tone, he spoke loudly enough for the distant centaurs to hear. "They are living beings. Just because they don't look exactly like us doesn't make them less worthy of respect. Don't insult them again if you know what's good for you." Boot swallowed hard, but the centaurs nodded with approval at his statement, and that was all that mattered at the moment. Tiredly, Michael turned to face Hagrid's hound before nodding, giving him the signal that they were good to return to Hagrid, a command that the dog was all too happy to follow. With one last polite bow to the centaur colony, Michael turned his back towards the little tribe and began chasing after Fang. This certainly was a lot more interesting than I thought it was going to be, that's for sure. Michael wasn't sure if Fang was currently tracking Hagrid's scent, or if he'd just become so familiar with walks through the forest that he was leading them by ear, but Michael was quite certain that they weren't leaving in the same direction they had come. "The planets are showing a looming disaster," he thought to himself. "I know that divination is spotty, but that's just too ominous to ignore." He wasn't sure how long they'd walked. The snow was rising quicker and quicker as the snow shower had yet to stop since morning, and the crowded forest had certainly done very little to help increase their speed. He had called out for Fang, asking him to heal, and as the dog sat upon the snow-clad ground wagging his tail happily, Michael had taken the opportunity, alongside Boot, to do what they could to catch their breath, even though the air was cold to the point it burned in their lungs. Numbly, Michael gazed off in the distance. Darkness filled every tree corridor, at least it had, until to his great surprise, an eruption of blue fire blinded him temporarily before it simmered down to a rather obnoxious glow. Just what the hell was that? Part of him knew that he shouldn't have approached. He knew he needed to leave well enough alone, and yet he couldn't stop himself. If curiosity killed the cat, the best he could hope for at that moment was hopefully whatever the source of the fire was. It wasn't in a cat-killing mood. His legs pushed forward, ignoring the calls of the other Ravenclaw and the howling of Fang as he unwillingly raced towards the source of the blue flame. Not wanting to be left alone, The sound of rapidly moving footsteps of Boot and Fang followed him from behind as he weaved in between the trees, another flash of blue flames becoming clearer in the distance. A well-lit forest clearing lied up ahead, and cautiously he approached, hiding behind a tree just shy of the clearing, Boot and Fang not far behind him. He felt a tremor fill his hand as he tilted his head slowly into view of the empty space, and whatever he'd been expecting, it certainly hadn't been the sight he saw. In the center of the forest, he saw a familiar silhouette with vibrant pink hair shivering in the distance. The girl's knees were curled up towards her chest, and the sounds of sobbing cut through the cool air like a knife. Claire. He thought to himself, a sense of urgency filling his heart as his legs sprang into action without a thought. Claire, he whispered once more, approaching the girl as quickly yet as cautiously as he could. His hand tapped her shoulder, but a searing heat filled his palm, forcing it off the French model. What the hell? His eyes fell to her once more. Claire, are you okay? Go away, she started in a low voice. Go away, go away, go away, she shouted, a panic rising in her voice. Get the hell away from me. A gust of pure heat, like a preheated oven being opened in his face, pushed him back, but he fought hard against the pressure as Boot and Fang filled the area. Claire, it's not safe to be out here all alone. You need to. Go away, she shrieked. Don't look at me. Go away. Michael swallowed hard but refused to budge. I'm not going to leave you out here, Michael called. It's not safe. You should come back with. Michael felt his heart stop in his chest, as what he could only distantly recognize as Claire, through her gray eyes, stared back at him with anger. However, she looked nothing like the beautiful model that had entered the school on their first day back. In place of her perfect button nose, a sharp-looking beak rested. Instead of the girl's perfectly manicured nails, her hands had seemed to have mutated into claw-like hooks, and around her neck and arms, a few feathers looked as if they'd been glued to her skin. What the hell are you? Boot called out in fear. I told you to go away, Claire yelled, tears streaming down her face, blue fire appearing in her sharpened hands. Leave now. You're a monster, a beast, Boot said. But as the Ravenclaw beside him shivered, Michael remained as unmoved as he possibly could, his eyes locked with the tormented girl. So this is the drawback of being a Vila, huh? Michael said as warmly as he could. I've got to say, Beauty Queen, this certainly isn't what I expected your animal side to look like. Nice feathers, by the way, they look very soft. Don't talk to me like that, she cried out, the tears streaming even heavier than before. I'm a monster, a freak. There's not a single thing about myself that I don't hate with all my heart. You're not a monster, Michael said calmly. You're different, but that doesn't make you a freak. And even if it did, what's wrong with that? Do you know how lame the world would be if everyone was normal and boring like me? Hell, you can shoot blue fireballs out of your hands, that's awesome. For a quick second, a stunned look seemed to have appeared across her face before gently, Michael called out. I'm going to get a bit closer, okay? I know I irritate you like crazy, but try not to burn me to a crisp. And if you do, please don't aim for the hair, it's pretty much all I have going for me. One step, and then another, and soon, Michael had found himself face to face with the French fourth year, his eyes locked with her. All right, Claire, is there anything I can do to help you out of this form? Slowly she nodded, gesturing towards a small drawstring sack that lay discarded on the icy ground. With a wave of his hand, Michael summoned the sack to him, untying the string and releasing a small corked vial from the bag. You need to drink this, he asked, calmly earning him a shaky nod from Claire, before uncorking the vial and handing it to her. She gripped the vial tightly, but her trembling hand had made her grip weak. Not sure what else to do, Michael placed his hands atop Claire's, pressing firmly against them to stop the tremors as he began moving the vial to her lips. Whatever the potion had tasted like, Michael imagined that it could not have been good, as a gagging sound erupted from Claire's throat before, to his horror, the girl bent over, grabbing her stomach tightly as she collapsed to the floor and began rolling in pain. Michael watched in fright as it looked like the girl was being asphyxiated, her hands gripping firmly around the feathers that coated her neck. However, much to his surprise, he watched as the beak that had once been so prominently displayed on her face had returned to her normal buttoned nose, and the feathers that had coated her skin had completely disappeared. A ragged breath filled the air, and rapidly, Michael dropped to his knees beside the girl, clasping her hand as her weak gray eyes stared into his. "Thank you for helping me." "I didn't feel like I helped much, if I'm being honest," Michael said with a weak grin. "Almost thought I lost you there." "You didn't run, you didn't even freak out when you saw me." Michael watched as Claire eyed him in confusion. "Why didn't you leave? It's not like we're friends or anything. In fact, I've been nothing but cold to you this whole time." "I don't know, guess I've been spending too much time around Harry maybe," Michael said with a sigh. "It's honestly such a pain, but I couldn't just leave you there, especially when it looked like you were in so much pain." "Michael, what the hell are you doing talking to that thing?" Boot called out. "You saw her, she almost killed us." Then a sinister look crossed his face, and Michael felt queasy just looking at the toxic grin that had found its way on the Ravenclaw's face. "Actually, better idea. You're some big shot model, right? How much would you be willing to pay to keep your animal side secret? I'd imagine quite a bit, am I right?" A look of fear that Michael had never seen before in anyone fell across Claire's face, as desperately she pleaded. "Please, don't, Don't worry about it," Michael said as he turned to face Boot. "He's not going to say a word about your transformation." "Oh yeah," Boot taunted. "And why's that?" "Simple," Michael said, drawing his wand from his pocket. "You're not going to remember seeing it. Stupefy." With a thud, Boot's body had found itself stunned and slumped back against a tree. "Michael," Claire shouted in shock. "What are you doing? You could get in so much trouble if you—" "Relax," Michael said. "I can handle this." Slowly, he trudged through the snow, his mind focused on everything he'd read that summer on the basics of obliviating, and carefully he lifted his wand at the boy. Slowly, he began to rotate his wand, and with a whisper, he spoke. "Obliviate." Magic is all about intent. He recalled eliminating everything he could from the moment they left the Centaur colony to now, and when he had felt his objective completed, he released his held breath with a heavy sigh. "All right, it's done." "Why did you do it?" Claire asked. "Why did you go so far out of your way to help me?" "It's not very much like me, is it?" Michael said. "I don't know, but the idea of seeing you weeping on the floor, begging for someone to help you, it just didn't sit well with me. I guess I just don't want you to stop being the major pain in my side I've gotten so used to over these past few months." An intrigued look seemed to glaze across Claire's eyes as Michael smiled, levitating Boot's stunned body into the air behind him. "Come on," he called out, offering the girl his hand. "Lean on me. We've got a bit of walking to do before we're out of this forest, and it's getting way too cold to hang around here any longer. Let's head back, pretty bird." "No, no, no, Master Harry," Astoria overheard the elderly elf call out as she worked on her spells in the distance. "When you do wandless magic, you have to think of your whole hand as a wand, not each finger. Fingers are just something to make the spell work. You won't make your wandless magic stronger if you aren't focusing." "I'm really trying here, creature," Harry said with a sigh, "but it's a lot harder than it looks." "Master Harry just has to stop being lazy and really try," Creature snapped back, and at that point, Astoria couldn't help but laugh at the sight she had been witnessing. Not only was the tiny and old elf standing up and looking down at Harry. Harry had taken a crisscrossed seating position on the ground like a child being disciplined by their parents. Harry's eyes met hers, and though she had tried to contain her chuckling, part of it still slipped out as Harry quipped back in a playful tone. "What's so funny, short stack? Do you want to try your hand at wandless, wordless magic?" "Come on, Harry," Astoria said, a smile beaming across her face. "You have to admit it looks kind of funny to see you for once having orders barked at." "Laugh it up, short stack," Harry said, rising from the ground as he glanced over at Creature. "Let me take a quick 5-minute break, and I'll get back to work on developing a stronger shielding charm, okay?" Creature nodded, once more taking his role as Harry's servant before she watched the raven-haired boy walk ever closer. "All right, short stack," Harry started. "If you have time to be laughing at me, that must mean you have your charm down perfectly, right?" "My training can't be going any worse than yours," Astoria replied through a snicker. "But if you want to see what I got, I think that you better be prepared to be blown away, because this time you're going to see a full-scale corporeal patronus. Just watch." Slowly, Astoria closed her eyes as she focused on her memory of choice. It was last year, when she, Harry, and Daphne had all finally gone flying together. It was the first time in a long time that she'd really felt alive, and if that memory wasn't going to work, nothing would. Her teeth grit with determination as she planted her feet and lifted her wand before with a voice brimming with passion. Astoria shouted, "Expecto Patronum!" Instantly a white mist formed at the tip of her wand, but she'd learned from her past mistakes. Simply shoveling more magic into her wand wouldn't work. She needed to focus on the feeling of happiness her memory had given her. She needed to focus on how truly alive she felt. Even through her closed eyelids, she could see the light of the Patroness getting brighter and brighter. All sounds of movement within the training room had come to a close before she heard Harry begin clapping slowly from behind. "Amazing, Astoria! Absolutely amazing! Keep this up and you might just outshine me." With pride, Astoria opened her eyes and, if possible, the smile on her face grew even larger than before as a full-fledged falcon soared throughout the room coated in a white mist. "Expecto Patronum." She heard Harry whisper from behind her, and soon, his familiar crow had caught up beside her falcon, the two patronesses engaged in what almost looked like a race. Laughter filled Astoria's lungs as she followed her conjured bird around the training room while Daphne, Tracy, and Blaze, fourth years who had still not been able to develop their own corporeal forms, watched on in sheer amazement. "You really are something else, Shortstack," Harry said warmly. "Mind you, in the presence of a Dementor, conjuring your Patroness wouldn't be as easy, but knowing how you are, and with enough practice, I'd say you'll have this spell truly mastered in no time." Astoria had wanted to smile at her big brother's praise, but suddenly it felt as if someone had stabbed a knife into her chest, and instantly the warm glow of her falcon vanished without a trace. It had only been for a split second, but the pain was undeniably intense, and a feeling of lightheadedness overwhelmed her as she dropped to her knees. "Astoria!" she heard Harry call out in concern, rushing to her side. "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" It can't be the curse, Astoria thought to herself, her pupils trembling at the thought. I'm still supposed to have time, another decade at least. She bit down hard on her lip, trying to calm her thoughts. No, maybe it was just exhaustion, maybe I used up too much magic. Yes, that has to be it, of course it. Astoria, she heard Harry repeat with an even shakier tone. Your nose, it's bleeding. With a wave of his wand, Harry quickly conjured a small towel to place at her nose as Daphne ran towards the two of them, a clear panic in her eyes. Astoria, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the hospital wing? I can go get. I'm fine, sis, she said as firmly as she could. I just got a little lightheaded from too much magic use is all. The Patroness charm is a real killer in that regard. Then what about your nose, huh? Daphne argued back from a place of pure concern. After all, she knew the truth of her condition probably even better than herself. And yet, she couldn't bear to tell her how scared she was feeling, especially not since her sister had been acting as a support beam for Harry, who was definitely in more immediate danger than herself. I wasn't really paying attention where I was walking earlier and ran into a pillar, Astoria lied. It was bleeding a bit then, but I thought it was done by the time I got here. Guess I was wrong, she finished playfully. Really, I'm okay. It's just a bloody nose. I'm sure she's okay, Daphne, Harry said, breaking the tension. But I think all of us are a bit exhausted after today, and with Neville and Hermione working on this project and Michael being out in the forest tonight, there's no real point in setting up a sparing bracket. We'll just practice some more tomorrow. Let's call it a night. Okay, short stack. Yeah, Astoria said, doing the best she could to keep the uncertainty out of her voice. That sounds like a good idea. Chapter 21. Accompaniment, let's head back, pretty bird. Michael's words had bounced around in her head for hours as she had returned to the carriage by his side. Never before had she felt the way she had when Michael had looked at her in the forest, unperturbed by a from that even disturbed her. She'd grown used to boys looking at her. Modeling was her job after all. But when her gray eyes had locked with the Ravenclaws, it felt like the first time in her life somebody was finally seeing her. She sat nervously at the Ravenclaw table. The sounds of loud clanking plates and shuffling silverware filled the air. She had found herself glancing nervously at the other Ravenclaw boy that had been by Michael's side in the forest. unsure of if Michael's observation had worked, but it certainly seemed like it had, as Claire didn't detect a single notion of fear in the boy's face. However, her nervous look must have sent a very different message to the boy, as a smirk replaced his otherwise blank expression, and Claire fought hard in her attempt not to vomit as the boy Michael had referred to as Boot winked at her. Thankfully, a palate cleanser had arrived just in time, as out of the corner of her eye, she watched as Harry Potter entered the great hall with Michael at his side. As had become the norm around the castle, a low whispering of preposterous rumors erupted throughout the hall, with theories ranging in all sorts of ludicrous directions about Harry being a dark wizard. When she was a young girl, she had this idea that perhaps Harry Potter would be the boy she would have fallen for. But despite the boy who lived being right in her line of sight, her eyes continuously wandered to the blue-haired boy at his side, the boy who'd seen the part of herself that she hated the most and looked past it without even a sliver of disgust. "Claire," she heard the voice next to her whisper, and her focus shortly shifted towards the silver-haired Vila beside her. "Are you feeling okay?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Claire asked, genuinely puzzled by the question. "I don't know," Fleur said with a shrug. "You just look awfully red in the face. You didn't eat one of those pepper imps, did you?" A new wave of embarrassment filled her face as her palm rested on her cheeks, feeling their heat. "Am I blushing?" she thought to herself in confusion. "I never blush." She squeezed down on her leg, trying to distract herself, as with her other hand she reached for a cup of water. Yet, she couldn't stop her eyes from returning to Michael, who had taken a seat only a few spots away, his back turned to the table as he continued to talk with Harry. "So detention wasn't too bad, I take it?" Claire heard Harry ask kindly. "It beat the hell out of cleaning all the castle's toilets last year, I can tell you that much," Michael replied with a chuckle. "I got to meet the centaurs. They're actually pretty cool if you show them respect, although it seems like their divination skills are a bit better than ours. They already seemed pretty in the know about everything that's been going on." What's been going on? Claire pondered to herself, what the hell does that mean? However, whatever it had meant, Harry had seemed to have got the message, as the boy's normally lazy grin was replaced with a look of disturbed intrigue. "I'll tell you more about it later, a bit too public here," Michael said softly, though Claire had always been blessed with great hearing. "In other news, you know the groundskeeper, Hagrid. He said he has some stories to tell you about your parents. Apparently, he knew them pretty well. He invited you to his hut for tea, if ever you wanted to hear about them from anyone other than Remus and Sirius." I'll think about it," Harry replied. "But Sirius, he tells me that Hagrid suffers a bit from being, well, Dumbledore's lapdog, for lack of a better word. Sirius has always told me he was a great guy, but blind loyalty is a dangerous quality." Michael nodded his head in agreement, and while their conversation shifted to less cryptic things, it ended shortly after with a tapping of their fists as Harry walked back towards his table. The way they talk. It's almost as if they're planning for something, Claire thought to herself, but what exactly? Claire pushed the thought out of her mind. Perhaps she was overthinking it, perhaps she wasn't, but in the end, whatever it was that Michael and Harry were talking about, it had nothing to do with her. And with her attention now back on her plate of breakfast, she finished her meal before exiting the Great Hall, her mind now focused on the charms homework she'd been assigned. And with her struggles with magic, she knew completing the assignment would take its fair share of time. The walk to the library was quiet, and it was obvious why. December was now just around the corner, and with it, the looming presence of the Yule Ball. While at one point the library would have been considerably full, even on a weekend, as many students used the time to catch up on late work. Now, the majority of the day was being spent with boys, and on some occasions, girls building up the courage to ask that special someone to attend the Yule Ball with them. When she had first heard of the Yule Ball, much like Fleur, she groaned at the thought. She had been offered a date by a multitude of 5th and 6th years, and while Fleur was bound to go due to the contract, Claire had been intending of avoiding the ball altogether. At least she had been until yesterday. She would never admit it. She would sooner die than reveal the secret thought she had come to last night, but despite her insistence, she couldn't shake the way her heart would enter a rapid rate as she imagined the blue-haired boy asking her to the ball. If he asked her, she'd go, but she knew that nobody else stood a chance at convincing her otherwise. As she had predicted, the library had been uncommonly empty. Yes, there was a little bit of movement from certain first and second year students who weren't exactly looking to get a date to the Yule Ball, but overall the space was clear. Wasting no time, knowing far too well that even the simplest of spells took her hours to understand, she had found a corner table and pulled her charms textbook from her book bag. The severing charm. She thought to herself in dismay, well, at least the theory on this one doesn't look too long. She thankfully had been right in her assumption, as the textbook merely went over the brief history, historical uses, and the developer of the charm. It had also gotten into the details of how this charm should be practiced with caution, as a careless swipe of the wand could cause a fair share of injuries. Overall, she'd been relieved to have finished the required reading so quickly, but then came the part that daunted her, practical use. Okay, so if I do this hand movement, with a focus on making the tip of my wand like a scalpel, in theory, I should be able to at least make some minor cuts on a target. Are you talking about the severing charm? She heard a familiar voice call out from behind her, and instantly, she jumped in her seat before turning around and spotting the blue-haired boy standing there with a gentle smile. Sorry, didn't really mean to scare you. I wasn't scared, Claire said, looking away as she tried to regain her composure. I was just a bit caught off guard is all. She saw the smirk that had risen to Michael's face had yet to fade, and haughtily, she asked, "What are you even doing here anyway? Shouldn't you be at breakfast?" I could ask you the same thing, pretty bird, Michael said softly, bringing a heated glow to her face at hearing his new nickname for her. Honestly, he started as he too looked away bashfully. I just came to see if you were doing all right after last night. I saw you rush out of the Great Hall and got a bit concerned something was wrong, but now I see you're just studying, so I'll let you go now. She watched as Michael began to turn her back, and never before had she fought so painfully against her pride as she stared at the extremely gifted wizard, particularly when it came to charms. It had felt as if her stomach was caught in a sea storm with how nauseous she felt at the thoughts that filled her brain, and as the words began to slowly crawl out of her mouth, it had felt as if she was suffering from severe acid reflux, but through it all, she spoke some of the most hated words she knew. Can you help me? What? Michael said, turning around, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What did you say? Please don't make me say it again. It made me want to puke the first time. Claire spoke, trying to regain her senses. Look, you're the best when it comes to charms, and I could really use a hand, okay? You know, normally I don't tutor people, it's not really my thing, Michael said with a sigh as Claire watched him approach. But given how incredibly troublesome you can be, I know I don't really have a choice. Despite the condescending words, his tone was light-hearted and cheery, in a way it almost sounded playful. It'll be a pain, but I guess I have some time. Thanks for being so generous, Claire replied back sassily, something that had brought a grin to the boy's face. But all the cockiness she may have felt had quickly evaporated as she felt Michael stand over her chair, her head accidentally leaning back against his abs as she got a hint of his more tropical scented cologne. All right, so the first step is to get rid of that textbook, Michael said in a laid-back fashion that had shocked Claire back to reality as she looked up at the boy in confusion. Trust me, reading from a textbook is fine, I guess. I see it as mostly a waste of time, though. Magic, it's not something that can really be confined to the pages of a textbook. It's alive in a way, and the only way to truly understand magic is by doing it. Claire continued to listen in silence as Michael chuckled. That's what my dad used to say. Well, kind of. He's a muggle mechanic, so it's not exactly the same. But he told me that I could read about the inner functionings of a car until I went blind, but I wouldn't really understand how a car worked until I took one apart myself. Now, obviously, a car and a spell are different, but the same theory still applies. So come on, Michael said with a snappy tone that was so forced it became slightly comical. Pack up your things and follow me. Where are we going? Outside, you can't very well practice severing things in here, Michael said with a grin. Madam Pince can get a bit touchy if someone disrespects her library. Trust me, he said with a shudder. I would know. A spark of electricity flooded her body as she felt Michael take her hand, and before she could even realize it, the two had left the library, their fingers intertwined as they headed out onto the chilly Hogwarts grounds. 1 hour later. Sweat was beating down her face as the sting of the cold brushed against her skin. At first, She'd been worried about showing Michael the place where she and Fleur had come to practice her transformation within the forbidden forest. But seeing as he already knew her secret, she didn't see a reason to not use the land that had been pre-negotiated for her use. Her breath was heavy. Each ragged pant filled her lungs with chilled air that burned her to her core as she felt a shakiness in her legs. Never before had she tried to use so much of her own natural magic, not wanting to rely on her Vila powers, and the effects were really starting to take their toll. Fury was the one thing that kept her standing, as, despite all her efforts, she could hardly make a decent scrape against the trunk of the tree, whereas Michael had sliced through nearly a third of one in a single swipe. Angrily, she whipped out her wand once more, pointing at the tree in front of her before forcing as much of her remaining magic as she could through her wand. Defindo! A small horizontal beam of hot pink light sprang from her wand, but as it made contact with the tree, only another measly scratch was left behind. Merde! Claire swore as she felt herself falling back, her energy at an all-time low. But rather than feeling the cold snow surround her head, she was met with the warm and firm presence of Michael's chest, his arm wrapped around her side, supporting her exhausted frame. For a moment, she felt as if she couldn't breathe, as his light brown eyes had made contact with her tired gray orbs. But before she could say a word, he slowly began lowering himself to the ground, supporting her the whole way down until she was resting gently against the tree. Idiot, she thought to herself bashfully. You didn't have to let go of me, you know. But her thoughts were shattered as Michael stared gently at her and smiled. Good try. I'm sure you'll get it with a little more practice. You're a terrible liar, Claire said, looking away from Michael as she stared up at the tree that she'd cut so poorly. Michael chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I've been told that before. But I do mean it. I'm sure with some more practice you'll be able to perform the spell no problem. No, I wouldn't, Claire spoke solemnly. We've been out here for a little more than an hour, and the best I could do was barely scratch the tree. Meanwhile, she turned up to face the gigantic slash Michael had left in the tree trunk. In terms of magic that doesn't come from my Vila side, I'm hardly any better than a squib. Even the most basic spells are damn near impossible for me to learn and master. It was quiet for a moment as the cold gust of wind blew through the forest, and as she shivered. With intrigue, she watched as Michael rose, unzipping his coat and tossing it over to her softly without a word. He brushed the snow off his pants before casting another set of warming charms on both himself and her, as he once again re-entered a sitting position against a separate tree trunk, glancing at her form, his eyes seemingly in a deep haze. You know, for a model, you sure have a lot of self-loathing. Claire swallowed hard as Michael continued. There isn't a single thing about myself that I don't hate, Michael said in a calming tone. That's what you told me last night. I imagine most of that comes from being a Vila, right? But while I imagine that your bird transformation can be a bit taxing, to say the least, I still don't understand where all this hatred of yourself comes from. Why do you care if I like myself or not? Claire spat back, pain filling her chest. I guess I don't really, Michael said with a shrug. If anything, I'm just curious. You can be a bit bossy and judgmental, but I don't think that makes you a bad person. I'm just wondering why you think you are. Once again, silence overtook the forest and Claire's mind began racing at a mile a minute. Should I tell him? Why should you? It's not like we're friends. The only person I've ever told is Fleur. Why would I open up to him? But he isn't afraid of you. He's trying to help. However long this back and forth in her mind had been going on, it clearly hadn't been for just a short while as she watched Michael once more rise to his feet and shrug. It's all right if you don't want to tell me. I guess I'll just. It's because of my mom, Claire spat out, desperately wanting Michael to stay with her. At her admission, Michael approached slowly once more, leaning up against a tree as he prepared to listen to her story. My father, before he was the minister, he met my mom. They were young, attractive, and dumb. They had nothing in common. In fact, I'd argue that by any measure, they should have hated each other. But my mother was poor, and my father was rich, and using her Vila powers, she forced an attraction between herself and my dad. Michael's eyes rested softly upon her as she continued. My mom, she used my dad, taking his wealth and using it to travel the world, buy herself lavish gifts, and in return, my mother offered herself to my dad. It hadn't taken long until my mom became pregnant with me. Claire could see a glimmer of sympathy appear across Michael's otherwise relaxed face. When Avila becomes pregnant, their allure stops working, and when this happened, my father had realized the trance he'd been in. He had wanted to leave my mother, but he stayed because of me. Still, with magical marriages being a bit more complicated to get out of than Muggle ones, and a lot more costly, he couldn't bring himself to tie himself down to a woman that had done nothing but deceive him, and while they coexisted within the same house, it was far from a loving home. During this time, my grandfather on my father's side passed away, leaving his business to my dad. My dad's always been too kind for his own good, and had begun garnering a reputation of using whatever funds that were left over to assist the poor. This had led him into a push for a government office within the French ministry, and he won with overwhelming support. It was also at this time that I was born, and despite hating my mother, he never took it out on me. He loved me so much he named me after my grandmother, Claire's. She smiled slightly as she remembered back to her early childhood. He was always so proud of me. He'd even bring me to his office some days to keep him company. Yet he never told anyone about who my mother was. To him, my mother was dead. When I was 3 years old, Claire continued, my father started seeing this other woman, the lady that is now my stepmother. I can't really remember much about what happened when they first met, but I do know that even all of these years later, they still love each other deeply. She grit her teeth angrily as she recalled what happened next, but my mother couldn't simply leave them alone. My father had told my stepmother about everything that had happened to him, and my stepmother still wanted to be with him. And in order to do so, my father told my mother that she could keep the house and all the gifts he bought her. He'd even send her a living stipend from the business. But in return, I was to come with him, and she was to renounce all parental rights over me. She refused, Claire said, pain ringing in her voice. My mother, she hated feeling replaced and seeing my father leave her control, and while my father was at work, my mother had broken into the new house where my stepmother had been caring for me, and a duel broke out. I can't really remember any of it, but supposedly my stepmother was capable of holding her own. That was until my mother transformed. She heard Michael swallow hard, trying to digest the information. My mother went on a rampage, and to this day my stepmom has a terrible scar on her back from my mother's claws as my stepmom tried to shelter me with her body. Thankfully, because it was the house of a government official, Aurors arrived quickly on the scene and subdued my mom. But still, ever since then, the fact that I carry this monster inside me, the fact that I carry her blood in my veins, it makes me so angry. Tears started leaking down her cheeks as she shouted, her emotions coming to a boiling point. I hate her. I hate her so much. I can't stand that I'm half. Suddenly, she had found herself wrapped in the comfort of a tight embrace, her chin resting on Michael's shoulder as she gripped desperately at his back. You're not your mother. Just because you share her blood doesn't mean you're anything like her. Attributing who you are to the idea that because your parents acted one way you'll do the same isn't true in the slightest. She tightened her grip against the boy deeper than before as she heard him whisper, So you're wrong. You're not a monster. You're Claire Belmont. You're the most troublesome woman I have ever met, and more than that, you're my friend. Why would you want to be friends with me? She said in a sunken tone. Didn't you hear what I said? What if you're wrong about me and I'm using all of this to manipulate you? Why do you believe my story anyway? You're not a good enough liar to have made that whole story up, Michael said gently, and I don't have the slightest fear that you have any intention to manipulate me. Plus, we both know that your allure doesn't work on me anyway. There was only a slight pause before a sentence that she could never imagine the boy saying in real life emerged from his lips, and I'll go one step further to prove to you that I'm serious. But in order to do that, I've got a question I need to ask you. Will you come to the Yule Ball with me, as my date? This isn't funny, Michael, she replied sternly, not wanting to believe something so genuinely good was happening to her. I'm not laughing, Michael said, but I really hope your dress isn't pink because while that color might look good on you, I don't think I can rock it as well. It's gray, she said gently, looking up at him with a teary smile. Do you think you can work with that, slacker clown? I think that's manageable, he said with a smirk, pretty bird. He smiled as he broke the hug, and Claire rapidly attempted to dry her tears as she looked up at him, smiling down at her. Come on, let's head back to the castle. It's almost time for lunch, and I promised I'd help Harry with this over-the-top idea he had to ask Daphne to the Yule Ball tonight. Okay, Claire said with a smile as she felt Michael take her hand once more. She wasn't exactly sure what she and Michael were at the moment, but it didn't really matter to her. Somehow, he'd managed to pull her out of one of her darker strings of thoughts, and she couldn't have felt more grateful. The image of the blood leaking from Astoria's nose had made falling asleep last night more than a bit difficult. Tracy had done what she could to calm her down, reminding her that even at its worst, Astoria still had until her 20s before there should have been any visible effects. But Daphne knew better. She knew when Astoria was lying, and despite how badly she wanted to believe the story about her little sister walking into a pillar, she knew better than that. Which is why she had found herself sitting alone in the library, the glow of the crescent moon illuminating her view as she began opening another medical magic book she'd previously read cover to cover. Come on, she thought to herself desperately. There must be something I missed. Please, for the love of Merlin, give me something, anything that can help her. However, as footsteps began creeping up on her from behind, she knew that any peace she had been hopping for was shattered. Thankfully, the voice that called out to her was friendly. I thought you'd be here. Tracy, Daphne called out tiredly. It's not a good time right now. Is there any way you could go talk to Blaze about whatever it is that's? I'm not really here to talk to you about anything, Tracy said, and Daphne could hear the smirk rising onto her best friend's face. I came here to collect you for a surprise. I hate surprises, Daphne grumbled lowly. Plus, right now I'm in the middle of researching. I know, Tracy said, and I understand what you're trying to do, but we've already been through every healing magic book in this library. You know you're just wasting time here. Plus, Astoria said if you don't come with me, then she'd come down here and drag you out of the library, so I suggest you just make it easier on yourself and come with me. You're all so annoying, Daphne said with a defeated sigh, though she and Tracy both knew she didn't mean a word of it. Fine, where are we going? Follow me, was all that Tracy said before together, the two of them left the library. Despite the heavy weight Daphne felt resting on her shoulder, she couldn't help but feel curious as to what the surprise Tracy had been hinting at was. She wasn't sure about the content, but she'd bet her life that Harry was involved in one way or another. Anxiously, she followed her best friend through the castle corridors, continuously moving upward until she had found herself at the astronomy tower, her favorite place in the entire castle, the stars shimmering in the dark sky above. Tracy wrapped her hand around her wrist as she continued to drag Daphne closer and closer towards the edge of the tower's balcony before she whipped out her wand and fired red sparks off into the air. Before she could even adjust her eyes to the darkness, two figures zipped through the black sky at incredible speeds, their wands in hand as they tossed what looked to be compressed red packages being kept levitated through the magic into the air. She couldn't help but shake her head in amusement as she watched the two flyers zip around the moonlit backdrop at a breakneck pace, until finally, the movement stopped. She tilted her head curiously before she felt Tracy pull a pair of Muggle sunglasses over her eyes, and then, a sound barrier-breaking explosion erupted from the darkness. At first, all she saw was smoke, but then a smile grew to her face as what looked like a silhouette of her composed completely of fireworks began to take shape in the distance. Then, another figure appeared from the smoke, this one a boy with very messy hair that she knew could be none other than Harry appeared, taking her celestial doppelganger's hand before proceeding to do a short dance among the starlit background. Daphne fought desperately in her attempt to keep her jaw from falling to the floor, before right at the edge of the balcony, smiling brightly from his broom, was none other than Harry Potter. Well, Princess, he said gently, I know you're not a big fan of surprises, but I hope you're enjoying the show. Harry, this is, she started feeling completely lost for words. How did you do this? Don't worry about that, he said cheerfully. Come on, let's get a closer look. He hadn't even given her a chance to reply before he took her hand in his, and Tracy gave her a quick and firm shove off the balcony landing right in front of Harry on his broom. Her body started to shake. She'd never liked brooms, but as she felt Harry's arms come around her, acting as a seatbelt as he guided his broom further up towards the display, an overwhelming feeling of warmth filled her. Hang on, okay. She nodded, and gently, Harry moved the broom forward, the two of them gliding through the display until they hovered above the black lake, the two celestial dancers fading into the smoke once more. Harry, that was beautiful. I'm glad you liked it, Harry said warmly. When I heard about the Yule Ball, I knew I wanted to do something special, and thankfully, Fred and George had supplied me with materials over the summer that gave me just the right idea. I promised that this year would be easier than last year, and I've been feeling super guilty that it hasn't been. That's not your... I know, Harry said, but you've been helping me out all year with things no normal girlfriend should ever have to do, so think of this as my way of saying thank you. Daphne smiled as she felt one of Harry's arms leave his broom and wrap around her waist firmly. Oh yeah, there's one thing I wanted to ask you. Fighting her fear, she pushed herself up, turning herself on the broom until she faced Harry, his green eyes bleeding into her soul. Be my date at the Yule Ball, okay? As much as she wanted to, words simply weren't coming to her mind, and doing the only thing she could, she leaned forward, catching Harry's lips as her arms tightened around his neck. She felt Harry grin against her lips before under the gaze of the crescent moon, hovering far above the black lake. Harry kissed her back, a soft moan leaving their lips. As they broke apart, Harry had entered the widest smile she'd ever seen on the boy, and with a teasing tone he asked, "So that's a yes?" "Of course it's a yes, you over-the-top idiot," she called back, unable to stop herself from releasing an extremely girly giggle, something that was so unlike her that it had caused Harry to chuckle as well. "You could have asked me on the back of a napkin, and I would have said yes, but thank you for going so far above and beyond." Sirius sat on the couch in the sitting room of 12 Grimmauld Place, Emmeline resting gently against his shoulder while Remus pushed closer to peek into the mirror's frame where the boy Sirius had come to love as his own son sat surrounded by his girlfriend and his two best friends, a look of deep conflict in his eyes. "Padfoot," Harry whispered softly, "are you sure you don't want us there to back you up? I mean, what if there's more of them coming than you think?" "It'll be a sad day when I'm forced to admit I need you to bail me out of trouble, pup," Sirius said in a light-hearted tone before growing serious. "Harry," he stated calmly, "we're going to be fine. I know you have your doubts about this plan, but we have no other choice if we want to continue receiving information from our mole." "I'd feel better about this whole thing if I knew who the mole was," Harry said, his confidence shaken. "I promise I'll tell you, pup," Sirius said softly, "but with Dumbledore's particular method of training, any information you have could become his, and we can't risk anything this sensitive, at least not yet." Sirius could see the disappointment on his godson's face but pressed through it. "Harry, I want you to keep your head on straight. You have your own set of challenges to deal with moving forward. We've practiced this ambush protocol ad nauseum. Everything is going to be all right, okay, pup?" "All right," Harry said with a sigh. "Just don't go dying on me, you mangy mutt." "Never," Sirius said firmly as he smiled. "Harry, it's time for me to go, but I'll contact you soon. Stay safe, pup. I love you." "Love you too, Sirius. Keep him alive, okay, Mooney?" Harry asked in a pleading tone. "Roger that, cub," Remus replied warmly. "Em and I will keep him from being too reckless." Harry nodded, a look of forced confidence plastered upon his face before, with a curt nod and smile, both he, Remus, and Harry spoke at once. "Mischief managed." Sirius sighed as he put down the mirror, turning to the grandfather clock that ticked ominously, counting down the seconds until he led his family into another wild situation. He felt Remus place his hand on his shoulder, while his eyes locked with Andromeda, who looked as if she was going to be sick. "You don't have to come," Sirius said softly. "I know your relationship with her was never as strong as it was with Narcissa, but she's still your sister." Andromeda sat there silently, her hand gripping her husband's, who rested beside her, providing as much comfort as he could. "I'll kill her," Sirius said in a firm tone, "if I have to. If she tries to block our escape, regardless of the fact that she's my cousin, I won't spare her life." "Sirius," Emmeline hissed, but the look he had received from Remus had shown that his best friend was on the same page as him. "I know," Andromeda said with a deadpan expression. "Are you prepared to do the same if it comes to that?" Sirius asked, unable to allow any weakness into his voice. "Don't make me say it out loud," Andromeda said, her eyes cold and filled with pain. "Harry, I raised him. I've watched him grow from a helpless baby to a strong and capable boy who unfortunately has to deal with more than any boy his age ever should. For all practical purposes, that boy is my son, and my sister has joined the ranks of an organization seeking to kill him. Just as I would do anything to protect Nim, I'd do the same for Harry. If it comes to it, I'll do what has to be done. Her voice trembled at her admission, but Sirius could see the fire that glowed in his cousin's eyes. She may have been sorted into Slytherin, but when it came to protecting her children, she resembled a lioness far more than a snake. "Okay," Sirius said with a nod as the clock struck 11. "According to the information that Narcissa gave us, the Deeters are planning their raid at midnight. No sense in giving them a greater advantage than necessary." He sighed as he rose from the couch, Emmeline's hand in his and Remus by his side. "Let's get ready for a family reunion." Chapter 22. Welcome to hell. Much like the lake house that had served as the rendezvous spot when Sirius and Andromeda had decided on meeting up with Narcissa, the Black Manor in Cornwall had certainly seen some better days. Over the past couple of days, Sirius had sent Creature to the house to try and make it look like a safe house that was being practically used. But even with house elf magic, there was only so much that could be done to fix such an abandoned and broken home. "I used to love it here," he heard Andromeda speak in a voice filled with painful nostalgia. Sirius watched as Andromeda's husband took her hand. His eyes followed his cousin towards the piano that had only been recently cleaned. "I learned how to play right over there. It's hard to believe this is going to be another lost home." "We all have to do what we can," Ted whispered gently, "even if that means sacrificing our past memories in order to protect our future." Sirius nodded in agreement with the large man's statement. He too had found no pleasure in destroying Black property. Yes, he never had the strongest connection to his family, but that didn't mean he couldn't respect the history, even if it was often filled with darkness. He felt his own hand receive a gentle squeeze, this time being met with Emmeline's deep violet eyes. He saw the familiar involuntary tremble in his girlfriend's pupils, the same way it had always done when she was scared or excited about an assigned mission back during the First War. It was something that had always provided him with some certainty that he wasn't the only one constantly fighting against his fears. "Padfoot, it's almost time," Remus called out, breaking his stream of thought. "We should get in position." Wordlessly, Sirius nodded and watched as the group scattered towards the various windows that rested alongside corners which could be used for spellfire cover. He turned back to Emmeline, a firm look of determination on her face as together they nodded, moving towards their position along the top right section of the house. "She's most likely going to be in the lead. She always was his favorite," Sirius thought to himself, reflecting on the unpleasant woman that was his cousin. Sissy said to expect the Lestrange brothers and Crouch Jr., as well as Malfoy. But with Bella at the helm, we can't afford to show mercy. It's kill or be killed. Sirius growled lowly at the thought. "Andromeda, please don't hesitate." "You're worried about Andy, aren't you?" Emmeline questioned softly. "Yes," Sirius admitted. "On any other mission, I would trust her implicitly, but I'm asking her to possibly kill her sister." He grit his teeth in hesitation. If it was Regulus out there leading them, I don't think I could, but he stopped himself, unable to finish the thought. Damn it, if only she would have allowed Tonks to come. We need every fighter we can get. "Padfoot," she whispered gently, "we're going to be fine, and I wouldn't doubt Andromeda's resolve. When it comes to protecting our children, we mothers are very protective of our kids." "We?" Sirius questioned, a genuine confusion filling his face. However, before Emmeline even had a chance to answer, the ringing of the grandfather clock was met with the sound of sirens erupting. Somebody had broken past the protective wards, and by the looks of it, they were just on time. "We'll talk about it later," Emmeline said fiercely. "Right now, we have to focus." If there was one thing that Sirius hated, it was being kept in the dark. But as he noticed a woman with thick, shining dark hair, long eyelashes, and heavily hooded eyes enter the courtyard alongside a small army of 4 masked Death Eaters and a handful of initiates, he was forced to agree with his lover. "All right," he sighed. "Now then, let's welcome my cousin home." Quickly, he stood pointing his wand at the window, and with a roar, Sirius cast the opening spell, Reducto. A jet of blue shattered the window as Sirius watched his demented cousin block it with a smile. "Such ferocity," she said in a sickeningly sultry voice. "Where are all the long-overdue pleasantries, Sirius?" "I never considered us on pleasant terms, my dear cousin," Sirius taunted back, "with Voldemort trying his best to kill me while you laughed by his side." "You dare speak his name," Bellatrix hissed. "A blood-traitorous rat like you has no right to utter my master's name." From the lower left window, another bolt, this time blood-red, raced towards her only to be intercepted by a Death Eater goon wanting to prove himself, falling to the ground stunned and silenced. My, Bellatrix said, her rage simmering down slightly. "It seems of information was right. It's not just you here, is it, Sirius? We have the whole pack of rats cornered." Slowly, he watched as Bellatrix turned to the group of initiates standing behind her. "Very well, then. If you want to stay held up in that old building like the filthy rats you are, then that's how we'll treat you. Boys," she bellowed, "exterminate them." From every angle, sparks flew through the house, some erupting into pools of ember blaze, others simply exploded, while yet another was flung at the manor in a slicing motion. Sirius wasn't exactly sure on just how much damage the house could take, but he had to admit he was rather impressed with the protective wards that both Dobby and Creature had set up around the old building. "Now it's our turn," Sirius thought as both he and Emmeline lifted their wands. "Confringo." "Defindo," Emmeline roared as his blast of fire meeting with her pink slashing spell, igniting her severing charm. Sirius cringed but forced himself to hold his focus as he watched one of the Death Eater's initiates burst into flames, while two fell to the ground, their torsos separated from their bodies. From the corner that Sirius knew Remus resided, an orange haze-like spell made contact with another Dieter wannabe, dropping him to his knees as the man was forced into terrifying convulsions, which ceased only when the man had begun to vomit up his entrails. However, while many of the initiates looked disturbed, a bone-chilling cackle erupted from Bellatrix's mouth. "This is new. This is certainly new. I don't remember Dumbledore's order being one to go for the kill." "This isn't Dumbledore's order anymore," Sirius called back as once more he raised his wand, casting a spell that even slightly frightened him, but knowing that wasting time wasn't an option. Instantly, Sirius released a stream of fire that instantly brought beads of sweat to his face as he aimed it out into the manor's courtyard. "Come on, please let this work," he growled in his mind as he forced more of his magic into the newly formed fiendfire now. He thought, whipping his wand, fiercely commanding the flames to stop as the demonic fire took the shape of an enormous lion. The lion roared a stream of fire and in anger, he hissed, "Burn away." It was one of the few times in Sirius' life he'd seen a look of genuine concern appear upon Bellatrix's face. Instantly, his cousin, along with the masked Death Eaters, knew what to do, rolling out of the way of the initial strike of the flaming lion's paw before apparating to a safer distance. The fresh meat, however, weren't as in the loop, and Sirius watched as three of them lifted their wands, desperately casting a jet of water only to be met with an unbearably warm steam, and then an intense burning pain. Sirius had felt sick to his stomach as the smell of burning flesh filled the smoke-clad air. Screams of agony filled the air, and he grit his teeth, desperately trying to maintain his focus as he watched the four masked Death Eaters reappear on the scene with Bellatrix at the point. With surprising grace and agility, the 5 Death Eaters once more avoided another strike before lines of sand-colored ropes emerged from the tips of each of the Dieter's wands. In dismay, Sirius watched as what he believed to be an unstoppable curse became bound by his adversary's spells and slowly began turning to dust. He didn't have long to be surprised, however, as without even a moment's hesitation, a jet of sickening green sprang towards him from Bellatrix's wand. Sirius quickly tilted out of the way, but felt his heart momentarily stop in his chest, as what could have been a life-ending spell had sailed right past the tip of his nose. Enraged, he watched as Emmeline lifted her wand, firing rapidly at Bellatrix, creating explosion after explosion on the ground just beneath the insane Black Sister's feet. "Good, good," Bellatrix shouted in euphoria. "I love it when they fight back, but next time I won't miss." 2 more Death Eaters stepped forward. By their height, Sirius was certain it could be none other than the Lestrange siblings. Quickly, the 2 men shot their wands upwards, summoning a mud wall fortress to protect them from the onslaught of fire coming from all armed windows. Avada Kedavra! He heard his twisted cousin shout, and in horror, Sirius watched as the spell raced towards the window that was currently being watched over by Andromeda and Ted. A flash of green filled the air before a cloud of dust rose from the window. A dirt wall summoned before them as, from the clouded area, a flash of pink was seen through the chaos. Tonks, Sirius thought to himself as a gust of wind blew away the remaining dust, revealing an absolutely livid nymphadora Tonks at the top of the conjured wall. Which one of you fired the killing curse at my parents? Nim, Sirius heard Andromeda shout at the top of her lungs. What the hell are you doing here? I ordered you. I was waiting, Tonks said. But you were all taking too long and I got the feeling you needed help. It looks like I was right. So, his cousin's cold voice spoke once more. You're the half-blood disgrace of our family, my sister's blood traitorous spawn. Sirius watched as Tonks glared down Bellatrix with anger. I'm glad you're here as well. Now I don't have to hunt you down to exterminate another failing line of the Black House. Come and try it, bitch. Damn, Sirius cursed to himself, leaning out the window preparing to jump. Guess we're doing this now. Quickly, he sprung from cover, Emmeline right behind him as Ted, Remus, and Andromeda all prepared to fight in close-quarters combat. Tonks lifted her wand, and before another word could be said, both the now red-haired Auror and Bellatrix had been locked into a power struggle with a line of blue and green colliding from each witch's respected wand. Got to help, Sirius thought to himself, got to make it in time, but before he could, he found himself having to roll out of the way of another green flash as a man with long, flowing blonde hair stood before him. You're going to pay for making a fool out of me at the World Cup, Black. Angrily he hissed as he watched Andromeda and Ted engaged with the two Lestrange siblings, while Remus had his hand full with another masked Death Eater he couldn't quite pin down, all while sparks continued to fly from Tonks and Bellatrix's battle. I really don't have the time for this, Malfoy, Sirius called back in anger. Then I suggest you make some, Lucius hissed, raising his wand once more. Avada Kedavra? As quickly as he could, Sirius pulled back, watching as a bolt of deathly green light flashed dangerously close to his face once more. His heels hit the stone courtyard hard as he skidded back, readjusting his balance, his wand raised before with a quick twirl. The tiles along the ground rose from the place, creating a large shield. Don't you dare touch him, Sirius heard an enraged Emmeline call from the distance. Confringo! The sounds of a loud explosion rang through Sirius' ears as, through the smoke, Sirius saw the tip of Lucius' wand aimed at Emmeline. He didn't want to watch, but he couldn't pull his eyes away as a bolt of white-hot fire sprang from the Death Eater's wand, breaking through the witch's last-minute shielding spell, falling her to the ground with a scream of intense agony. Emmeline, Sirius shouted, his voice full of panic as his mind raced back to the unconscious body of Emmeline after he had first failed to protect her. Throwing caution to the wind, Sirius ran from behind his conjured cupboard as he raced towards his girlfriend's side, seeing her lying motionless in the center of a miniature crater, her forearms severely burned in a protective stance over her belly. For a moment, it had felt like everything in the world had come to a stop as a boiling rage flooded his veins, his vision beginning to turn red. In a haze of pure hatred, he met the eyes of the man that had harmed the woman he'd come to love, a shimmer of fear becoming ever more apparent in the blonde Death Eater before Sirius shouted, Crucio! Wails of pure anguish erupted from Lucius, but Sirius didn't care. Crucio! Once more a jet of unforgivable red stemmed from his wand, forcing Lucius to tear at his own throat, his vocal cords ripping from the pain. The sound of cracking filled the air as Sirius lifted his wand once more, his chest heavy and his cheeks clad with tears. Cruci! Padfoot, stop! He heard a voice call in the distance before he felt his wand fly out of his hand. Get a hold of yourself. In the distance, he watched as the elder Malfoy crawled away, desperately trying to get some distance from Sirius, as he felt himself being held in a headlock by the last remaining marauder. I'm going to kill him, Moony. I'm going to. But before he could utter another word, a stunning blast of green light filled the courtyard, forcing him to shield his eyes as the sound of his cackling cousin. The only other Death Eater beside Lucius remaining on the battlefield smiled sharply, her wand flung from her hand by the combined efforts of the reunited Tonks family. "Looks like you and I aren't all that different after all, are we, cousin?" Bellatrix said in a taunting tone as Andromeda held her wand to her sister's neck, while Ted began performing immediate first aid on their daughter. "You can go ahead and kill him if you like. A pathetic man who couldn't stand against a single blood traitor is worth nothing to my lord." "Do it, Sirius," Bellatrix said with a sinister smirk. "Embrace what you are. You're a black just like me. We were born to reign over those beneath us. Kill him, Sirius. Show me just how alike we are, and perhaps I'll even beg my lord to spare." "That's enough talking," Andromeda barked out, digging her wand deeper into her sister's neck. "Well, sissy," Bellatrix said, a bright smile on your face, "are you going to do it? Are you going to look your big sister right in the eyes and kill her? Are you going to torture me, chain me up, keep me as a prisoner in my own home? Do you really have that in you?" Sirius watched, his momentary wave of anger subsiding as a tear streamed down Andromeda's face. "Please, please stop this." The heartbroken tone in Andromeda's voice sent chills down his spine as desperately the middle black sister pleaded. "Come with us, fight with us. Let my husband heal your mind." Andromeda's voice had run ragged. "You weren't always like this. You were always proud, but you took care of us when we were young. When Mom and Dad weren't around, you always protected us. Please, please stop." For a moment, a solemn look overtook the face of the eldest black sister. But only for a moment, as in fury, Bellatrix slammed her head into her younger sister, blood dripping from both their newly formed head abrasions as Bellatrix broke free of her bound position. In a blur of midnight black, Bellatrix quickly retrieved her wand, levitating Lucius to her as quickly and aggressively as possible before, with another crack, they vanished. With the enemy no longer in sight, Sirius felt the grip Remus held over him loosen, and slowly, he stumbled forward, feeling more dead than alive as he returned his focus once more to the craters, falling to his knees as he cradled the woman he'd come to love in his arms, tears forming in his eyes. "I failed you. Just like last time I wasn't strong enough to protect you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." "Sirius," he heard Remus call out as the man placed his fingers along Emmeline's neck. "I still feel her pulse, she's alive, but we've got to get her to St. Mungo's quick." For a moment, Sirius felt as if new life had been breathed into him, but it had only lasted for a fleeting second, as soon that joy was cast over by a cloud of shame and guilt. Numbly, Sirius nodded, calling for his house elf as Creature arrived, popping Emmeline over to the magical hospital. Where did everything go so wrong? It had been a few days since the scheduled raid, and Harry had begun feeling a bit nauseous as not even the slightest message had been received from any member of the Order. He'd tried the Gryffindor common room flu, the magical mirror. He waited every morning for some post. He had even called for Creature only to get no response. While Daphne had tried to remind him that the only reasons that a house elf wouldn't respond to their master's call were if they were dead, or if someone higher up in the family command had given them an order that required their full attention, meaning that Sirius had to be alive, it didn't give him much peace of mind. Harry had learned his lesson from Blaise last year. There were most certainly fates worse than death. "Hey, lighten up, Rook," Harry heard Corner say from his left as he felt his best friend's hand rest atop his shoulder. "Sirius was with Remus and Emmeline, not to mention Andy and Ted. They're fine. We both know how strong they are." Numbly, Harry nodded as he rose from his seat in the far left corner of the library. He knew that there was some truth to the statements of both Michael and Daphne, but he couldn't shake the sickening feeling he felt in the pit of his stomach. "I'm going to go fly around a little," Harry said as he pushed in his chair. "I need to clear my head." "Want any company?" Michael asked kindly. "No, I'm all right," Harry said as light-heartedly as he could. "Why don't you just go off to spend some time with your French model girlfriend, Chipper?" "She's not my—" Michael started in weak protest before he shrugged. "Whatever, Potter," Harry smirked, as the two shared a quick chuckle before parting ways. Harry felt as if he was lost in his own world as he wandered through the halls of the castle, his mind unable to get rid of the memory that haunted him since the first task. The overwhelming power he had felt from Voldemort had made him feel a level of fear he was unsure if he ever had felt before. And the fact that Sirius and the Order had engaged with many of Riddle's top lieutenants, had made any hope of distraction futile. As Harry walked through the halls, he had felt a level of exhaustion his body had been accustomed to since the training with Sirius and Remus had begun to intensify over the summer. His sleep patterns had been inconsistent, and it certainly hadn't been helped by the mystery of the golden egg and the radio silence from Sirius. Shakily, Harry reached into his pocket, pulling out the shrunken two-way mirror dipping into an empty corridor and enlarging the frame. He checked both ends of the corridor, ensuring nobody was peeking in, and in a tired tone he whispered, "Sirius Black." Harry waited and waited, his chest becoming tight as once again he watched the mist in the mirror swirl around and around, never revealing the face he wanted to see. "Damn it! Come on, Padfoot, answer me." "Potter," he heard a voice call out. It was gruff like a grizzly bear waking up from a long hibernation, and it had sent chills down his spine. Slowly, he turned, instantly recognizing the man before him, though it wasn't as if he was hard to distinguish. If the wooden foot didn't give it away, the electric blue revolving eye certainly did. "Sneaking around corridors, are we?" "Not planning to get into any mischief, I hope. Detention is a far less productive use of your time, especially all that is going on." The way the grizzled Auror spoke was unnerving. Harry knew that the man's magical eye could see through bodies, but he was beginning to wonder if it could see through his mind as well. For his sake, he hoped not. "Unless you know something more than me, Professor, I don't think I'm planning to get into anything mischievous. I was just heading up to the common room to grab my broom." "'Fraid it'll have to wait, Potter," Moody said, his eyes zipping to the back of his head. "Dumbledore sent me to find you. He's keen on speaking with you." Harry gazed firmly at the man, wanting to know more, but he didn't dare use legilimency on a man so seasoned. He never liked going into Dumbledore's office without preparation, but something told him he had a good idea of what exactly to expect. Slowly, though with no joy, he nodded and Moody grinned. "Very well then, follow me, and stay on your guard, constant vigilance." Harry wasn't quite sure what to be vigilant of at the moment. As far as he was concerned, there were only 2 men in the castle that he felt threatened by, and one was currently leading him to the other. He followed the defense against the dark arts professor through the winding corridors and down the spinning staircase. Harry was honestly impressed with how fast the crippled man could move. At some points, Harry had even needed to move into a brisk jog to keep up with the man, but their accelerated pace meant one thing was certain: they arrived at the headmaster's chamber, much quicker than he'd have liked to. "Pepper imps," Moody growled at the gargoyle statue, almost as if he was disappointed in the headmaster's choice of passwords. Harry almost had to smile as he watched the defense against the dark arts professor shake his head in dismay, watching as the statue shifted and allowed them passage. Without a moment to spare, Moody had begun his climb, keeping up his confusingly fast speed as Harry raced behind him, not wanting to be left behind. It had been a while since Harry had been summoned to the headmaster's office. Of course, he'd go for their scheduled lessons, but he hadn't been called up to see Dumbledore outside of them for quite some time. Aggressively, Moody pounded on the door, barking aloud, "Albus, I've brought Potter, can I come in?" Without a word, the door opened, and instantly, Harry knew something was as rather than sitting in his chair sucking on a lemon drop. He had found Dumbledore packing, rather frantically at that, with his long, nimble finger rubbing furiously against his temples. Moody's eye had tilted into his head, and yet Harry could still feel the electric blue orb looking down at him as Moody nudged him forward. Every step he took towards the headmaster had filled him with dread, as at the sound of his first step, Harry had found the exhausted expression of the headmaster pierce through him like a spear. "Ah, Harry," he said in a voice that seemed to be in direct conflict with his appearance, "I'm glad you're here. We have some very important information to discuss." Dumbledore gestured to the seat that resided opposite his, and seeing no other option, Harry complied, falling into the cushioned seat. "Now, I'm sure you're wondering why I called you here so urgently. The reason is because I heard a rather disturbing report from my contact at the Daily Prophet." Harry instantly felt sick in his stomach at the headmaster's word. "Harry, somebody sent the Prophet an anonymous memory of the raid." While there are certainly some benefits of the memory, one of which being that it showed the return of some of Voldemort's most loyal, there are also some rather disturbing images as well. the most important of which involves Sirius. Sirius? Harry spoke, his voice trembling. What do you know about Sirius? According to my source, Dumbledore whispered, the memory shows Sirius using the Cruciatus curse. Harry flinched at the news, his mind racing with panic. Of course, the memory has been altered in order to not show who the victim of the curse was, but according to my source, no matter how you look at it, the fact that Sirius used an unforgivable is undeniable. Harry's eyes widened with dismay. That can't be true, he whispered. Sirius, he's not the type of person that would take joy from torturing someone. Whoever your source is, he's wrong. Sirius would never do that. Not when he just got free of an investigation only a few months ago. I'm afraid it is, Dumbledore said. And once that memory is published in the paper, Sirius will once again have to return to the shadows to escape captivity, which means that he won't be as effective of a leader. Dumbledore's eyes had locked with his, and Harry felt a migraine growing in his head, while the elderly man looked upon him with pity. You're bound to stay here due to the Triwizard Tournament, which makes you incapable of taking command over the Order while Sirius is once again in hiding. Harry had felt himself become cold. The idea of Sirius torturing somebody, the same way that Bellatrix had tortured the Longbottoms, had made him feel ill. Killing them, that was one thing, it was war after all, but to torture someone, to truly enjoy causing pain, it didn't sound like Sirius at all. Once word gets out of the brutal way Sirius has been leading the Order, our favor with the public will most certainly fall. Our only chance is if I once again take command of the Order. The people will flock to me as they have in the past, and we can continue moving forward. But in order for me to lead us more effectively, I need to know everything that's been happening. I need to know who the mole Sirius claims to have is. I don't know, Harry growled as he gripped his forehead. I'm sorry, Professor, my head is really hurting. Can I be excused? Of course, Dumbledore said. But before I let you go, I must ask you again, and think carefully this time. Who is the mole that Sirius claims to have? Honestly, sir, I have no idea. A look of disappointment filled the headmaster's face, but he nodded politely anyway as he gestured to the defense against the dark arts professor. Alester, Dumbledore spoke gently in his grandfatherly tone, please escort young Harry here to the hospital wing. I doubt he'll be there long, but painful headaches can be quite problematic. I frequently have them myself, and they are certainly unpleasant. Moody nodded and Harry felt the Auror's firm grip rest upon his shoulder. Moody marched him out of the room, and while his head still pounded, the second the door had closed behind him, he'd felt a minor relief in the pain. Unable to truly focus, he allowed Moody to guide him through the halls, yet even in his groggy state, something was wrong. He'd been to the infirmary enough times to know for a fact that it was definitely not where Moody was leading him. He felt another tight grip squeeze his shoulder, and instantly he came to a stop as he watched Moody's artificial eye swirl around, this time, seemingly on command as he sneered. Good, looks like we're finally out of view. View of what? Harry asked, his head still feeling as if it was in the center of a deep fog. The paintings, Moody growled. They all report to Dumbledore. I had to find a spot where we were truly out of sight so that we could continue in peace. I was hoping you'd have the cloak on you, but you don't seem to take your privacy very seriously, do you, Potter? How do you know about? No more questions, Moody barked. Not here anyway. Before he could even open his mouth, the defense against the dark arts professor slammed his staff on the ground, and Harry felt a bubble of silence surround him as with another rock of the old Auror's wand. Harry watched as his skin seemingly became translucent. Don't wet your knickers, lad, Moody said. It's a disillusionment charm, should keep us safe from peeping eyes as we get to our final destination. Which is where? Harry asked. What did I say about the questions, boy? Moody snarled before he once more began to march. Come now, he hissed. Follow me and don't get careless. Remember, constant vigilance. Something is definitely going on here, and I'm not sure I like it, he thought to himself, but uncertain of his ability to duel the Auror, especially when his head was pounding as if it was a bass drum. He didn't seem to have a choice as once again, he followed the grizzled Auror through the winding halls of Hogwarts. Harry was beginning to feel exhausted. All he'd wanted to do was go for a little flight and clear his mind. Instead, He'd been following around one of the scariest people he'd ever seen in his life under a blanket of silence and a guise of invisibility, which, to say the least, was not how he'd been expecting the day to go. Every corner was met with an abrupt stop as Moody scanned the area as if he'd been preparing for an attack. And Harry had found himself constantly being shoved against the wall by the old Auror, as if he'd been expecting spell fire down every corridor. "Don't get careless just because you think you're safe, Potter," Moody growled, his replacement eye looking back at him through his skull. "If there's one thing I want you to learn from me, Potter, it's that safety is nothing but a lie we tell children to help them sleep at night. Around every corner could be a predator ready to take your life, especially when you're a well-known wizard like yourself." Harry swallowed hard as he scanned every visible scar on the old man's body. Just what did this guy live through to start having to act like this? He thought to himself as they approached ever closer to the dark arts classroom, the place that Harry had been suspecting Moody had been leading him to all this time. His suspicion had been correct as, within the blink of an eye, Harry had felt the Auror grab his wrist and pull him inside the room, locking the door behind him and stacking the desks against the door as if he were planning a siege. "What's all this for?" Harry asked, his fingertips still rubbing against his temples furiously. "SHH," Moody hissed violently as he slammed his staff down once more, clearing the previously applied charms from their bodies. Without a word, the old man tilted his head towards his office, and seeing no other option, Harry nodded. Doing whatever he could to maintain his balance, he grabbed the stair railing, pushing himself up every step as he got closer and closer to the office of the ex-Auror. He took one last look behind him, seeing a rather crazed look upon the defense against the dark arts professor's face as the man delivered Harry an approving nod before. With a shaky hand, he pushed the dark arts office door open, a bone-chilling creak welcoming him as he entered the dark room. The room was pitch black, and Harry had felt as if he'd just stepped into a void of darkness. How can anyone work in a place like? But before he could even finish his thought, he felt himself tackled to the ground. In a panic, Harry reached for his wand, raising it to his attacker's face. But just as Harry prepared his spell, the loud clap of Moody's hands illuminated the room, and Harry had found himself face to face with a figure that had brought a wave of relief through his disturbed mind. "Tonks," Harry whispered, his sight fixated on the pink-haired Auror. "Watch her, kid," she whispered back, a bright smile on her face. "It's been a..." However, before she could even finish the thought, Harry dropped his wand, wrapping his arms tightly around his older sister. Tears of overwhelming joy streaming down his cheeks as he felt Tonks return the hug, helping them both to their feet. "You're alive," Harry whispered. "Thank Merlin you're alive." His head curled into the crook of his older sister's neck, feeling her hands rub his back as a tremendous weight finally felt lifted off his shoulder. "When I hadn't heard anything from you guys for days, I started to get worried. I thought you'd been captured or killed." Yet relief quickly changed to frustration as Harry hissed. "Why didn't you guys contact me? I was in hell these past few days." "I wish we could've," Tonks whispered back. "It's been a bit hectic on our end too, especially with Sirius." "So it's true then, about Sirius using the Cruciatus curse?" Harry asked, watching as confusion rose to his sister's eyes. "Dumbledore told me. He said his source found a memory that was anonymously submitted to the Daily Prophet about Sirius using the curse." Tonks remained silent, gripping him tightly as Harry asked the question he'd been dreading. "What about everyone else? Is everyone okay?" "Everyone's alive," Tonks said, but her eyes were still full of sorrow. "But Emmeline got hit pretty bad by a curse from Malfoy. The Medi-Wizards say she'll most likely recover, but the treatment process is going to be brutal." They broke apart as Harry found his eyes digging into Tonks, knowing there was more information there. "Sirius," she started with a sigh. "He saw Emmeline get blown away by Lucius and he lost it. He wasn't himself. We've all tried to talk to him, but he's not saying a word. We can't even get him out of his room, and as far as I know, he's been living off of whatever creature's been delivering to him when the elf isn't at Emmeline's bedside." "And then there's my mother," Tonks whispered, a tremble appearing in her hand. "I've never seen her like the way she is now. Bellatrix asked my mother to kill her, taunted her to do so." She sighed. "She got in my mom's head. She hasn't been able to stop shaking and crying since the attack, even with my dad's help." "Then we need to go to them," Harry said, his voice desperate. If Sirius and Andromeda need help, then we have to be there. They'd do the same for us. We can't just. Nobody is going anywhere just yet, Moody growled. Especially you, Potter. Albus may be losing his edge, but he wasn't wrong about you being bound here due to the rules of the tournament. Think about this carefully, boy, Moody said in a scolding tone. What use are you going to be to anyone if you fail to solve the puzzle of the second task and lose your magic? You know what your destiny is. Acting recklessly won't just put yourself at risk. It'll kill us all. My destiny? Harry asked, facing the Auror. How do you know what my destiny is? I've heard the prophecy, boy, Moody said, and instantly, Harry felt his heart stop in his chest. But even if I hadn't, I would have known. You hide it well, it's very compartmentalized, but you can't hide anything from my eyes. I see hatred in you. I see your desire to bring those that harmed you and your family to justice by any means necessary. I used to have the same look in my eyes when I was a young lad. Harry watched as Moody's lips curled into a crooked grin. No need to look so defensive, Potter. I am on your side, though I suppose you're smart enough to ask for proof. Harry nodded, thoughts racing through his mind at a mile a minute. When Tonks found out I had taken this job, she wrote to me asking for me to look out for you. She also began filling me in on what your group has been calling the New Order. At first, I wasn't so sure about your new division, Moody said, but the more time I've spent alongside Albus, the more evident the truth has become. I've seen a lot of war in my day, and I know what it looks like when a soldier has given up the fight. I've seen that look of exhaustion on Albus' face far too many times this year. He's a good man, one of the few friends I have, but his time of being the warrior of the light has passed. Harry felt his heart drop to his stomach as for the first time, Moody's real eye fell upon him. Your time, however, has just begun. When the time comes, Moody said, a grim look resting upon his face. I plan to fight, and I know that in my current condition I won't survive this war, however. I'd like to die for the winning side. And when I compare the new order to the one of old, I know which one has a better chance of ending his reign once and for all. And unfortunately, it's not the order Dumbledore's leading. I'm not exactly seeing another option, Harry said. You said it yourself. I can't lead them while I'm here. I'm not fit to lead anyway, even if I could leave. And if Sirius is truly going to be persecuted for his use of the torture curse, what choice is there but to let Dumbledore lead the order again? All this time I thought you were a bright wizard, Potter, Moody snarled. Use your head, boy. Sirius is a pure-blood wizard. He has Vance and Longbottom on his side, along with holding the titles of Lord Black and Lord Regent of House Potter. The Minister and Amelia also owe you a favor for bringing in Pettigrew and doing their work for them. Not to mention, if Sirius was brought to trial, he'd confess to having used that spell in defense of another pure-blood witch in Emmeline Vance, to which she'd testify that she was attacked by Lucius Malfoy. Sirius, being a noble wizard, would also be able to manipulate the system in order for him to face his accuser, Moody said. Regardless of the information that Dumbledore's source claims to have given to him, there is no way the trial would conclude without Lucius Malfoy being ousted for the Death Eater trash that he is, something he won't allow to happen as he knows that his imperious curse excuse won't work twice. Moody snarled as he looked down at the ground. Dumbledore told you that information because he wants to manipulate you into giving him your blessing to lead the order. Don't allow yourself to cave to his game, his order. It won't win the war. But if the prophet does publish the story, the order will be looked upon as a terrorist organization rather than a vigilante group, Harry said, his fist clenched. I've seen how easily wizards can be manipulated by a good story. True, but the mission is more important than perception. Moody sent out a sinister smirk. However, I wouldn't worry about the story getting published. Skeeter has a secret she thinks she's hidden so cleverly, a secret that if exposed will send her to a nice cell in what's left of Azkaban. However, I believe that we may have a bigger problem at stake, something that is much closer to home. I believe that Albus may have done something to your brain, something other than just helping train your occlumency, something that makes you more susceptible to his suggestions. You think he's brainwashing me? Harry asked. Moody looked down at the ground, almost a hint of shame filling his face at the thought of his friend doing something so vile. I can't be certain of it, and truthfully, I'd like to believe otherwise, but it's worth looking into regardless of what I'd like it to be. If you become Dumbledore's puppet, the war is lost. It's better to be safe than sorry." "I'll kill him," Tonks growled. "We trusted him, allowed him to be an advisor. I swear to Merlin, if he fucked with my brother's head, I'll hang him from his beard of the Gryffindor Tower." "Calm yourself, girl. I trained you better than to allow your emotions to influence your decision," Moody said in a gruff and disengaged voice. "Albus may be old, but he isn't weak, nor is he unskilled, which is why no average mind healer would be able to detect if Dumbledore did do something to your head." "So what do we do?" Harry asked. "If a mind healer like Tonks' dad wouldn't be able to find it, how am I supposed to get rid of whatever could be in my head?" "In terms of wizards in recent history that rivaled Dumbledore in skill and power, only two come to mind," Moody began as he shuffled toward his trunk large enough to fit a human body in. "Those are Voldemort and Grindelwald, two wizards who, as you might imagine, might not be as sympathetic to our cause as we'd like." However, Moody growled as Harry watched the defense against the dark arts professor fidget with his case locks, one of which requiring what looked to be a fingerprint scan, the next one requiring a blood sample, and the final one relying on what looked to be a standard lock and key. Harry gazed on as the man descended into his enormous trunk, the size of which expanded in a manner similar to the tents at the World Cup, a trunk that was full of dark artifacts that emitted magics so foul that it made Harry feel sick to his stomach. The sound of rattling and clanking metal filled the room before finally, Moody emerged from his trunk, a leather-bound journal in his hand. "However," Moody said, continuing his previous train of thought, "Grindelwald's agreeance to help isn't all that important so long as I have a journal full of his research." Harry's eyes followed the book as Moody tossed it from his hand at a rapid speed. Only Harry's seeker reflexes allowed him to catch the book, a fact that had brought a smile to Moody's face. Good reflexes might make a decent Auror one day. Harry's eyes descended upon the cover of the journal, the wording on it completely indiscernible to his eyes. "These are runes, but they certainly aren't Nordic," Harry said, his mind racing with questions. "They don't look Egyptian either. I've seen Daphne work with some before, but they look nothing like this." "It seems there is something between those ears after all, boy," Moody said in a surprisingly sarcastic tone. "What you're looking at are Babylonian runes. It's a language so lost that only Grindelwald himself is fluent in it." "Not much help to me then, is it?" But as if Moody had read his thoughts, the Auror grinned. "Don't look so lost, boy. I said fluent. That doesn't mean he's the only one who can read it." Harry had felt himself wanting to vomit as the grizzled Auror reached for his implanted eye, pulling it from his socket as if he'd simply broken apart a Lego kit, the electric blue orb now rolling in his calloused palm. "You can probably tell that this isn't a normal eye," Moody said, to which Harry nodded in mutual agreement. "But what you don't know is I was not the first holder of this eye. The man who created this eye was none other than Grindelwald himself." Harry swallowed hard as he watched Moody pop his eye back into its eye socket. Moody blinked a few times as the eye zipped around, adjusting back into its current home. "As I stated before, Grindelwald was a wizard matched in talent by only two others, Dumbledore and the Dark Lord himself." Harry nodded, knowing far too well just how powerful all three men were. When Grindelwald made this eye, he gave it quite a few enhancements, one of them being the ability to decipher words as if they were plain English, an ability Dumbledore himself wasn't privy to when he gifted me this eye as a replacement, and something I don't wish being shared with the public, understand, Potter? "So you're going to translate this for me?" Harry asked bluntly, his grip tightening around the journal. "I'm afraid we won't have time for reading," Moody said with a smile. "But don't go getting your knickers in a twist. I've included a roughly translated lexicon in that journal as well. Wasn't thinking I'd ever need it, but if something were to happen to this eye, I'd be shit out of luck if I hadn't created a dictionary of sorts." Harry looked down at the folded sheets of paper, which translated the runes into a poorly conjugated version of English, before looking back up at Moody. "Give that to your blonde bird. Tell her to start on page 62. That's where the purging rituals begin. Babbling's always going off on how gifted the girl is with runes. Time to put her gifts to the test." I'd also recommend you tell your friend Michael to stop gallivanting around with French models and get to work on solving that golden egg riddle. Harry felt his body tense as Moody continued. Normally, that'd be a mystery for you to solve, but you're going to be busy with other things for the rest of this year. Oh yeah, and what would that be? Harry asked in a firm and unyielding tone, a fact that seemed to bring a warm smile to Moody's face. Nymphadora told me about your training methods at home, and I've seen the training you've been doing with your school pals. It's pathetic, Moody spat. You'll never get to where you need to be training with people who love you too much that they fear even laying a single scratch on your body. A cold feeling absorbed Harry, a feeling that Harry had only felt in the presence of Dementors, as for the first time since the day of the Unforgivable Curses lecture. Both of Moody's eyes fell upon him. I told you that I'm most likely going to die in this war, and I want to die for the winning side, which means, Moody said in a chilling tone, from this moment on, I'll be responsible for your training. Harry's eyes widened at the defense against the dark arts professor's remark. Prepare yourself, boy, welcome to hell. Chapter 23. A blessing and a curse, hold on, Michael said abruptly, nearly rising from his chair in shock. Moody, the Alistair Mad-Eye Moody agreed to train you. Michael had felt Tracy's hand smack him upside the head as she sent him a look that screamed, quiet down, something that Michael knew she'd been right on as the group had found themselves sitting around a round table. Anatomy. Thankfully, he watched as just moments before his outburst, Harry had cast a minor silencing charm before tilting his head towards the portrait of Burdock Muldoon that hung right across from them in the library. All the portraits report to Dumbledore. Huh. Michael thought to himself, remembering his friend's words. It's quite the operation the old man has going on here. No wonder he always seems so well informed regarding the castle. Still, he said, now keeping his voice under control, I wonder why he chose to train you. I mean, I know you're Harry Potter and all, he said, waving his hands for dramatic effect. But from what I've heard, Moody gave up training people a while ago after he was forced to step down as an Auror trainer for his brutal methods. Moody choosing to train you is certainly intriguing, Michael heard the blonde snake princess whisper from beside his best friend. But more disturbingly is the fact that he suspects that Dumbledore's been brainwashing you. I know he claims it's just a theory, but my father always used to say the Moody had become such a skilled Auror he could smell dark magic. If Moody thinks that, he's probably right. Which leads to an even more disturbing question, Neville mumbled aloud. If we work under the assumption Moody is right in his theory, then the question is, for how long have you been a pawn in Dumbledore's game? I suspect all my life, Harry said with a scowl. Dumbledore had been supposedly searching for me for all my life. The fact that he never truly gave up the search, and the fact that Sirius tried to hide me for so long in the first place, means that Dumbledore's been shaky from the start. And whatever it is he wants with me, it's because it's something he believes only I can do. Michael nodded. To an extent, he knew that what Harry was saying was true. He'd been piecing together the puzzle himself since he formally joined the Order. But there was something more, something that Harry knew, something that must have made everything make sense. And most unfortunately, it was something that Harry had wanted to keep hidden, even from him. However, as his mind raced, his eyes caught a glimpse of the gold from Harry's book bag. And as Harry laid the golden egg atop the table, Michael glared at it in hatred. From the time he was young, he'd always loved riddles and puzzles. What he didn't like were riddles and puzzles that put the whole wizarding world at stake if he couldn't solve it. Michael, Harry spoke in a serious tone, I know it's not your responsibility, but I need your help. Moody plans to run me into the ground with training, and I won't have the time to solve this riddle even if I could. If I fail this next task, I'll lose my magic, and the war will come to an end before we even have a fighting chance. Really lay it on thick, why don't you? Michael said with a tired sigh that brought a smirk to his best friend's face. I don't know what's got you in the mood for smirks. If I were you, I don't think I'd been feeling so optimistic. You'll solve it, Harry said confidently. I know you will. I'd trust you with my life. Michael nodded. A strange feeling of nervous pride erupted in the pit of his stomach as he ran his hand through his charmed blue hair. What a pain, he said with a sarcastic smirk. If I knew hanging out with you would have meant all this work, I don't think I'd have done it again. Harry returned with a smirk of his own, and Michael nodded. "I'll take care of it," he said, wrapping his hand around Harry's egg. "I promise." Michael watched as Harry then turned to Neville. "Nev," he started, gaining the blonde boy's attention. "You're the best at following a schedule. Just because I'll be training with Moody doesn't mean that I want you all to stop training altogether. I want you all by my side when the time comes, and we all need to be ready. If I left Michael in charge of the training, he'd probably skip to avoid the extra work." "Guilty," Michael chimed in honestly as he shrugged. "I'm not exactly cut out to be a leader." "You, on the other hand," Harry said, once again returning to Neville. "I trust you to work harder than anyone. You have a stake in this war that I understand won't let you rest until you see it through. I want you to lead the training from now on under the instructions that Remus and Sirius gave us when I'm not there." "All right," Neville stuttered out. Despite all the growth Michael had seen one of his closest friends experience, he couldn't help but notice that Neville still had a slightly passive attitude, an attitude that still reeked of inferiority, an attitude that both he and Harry seemingly hoped that placing him in a leadership chair would change. "Finally," Harry said, reaching once more into his bag and pulling out the most weathered journal that Michael had ever seen in his life. "It's certainly not the most romantic present I could give you for the Christmas season, but I need your help with this, Princess." Slowly, Harry shifted, holding the journal as carefully as he could, as it looked like it was being held together with all the strength of a toothpick and bubblegum structure, before placing it in Daphne's hands. "What's this?" she asked hesitantly, her eyes squinting at the symbols that donned the front cover. "A gift of sorts from Moody," Harry said cautiously, almost as if he was prepping the rest of them for bad news. "What you're holding right there is the journal of Gellert Grindelwald himself." It had appeared to Michael almost as if the journal had suddenly become hot as fire as Daphne dropped it on the table, her eyes widening with shock as she looked down upon the dark artifact. "How did Moody get this?" Daphne asked, her voice trembling. "What does he want me to do with it?" "I don't know where he got it," Harry replied, honesty ringing in his voice. "To tell you the truth, the man doesn't even call me by my name, let alone tell me secrets. As for what he wants you to do with it, that I do know." Harry paused for a moment, forcing Michael's eye upon him as his friend released a long-held breath. "Moody believes that if Dumbledore really did put something in my head, it isn't something a standard mind healer could detect, let alone remove. Moody believes that my only real hope is something called a purging ritual. He says that the journal begins the explanation of the ritual on page 62. "Harry, Daphne said, her voice sounding overwhelmed. "I can't read this. I don't even recognize these runes." "You shouldn't," Harry replied. "According to Moody, they're Babylonian, ancient beyond belief, but thankfully, he's included a roughly translated lexicon for you to use." Michael watched as Daphne reached for the folded paper, her brows furrowing as she scowled at the sheet. "Roughly translated is right. These runes aren't even conjugated. How am I supposed to translate such a complex ritual when I can't even?" But Daphne's words came to a screeching halt as Harry's lips pressed against her creased forehead, relieving a certain amount of tension. "I know you can do it," Harry whispered. "You're the most amazing witch I know." Michael watched Daphne's shoulders slumped back into a more relaxed position as beneath her breath she grumbled. "Why is it you only sweet-talk me now when you need me to do the impossible?" Something that, while both he and Daphne both knew for a fact was untrue, did bring a chuckle of relief to the intense table. "All right," Harry said after a long sigh. "That's everything major that I needed to talk to you about. For the training tonight, you can continue using our secret room. Moody claims to have another area that I'm to meet him at tonight after dinner." A grim look crossed his best friend's face as he continued. "He told me to mostly have liquids, said it'll make the vomiting the training will cause me easier." "Well," Michael said as he sent Harry a compassionate smile, "good luck out there, Rook." "Yeah," Harry said with a tired nod. "You too." Claire stared blankly out the window of her compartment within the enchanted carriage, her head resting tiredly in a book, a redness filling her eyes as her mind wandered back to the words she'd exchanged at Fleur. "You did what?" She heard Fleur's outraged voice ring in her head. "Maybe Potter isn't a cheater, but he's still an opponent, and you agreed to go to the Yule Ball with his best friend. Are you completely out of your mind?" You're the one who told me to give him a chance, Claire recalled shouting back at the villa. He's the boy I was telling you about, the one that wasn't affected by my allure. He even saw me in my bird form and didn't flinch. He even was kind to me when I told him about my past. He saw you, Fleur shouted back, her eyes nearly falling out of her head. And you told him about your parents. Claire, what are you thinking? She remembered the way that Fleur paced frantically around her room. Forget my fear of him using you to get secrets, our secrets regarding the Triwizard tournament. Don't you see that he now has information on you that the tabloids would pay a mint for? It's not like you're talking about someone like Potter who has money to spare. This Michael boy, have you seen his clothes? He clearly doesn't come from money. All it would take is one news reporter discovering you two are close and paying him the smallest chunk of change, and he'd sing all your secrets like a bird. That's not true, Claire shouted back, anger filling her voice. I don't care if he's rich or poor, he'd never sell out my secrets. That's not who he is. Oh, because you know him so well, Fleur scoffed. I mean, honestly, think about the boys at our school. I can think of at least 10 that would be a better match for you than him. You're going to be in the public eye, whether you like it or not. Anyone you choose to date is going to find themselves in it as well. The least you can do for yourself is find a man who cares about his image. Claire clenched her jaw, anger filling her core as she glared at the girl that she'd looked upon as an elder sister for long, her mind stunned at the girl's open classism. I'm going to talk to Madame Maxime about this whole situation and see if Dumbledore can get some obliviators to this second-rate school to wipe that boy's memory, so we can forget this whole thing ever. You won't do that, Claire said firmly as she tightened her fist in defiance. He asked me to the Yule Ball and I said yes, and I plan to keep to that commitment. If I find out that you or anyone involved with you so much as laid a finger on him, then our friendship is over. So you'd throw away all our years together over a boy you just met? Fleur asked, her face red with anger and hurt. It's not the boy, it's the principal, Claire responded. If you won't allow me to make my own decisions, then you're a dictator, not a friend. I don't want to lose you, Fleur, but I don't want to be a caged bird forever. Fine, Fleur said in a cold and unamused voice. If that's how it's going to be, then I don't think we have anything else to talk about. Just don't come crying to me when he breaks your heart. With those final words, Fleur had left her room, leaving her alone and sulking as she felt a final tear run along the bridge of her nose onto her now damp textbook. I need to go for a walk, she thought numbly as she stared out into the sunset. The Black Lake always looks pretty at this hour. Maybe I'll be able to get my mind right out there. Almost robotically, she rose from her chair, tucking it beneath her desk as she turned her attention to the front door, noticing the Ravenclaw's coat hanging from a plastered hook. Though she had many coats of her own, her hands instinctively reached for it, taking it in her hand before slipping it on, the tropical scent of the Ravenclaw boy's cologne filling her lungs. She took one final glance at her compartment standing mirror, adjusting her hair and tightening her scarf before without a second look. She left the carriage, her eyes set on the Black Lake that rested along the horizon. Was she right? Claire thought to herself blankly as her legs carried her closer to her destination. Was I a fool to trust him? But she shook her head vigorously against the thought. No, he saw me. For the first time in my life, a boy saw me. Not just my breasts or my ass. He saw me, and I can't let Fleur's paranoia get to me. She pulled the coat closer to her body as a chilling breeze rushed through the trees, forcing her teeth to chatter. But as she looked up ahead towards the bay of the Black Lake, she was a face that brought a feeling of warmth to her chest. She smiled as she saw the way his bunned-up blue hair swayed in the breeze, that blank expression that she had come to find so adorable donning his face, while his eyes seemed to gaze intently on something in the distance. As quietly as she could, she approached him, trying hard not to make a sound, but even if her footsteps sounded like the ones of elephants. The boy seemed so transfixed upon whatever had caught his attention that he hadn't seemed to notice her arrival. "What's got you so focused, slacker?" she said in a teasing tone. "I could nearly see the steam rising from your ears a mile away." "Ha ha," Michael said plainly, though the boy still hadn't turned to face her. "What would you say the temperature is right now?" "That's an odd question to ask," Claire said in a puzzled tone. "I mean, it's cold, but it's not like I walk around with a thermometer on me. It has to be near freezing, he said, and Claire watched as the boy's eyes strained looking into the distance. Claire nodded her agreement. It was certainly colder than she'd have liked. But if it really is that cold, then what the hell are those idiots for Durmstrang doing? Claire finally turned her focus from the blue-haired boy to the large vessel that resided in the center of the icy lake. Her vision had always been good, but as she watched the burly Durmstrang boy that without mistake could only be Victor Crumb approach the side of the boat, wearing nothing but a Speedo, she was certain that maybe she was in need of glasses. She held her breath as she watched the Durmstrang champion leap from the side of the boat, twirling in the air before entering the frosty waters with a splash. What is he thinking? He's going to die of frostbite swimming in there. We got to go get help. Her focus shifted to the castle as she braced herself to run, but before she could, she felt Michael's hand wrap gently around her wrist, his head softly shaking no. What do you mean no? Claire thought to herself, but almost as if the world was trying to convince her that she was going crazy. She watched as Crumb broke the surface of the water and began swimming back to the ship. He's been doing that for about 30 minutes now. Michael whispered, his voice seemingly lost in a deep concentration. At first, he was doing hypoxia training, almost as if he was stress testing how long he could last without air. Then he seemed to move on to brief swims, as if he was trying to develop a cold tolerance. Why? Claire asked, her own intrigue piqued. That's what I'd like to find out, Michael whispered as he turned to face her. She could almost the smirk rising to his face as she once again adjusted his coat around her. That's a nice coat, by the way. Where'd you get it? She felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she turned to face him. If you want it back, you can have it. I mean, I have other. No, he said, a smile forming on his lips. I have other coats too, plus that one looks a lot better on you than it does on me. Although, he said in a teasing tone, I guess that'd be about right for anything I own. I mean, you are a model after all. Shut up, she said bashfully, a smile rising to her own face before a serious look grew once more on Michael's, his palm moving to cup her cheek. Your eyes are red, he whispered. You were crying. Claire had momentarily felt unable to breathe from the tenderness she had heard in the boy's voice. What's wrong? Nothing, Claire started, stopping herself for a moment before she changed her subject. I'm rich, disgustingly so, honestly. She watched as a confused look formed across Michael's face. And I know that you grew up poor. Does it? She started, stumbling for words. Does it bother you that I'm wealthy? Does the fact that I have money have anything to do with why I asked you to the ball? He finished for her, a look of sadness in his eyes. Do you think it does? She shook her head desperately. No, she blurted out, mentally cursing herself for even speaking. No, I'm sorry. I let someone get into my head. One of my friends was trying to get me to believe that you only liked me because of my money. I've never even dated anyone before, and I let my imagination get the better of me sometimes, and so we're dating now, Michael said with a smirk, and instantly another crimson blush rose to her face as Michael placed his other hand on her cheek. I've got to admit, you're cute when you get flustered. Claire's chest felt like it was beating 100 miles an hour as Michael looked down on her. To answer your question, yes, I did grow up poor. Yes, I'd like to have enough money to provide for a family if I ever choose to have one. But no, your money had nothing to do with I asked you to the Yule Ball, and before you ask, neither did pity. You're not going to understand this. Hell, I honestly don't understand it either, Michael said, and Claire watched his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed. I like you. I can't really explain it, but I do. You're troublesome and irritating and awfully demanding, and sometimes when you talk it reminds me of my mom nagging me to do homework. But you're also far smarter than you give yourself credit for. You're ambitious and tenacious, and you have this fire about you, a passion for wanting to be something more than just a pretty face that's almost inspiring. A smirk rose to Michael's face. Not to mention you have a killer rack. Claire rolled her eyes at the last remark, but she knew it was nothing more than a way for the boy to segue out of a path of uncomfortable emotions, and she couldn't help but smile at the words the boy had told her. Even when calling her troublesome, she loved the way his voice sounded, the humor and honesty that somehow formed together, lacing every word. Did that answer your question? Michael asked in a soft and caring tone. She nodded, unable to speak as Michael's grin grew wider. I don't know about you, he said teasingly, but this sexual tension is killing me, and if I'm being honest here, I'd really like to kiss. Before the boy could even finish his dumb thought, Claire pressed forward, pushing up on her toes as she caught Michael's lips with hers, a feeling of a calming fire igniting in her body, as she felt the boy's hands drop from her face and wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer to him as she wrapped her own arms around his neck. As they broke, Claire found her head resting in the crook of his neck, his tropical scent ensnaring her as she sighed happily and full of relief. If somebody told me at the beginning of this year that my first kiss was going to be with a French model, I would have called them crazy. I was your first kiss? Claire asked, her eyes filled with surprise. Yeah, Michael said, a bit of embarrassment in his tone. Why? Was it bad? No, Claire said with a chuckle as she shook her head. It was perfect. So what you're saying is I have French male model lip action skills. Pretty bird, Michael said in a joking tone. Don't ruin the moment, slacker clown, she snipped back, enjoying the comfort of their embrace. However, knowing they couldn't stay stuck together forever, they slowly broke apart, and while Claire could have focused on the boy's lips for an hour, she forced her eyes elsewhere, noticing a duffel bag of sorts slung over his back. What's in the bag, by the way? Oh, this, Michael said, his voice clearly just breaking out of the post-kiss days. He swung the bag around, opening the strap and pulling out the golden egg. Harry gave me his egg. He's a bit behind on homework, and I told him I'd hold on to it for a while. Plus, between you and me, I kinda want to solve this puzzle for myself. I feel the same way with Fleur's egg, Claire said, her voice brimming with honesty. I think the egg is trying to give off a clue, but I can't exactly figure out what language the voice is speaking. I mean, it has to mean something. There's no way they'd just give off some random noise. Michael nodded in agreement as he looked down at the egg, his eyes widening. That's it. A great look of confusion filling her face at the boy's remark. It's a language, which means the voice is coming from a species with not only their own language, but one that is capable of being translated to English. He rubbed his temples, and Claire watched the boy's mind work. It's like you said, it's supposed to be a clue, meaning that the noise can't be random, rather, it requires a certain environment to be heard. Of creatures capable of speaking a discernible language, all of them live on the ground, all of them except for one. Merpeople, the two said in unison, a smile rising to their face, with Claire taking the lead. Of course, how could I be so stupid? I learned about that in my magical creatures class years ago. Let's go put that egg under some water. It's the only way to test the theory. Quickly, the two marched to the side of the lake, and Claire watched as the boy removed his coat and rolled up his sleeves, turning to her. Don't let me fall in, okay? Claire nodded as she watched the boy cast the bubble-head charm around his head, plunging into the icy water with the egg in his hands. Please let us be right. Harry paced the left corridor of the 7th floor repeatedly beneath his cloak, waiting under the cover of invisibility for Moody, just as he was told. Despite the man claiming that he'd found a room for him and Harry to train, all Harry had found was a rather blank-looking wall with no rooms outside of the standard classrooms in view, at least according to his father and friend's map. However, just as he was about to turn around to go and look for the man that had agreed to train him, he heard a voice call out, "Good, you follow directions well. That's a start at least." "How could you see me?" Harry asked, pulling himself out from beneath the cloak, finding himself face to face with the crippled man. Moody said nothing, simply pointing to his eye, which only left Harry more stunned than before. Seriously. He thought to himself, where can I get one of those? Harry cleared that thought from his mind, looking back up at Moody. All right, I'm here, but I'm not seeing any room to train in. All right, sir, Moody correct. You will talk to me with respect and learn some much-needed discipline while under my instruction. Is that clear, boy? I have a name, Harry growled back. And will refer to you by it once you've earned my respect as a capable wizard, Moody snarled back, just as your elder sister did. Harry had never considered himself a prideful human being, but being talked down to in the way Moody was currently engaging him angered him intensely. Calm yourself, boy, Moody spoke, his back turned to Harry. That anger will only get you killed in the line of duty. Keep it under control, or you'll regret it. Harry sighed, is this some kind of test? Slowly, he let the tension fall from his fingers, gathering his wits once more as he spoke. Sorry, sir, he said, emphasizing the honorific. I'm just wondering where exactly this training room you were speaking of is. Without a word, Moody began packing in front of the wall at a rapid speed, Harry's eyes following the man in confusion. Constantly, the man marched from side to side before, to his surprise, almost as if it had been conjured from nothing, a door appeared in the center of the wall. Whoa, Harry whispered beneath his breath as Moody finally came to a stop before the door. What is this place? The Room of Requirement, otherwise known as the Come and Go Room, Moody said gruffly. Maintaining close proximity with Dumbledore certainly has its perks. That man knows this castle inside and out. Moody turned to face him, and Harry swallowed hard. All right, boy, march. Though angered by the Auror's tone, he did as he was told, approaching the door, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor from what he saw. It was a large training room, at least 4 times as large as that of the secret base that he and his friends had formed. Unlike their base that was filled with borrowed goods, the room came well equipped with training dummies, dark detectors, and bookshelves full of combat magic resources. It was a training room like no other he'd seen before. How was this so well hidden? The Room of Requirement does just that, provides what is required, Moody began. It can become anything from the training room you see here to a simple toilet depending on the needs of the user. For our purposes, this will do. Now go run some laps, stretch, and get warmed up. I don't want to have to drag you the hospital wing if I don't have to. Harry nodded, dropping his cloak and revealing his workout clothes of sweats and a salmon tank top, before doing what he was told and beginning his jog around the room. As he ran, he felt the disturbing pressure of Moody's electric blue eye following his every move, shifting around the man's head in order to keep pace with him. That's enough running, boy, Moody called after a few minutes. Get to stretching and then get up here. It's time you learn something useful. Harry growled as he stretched out his muscles. He didn't know what he was about to get into, but he had a feeling it wasn't going to be a walk in the park, and the last thing he needed was to pull a muscle. He finished his routine as quickly as he could, but ensuring that he hadn't compromised his efficiency as he slowly approached the maimed Auror. Okay, sir, he corrected under Moody's glance. I'm ready. What is it you wanted to teach me? What do you know about combat magic? Moody asked plainly. That's a bit of a loaded question, Harry replied, thinking to himself. Well, I guess starting off simply, there are 3 types of combat magic. From most minor to serious, there are jinxes, hexes, and curses, most of which having counterspells that dismiss the effects of said spell. There are also charms that are commonly used during combat, such as the disarming, stunning, and shielding charms, which are used when taking up a non-lethal or more passive combat stance. Moody nodded. I see, it seems you aren't completely hopeless, boy. However, his face looked anything but pleased. However, nobody has seemed to inform you about the most essential things regarding combat. The most essential, Harry said, his eyebrow cocked. Combat is more than just spells. To truly become efficient in combat, your style must be personalized. Harry's head tilted as he tried to follow the Exorer's train of thought. Take Nymphadora, for example. She excels with a surprise-focused combat style. Not only does her ability allow her to take any form she wishes, but she also is very unpredictable by nature. She lacks raw power, but she uses her spontaneous form of combat to render that problem negligible. You don't have to win a firefight if you already have a kill shot lined up. Harry nodded. It was true that his sister had certainly developed a less than orthodox method of fighting, with clones, shape-shifting, and surprise attacks being centric in her style. So, boy, Moody said, regaining Harry's attention, what skill do you have? What is something that you can capitalize on that can make your combat your own? I'm fast, Harry said, and I don't lack spell power. However, it was clear that it wasn't exactly the answer that Moody wanted to hear. From what I understand, boy, Moody said, Dumbledore claims you have a gift when it comes to legilimency. Have you ever wondered just how that ability could be used in combat? In combat, Harry repeated, his mind racing. Passive legilimency, you've heard of it, I trust, Moody said in a low hiss. Harry nodded. He was familiar with the technique, though he had to admit to himself he'd never exactly tried it. I'm also aware you've been training in wandless magic, yes. Harry nodded once more. Good, that should help, as you've already grown accustomed to learning how to channel magic within your own body. I want you to attempt to form a passive legilimency link with me right now. Sir, I've never. I said now, boy, Moody spat with malicious intent. Harry gazed at the man's authentic eye, his own eyes focusing on it like a laser-guided scalpel. For a moment, he'd felt nothing until suddenly, a voice whispered in his head, "Punch from the right." Instantly, Harry shifted his weight, his eyes expanding in surprise as the Auror's fist barely passed his nose, leaving a gust of wind in its wake. Good, you were able to read my mind just as I thought. What if I hadn't? Harry asked, a bit of outrage in his voice from the randomly provoked attack. It would have hurt, Moody replied with a shrug of indifference. Now, tell me what you felt during the link. At first, nothing, Harry answered after a pause to calm his spark of anger. I assumed I hid an occlumency shield that I wasn't focusing enough magic into breaking. But then suddenly, I heard your voice in my head telling me you were going to punch from the right, and I dodged. Moody said with a grunt, a smirk resting on his face. It seems Dumbledore was right. You certainly are a prodigy when it comes to legilimency. Establishing a passive link on the first try is certainly no small feat, but do you understand why it was you were able to read my attack? Harry shook his head. Honestly, he had no idea why his passive link had worked at all. Combat, Moody began, is a primal drive. Yes, there are strategies, but when a fight breaks out, instincts will take over. And instincts, even if you've mastered wordless magic, cannot be hidden using occlumency. In simpler terms, combat moves too quickly for even the most trained of occlumens to cover their thoughts. Meaning that if I learn to perfect my passive legilimency, Harry began his mind, nearly exploding at his realization, I'd almost be able to see the future. Moody nodded, the smallest dash of pride evident on the man's heavily scarred face. We'll start small. I want you to stand on the other end of the floor. We're going to duel. Harry swallowed hard. The idea of dueling someone with a magical aura as terrifying as Mad Eyes wasn't exactly how he'd have liked to spend the evening. But then again, Harry thought to himself, Moody's is nothing compared to Voldemort. Throughout this duel, I want you to keep that passive link established. You claim to be quick. It's time for you to prove it. Harry had practiced combat for years. He lived and trained for one reason, to kill the man that had taken his parents from him. In its simplest terms, Harry was certainly no stranger with a wand. And yet, Harry felt nervous, his stomach making him feel like a boat lost in a storm. It was the way Moody looked at him. Even more than the Dementors he'd faced the year before, Moody resonated danger. Each step had required Harry to steel his nerves, but eventually, he'd found himself across the room from the former Auror, his wand in hand as he turned to face the grizzled man, his mind focusing hard on piercing the elderly man's thoughts. Curcio, Moody bellowed, a blood-red spark igniting from his staff. Internally blessing his seeker's reflexes, Harry dove out of the way of the unforgivable streak, rolling quickly off the ground as he rose to his feet. What the hell was that? Harry shouted, enraged. A spell, Moody said with a shrug as if nothing had happened. An unforgivable one, Harry barked back. If I hadn't dodged that. Quit your belly aching, Moody snapped back. Do you think that the Death Eaters are going to play fair when they see you? Harry's jaw clenched, shut, unable to challenge the defense against the dark arts professor. Of course they aren't. In fact, the torturing curse might be the most merciful one you get flung in your direction. Voldemort knows you're his target. His Death Eaters know that as well. They'd kill each other to bring you to their lord's feet. So if you think that they're going to go easy on you, I suggest you get that stupid thought out of your head. Honestly, Moody spat, the fact you've never been fired upon with a curse like that is just proof of the inadequacies of your training. This isn't some children's game. This is a war, and in war, men become monsters. I'm not your friend, boy. I'm not your godfather or uncle or sibling. I don't care about you as a person at all. What I care about is making you strong enough so I don't die for nothing. Understand? Harry grit his teeth and nodded. Good, Moody scowled. Now if you're done crying over how unfair the world is, get back into position and don't drop your guard. Harry scowled at the man, wishing his eyes were daggers, and I thought Snape was bad, he thought to himself, trying to re-establish his passive link. Before he could even continue down his train of thought, Moody's voice rang in his head, a bolt of fire leaving the man's staff. Instantly, Harry stuck his hand out, the teachings of his house elf coming to mind as he conjured a magical shield in the palm of his hand. The bolt of fire exploded against his palm, the flames momentarily impairing his vision as the heat brushed against his face. But while he certainly felt warm, he didn't feel pain. "I did it," I stopped his attack, he thought to himself proudly as he lifted his wand. "Now it's my turn." His wand steadied on Moody, finding the man with a look of sheer rapture on his face as Harry bellowed within his mind, "Reducto." A jet of blue propelled itself at the man with a force so powerful. Harry had almost felt his shoulder dislocate, but a smile grew across his face as he thought, right on target. But almost as quickly as the smile had formed, it vanished as Moody rocked his staff, and Harry watched as the spell flew off course, passing cleanly over the Exorer's shoulder. "You certainly weren't wrong when you said you didn't lack power. I'll admit I even had to try a little to redirect that spell, but make no mistake, boy," Moody said with a smirk. "We're only getting started." To the right, Harry thought to himself, shifting his weight as the spell he heard in his head from his link with Moody rang out. He watched as a white light brushed past his cheek, before exploding behind with a force strong enough to create a shockwave. As shocked as Harry was with the potency of the man's devastating magic, he had no time to gawk as he heard another forecast of Moody's attacks echoing in his mind from the link, forcing him to move. He rolled, cartwheeled, jumped, and ducked beneath waves and waves of spells, his lungs hurting from his inability to breathe in midst of the action. "I can't keep this up forever," Harry thought, barely sidestepping an exploding hex that blew apart the stone floor. "Think, Harry, think." His eyes scanned the professor intently before he nodded. He had a plan, he just wasn't quite sure it was a good one. Focusing more than any time before on his passive link, he darted towards the professor, a streak of blue racing towards his face as just barely. He managed to tilt his head away from the wall-shattering curse that flew right past his ear as he leaped into the air, Lumos Maxima. He roared in his mind, a blinding white light filling the room, as Harry reached his hand towards the man's face. But just as he was about to make contact with his intended target, he coughed, gagging as a hand wrapped around his throat, holding him in the air. Moody hadn't even given Harry a chance to even reach for the man's grip before Harry had found his stomach being introduced firmly to the man's metallic knee, knocking more than just thin wind out of him as red dots covered the training room floor. Then, almost as if he was nothing but garbage, Moody flung him, his body briefly coasting in the air before he fell flat on his back, forcing a groan of agony from his lips. Harry felt like a fish out of water, floundering on the ground for air as the Auror approached him once more. "So, you figured out that my eye was helping me see through your movements," Moody said. "A good deduction, and understanding that so long as I had my eye, the chances of one of your spells hitting me was extremely low was also well done." "However," Moody said, "I know my weaknesses far better than you do, boy. You're not the first to come for my eye, and you assumed that because of my crippled state, I wouldn't be able to stop you if you physically attempted to blind me." Harry couldn't say a word, his mind far too focused on trying to recover any of the air that had been stripped from him. "That was your critical mistake. You were impulsive and judged my ability off of my appearance. You made an assumption and you paid for it." "In a battle, assumption means death. Do not move until you know your opponent's abilities," Moody said. "And if forced into combat with an opponent whose abilities are unknown, it's best to stay on the defensive until help arrives or an opening is found in their technique, but never without certainty that it isn't a ploy." Harry had finally managed to turn himself over, rising to his hands and knees as he felt Moody's blue eye glaring down at him. "You have talent, boy. That is undeniable, but you have much to learn." Harry felt a cold feeling rush through his chest as the words he'd been dreading escaped his instructor's lips. "Get up, boy. Tonight's lesson has only just begun." Sirius felt cold as he looked down at the sight beneath him. She'd always been so loud and full of life. Yes, Sirius had always pretended to find it annoying, but he'd do anything to hear her snippy comments and wild laugh right now. Instead, all he was met with was silence as he looked down at Emmeline, resting in her St. Mungo's hospital bed, her arms wrapped to the point they looked less like that of a human's and more like the ones that belonged to the Michelin Man. He'd snuck into to see her. He didn't want to be with anyone else as he found himself lamenting his failure to protect the woman he loved for the second time from Death Eater scum. I'm supposed to be the leader, Sirius thought numbly in his head, but I couldn't even protect you. His finger curled towards his palm, his gray eyes now contained in swollen red fighting hard to keep the tears from falling as he rubbed his thumb gently across the top of his girlfriend's hand. I love you, he whispered aloud. The words felt like broken glass in his mouth. I'm so sorry. Before Sirius could say another word, he heard the door behind him slide open, and in walked a woman, tall and blonde, dressed in pure white robes, a small basket of potions in her hands. Visiting hours ended a while ago. Lord Black, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. Sirius had acted as if he hadn't heard the Medi-Witch's words, turning numbly to face her. She hasn't woken up yet, he whispered. Are you sure she's going to be okay? The Medi-Witch must have felt pity for him as she nodded. We've been keeping close watch over her brain activity. It appears to be completely normal. She just needs rest. If I'm being truthful, the witch said solemnly, you should be grateful that she hasn't woken up yet. When she does, she'll be in tremendous pain from the burns. Can't you give her something? Sirius said, his voice filled with pain. Your doctors, for Merlin's sake, there must be something you can do. In a normal situation, the witch said, there wouldn't be any problems, but it's different in her case. How is it different? Sirius growled, his pain bubbling, shifting towards anger. Pain potions have been shown to have negative effects on an embryo. In fact, pain potions are somewhat toxic to them. The witch said bluntly, and Sirius' eyes felt as if they had grown 3 sizes, his heart pumping rapidly in his chest as he stared mystified at the medical witch. We've done the tests, Lord Black. There's no denying it, Lady Emmeline Vance is pregnant. Chapter 24, The Night Before Christmas. Snow danced softly outside the library windows, flickering amongst the candlelight which illuminated the large room. She rubbed her tired eyes. For how long she'd been working on Grindelwald's journal, she had no idea, but she was starting to get the hang of it at least. Runes had always been something she was gifted in. It had never taken her long to memorize a runic alphabet or to learn long and elaborate chains, but Babylonian runes were a different animal altogether. Half of her face rested in her palm as she sighed deeply. Her mind had been unfocused since Astoria's bleeding, and with Harry's tense nature becoming more and more of a frequent occurrence, she feared that war was going to arrive at her doorstep far before she was ready, if she ever would be. She clenched her quill tightly, the grip of the pen cracking under her pressure as she felt ink beginning to drip onto her hand. Shit, she thought to herself, rolling her quill aside, desperately trying not to damage either the notebook or the lexicon. The way the ink leaked from the crack in the grip had sent Daphne spiraling back into her memories, watching as the blood dripped from Astoria's nose, haunting her, as a tear now graced her normally composed cheek. She wiped it away furiously, her eyes filled with hatred as she turned back to the accursed journal. What am I thinking? She thought to herself bitterly. Here I am with a journal belonging to one of the greatest dark wizards in history, and I haven't even bothered looking up blood curses. She placed her wand in the centerfold, using it as a bookmark as she turned towards the front of the book, reading each header as desperately as she could. For the most part, the words terrified her: blinding rituals, spirit dissections, ghost banishment. But then she saw a header, one that sent chills of fear and relief simultaneously down her spine: life exchange ritual. She swallowed hard. How often and for how long had she dreamed of taking Astoria's curse from her, for just the mere chance of saving her sister? Honestly, if Daphne were to be true to herself, it had become a compulsive obsession, frequently keeping her up at night as she racked her mind for anything she could do. Perhaps now, she finally had an answer. With a trembling hand, she reached forward, only to feel another hand land atop hers, pushing it down towards the table. Anger filled her eyes as she turned to glare at the figure behind her, the vein in her forehead nearly erupting as she met the figure's eyes. "What the hell do you want?" "A bit angry today, aren't we?" Crumb said with a disgusting smirk. "That's all right, I like fiery girls like you." "Too bad that we aren't compatible, though," Daphne said with a click of her tongue. "I don't like smug assholes." "Your relationship with Potter says differently," Crumb jabbed back, and Daphne had felt her hand ball into a fist with rage. "No need to get so angry, love," Crumb said calmly. "I just wanted to confirm a disgusting rumor I heard. Is it true that Potter asked you to the ball?" "You must be as dumb as you look if you didn't get the message from the huge firework display he put on for me," Daphne spat back. "Let's calm down," Crumb said. "No need to get so grumpy. Though, like I said, fiery girls like you are very attractive. All I was wondering was if you wanted to ditch Potter for me. I may be difficult, I can admit that, but at least I'm not dark wizard scum like him." "She said she wasn't interested," a familiar voice from behind Crumb called out. "Are you hard of hearing as well as an idiot, because I think she made that perfectly clear." Crumb stepped aside, and from behind him was a figure that brought a smile to her face. Harry stood there, his face composed and uninterested, almost as if Crumb wasn't currently standing between them with a look of hatred on his face. "Why don't you go ask Lavender, or one of the Patel twins, if you're instant on having a 14-year-old girl accompany you? You creep." This had clearly inflicted some damage on Crumb's pride as he flared up, and Daphne was beginning to believe that he hadn't really wanted to go with her in the first place. Daphne had found herself thinking back to Tonks. Maybe this is all a plan, just like what Tonks said. Is he trying to use me to get under Harry's skin? But why is he so obsessed with making sure Harry fails? "I would," Crumb said, his composure regained, a grin now plastered on his face. "But none of them have an ass quite like your bird over there." If looks could kill, Harry's eyes would have ripped Crumb in half, and with speeds that Daphne could hardly believe, Harry's hand had wrapped around the collar of the Bulgarian champion's shirt as his hands curled into a heavy fist. "Harry, stop!" Daphne shouted. "Don't do it." Daphne could see Harry's fist trembling in midair, inches away from Crumb's nose, hatred flowing off his body like a rapid-flowing current. "Well, look at that. Looks like Daphne doesn't want you hurting me, not that you could mind you." Daphne watched her boyfriend's face turn into a sneer. "Better let me go, Potter. Don't want to make her mad right before the ball. She might just take me up on my offer if you do." She walked over to her boyfriend's side, lowering his hands from the Bulgarian asshole as she glared up at Crumb. "Sorry, but you have me all wrong." Crumb sent her a questioning look that turned to one of pure agony as her knee made contact with his private areas, dropping him to the floor in pain. "Unlike the soft little girls you're used to preying on, I don't need my boyfriend to fight my battles." She took her boyfriend's hand, throwing the rest of her supplies as safely as she could into her book bag before beginning her trek out of the library, a sinister thought crossing her mind. "Harry," she whispered, "put your hand on my backside." "Are you," he stuttered with a rather cute blush, "are you sure? You normally hate PDA." "Yeah, but I also love watching people squirm." Before her boyfriend could even respond, she placed her lips against his, moaning softly into his mouth as Harry gazed at her with wide-eyed surprise. His eyes relaxed, closing softly before molding into the long kiss, a string of saliva forming as they separated. "You, Miss Greengrass," Harry whispered back softly into her ear, "are a spiteful witch." A smile rose to her face as they exited the library, Crumb's groans of anguish fading further and further into the distance. Daphne held Harry's hand, rubbing her thumb against the back of his palm as together they walked through the empty halls. But as much joy as Daphne felt in her heart around the raven-haired boy, a certain sadness filled her heart, her mind reflecting on the ritual she'd just discovered. "Harry," she thought to herself, "forgive me." In her distracted state of mind, she hadn't been paying much attention as Harry guided her through halls, her focus fading in and out of reality, until the two came to an abrupt stop at the front of the tapestry that hid the secret base. She followed Harry down the devil-snared halls before her eyes widened in shock as Harry pressed his lips against her once more. Her shock faded, however, and a smile quickly replaced it as she looked around, finding the two of them in the empty room. "It's been a while since the two of us were alone, hasn't it?" Harry said with a playful smile. "It has," Daphne agreed, her mind still in a bit of a haze. "Though I suppose there is a bigger reason behind why you came to meet with me alone." "It's that unbelievable that I want to spend time with my girlfriend," Harry said with a chuckle that forced her to roll her eyes as she squeezed his hand. "You're right, though. I have to tell you something." She gazed up at Harry, her ears primed to hear his every word. "Michael, he figured out the clue, and I have a bad feeling you might be involved." She tilted her head to the side, not quite understanding what Harry meant, before with a sigh, the green-eyed boy delivered what almost sounded like a prophecy. "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone. It won't come back." Daphne felt a chill down her spine as she heard Harry's terrifying poem before he continued. "I was talking with everyone else about it," he said with a sigh. "At first I was thinking it would be contained to just physical possessions, but Astoria brought up a good point. It is Dumbledore that we're talking about." "What are you trying to tell me?" Daphne said, fearing what Harry had begun to speculate. "The thing that I would most sorely miss in the entire world," Harry said, squeezing her hand once more, "is you." She felt her heart stop under Harry's loving gaze, breaking only at the moment he turned away bashfully. "Look, I know you value your independence, and so do I. The fact I don't need to wait on you hand and foot is part of why I'm thankful we're together," he said cautiously. "But I need you to let me put a tracking charm on you before the second task. I can't let you disappear. I need you to come back to me." She removed her hands from Harry's as she cupped his cheeks with her palms. "Okay," she said with a nod. "I trust you, Harry. Do what you have to do." He smiled softly before, his hand reached for his stomach, a wince of pain in his eyes that he desperately tried to keep hidden from her cautious stare. "You're hurt again, aren't you?" she asked in a more uplifting tone, trying to break the serious tension. "It's nothing," Harry said with a smile. "Really, I'm—" But before the boy could even say a word, Daphne lifted her wand, vanishing his shirt as she saw his chiseled abs and chest that would normally bring a blush to her face covered with black and blue bruises, leaving her in horror. "Moody," Harry said, scratching the back of his head nervously. "He doesn't take his training lightly." "Why didn't you go and see Madame Pomfrey?" she chided as she placed the tip of her wand to Harry's chest. "I thought about it," Harry said with a sigh. "But honestly, I wasn't quite sure how to explain all these bruises to Pomfrey without words spreading to Dumbledore." "God, you're an idiot," Daphne said, shaking her head, her eyes concentrated on her healing spell. "You are so lucky you have me," she finished with a smirk. "Yeah, princess," Harry said with a chuckle. "I know, but don't worry, I promise I'll be in movable condition for the ball." "You better be," Daphne said with a smile, "or I'll have to exchange words with Moody myself." "Hey, Daphne," Harry said, imploring Daphne to lock eyes with him. Her heart began to race in her chest as her stare softened, but the next words never left his lips as he looked away with uncharacteristic shyness. "Never mind, I just wanted to say thanks. You know, for helping me." "Always flyboy," she said, a hint of confusion and sadness in her eyes. "Always." Harry, she thought once more to herself sadly, I'm so sorry. A white glaze covered the castle ground as December 24th had finally rolled around, the Yule Ball only being 1 day away now, and with it the revelation of the fact he and Claire Belmont were, well, dating. He wasn't sure why he'd chosen to keep his relationship with Claire a secret. Part of him had wanted to see the surprise on his friends' faces when he walked down the royal staircase with Claire at his side. Part of him figured there wasn't a chance in hell any of his friends would have believed him even if he had told them. But more than anything, he liked the idea of having something that was uniquely his. And while he knew the truth would come out eventually, the sneaking around the castle, the risk of getting in trouble, the kissing in the broom closets while students walked by from class to class, it was magical in its own way. All his friends knew was he had a date and everyone, but mostly Neville and Tracy had gone into full detective mode in order to figure out who exactly Michael's mystery girl was. Thankfully, Claire had been one of the few girls that Tracy had instantly eliminated, and that had made Michael's job a lot easier. What did disturb him was the fact that despite being his best friend, Harry Potter hadn't said a word. Tracy had gone to Hogsmeade with Blaise for some last-minute Christmas shopping, which partially explained why he and Harry had found themselves in a carriage alone entering the town past noon. Daphne had opted to stay behind, claiming she had to get ready for the Yule Ball and also had wanted to spend some sister time with Astoria, and Hermione had enlisted Neville's help in figuring out the problem she was having with her herbology project. To Michael, he'd hoped it would finally lead to Neville asking out Hermione, as the tension between the two had become painful. As for Daphne and Astoria, it had made sense. The two sisters hadn't had much time to spend together, but the look on Harry's face told a different story, a far different story. His best friend looked glum, almost as if someone had run over his pet Kneazle or something, and it certainly wasn't in his character. To make it worse, it had been a trance he'd been fatting in and out of for some time. Unable to take it anymore, Michael reached over, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder, shaking him back to reality as he whispered, "Rook, you okay?" "Yeah," Harry said, brushing it off as he always did. "Yeah, I'm fine." But Michael didn't buy it. He knew something was up, and as a Ravenclaw, it wasn't in him to allow it to go on undiscovered. Thankfully, though, it hadn't taken long before Harry whispered, clearly unable to keep his troubles silent any longer. "Actually, there is something that's been bothering me, but you have to promise not to tell anyone." "You know I'd never do that, Potter," Michael said earnestly as he stared calmly at his friend, his disposition shifting towards one of openness. "I did a bad thing, Michael. I didn't mean to, but I did." This had caught Michael a bit off guard. Harry and Michael were far from straight-edge kids. They were tricksters, maybe even a bit manipulative, but outright bad, never, at least, not to anyone who didn't deserve it. "Moody," Harry started. "He's been making me practice passive legilimency. It's kinda like regular legilimency, except it's done well passively." "Yeah, I figured," Michael said, trying to bring a light-hearted air to the heavy-sounding conversation. "Well, I haven't had much practice with it, and because of that sometimes I start reading people's minds without meaning to." Michael's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at his friend. "Last week," Harry continued, a discomfort clearly in his face, "when I was with Daphne, after I met up with her in the library, I told her about the golden egg clue, and I told her I was going to put a trace on her before the second task. Normally, she's all private and Miss Independent, which I don't mind, don't get me wrong, but I was really surprised when she agreed to let me track her." "Okay," Michael said, gesturing for his friend to continue. "She told me she trusted me, Michael," Harry said, "and in that moment, I accidentally entered her mind." He looked softly at his friend, wondering what he'd sensed in his girlfriend's mind that had made him feel so ill. "I cut it off as soon as I noticed what was happening, but before I did, I felt that Daphne was racked with guilt over something. I heard her tell me she was sorry in her mind." "Maybe she was just thinking that she was sorry that she's been so distant from you or something," Michael said with a shrug. "Any chance you might just be overthinking it?" "That's what I've been trying to convince myself of," Harry said with a shrug, releasing a heavy sigh. But the way the voice in her head sounded, it was almost as if she was saying goodbye, like it was some kind of suicide message. Michael gripped his friend's shoulder tightly, pulling him closer as he watched Harry tighten his fist. I've been wanting to say something, but knowing her, the fact I probed around in her brain isn't going to go over well, and I have no idea how to subtly slide what I'm feeling into a non-suspicious conversation. Harry shuddered as Michael watched his emerald green eyes pour into his as his friend whispered, "I love her, Michael. At least I think I do," his voice entering a soft tremble. "I don't want to lose her." "Hey, you aren't going to lose her, okay?" Michael said. "She loves you too, you know, she'd never leave you, not like that. Blondie might be a bit of a pain, but she's loyal to you and way too resilient to ever throw her life away. She's going through a lot right now too, especially with her dealing with the fact her father's a Death Eater and the fact that we're basically kids gearing up for war. It's not too unbelievable that she just had a bad day. We all have them after all." "Yeah," Harry said, and Michael felt a bit of relief as a fair bit of color returned to his friend's face. "Maybe you're right. I'm probably just overthinking everything again." "Maybe Moody's paranoia is already starting to rub off on you," Michael said with a chuckle. "Trust me, all right, everything's going to be okay. And I'll keep an eye out too. If I see anything suspicious going on, I'll let you know." "Thanks, Chipper," Harry said with a weak smile. "You know, for as lazy of an ass as you come off, you're actually a big softy. I can kinda see why Claire agreed to go to the ball with you." Michael's eyes opened wide, but quickly regained their normal size as Harry pointed to his forehead. "I've been accidentally reading minds, remember? But don't worry, I won't say a word. You'll still get to shock everyone as you and Claire walk down the spiral staircase. I'll make sure I'm watching Boot and Bones' reaction too, just in case you want to save the memory." "You, Mr. Potter," Michael said with a smirk, "are truly a good friend." A moment of silence followed the boy's immediate chuckle as Michael turned to look out the side of Hogsmeade carriage. "Hey, Harry, I know this sounds stupid and incredibly unlike me, but Claire, she's been going through a lot, and I know that I'm going to be in a lot of pictures because I'm her date and all. I don't want her having the media headache of her attending the ball with some low-class wizard looming over her head." "She won't think that," Harry started. "I know," Michael said. "I just want this to be a good night for her, and my dress robes, they aren't exactly, well, nice." "So what you're saying is that you actually want to take time out of your day to do something for someone else. That isn't me," Harry said with a smirk. "Is the sky falling?" "Shut up, Potter. I'm just trying to be a good boyfriend is all," Michael said, looking out once more into the distance. "I'll pay you back, eventually, I pro." "Save it, Michael," Harry said with a warm grin. "I'll cover your new robes. You've already paid me back by solving the egg riddle for me. I guess I owe Claire for that as well." Michael grinned up at his friend as he opened the door of the Hogsmeade carriage. "All right, first stop, Gladrag's Wizardwear, any theme you're going for?" "Not really," Michael said with a shrug. "All I know is I need it to match something gray." Hermione had found herself in the greenhouse that rested beside the castle's entrance. It wasn't that she was necessarily bad at herbology, though if she were honest with herself, she wouldn't claim she was bad at anything. Though, to put it softly, it was safe to say that she most certainly didn't have a green thumb. Though part of her was annoyed that she required help for the first time on a project, she was more than satisfied with who had volunteered to be her tutor. She oftentimes found herself staring blankly at Neville. Part of her had found it hard to believe that the once chubby and clumsy first year that had been her only real friend in the entire castle had grown so much over the past 3 years, and not just in maturity. Due to the high humidity and temperature, rather than seeing Neville in a thick coat, the boy stood before her in a plain white shirt, the water in the air creating a slightly see-through effect that created a strong thumping in her chest. Her eyes watched as Neville's arms, defined with lean muscle, held a tiny tweezer gently in his hand as he went over the wiggon tree that Hermione had been struggling with the growth of over the past few weeks. Her concentration was broken as she heard a chuckle leave Neville's form. "So that's what's been going on." "What's been going on?" Hermione asked, approaching the Hufflepuff closer than she ever had before, looking over his shoulder at the plant. She watched as Neville seemed to take something from the potted soil, lifting it in the air before cupping it between his palms. "How much have you been watering the plant and feeding it?" Neville asked calmly. "I've been following the textbook to the letter," Hermione said firmly, knowing for a fact it wasn't a directional error. "That's the problem then," Neville said, and Hermione could hear the grin that had grown across his face. She stared at him blankly in confusion, not sure where to even start with her line of questioning. But thankfully Neville began his explanation. "You'll probably have to start feeding and watering it a bit more. It's been eating for too recently." "My tree is pregnant?" Hermione asked, her voice laced with complete confusion. "Kinda," Neville said as he whipped around, his nose centimeters away from hers, bringing a heated blush to her face. A blush she was thankful Neville hadn't noticed, as his eyes were focused solely on whatever it was that was kept safely guarded between his hand. Carefully, Neville lifted his top hand away, and in the center of his palm was what looked to be a flat-faced stick figure made of bark and twigs with deep brown eyes that looked so full of life. "This, Hermione, is a bowtruckle. They're normally not very big, but even comparatively, this one is a bit of a runt." Hermione couldn't help but smile as she watched the stick figure spring to life, climbing higher and higher onto Neville's arm. Normally, they live in little colonies on fully grown wiggen trees. They share a symbiotic relationship with them. The bowtruckle eats any insects that may harm the wiggen tree, but in return, they also sap a bit of water from the soil. For fully grown trees, it's not much of an issue, but for a growing tree, it can be a bit problematic. "Still," Neville said brightly, "you should feel pretty proud. Bowtruckles only choose wiggen trees they believe have the best growth potential to live in. He may have been causing you a bit of trouble, but he certainly seems to think that your tree is worthy of an O." "He's so tiny," Hermione said, unable to stop herself from gushing over the small creature despite it being the source of all her herbology stress. "But you said normally it lives with a colony. Why do you think it got kicked out?" "Not all bowtruckles are nice," Neville said. "I've been down to the big wiggen tree on the Hogwarts grounds. I actually spent a lot of time there 2 years ago when you were That's not important," Neville said, quickly shifting directions. "Anyway, my guess is that this little guy was bullied out of the pack for being smaller than others. But he didn't give up. He found himself a new home, and I think, by the looks of it, it has been going pretty well." "He was probably bullied, huh?" Hermione spoke to herself softly. "We both know how that feels." She shook the thoughts of her less pleasant years out of her head before she smiled. "Well, that settles it then. I'm just going to have to make sure I feed you extra to make sure you grow big and strong." A strange yet cheery chirping sound seemed to spring from the tiny branch as it moved gently from Neville's hand to hers, bringing yet another subconscious smile to her face. "I think he likes that idea, Hermione." She nodded as Neville continued. "Well, if you're going to be looking out for him, it might be worth giving him a name, just like you would any familiar." Hermione mumbled, her mind racing through a lexicon of names that had come to mind. "You said it was kind of like the protector of trees, right? So how about the name Druid?" Once again, a cheerful chirp emerged from the small twig, and she felt herself beaming under the gaze of Neville's warm demeanor. "I think that Druid," Neville said with a kind simper, "is a big fan of his new name." Hermione began tickling the tiny twig, causing sounds similar to laughter from the bowtruckle. "Seeing you hold it like that, it's almost like a mom coddling a child." "That just made me feel way more responsible than I already did," Hermione said with a chuckle. "Fine, though. If I'm the mom, you're the dad then. You're the one who found him after all." "Fair enough," was all that Neville said as he looked down at her, his blue eyes locking with hers. A warm flush rose to his face as he looked away shyly, but nothing had made Hermione feel as happy as that moment that he'd stared at her, almost as if he thought that she was beautiful. It's getting late, and I'm sure we both have things we need to take care of tomorrow, so." "Neville," Hermione said, her voice soft and shaky, are you thinking about going to the Yule Ball? I know you normally go home for Christmas to see your mom and dad, but I was just wondering." "I don't know," Neville said with equal softness. "I don't really have a date yet, but I think I'd like to go. It sounds like it could be fun, but—" For a moment longer, Hermione stayed silent, until eventually, this wave of either anxiety or courage took over, and before she knew it, her mouth opened. "Neville, I know that I'm not as pretty as Hannah or Lavender or Claire, but I was wondering if you'd like to come with me to the Yule Ball." She watched in horror as Neville's eyes widened in shock, and instantly she began to feel nauseous. "I mean, it's okay if you say no. I just forget about it." "You're beautiful, Hermione," Neville said softly, and it felt as if all air had left her lungs. "But I've always thought that. You're smart, you're funny, you're talented. You are so much more beautiful than you think you are." "But why did you?" "Like Hannah?" Neville asked, to which Hermione shamefully nodded. "I don't know. I was a chubby, dumb, and untalented wizard. The idea of you liking me was something that didn't make any sense to me, so I looked elsewhere. I figured Hannah was pretty enough, and if I got turned down by her, I wouldn't have lost anything. If I got turned down by you, though, I would have lost a friendship that meant a lot to me." Hermione felt her breath hitch as Neville placed his hand on the small of her back, bringing her even closer. "Sorry for me not being brave enough to tell you how I felt earlier," he whispered soothingly. "I hope this can make my feelings clear." Hermione felt as if her body had been jolted with lightning as she felt Neville's lips press gently against hers. At first, her mind raced with nonsense and doubts, but Neville hadn't pulled away, and Hermione felt a surge of confidence race through her as she pushed back against Neville's lips, nibbling his bottom lip gently before pulling apart, their faces both flushed an embarrassed red, though with a smile resting firmly on their face. She watched Neville cautiously, searching for any hint of regret, but all she read from his expression was enthusiasm, and with a playful tone he asked, "So, what color should I charm my tie?" Screaming, the sound of agonized screaming echoed in Sirius' mind as he looked down at Emmeline, now resting exhaustedly in her bed, a salve coating her arms in order to help regrow the skin that had been peeled off during the procedure. He wanted to reach out to her, to hold her, to tell her that he loved her, but he couldn't. He didn't want to hurt her, and she was in far too deep of a sleep for Sirius' words to penetrate her thoughts. "She'll be all right, Sirius," he heard Remus whisper to him, his last remaining marauder by his side. "I know," Sirius said. "I know she's going to be fine, at least physically, but I don't know what to do anymore." He clenched his fist. What kind of worthless man brings a child into the world at the brink of a war in which he's one of the main targets? "This sounds like a familiar conversation, Padfoot. We've had it before. Don't you remember?" Remus said kindly. "That's what James said when he found out that Lily was pregnant." Sirius' eyes widened. It was true. He wasn't the first of the marauders to have found himself in such a perilous situation. But as he thought back on his late best friend, he wasn't sure if that was the greatest of examples. "Children," Remus continued. "They inspire hope, an ideal view of what the world could be. They make us fight harder, push ourselves further. They provide a light when the darkness becomes so overwhelming." "You know it to be true," Remus said after a short pause. "Think back on it. How much harder did we fight when we found out Lily was expecting? How much harder did James fight? He wanted to leave behind a better world for his son. It gave him something to push forward towards when all hope seemed lost. Honestly, it might be hard to find a more powerful motivator than to protect one's child from danger." Sirius felt Remus tighten his grip around his shoulder. "We're going to win, Padfoot, and when it's over, you, Em, and this child are going to live a wonderful and happy life. I'm certain of it." "Plus," Remus said with a chuckle, "imagine how much more driven Harry will become when he learns he has a little brother or sister to protect." "Remus," Sirius said, pausing a moment before he continued, "I was thinking, if you'll accept that is, about making you the boy's godfather." "I'm a werewolf, Sirius," Remus said. "Just because you don't think of me as a beast doesn't mean that the Ministry will ignore that fact. Plus, I think if anyone deserves it, it's Andromeda and Ted. They did a fantastic job helping raise Harry, and Tonks grew up well. It's a tried and true method." A smirk grew across Remus' face. "But don't you worry, I guarantee you I'll still end up as this kid's favorite uncle." Sirius smiled before growing solemn once more. "I still haven't talked to Harry yet. It's been weeks since the raid, and I know Tonks told him that we're all okay, but I just didn't have the courage to face him. He's destined to face the Dark Lord. What right do I have looking at him with fear in my eyes?" "Nobody is fearless, Sirius. Even us Gryffindors feel it sometimes. The trick is to not allow ourselves to dwell on it," Remus said warmly. "You're a brave and good man, Sirius, but you need to learn to forgive yourself. We're at war, bad things are going to happen, and you won't be able to stop all of them. But if you allow the fear of loss to paralyze you from acting, this war is already lost. Every single one of us is ready to die for this cause if needs be. Don't stop us from doing our jobs just because the outcome could hurt." It was silent as Sirius stared blankly at the ground, taking in his friend's words, his heart pounding in his ears. He turned his head, meeting Remus' warm green eyes, and slowly he nodded. "You know, it's been so long since I've talked to Harry, I hardly even know what to say." "I don't know," Remus said with a shrug. "Perhaps a good start would be, 'Hey, pup,'" he said with his best Sirius impersonation. "Turns out I'm going to be a dad, ready for a kinda sorta little sibling. I feel that'll be a good way to break the ice." "Ha ha," Sirius laughed benignly. "When did you become such a comedian, Mooney?" "I don't know what you're talking about," he said with a smirk. "I've always been a riot, I just didn't get in as much trouble as you or James." Sirius smiled as he pulled a small black velvet box from his pocket, opening it, revealing a beautiful diamond ring resting inside it, with 3 tiny crows, the sigil of House Black engraved into the band. He saw his friend smile and nod. "She'll say yes, Sirius, of that I have no doubt." A soft groan escaped the white-haired woman's lips, and instantly, Sirius felt Remus rise out of his chair and smile. "It looks like she's waking up. I think I'll give you two some privacy." Sirius could hardly move as his eyes seemed to have become glued to Emmeline, watching her slim frame begin to stir beneath the covers of the bed. "I'm here, Em," Sirius thought to himself, struggling to speak. "I'm here." "Sirius," Emmeline whispered, her voice scratchy and frail. But Sirius couldn't stop tears of joy from leaking down his cheeks as he leaned forward, wrapping his hand gently around her so as not to hit any of the healing skin. Her purple eyes locked with his misty gray orbs as gently she whispered, "I'm sorry." "You're sorry?" Sirius questioned frantically. "What do you have to be sorry for?" "You're crying," Emmeline said softly. "I didn't want to make you worry." "It's okay," Sirius said in between rapid breaths. "God, it's okay. All that matters is that you're awake and all right." He ran his fingers through her long and tangled hair as he placed gentle pecks against her cheek. "I love you, Em. I love you so much." She smiled up at him. It was weak but certainly present. "Maybe I should nearly die more often if you're going to pamper me like this." Sirius smirked. Hearing M's snippy attitude again had sounded like music to his ear as he gently placed his palm on Emmeline's stomach, seeing as her eyes widen in shock as Sirius smiled brightly down at her. "I'll treat you like royalty for the rest of your life if you promise never to go and nearly die on me again," Sirius said with a soft chuckle of his own. "I need you, and a boy needs his mother." "So the doctors told you, huh?" Emmeline said a bit downtrodden. "It's not exactly how I imagined you finding out, but no use crying over spilled milk. Sorry, I didn't tell you earlier. I couldn't really think of a good time. Everything was happening so fast and—" "It's okay," Sirius said. "All that matters is that I know now, and you and the baby are safe." Emmeline nodded with a smile. "I'll agree to your deal, but you have to promise me the same, okay?" Sirius stared warmly down at her as she placed her hand over his. A baby girl does need her daddy after all. "No," Sirius teased playfully. "It'll be a boy, just watch." He wrapped Emmeline's palm around his hand and squeezed it softly. "But that sounds like a deal to me. Let's make it official, though." "Official?" Emmeline asked with confusion. But before another word could escape Emmeline's mouth, Sirius bent down on his knee. "I want to live with you. I want you to be the first thing I see in the morning and the last thing I see before I go to sleep. I want to start a family with you. I want to raise my child beside you. I want you, Emmeline, now and forever. Will you, Emmeline Vance, do me the great honor of becoming my wife?" Tears began to fall on the linoleum floor as Emmeline nodded quickly, a bright smile on her face. Sirius looked up with the best smile he could muster as Emmeline looked as if she was struggling for words. The two grinned at each other, refusing to break eye contact before finally, Emmeline's voice rang out. "Yes." Chapter 25, The Yule Ball. Harry could hardly contain his excitement as he wrapped the two-way communication mirror snugly between 2 white t-shirts, placing it securely within his bedside table. Getting a call from Sirius on its own had always managed to keep Harry happy, but to find out his godfather was getting married, and that there was already a kid on the way had left him simply beaming. The family just keeps getting bigger. he thought to himself with a grin as he stared at himself in the mirror. For all the joy he felt in his heart, it hadn't taken away much from the physical pain his body had been screaming over. He gently stuck 2 fingers into the pain potion-based ointment that Daphne had made for him not too long ago as he began massaging the black and blue spots that covered his torso in a circular motion. Moody wasn't kidding, he thought to himself as he finished his last circle. His training is something else. However, Harry didn't have time to roll on the floor in agony. As with a swish of his wand, his dress robes flew from his bed into the 4th-year boy's bathroom. He snarled viciously within his mind as he looked down at the suit. He'd always hated them. But as he finished working his arm through the last socket of his robe, he was forced to admit that perhaps Michael was right about the idea that his training with Moody making him a bit more paranoid. Though Harry would argue the right term was careful, as unlike Moody, who'd been relatively safe for the last few years, Harry was well aware there were more than a handful of people who wanted him dead. He gripped his wand tightly in his hand as he waved and sliced the wood through the air, silently mimicking a mock battle in his head before he felt the snap of one of his vest stitches. Damn, he cursed, I'll hardly be able to move in this thing. Harry! With the speed of a cobra strike, Harry spun on his heels, pointing his wand towards the sound before a terrified shriek erupted from his attacker. Bloody hell, the boy shouted. What's gotten into you? Sorry, Ron, Harry said, lowering his wand as he stared at the youngest of the Weasley boys, dressed in nothing but a Chudley Cannon's t-shirt and pajama bottom. I thought everybody was down in the common room already. His brow became furrowed as he looked over the orange-headed boy once more. Please don't tell me you're going to the ball like that. No, Ron said, shaking his head. I'm not actually going. Harry tilted his head to the side, eyeing his fellow Gryffindor. Without a doubt, Ron was rough around the edges, but he was tall, with bright blue eyes, and Harry had noticed the boy had put on a fair share of muscle mass over the summer. He had found it unlikely that Ron hadn't found a single girl willing to go with him, but regardless, he asked, You know, if you don't have a date, I hear that Parvati never accepted anyone's invitation. She's down in the common room if you want me. It's not about a date, Ron said defensively. Well, it is, but that's not the main reason. Harry's nose wrinkled at the remark, looking blankly at Ron, who turned away bashfully. My robes, they're a nightmare. Honestly, they look like they're from the 17th century. Harry chuckled as he gazed at the way Ron scratched his arm. Come on, Ron, they can't be that bad. Ron's eyes widened with a sideways glance as if to say, You want to bet? As, with a quizzical smile, Harry followed the youngest male Weasley into the 4th-year dormitory and waited with a lopsided smirk as from the boy's trunk emerged the most ghastly piece of clothing Harry had ever seen in his entire life. Harry watched on as he bit his lip, forcing himself not to laugh as Ron looked at the robes, his upper lip curled with disgust. You must have been awful this year for you to get that for Christmas, Harry said, cheekily gazing at the manure-colored robes decked out with frills and cuffs that were as poofy as a poodle. It's not funny, Ron said tiredly. Fred and George managed to afford decent robes thanks to all the prank items they sell, but I got stuck with these. How am I supposed to show up to the ball like this? Harry mimicked Ron's look of pure defeat as he sighed. Worse yet, my mom wants pictures of me there. Honestly, this whole thing is a nightmare. Well, Harry said, twirling his wand between his fingers as if it was a drumstick. Lucky for you, I'm no slouch when it comes to transfiguration. A slight frown overtook his face as he looked down on the material, though I'm not sure just how much I can salvage something like this. Just try anything, Ron said with a shrug. It's not like it could honestly get much worse, Harry smirked, his eyes widening as he glanced down at the robes, and with a swish of his wand, he watched as the frills and cuffs began to straighten out into standard-looking sleeves, whereas the collar had shifted from ones he'd seen during performances of Shakespeare in the park to that of a modern jacket. Despite all the changes, however, Harry had found himself lacking the patience or the time really to change the color. So while the dress robes no longer looked like they were from the 1500s, they remained the same deep brown. Ron didn't seem to care much, though, as his eyes seemed to flash with life, quickly pulling the robes off the bed and smiling. Thanks a bunch, Harry. The boy hadn't even given Harry a chance to respond as within the blink of an eye, Ron had gathered the rest of his things and raced towards the bathroom, eager to make it to the great hall for what was no doubt going to be quite a feast. He blinked, adjusting his focus before shaking his head with a chuckle, taking one last look around the room before heading down into the now empty common room. Well, almost empty as with gentle grin, he watched as Astoria sat beside the fire, Transfiguration book in hand. Without a sound, Harry slid over behind her, and with a comical smile he spoke. "Whatcha reading there, short stack?" Astoria jumped in her seat to Harry's amusement before turning around with flared nostrils. "Merlin, Harry," she shouted. "Don't sneak up on me like that." Harry couldn't contain his laughter as Astoria sighed deeply before shrugging. "If you must know, Professor McGonagall got really upset with us after Vane and James Fisher got into a fight in class. She's giving us this huge exam after the holidays, and I'm really behind in studying for it." "Sounds tough. Need any help?" Harry asked, a warm look in his eyes. "No, I'm actually meeting up with Damien to work on it tonight while you're sending my sister googly eyes," Astoria said, with a teasing giggle. "Ah, I see how it is," Harry quipped back. "I'm being replaced." "Me," she said in a dramatized fashion. "Replace you? Never." Harry laughed as he looked down at the second-year Gryffindor. Oftentimes, he'd found himself amazed by how much had changed since he left Muggle schooling for Hogwarts. There was pressure, of course, being the chosen one to kill a Dark Lord that was powerful beyond belief, and was also responsible for the deaths of your parents wasn't an easy task, but he was thankful for the friends he made. Yes, Michael was his best friend, and Neville was important to him, but he felt something special for Astoria, a level of responsibility he didn't feel with any of his other friends, and Harry cherished the bond they shared. "So short stack," Harry said, standing in front of her, his arms outstretched to show off his robes. "What do you think?" He watched as his sister's kaleidoscopic eyes analyzed every fabric of his dress robes. It may not have been as pronounced as her older sister's, but Harry knew that Astoria was a perfectionist as well, and as he saw a minute tremor appear in the second-year Gryffindor's eyes, he knew she'd spotted something. "I think that your tie is crooked." A snicker escaped the two Gryffindors' lips before Astoria glided across the common room floor towards him, swatting his hands away from his tie as she folded the thin end of it into the ring provided in the back of the larger end, securing it tightly before forcing it upward, earning an exaggerated gasp from Harry, who vehemently hated ties. Harry glared down towards the tie with fire dancing in his eyes before he felt Astoria's hand reach for his throat, finishing the final adjustments as she whispered, "Don't be a baby." Harry rolled his eyes before glancing down softly at his younger sibling. "You know, short stack, my offer still stands. If you want to sneak into the ball, you're welcome to use my cloak." "I'll take you up on borrowing the cloak," Astoria said kindly, "but it's been a while since I've spent any time with Damien, and I really can't fall behind in Transfiguration given the fact that I kinda, well, suck at it." Harry shook his head, shrugging his shoulder playfully, before summoning the cloak from his room with a flick of his wand. "All right, well," Harry said. "Looks like I'm off, wish me luck." Astoria smiled up at him before Harry placed his palm gently atop her raven-colored hair. "Oh yeah, one last thing before I go. I had Creature drop off your Christmas present on your bed. I hope you like it." Without a second to spare, he soon found himself crushed under the pressure of Astoria's bare hug before leaning down to hug her back with equal force, causing the two of them to erupt with laughter. "Happy Christmas, short stack." "Happy Christmas, Harry." Harry turned, taking a final look at the second year, his mind wandering back to all that time the two had spent in the training room. She's grown a lot in just a year. He thought softly before turning towards the portrait hole and exiting the common room into the Hogwarts hall that, even from as far up as the Gryffindor Tower, was still echoing with music from the Great Hall far below. Harry had wished he had a watch, as while he was never one to care much for punctuality, he certainly didn't want to be late for the Champions' dance. It wasn't that he cared much for breaking tradition, but with all the things Dumbledore had to possibly bitch at him about, he didn't want dancing to be added to the list. He looked around the hall, ensuring the coast was clear, and deciding it was better to be early than late, he pushed against a brick that looked slightly grayer than the rest of the stones that lined the castle's walls, and with a brisk pace, Harry descended down the secret passageway. Harry had been down to the Slytherin dungeons before. He'd escorted Daphne down here from beneath the invisibility cloak after the late-night escapades a number of times. But despite his familiarity with the place, it had never felt very welcoming. The dungeon was dark and damp, with drips of off-colored liquids falling from the concaved roof and puddles constantly lining the floor. It was certainly not as welcoming as the Gryffindor common room, which was always well lit and noisy, mostly thanks to Fred and George, who had a passion for making noise. Then again, when he thought about it, Slytherins weren't exactly known for their hospitality. Regardless of his negative feelings, he had to give the designer of the common room credit. They'd really taken the whole dungeon theme to heart. And as Harry posted up against the side of a dry wall that stood opposed to the entrance, he had to force himself to think of his princess to keep his upbeat feelings going. If not, the dungeon might have begun to get to his head. Thankfully, though, he didn't have to wait long, as he watched the black stone wall that covered the common room entrance begin to form a horseshoe-like arch. And from the arch emerged a woman that Harry found far too beautiful to be cooped up in a dinky place like the castle's basement. She smiled at him, a breathtaking smile that forced one onto his face without a moment's hesitation. She was dressed in a gently flowing, strapless, three-tiered tulle ball gown with a color that had perfectly matched his eyes, while her lusciously long honey-blonde hair had been tied back masterfully into a relaxed fishtail braid. She had never been one to wear a lot of makeup. In Harry's opinion, she didn't really have to, as he always found her outstandingly beautiful. But as he glanced blankly, unable to speak at the way her mascara brought attention to her icy blue orbs or the light blush that adorned her face, he'd simply found himself at a loss for words. He'd jokingly thought she was as perfect as a princess the day he'd first met her on the streets of Diagon Alley eating her mint chocolate chip ice cream. But if there was somehow a level above perfect, then Daphne Greengrass, his princess, had found it. A gentle redness has filled Daphne's face, creating a blush-filled line across her nose from cheek to cheek, and Harry's smile grew even wider as he saw the astonishingly adorable look cross his normally composed girlfriend's face. Yet, before he could even collect his thoughts to form a sentence, another voice called out to him in an amused tone. "All right there, Potter." Harry's eyes shifted, finding the normally quiet Blaze, his chest puffed out proudly as Tracy rested beside him looking quite beautiful herself. Tracy tucked her hand into her auburn hair, completing her double-stranded milk braid before with a sarcastic simper she whispered, "Close your mouth, lion boy. Don't want you to choke on a bat before your big dance." Without a sound, Daphne glided across the ground, and Harry felt her delicate fingers push up against his jaw, closing it before she placed her lips softly against him. Her vanilla-flavored lips had made Harry feel like he was melting, and a dumb grin crossed his face as the two broke apart before, with a sweet-tempered whisper, Daphne broke the silence. "You didn't have to come all the way down here to get me, you know," Daphne said, though her smile betrayed her words. "I could have met you halfway." "Sorry, Princess," Harry replied with bemusement. "I just couldn't wait to see you. I got a bit impatient." He leaned forward, capturing Daphne's lips, delivering a soft kiss before breaking away grinning from ear to ear. "You look beautiful, by the way." "I kinda deciphered that you liked it from the blank stare," Daphne replied with a chaff grin. "You don't look too bad yourself, Flyboy." A smirk emerged from Harry's lips as with a snap of his fingers, a conjured rose appeared in his hand, earning himself an ever-rare giggle from Daphne, who took it with delight. "You always have to be a showman, don't you, Flyboy?" "Perks of learning wordless and wandless magic," Harry said with a grin as he reached out his hand. "Are you ready for tonight, Princess?" She nodded brightly, taking his hand and squeezing it gently. "Yes, let's make it a night to remember, Flyboy." As Astoria watched Harry exit the common room through the portrait hole, her whole body tingled with excitement. She was grateful for the momentary reprieve of worry that had been filling her mind since the day that Daphne had decided to stay with her instead of going to Hogsmeade with Harry. And despite the fact that Daphne's face had been filled with sadness as the two roamed the castle, her curiosity over Harry's present had pushed that thought slightly out of focus. She bound the stairs quickly, skipping over two at a time as she raced towards the second-year girls' dormitory, anxious to discover what laid within. Thankfully, the dormitory was empty as most second years had returned home for the Christmas holiday. She was thankful for that as she nearly kicked in the door due to her excitement before her eyes began to wildly scan the room. Her heart thumped rapidly in her chest as laying there on her bed was a pristinely wrapped, and more importantly, an incredibly long gift. Astoria flew towards the package, making her vision blur from the speed as with trembling hands, she clasped the stem of the object, feeling a jolt of nervous energy course through her body. No way, she thought to herself as she stood her gift upright, smiling at the fact its height hadn't been an illusion as the gift stood at a similar length to her. Her breath shook as it left her lungs, and with wide eyes, she began to peel back the wrapping paper as carefully as she could, not wanting to even chance the idea of somehow damaging its contents. "Eep!" she shrieked, jumping up and down as a thick wooden handle emerged from the top of the stem, taunting her to peel off the rest of the packaging. Yet that wasn't all she saw, as a note dangled from the wooden handle, asking to be read. Astoria obliged, cutting the string with her wand, focusing greatly on her precision before, with the gracefulness of a seeker, she caught the floating card in her hand. She felt a redness of heat build up around her eyes as she began to read the note, a smile larger than any she did all year creeping onto her face. "I saw that the old Comet 140 was getting a bit too slow for you, so I thought I'd get you something more suitable. After all, we can't have a slow flyer on the best team at Hogwarts. Happy Christmas, Short Stack." Both unable and unwilling to wait any longer, she worked as fast as she could, removing the golden string that kept the gift's wrapping paper together, watching as it fell away. Astoria cared little now for the slight mess she made as her teary gaze became fixated at what she held in her very own hands. A broom, an absolutely beautiful broom crafted of pure mahogany wood, with its tail being composed of neatly lined, straight twigs that came to a perfectly focused point. She recognized the broom instantly, but she didn't want to believe it, frightened that somehow it would vanish before her eyes. That was until once more. Her eyes became latched to the handle, noticing the inscribed gold letters which read, "Property of Astoria Greengrass, Short Stack." Quickly, Astoria spun the broom on its tip, her reflection shining in the mahogany wood as inscribed on the other side of the handle was the final bit of confirmation that she desperately craved. Nimbus 2000. Over and over she read those words, unable to contain her glee as she ran around the room merrily, her laughter bursting out uncontrollably. She stopped on her heels once more, her quaking body in awe of her gift, before, as if the person who'd gifted her the broom stood before her, she hugged her Nimbus 2000 tightly and whispered to the air, "Thank you, Harry. Thank you so much." Her excitement, however, couldn't last forever as the ringing of the clock tower sent light tremors through the castle, notifying its occupants of the hour change and bringing Astoria back to reality. There was nothing that she wanted to do more than take her new broom and jump out the window for her first flight, but she'd promised Damien she'd meet him at the astronomy tower at 10, and as the clock tower bell hit its 10th stroke, she knew she was already running late. Despite knowing her dorm to be empty, she didn't want to leave her new prized possession out in the open, and quickly, though with great care, she placed her broom gently into her magically charmed trunk, locking it to secure its safety before shoving her transfiguration book into her book bag and throwing Harry's cloak over herself as she too raced for the portrait hole. Astoria had often found herself amazed at just how many secret passages Harry knew throughout the castle, and she had desperately wished she'd bothered to learn a few of them as well, as, despite her relative athleticism, she had felt out of breath from her sprint between the Gryffindor common room and the observatory. She was most definitely late, but she was thankful that sitting there patiently, leaning softly against pen and pad in hand, was none other than Damien. His eyes squinted with focus as his pencil scratched against the pad quickly. Carefully, she removed the cloak from her frame, tucking the Potter family heirloom into her bag as gently as possible before knocking twice on the astronomy tower's walls announcing her presence. "Damien," she whispered. "It's me. Sorry I'm late." Instantly, the boy's warm almond-shaped brown eyes looked up at her, and she couldn't help but mimic the smile that crossed his face as he waved her hello before gesturing to her to come close. As Astoria stepped forward, a quizzical grin crossed his face as with a low but friendly whisper he spoke, "Glad you could show up. I was afraid I was going to get ghosted." Astoria shook her head frantically, and Damien's chuckle filled the air. It's all right, I was just kidding. Did you bring your book, though? Because it looks like we've got a lot of work to do. You have no idea, Astoria grumbled as she pulled the large purple-covered textbook from her bag, sticky notes lining every spell Astoria felt she needed to work on. For a moment, she watched as Damien's eyes widened with shock, clearly not expecting the required amount of help to be so vast. But in a fashion that she found similar to Harry, he relaxed back into position as he took the book from her, opening it to the first tab. You certainly weren't kidding, Damien said with a light-hearted smile. Well, if we want to get out of here before the new year, we better get to work. We've got a lot ahead of us. The time had begun passing quickly, and before Astoria knew it, her face was dripping with sweat as the clock tower rung once more, alerting them of the length of their practice. If she was to be honest with herself, compared to Harry, as a wizard, Damien wasn't that impressive, but without a doubt, the boy was talented for his age and had an understanding of magic that mimicked Harry to an impressive extent. Even though the boy was only a second year, Damien had a strong mastery of spells beyond the scope of some fourth years, and while the boy's dedication for improvement was critical, he was the first to admit that being the minister's son had come with the perks of some of the best tutors in Bulgaria being ready at his call. A wheeze-filled cough filled Astoria's lungs as she lifted her wand towards the cauldron Damien had conjured for her body shaking with exhaustion as she panted out, Evanesco. Yet, despite her efforts, the cauldron remained unchanged. From behind her she felt Damien stand up, and before the boy could even say a word she called out, I'll take a break soon, I just want to get this spell down. Astoria, there's no need to rush, Damien said softly. That's a fifth-year spell, you've still got plenty of time before. No, I don't, she hissed back. She hated being told she had to wait. Sure, maybe she was impatient, but when you live your life on a timer, it's hard not to be. I can't be dead weight when Harry and Daphne face Voldemort. I won't let myself be a burden. Once more she lifted her hand, and with a heaving breath she spoke, Evanesco. Just like before, the cauldron hadn't even begun to become even slightly opaque, and Astoria could do little but snarl at her lack of achievement. Her tongue shot out of her mouth, licking her lips, and while the saltiness of her sweat hadn't surprised her, she felt her heart nearly stop in her chest as a metallic taste touched her palate. No, she thought to herself, beginning to feel an air of dizziness, not again. Astoria. She heard Damien call out to her, rushing towards her side as she felt her legs collapse out from under her. Astoria. She began feeling her eyes glaze over as Damien looked down on her, his eyes filled with dread. Gently he rested her head on her book bag as he conjured up a box of tissues, placing them under her nose to help contain the bleeding. But it was only then that she understood what had scared Damien so much. A bloody nose was one thing, but as she caught her reflection in the polished cauldron, the hand of fear gripped tightly around her heart. Not only were her eyes a terrifying bloodshot red, but tears of blood had also begun leaking from her eyes and ears like a river. She'd wanted to scream, but she didn't have the strength. Her body was beginning to grow cold, and as her eyelids began to fall, the last thing she felt was her body being hoisted into the air, and the sound of heavy footsteps carrying her down the hall. All her life, Daphne had been told she was pretty, though normally, she hated the compliment. It was never meant as anything sincere. It was always just something people noted, especially her father, who growing up would make comments about her looks as if he was checking up on stocks. In a way, she supposed it was. A pure-blooded witch had two jobs in the traditional wizard society: marry a wealthy wizard and raise children. Her mother had done just that, as had many other pure-blooded women she knew. It had gotten so bad that eventually, Daphne had begun to hate the compliment. But when she saw Harry's expression, the way he looked at her as if she was art incarnate, she was forced to admit that for the first time in her life, she truly felt pretty. She felt Harry's pulse through his hand as her nose inhaled his intoxicating cedar and green apple cologne. She'd never been one for blushing, but seeing Harry wearing proper dress robes, looking as well-groomed as he possibly could, had done something awful to her. It wasn't that she minded Harry's more roguish looks. In their own way, she found them adorable and couldn't ever imagine herself getting tired of it. But seeing Harry dressed well, properly, it was a nice and rather fetching change of pace. Even with her heels, Daphne had felt small whenever Harry had looked down at her, his eyes glowing with joy that sent her heart rate flying. And yet, for all the merriment, a sense of dread laced every second. Please, find it in your heart to forgive me. She tried desperately to bury those thoughts. For all she knew, the ritual was nothing more than a hoax. But the idea that her only shot to save Astoria could be nothing but a false notion hadn't brought her any comfort either. I will save Astoria, no matter the cost. But for now, she concluded, taking one more look at her boyfriend. For now, I'll focus on making this a night Harry will remember forever. Princess, Harry spoke softly, pulling her closer to his chest as he gazed down at her, his eyes feeling like scalpels into her soul. Are you all right? Yes, she whispered back, a bit nervous to be dancing in front of everyone, but I think I'll manage, so long as you don't trip over me. I'll have you know that Andromeda drilled dancing into me since I was old enough to walk, Harry said with a smirk, before his expression turned back into one of concern. Look, he said, placing his offhand gently against her cheek. Maybe I'm being crazy, and Moody's paranoia is getting to me, but you look like you've been distracted lately, and I just want to know if everything's okay. Daphne felt her lips tremble slightly at Harry's plea for honesty. No. Her mind shouted, my sister's dying, and despite all my research, the best hope I have is that I transfer her life to me so I die in her stead, and I feel like I'm falling apart inside. But she forced her thoughts down, shielding her insecurities behind an almost comically blank stare as she whispered, yeah, of course, I'm okay. You're sure? Harry asked, tilting her chin up so she could no longer look away. Yet, she'd practiced indifference for years and nodded curtly, bringing a small grin to Harry's lips. Okay, good. I really want this relationship to continue going the way it is, so I need you to promise me that if I ever make you feel uncomfortable with something, that you'll tell me. I know I've placed a lot on your shoulders over the past couple of weeks, and part of me, well, I guess a stupid part of me began to think you were starting to hate me or something. Oh yeah, Flyboy, you know me, Daphne said with a forced chuckle as she leaned forward, stealing a kiss from Harry's lips. I absolutely hate your guts. Good, he said with a grin, cupping her face between his warm hands as he leaned forward, this time with him being the thief. Because I absolutely hate your guts too. She smiled as Harry wrapped her hand in his, lowering them back down into a resting position as they set off to conclude their march towards the epicenter of the music, when out of nowhere, Michael's voice called out to them. Rook! Blondie! Wait up! Daphne rolled her eyes, a soft grin on her face as she turned, facing the blue-haired boy, who she had to admit looked quite dashing in his tailored gray dress robes. Though she couldn't spend much time focused on her boyfriend's best friend, as her eyes were instantly magnetized by the girl at his side. Daphne had theorized that there was more between the Ravenclaw boy and the French model than met the eye. But as she saw Claire dressed magnificently in a gown of free-flowing silk, before transitioning into a laced pattern around her torso, along with the way her vibrant pink hair had been tied elegantly into a Dutch crown braid, Daphne had momentarily found herself jealous at just how naturally beauty seemed to resonate from her face. She watched as her boyfriend smiled at Michael before the boy cleared his throat. I know you guys have already met, but I guess as a formality, he said, gesturing towards herself and Harry. Claire, these are my friends Harry and Daphne. He glanced back at Claire with a smile. Harry and Daphne, this is my girlfriend, Claire. Somehow, Harry had looked as if the information was nothing shocking, and while Daphne had suspected something was happening between the two, the fact that they were an actual couple had stunned her. And yet, she smirked as she remembered her bet with Tracy. She's going to freak out. She and Harry outreached their hands, each taking a turn to properly shake the French girl's hand before she glanced back at Harry, the sound of music in the room just before them. Ready, Harry. Always, he said with a smirk of forced confidence, as the two entered the great hall that'd been converted in a gorgeous ballroom. Daphne marveled at the way each of the serving tables were adorned with perfectly sculpted works of ice, while over the heads of the crowded floor, she saw that an area of lawn right in front of the castle had been transformed into a sort of grotto full of fairy lights, meaning hundreds of actual living fairies were sitting in the rose bushes that had been conjured there, and fluttering over the statues of what seemed to be Father Christmas and his reindeer. The live orchestra was in full swing as all around her the hall buzzed with an air of giddiness. In the center of the ballroom, she watched as Tracy swayed side to side, her head resting on Blaze's shoulder, while to the left of them, she saw something that had seemed to even shock Harry. Dancing with his chest puffed out and his head held high was none other than Neville Longbottom. And if the Hufflepuff's confidence hadn't been enough of a surprise on its own, his dancing partner had simply blown her away. She'd known Granger for years often. She'd heard Tracy refer to the Ravenclaw girl as unpolished gold. And as much as Daphne hated agreeing with Tracy on fashion and attractiveness scales, Hermione was looking simply amazing in her periwinkle blue gown. "Not bad, Scout," she heard the two-boy whisper from behind her as she watched Harry pull a handful of galleons from his pocket, dropping them into Michael's hand. "Not bad at all." It seemed, however, that Daphne's gaze had not gone unnoticed, as Tracy had spotted her in the crowd of people like a hawk that found a mouse in a field, and with equal aggression, she pushed forward. Thankfully, though, she watched her friend's eyes nearly roll out of their hand at the united hands of Claire and Michael. A sigh of pure relief exited her lungs as Tracy brushed right by them until she had found herself face to face with Michael. "Are you freaking serious?" Daphne smirked as the Ravenclaw boy sighed. "This was your secret date. Why didn't you tell me when I had already written this off this as a possibility?" She bit her tongue, trying not to join her boyfriend in his uncontrollable snickering as she watched Michael nervously run his hand through his tied-back hair. "Well, I was planning on introducing you to everyone like a normal person, but it seems like that's a bit out of the question," he said, turning to face his date. "Claire, this is my friend, Tracy." His eyes then locked with the auburn-haired girl. "Tracy, this is my girlfriend, Claire." "You're what now?" Tracy said, stammering in confusion. "So wait, you two aren't just here as friends or something. You two are actually dating." "For almost a month now," Claire had said teasingly. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Michael's told me a lot about his friends." Daphne instantly became a victim of Tracy's hate-filled glance as she hissed. "Did you know about this the whole time? Is this your way of hustling me back for all the times I've beaten you in exploding snaps?" Daphne just shrugged playfully, a smirk resting on her face as Michael cut in. "You ever think that you might have a bit of a gambling problem, Davis?" Tracy's face ballooned as she looked up with fake contempt at the Ravenclaw boy, before a gently smile returned to her lips, feeling that Blaze now stood behind them. "Nice," Blaze had said calmly, and Daphne's smirk had evolved into a full-grown grin. Blaze had always been a man of few words, unless he was talking about his fandom of Harry, or his love of Tracy, that is. And seeing the boy's unaffected reaction to finding out that Michael had ended up the boyfriend of Arguable, one of the most attractive girls currently in the castle, had been amusing, to say the least. However, dating a girl that had been the fantasy of many other boys in the castle certainly had its downside as well, as Daphne heard jab after jab aimed at Michael. "She's here with him. Is this some kind of joke? Claire's with that loser. Of all the people in the castle, she chose him. Is she an idiot? Obviously, Corner must have spiked her drink with a love potion or something." Yet, the one that had irritated her the most had come from Malfoy, who was currently doing a world-class job of ignoring his own date, a fact that Pansy hadn't looked too happy about as he called out. "A girl like that deserves a proper pure-blood wizard, not some blood-traitorous loser." She felt the anger pulse through her boyfriend's hand as he heard his best friend's name be slandered, and yet, to her great surprise, it was Michael that had placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping Harry's stream of anger. "It's all right, Rook. It's like you said on the train with Boot." Harry turned to face his friend. "I'm worth 10 of losers like them." Harry nodded before he caught his other friend's eyes, who delivered him a bright smile. He did what he could, returning the grin at Neville, whose face was simply beaming with excitement as he twirled Hermione gracefully along the floor. Harry had wanted to head over towards Neville, motioning for the rest of the group to follow him, yet to both Daphne and her boyfriend's disappointment, he'd been stopped by a hand and an overly friendly tone. "Ah, Harry, there you are. I've been looking all over for you." Normally, I wouldn't be the one here, but with the Crouch currently missing, probably out enjoying the holiday or whatnot, I've been chosen to take his place. Wonderful, isn't it? Bagman, Daphne thought to herself with disinterest, thought the last words had been disturbing. the prophet didn't say anything about the Crouch going on holiday. A glance at her boyfriend had confirmed that he too had found the remark strange, and yet neither had a chance to reply as Bagman continued on. Anyways, the reason we've been searching for you to bring you to the champion's table. It is, after all, a Triwizard celebration. Daphne's eyes followed Bagman's hand motion, and while she noticed Cedric sending Harry a rather sympathetic look, as he too looked as if he'd rather be down on the floor celebrating Christmas with Cho Chang than stuck up at the table waiting for them to be called down. She did note that Cedric's company had brought an air of confidence to Harry's expression. Together, they followed Bagman, and while a just God would have allowed them to sit beside their fellow schoolmates, Bagman had other ideas, placing them smack dab between Fleur, who looked very unhappy at the fact that her date Roger Davies was struggling to keep lust out of his eyes, and Victor Crumb, whose eyes Daphne instantly felt rest upon her. She felt a sense of comfort, though, as Harry wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and she leaned into his chest happily, grateful for any distance she could put between herself and Crumb's full plate of goulash. Though if Daphne had to guess, she'd say there was only one other person who hated Crumb's focus on her more than she did, and that was his date, Alicia Spinnet, who, if Daphne had to guess, only agreed to this whole thing to make Davies jealous, something that clearly hadn't worked. From across the hall, she found Dumbledore, currently dwarfed by the size of his dancing partner, Madame Maxime, though spotting the headmaster hadn't been much of an accomplishment, as the man was wearing robes purpler than any grape she'd ever seen before. As the dance of the two headmasters concluded, the first thing she noticed was that the music had come to an abrupt end, and the second was the fact that Karkaroff was nowhere to be found, an appearance that Harry, by the looks of it, had seemed to notice as well, and certainly wasn't happy about it. Though she couldn't blame him, the idea of a marked Death Eater walking unsupervised around the castle had made her uncomfortable as well, and while she couldn't be sure, she had a feeling that their reasons were the same: Astoria. Her mind couldn't rest on Astoria for long, though, as before she knew it, Dumbledore's voice echoed through the hall. "Student," he spoke out, his voice magnified by his wand, "it is the pleasure of not only myself, but all of Hogwarts to welcome you all to this year's Yule Ball. I'd like to start by wishing everyone in attendance today a very joyous and happy Christmas." The lights within the hall had begun to dim as the focus was shifted towards the now brightly lit dance floor. "As many of you are already aware," Dumbledore continued, switching gears, "the tradition of the Yule Ball states that the champions and their dates must all participate in a celebratory dance. So champions, if you'll please make your way to the dance floor to begin the ceremonial dance." Without a word, Harry took her hand as he followed Fleur and Davies, who had nearly tripped over himself staring at Fleur's ass, to the dance floor. Harry had told her he'd known how to dance, and while Daphne would never dare to go as far as to call Harry a liar, she did have her doubts. All of them, though, had immediately been crushed as she felt Harry place his hand along the small of her back, pulling her close to him as he took her offhand in his. "I told you, didn't I?" Harry said with a smirk. "You've got nothing to worry about." Music began to fill the hall once more as the sounds of sweet violins and piano echoed in the backdrop, and with a smile of her own, she placed her dainty hand along Harry's broad shoulder. "Well then, Flyby, take it away." Then, without a moment's hesitation, he did just that, as he lunged forward, easing Daphne back before pulling her close to him once more, their waltz now in full swing. Both she and Harry hated the spotlight, but her laughter had become involuntary. As for a singular moment, all her worries had been exorcised from her mind, leaving her in pure bliss as Harry spun her gently along the floor. As the music played, Daphne had felt like the world had drifted away, to the point that not even Crumb's menacing glares could break her joy as she allowed herself to dream of a life after Hogwarts. A nice small house by the beach, nothing crazy, but beautiful in its own right. She imagined a couple of kids running around with raven hair and green eyes. She imagined curring up into Harry's side every night as they drifted off to sleep. Why am I thinking like this? She thought to herself, her illusion beginning to break as the music began to fade. You can't have this. You know what you have to do. Dreaming about a future is nothing but a waste of time. "Daphne," she heard Harry whisper, breaking her from her trance as she looked up at Harry, who smiled brightly down at her. "Are you feeling okay?" "Yeah, just," she said, trying to settle back into reality. "Being in the spotlight like this makes me a bit uncomfortable." "I feel you there," he said warmly. "Come on, the dance is almost over, then we can head out. I want to get a look at that grotto anyway." Daphne nodded, and just as Harry had said, the music had come to a halt once more. A round of applause surrounded the champions, but Harry paid them no mind, ignoring the snapping of the cameras as he took her hand and guided her out into the fresh air. The closer she'd come to the grotto, the more amazed she was at just how beautiful the fairies' lights could be. A shy simper crossed her lips as a handful of fairies flew around her, leaving a glaze of light wherever they went, and she watched as Harry smiled happily as one nested into his hair. He continued to guide her through the grotto, taking her deeper and deeper into the cavern until they had ended up in a dimly lit courtyard. Together, they sat along the stone bench, and Daphne could hardly help herself from leaning into Harry, who tucked his arm around her, holding her tightly. "It's crazy to think it's already Christmas, huh?" Harry said softly. "So much has changed over this last year." "Oh yeah," she whispered back. "Like what?" "Well, for one, you're hopelessly in love with me now," Harry said with a chuckle as she rolled her eyes playfully. "But I guess if I had to say one major thing, it's about how much my family has grown in the last year alone. You, Astoria, Michael, Neville, it's honestly amazing. Not to mention that Sirius and Emmeline are finally engaged. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? Sirius told me that she's even expecting. I can't wait to meet the kid next year." "That is pretty crazy," she said, her mind flashing back to her short, but rather adventurous time with her boyfriend's godfather. "At the same time, that's just more of a reason I need to make sure I take my training with Moody seriously," Harry said, his eyes fierce with determination. "I'm going to make sure that no more wizarding kids have to grow up with a war looming over their heads. I won't allow more kids to grow up without their parents." Daphne squeezed Harry's hand, tightly, causing his eyes to soften as he glanced back at her. "Sorry, tonight's supposed to be a special time. I shouldn't be bringing up things like war." He leaned down, and Daphne felt her boyfriend's lips press against her forehead. "On a lighter note, I guess I'm just curious. Where do you think we'll be next Christmas?" "We'll," she said teasingly. "You have that much faith we'll still be together next year?" Harry smiled as he nodded, and Daphne allowed one to cross her face as well. She wasn't sure what effects transferring the curse to herself would have, but regardless, she allowed herself to dream. "I don't know, maybe we'll find ourselves tanning on a beach in Australia or something. I definitely have seen enough White Christmas. In a row, I'd like to change up the pace a bit." "That sounds nice," Harry said gently, and Daphne rested closer into his chest. "I'll start looking for plane tickets. Might be fun to have a Muggle-style adventure." Daphne nodded softly as she felt Harry run his fingers through her braid before whispering, "You know, we should probably head back. If I'm gone for too long, I'm sure Bagman will send out a team of Aurors to find me or something." "I think I hate that man," Daphne said with a small scowl. "Yeah, so do I," Harry said as he helped Daphne to her feet. "But unfortunately, being famous isn't as fun as it's cracked up to be." He smirked back down at her. "At least now, though, we won't have to be stuck between Fleur and Crumb, so it can't be that bad." "Famous last words, Potter," Daphne said teasingly. "Famous last words." Gracefully, Daphne wrapped her arm around Harry's, and with a shared light-hearted chuckle, the two began their walk back towards the Great Hall. What they'd been expecting was a lively environment, the same way it had been since they took their leave for just a few short minutes. What they had arrived to, however, was a rather tense standoff between Michael and her boyfriend's second least favorite person in all of the castle, Terry Boot, each glaring at the other with daggers in their eyes at the entrance of the grotto. Daphne had assumed that he and Claire were out there to look for her, yet her question regarding why the two had come face to face like that had become obvious as standing between them was a red-headed girl she recognized as Susan Bones. "We should go help," Daphne started, but Harry stopped her, shaking his head. "Michael needs this," Harry said. "He needs this confrontation to let everything out." Yet, unwilling to move, she and Harry remained planted at their spot as a thunderous roar of anger echoed through the cavern from Boot's mouth. "Are you fucking serious, Corner?" Boot bellowed from behind a Susan, who simply looked stunned at Boot's words. Even here you're trying to steal Susan away from me. Merlin, you're pathetic. Who's pathetic? Claire's voice called from behind Michael as she rested her chin on Michael's shoulder. Because I'm certain you're not referring to my boyfriend. Claire had been sure to accentuate the final word, which had left the fourth-year Ravenclaw in a rather flustered state. And for the record, your girlfriend's the one that walked up to Michael talking about, I'm sorry about the way our friendship ended, can we go back to how we were before? We were just looking for our friend. It's not Michael's fault, he's a far more interesting person than you. You little tert de Noad. Daphne had no idea what exactly the French girl had said, but it sounded vicious and Daphne could help the passing remark that escaped her lips. I like her. Harry nodded in agreement as he gazed on at the interaction, as Daphne felt magic building in his hand, ready to get involved if needed. The need for Harry's involvement had quickly increased as with a snarl Boot spoke in a slurred tone. I wasn't talking to you, was I, bitch? Daphne's eyes bulged at the words as she watched Michael's hand tighten into a fist, rage now radiating off the Ravenclaw boy's body. Michael's anger, however, was nothing when compared to Susan's pure disgust as she looked at her boyfriend with a wrinkled nose. Merlin Terry, what the hell is wrong with you? She asked, her eyes wide with contempt as Daphne watched the Hufflepuff girl take a strong whiff of her boyfriend's breath. Holy shit, are you drunk? I'm not drunk, Terry hissed. Me and a couple of the boys just snuck in a bit of fire whiskey, but I'll tell you what I don't like is you whoring around talking to every guy you see. He spat angrily at Michael's feet, giving him only a moment to step back and avoid the boy's slobber on his new brown suede shoes, especially not punks like Corner. Daphne gazed on in silence as she watched the way every fiber of Michael's being had to refrain from pummeling the tipsy Ravenclaw into the ground before Terry slurred once more. Come on, let's go dance somewhere else. Together, she and Harry wait, following the boy's every move as he drunkenly swayed from side to side, waiting for Susan to follow him only for the red-headed girl to remain perfectly still. I'm not going anywhere, Susan said, her voice trembling. Not when you're like this. Fine, Terry shouted angrily, getting dangerously close to her face. You want to go and dance with losers like Corner, more power to you. I just know I want nothing else to do with you, slut. Smack, faster than the eye could see, Susan had slapped her ring-studded hand against Terry's face, leaving behind a deeply indented cheek. I don't care who you are or how drunk you are. Nobody gets to talk to me like that. You worthless bitch, Terry said, spitting out some reddened saliva from his mouth. You think I care if you want nothing to do with me? Well, you're wrong, because guess what? Corner's been telling the truth the whole time. You're nothing but another number to me. Okay, Harry whispered, cracking his knuckles. Now I'm going to do something. Daphne hardly had time to process what her boyfriend had said before with a snap of his fingers. She watched in amazement as Terry stumbled backward, looking as if he'd been hit by a knockback jinx as he tumbled to the floor. Both Boot and Michael had looked around in confusion, but Boot had provided his own distraction as he groggily stumbled to his feet, only to cover his entire robes in milky brown vomit. A frown appeared on her face as she pinched her nose, all while Michael had caught sight of them delivering a rather impressed look towards Harry, who'd simply lifted his fingers to his lips. Unfortunately for Michael, the amusement had faded as he watched Susan flee towards the Great Hall's exit, tears streaming down her cheeks like rainfall. The two of them quickly raced to Michael's side, where sad gaze had made itself at home on his face, and Daphne watched as Harry placed his hand reassuringly on his best friend's shoulder. Are you going to be all right? Yeah, Michael nodded, though sadness laced his voice. Sometimes the best thing you can do for another person is to let them go. Harry nodded as Claire reached for her boyfriend's hand. My father, she started softly. He always used to tell me that making bad choices is easy, living with the consequences is what's hard. But only from that hardship can a person truly grow. Your father's a wise man, Daphne said softly before Claire turned to face her. Yes, the French model's face then sunk a bit as she spoke. Professor McGonagall was looking for you. It's actually why we came out here. She said it had something to do with your sister, told us it was Importa. The French model hadn't had a chance to even finish her words, though, as Daphne raced into the hall, her heart feeling tight in her chest as she scanned the crowded space wildly. "There!" she heard Harry shout from behind her. His finger pointed to the normally severe-looking woman who was standing near the great hall door. Without a moment to spare, she raced towards the exit, Harry following close behind her. She'd wanted to tell him to stop following her, but that look of determination had once again embedded themselves into his eyes, and she knew that arguing would only kill precious time. The look that had developed upon the face of the Gryffindor head of house had been all the information she needed, as a feeling of nausea filled her stomach. Not bothering to wait for any further instructions, she barreled out of the hall, Harry keeping pace behind her, ignoring the calls of McGonagall behind them. "Mr. Potter, the message was not intended for you. You must stay." But the two of them were out of earshot before the Lioness of Gryffindor could finish her sentence. "Where are we going?" Harry called out from behind her with as level a tone as he could manage, but words were refusing to escape her lungs as her focus rested solely upon the infirmary. Something had happened, and it wasn't good. How they'd raced all the way up to the Hogwarts infirmary so quickly she had no idea. Her legs had honestly felt weightless as she scaled the castle's stairways, arriving at the hospital wing in record time. Without even the slightest care for caution, Daphne threw the infirmary door open, finding herself in the relatively empty wing with Harry only a few steps behind her. Aside from herself and Harry, only 5 people filled the room, and while her mother and father hovered over a covered hospital bed, the curly-haired boy she recognized as Damien sat there shivering against the wall, his shirt coated with blood, and Madame Pomfrey, who ran around the wing in a tizzy-grabbing potion vial after potion vial. Daphne's heart felt about ready to explode as she raced towards the bed, but as she arrived there, she wished more than anything that she hadn't. Astoria had always looked so full of life, and yet, as she looked down at her sister, her skin cold to the touch with track marks of blood covering her cheeks and lips, she looked nothing like she did before. From behind her, she felt Harry stare blankly at her sister. What's going on? What happened to her? Try as she might have, Daphne simply couldn't force words out of her mouth, and she felt a chilling magic begin to bubble inside of Harry as she turned on his heel, marching towards the trembling boy. Without regard for the boy's status as the minister's son, Harry lifted the boy by the collar of his shirt, slamming his back into the wall, a cough escaping the boy's lips from the impact as a snake-like snarl escaped Harry's lips. What happened? I don't know, Damien said, his voice trembling under Harry's killing gaze. We were just practicing our magic. And then she started bleeding. I told her to stop and take a break, but she kept going, and then she started to bleed. Really, I don't know why she... Harry, put the boy down, Daphne cried out in anguish, watching as Harry turned to face her, his eyes pronouncing his confusion. It isn't his fault. Astoria's sick. What kind of sickness causes that? Harry shouted back, his eyes refusing to look down at Astoria's crippled state. A blood curse, Daphne whispered, her voice trembling. She's had one ever since she was young. But those are, Harry said, his own voice now shaky. Aren't those fatal? She could respond, but her silence was clearly all the answer he needed, as she watched Harry's face pale in the moonlight. She's going to die. All of that time I spent teaching her magic, are you telling me all I was doing was making it worse? Why didn't you tell me? He said, his tone filling with anger. Damn it, Daphne. If Astoria wasn't going to tell me, why couldn't you? She's my family too, don't you think that I would have liked to hell? No, she isn't. Daphne shouted, rage building so hot inside her all she could see was red. You two just play as siblings while I'm the one responsible for doing whatever it takes to take care of her. She didn't want you to find out anything because it's a family matter that has nothing to do with you. Why don't you just do me a favor and stop sticking your nose in places where it doesn't belong? Now get the hell out of here. She watched as a wave of pain crashed over Harry's face. As for the first time since their meeting in Diagon Alley, his emerald eyes hadn't seemed to shine with life. For a moment, she had locked eyes with him, but she couldn't continue to stare on. Honestly, she hardly felt able to breathe before, without a sound, Harry turned on his heels. His head hung low as he walked towards the exit, closing the infirmary door behind him. A quiet click filled the air as the door locked into place, and instantly she fell to her knees, tears flowing down her cheeks uncontrollably as she whispered into the air. "I'm sorry," she pleaded. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Her stomach felt tight as she hugged herself in agony. "Please come back, please." But it was too late. Harry had left, and as she watched potion after potion being poured down Astoria's mouth, Daphne had felt a pain she'd never experienced before. For the first time, Daphne Greengrass had felt completely alone. Chapter 26. A boiling point, what could almost be described as a smile, had crossed the face of the normally decrepit shell of a man as he twirled his yew wand along his bony fingers. The gentle hissing of his snake echoed through the hollow room of his father's old home, a feeling of ecstasy now racing through his body as he called the screaming of his Muggle relatives the day he'd first returned to the Riddle Manor. Though to his great annoyance, the silence had not remained pure as the whimpering of a broken man worked as an undercurrent of sound. "Kill me," the man whispered. "Just kill me." "Kill you," the distorted figure spoke in fake astonishment from his throne-like chair. "After everything you've done for me, what kind of lord would I be if I did something like that?" A crooked grin had crossed his face once more as he turned down to face the quivering man, Barty Crouch Sr. He couldn't help but think to himself that the man responsible for confining many of his loyal followers to the cells of Azkaban had been an unwilling participant in his future rise to power, was laced with layers of tremendous irony. "Son," the man whispered, his voice broken with pain, "please, your mother wouldn't have." But before the head of the Magical Cooperation Department could say another word, his face was met by a ferocious kick from one of the Dark Lord's most loyal, and the man's son. A thunderous crack filled the air as a cackle erupted from the Dark Lord's rudimentary body. "I'm no son of yours," Barty Crouch Jr. hissed with anger, "and when my master asks you a question, you will answer it." Slowly, the heir of the Riddle House raised his hand, and all movement ceased within the room. "Your loyalty to me, Barty, is something that I promise you will be rewarded for in time," he said with a voice weakened by his form. "But the man still has his uses for us as a pawn, and we can't allow the head of a ministry department to go missing for much longer without turning any heads." There was a slight pause in his voice, as his snake-like red eyes rested upon the man trembling in pain. "Though I must compliment you, you've followed orders nicely. We have broken his body and his spirit. I find it unlikely that he'll be able to resist my persuasion any longer. Take him to Narcissa, have his wounds treated, and bring him back to me. I have other matters to attend to." "Karkaroff!" He bellowed loudly into the open room, not wanting to even face his feeble servant who quaked by his side. "Why, yes, my lord," the Durmstrang headmaster said, his voice uneasy. "I do hope you remember that demonstration," the Dark Lord spoke calmly. "You have betrayed me once, and had you not been willing to provide me your aid and insight that, due to Severus' current standing within Hogwarts, he cannot currently provide, I would have seen you executed after my rise. I want you to understand me well, though. Should you fail or betray me again, your death will be far more excruciating than you can even imagine." The Durmstrang headmaster's face went as pale as a ghost as a twisted grin grew upon the Dark Lord's face. "Good. It seems we've come to an understanding," he hissed. "Now, bring me to the sitting room. I have a person waiting for me." As the Dark Lord was hoisted into the air, a deep frown developed along his face. "Soon," he thought to himself, "soon I shall rise again, and the world will cower at my name. Then, Harry Potter, once I have destroyed your will to live, I will kill you." With great care, though only from fear of punishment, did he find himself moving quickly through the manor, the rapid pulse of the frightened man potent enough to be felt against his leathery pink skin through the headmaster's fingertips. For both their sakes, he was pleased that they'd arrived at the sitting room quickly, and as the door opened, his visitor stood at attention, a tired look plastered on his face. "My lord," he said with a deep bow, "thank you for meeting with me." "Of course, Jonathan," the Dark Lord spoke with a soft voice that mimicked a caring tone. "You've done me a great service in retrieving my book, and I am a man who will always reward those loyal to me." Softly, the man's poor excuse for a body was dropped comfortably into the seat across from the head of the Greengrass household, and with a practiced smile he whispered, "Tell me, what is it that you desire?" "As of yesterday," Jonathan began, "the situation has become direr. While it's managed to be contained once more, I fear that the future effects will be catastrophic if nothing is done. Please, my lord," he whispered in a tone filled with trauma, "help me, help her." "In due time, Jonathan," the Dark Lord hissed. "You have fulfilled your end of the bargain, and one day, with your allegiance to my cause, once I have laid my claim to this poor muggle-loving excuse of the magical world, I swear I shall fulfill mine. For now, though, you must complete your orders. We must not allow the excess funding towards the DMLE. I trust you shall not fail me." "No, my lord," Jonathan said firmly. "I will trust in your word and your orders. I will do what I must." "Excellent," the man said with a nod. "Once I return, I will make both our ambitions a reality." Never in her life had she felt so uncomfortable in the halls of Hogwarts. For the moment she'd arrived at the castle, she loved it. It had felt like a home rather than a prison, and the fact that she had made friends here rather than people that constantly pressed her about her condition was something that had brought joy beyond belief to her heart. Ever since she'd elected to stay at the castle, however, she'd felt how things had changed. Sure, the majority of the students who'd returned from the Christmas holiday had treated her the same, but it wasn't like she truly cared about their opinion. The people she did care for, though, had all begun tiptoeing around her. Daphne had been spending every waking moment outside of class in her dormitory, not even bothering to come out for meals, which she could only assume were being delivered to her by Dobby, if she was even eating at all. A concern that had become much more valid as she'd overheard Tracy whispering to Harry regarding her sister's condition. And if the look on Harry's face was anything to go by, it wasn't good. Harry's reaction to her had possibly been even more painful. He'd barely talked to her, though, since his fight with Daphne, he'd barely talked to anyone. When she'd gotten her broom, all she'd ever wanted to do was go flying with him, but Harry had been seeming to do whatever he could to fill his schedule just to avoid being around anyone. The number of times she'd even seen Harry over the past 2 weeks could fit on one hand, and every time she had, the boy looked miserable, his body looking as if it was about to fall apart, all while trying to act that he was okay with the fact that he was obviously missing her sister terribly. "It's all my fault," she thought to herself grimly as she looked down at her desk, her fingernails digging into the wood as blood pulsed through her head rapidly. "Why am I always such a burden? Why can't I do anything right?" "Ms. Greengrass," she heard a voice from the front of the class call out to her. Class was dismissed. Astoria's eyes widened, her mind feeling fuzzy as she returned to the realm of reality. She looked down at her textbook, Intermediate Transfiguration, before glancing up at the woman addressing her. Professor McGonagall had always been a rather firm-looking woman, though Astoria knew firsthand of the kindness that rested in the old woman's heart. "Sorry, Professor," Astoria said glumly. "I must have gotten distracted." "It's all right," Professor McGonagall said calmly. "Tell me, Ms. Greengrass, how are you feeling?" "I'm feeling like I'm getting sick of being asked that question every time I leave a class," she said with a grimace. "Even Professor Moody asked me how I was feeling, which honestly only made me feel more concerned for my health." She felt her fingers curl inward towards her palm as she looked up at her head of house. "Why does that everybody look at me like that?" she said, her voice trembling. "Look at you like what?" McGonagall asked, though Astoria was certain she already knew the answer. "Like I'm some kind of pitiful animal," she said, anger resonating in her voice. "Like I'm some pathetic person in need of sympathy. I never wanted anyone feeling bad for me." She shouted, her emotions rising. "For Merlin's sake, even Snape looks at me like I'm a wounded kitten." She shot up from her chair. "Harry won't talk to me. My sister won't even look at me. And I just can't take it anymore." Her fist slammed angrily against the table, shaking the teapots that lined the desks in preparation for tomorrow's class. "Why can't people just treat me like I'm normal?" Astoria hadn't even bothered to wait for her head of house's response. Her heart had felt like it was shattering in her chest, and as she raced out of the classroom into the crowded hall, her feelings had only become worse. From across the busy corridor, she caught the slightest glimpse of Harry, Michael's palm resting comfortingly on his shoulder as the boy who lived looked longingly at her sister, who seemed unable to meet his eye before racing towards the Slytherin dormitories. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." She screamed in her mind, rage echoing through her body. "Why can't I do anything right? I need to be alone. I want to scream. I need to get out of here," she thought to herself, unsure of where exactly her legs were carrying her, but grateful that she was moving away from the crowd that was currently pushing towards the Great Hall. Her tears had become blinding, leaving nothing but distorted figures in her path, but she could feel their eyes resting upon her, their attention focused on her, completely unaware that attention was all she'd been hopping to avoid. She weaved through the body of students as nimbly as she could, her shoulders beginning to hurt from the hard impacts she'd faced. But eventually, she'd ended up at her final destination, the place where everything had gone to shit, the astronomy tower. "I should have just fallen out," she thought to herself, her stomach curling. "At least then I wouldn't have to deal with everything falling apart. At least then Daphne would be free." She swallowed hard as she looked over the balcony, assessing the drop. Her mind felt hazy, and she had felt her throat grow hot as finally she released her pent-up frustration, screaming into the open sky. Her lungs had felt like they were on fire as she released a heartbreaking roar, but she had felt her pulse begin to slow and her tears begin to dry. She placed her hand on her chest, the anger in her soul seeming to have been exiled by her thunderous shout of frustration, bringing her the smallest whisper of relief. That was until a completely new feeling formed to take its place as from behind her, a familiar voice called out, "I was going to ask if you were feeling okay, but I think I already got my answer." A red flush began to develop her face as she glanced at the blonde, curly-haired boy, a frown plastered on her face as he looked at her with unreadable eyes. "How much of that?" She started, looking at the ground. "How much of that did you see?" "Enough to make me genuinely concerned you were considering throwing yourself off the tower," Damien said softly, walking over to her, taking her hand gently in his. "Want to talk?" "About what?" Astoria replied, not wanting to address the elephant in the room. But Damien remained silent, simply guiding her away carefully from the ledge towards the back wall, bringing her down to the ground as they sat beside each other watching the sunset on the horizon. "It's a beautiful sunset, you know," Damien said with a bright smile. "We don't normally get views like this at Durmstrang. The landscape is nice. I think I've told you that already, but the weather can be even worse than here sometimes." Astoria turned to face the boy as he squeezed her hand gently. "It would have been a shame if you threw yourself out the window before seeing this, don't you think?" "I wasn't actually going to do it," Astoria said, whispered, her free hand digging into the stonework of the tower's floor. I needed to, well, I don't know what I needed, but screaming seems to have helped a bit. She still couldn't stand to look the boy in the eyes as with a mumble, barely able to be heard, she spoke. I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't want to worry you. The boy remained quiet, and Astoria quickly began to feel as if Damien was no longer looking at her, but through her. If anyone else had looked at her like that, she'd have hated it. It normally had made her feel small and powerless, but Damien, his expression seemed different. It wasn't one of distance, rather it looked more attuned to discomfort. The tension grew as the air became thick in the silent room before, with a sigh, Damien spoke. Lamb disease. What? Astoria asked, her head cocked and brow furrowed. It's a disease, a muggle one typically. It's fatal, and I have it. Damien had not even bothered to stare at her as he continued. In some ways, it's not all that different from what you have. Astoria's eyes only seemed to grow wider as she looked up at the boy. I knew you were sick with something from the moment I met you at the World Cup. You had that look in your eyes, a look that simply screamed that you wanted to live on your terms. I know it well. I see it in the mirror all the time. The only thing I didn't know was what it was exactly. Now I do. So, Astoria said calmly, I was right too. No kind of allergy would have you coughing up blood like you did in Charms a few months back. But it's different. You have a muggle disease. Surely there is something magical to cure it. With my blood curse, well, the statistics speak for themselves, 100% fatal. You'd think so, huh? Damien said, leaning back. I can't tell you how many potions my father forced me to drink, how many operations I've undergone, how successful they've all been. Sure, a potion may kill the overgrowth of cysts, but they always come back, and both the operation and the potions put so much strain on my body, I've stopped requesting treatment. So you're going to die, Damien said with a nod. Yeah, but we're the same, you know. I don't want people pitying me. I want to live my life how I see fit. How long? She asked, a feeling of shared agony glowing behind their eyes. Maybe a little more than you, maybe a little less. A smirk grew across the boy's face as he gazed into her kaleidoscopic eyes. I'll race you. For the slightest moment, a light grin appeared upon her face as she felt Damien's hand rest on her shoulder. Life is for the living, at least. That's what my father likes to tell me. What you're doing, isolating yourself, getting angry, nearly throwing yourself off towers, that's not living. What can I do? Astoria said with a sigh. Everyone I care about looks at me like I'm some kind of freak now. Her fist began to curl up once more. Daphne's been holding herself up in her room doing Merlin knows what. All my professors talk to me like I'm some wounded animal, and Harry won't even look me in the eyes long enough for me to even talk to him. Then be louder, Damien said. One mistake that people tend to make is that we expect everyone to know how we feel without saying a word. If you don't want to be treated like a sick little girl, make sure you remind the people around you of what you want them to see, and if they don't want to listen to you, scream it until your lungs give out. If they don't want to look at you, wrap your hands around their face and force them to see. But never allow people to make you feel small. There was silence as Astoria rose to her feet, her focus realigned. He's right, she thought to herself. Cowards run, and I'm no coward. As she reached the archway of the tower door, she stopped for a mere moment to face the boy that had come to console her. His face relaxed as he looked on into the distance. You know, you've really got away with words. The boy shrugged as if it had been something he'd heard before but never truly accepted. Thank you, Damien. Anytime, he replied with a voice just above a whisper. Astoria. A bolt of red hurtled rapidly towards the boy who lived as with all the strength he had, he leapt out of the way. Landing with a thud, he quickly rose to his feet, but he had been too slow, finding his legs locked to the ground, bound by a black and putrid-looking sludge. Wrapping his hand firmly around his wand, he began muttering the counter curse, but was stopped by the flat end of the Auror's staff pressed into his chest. He looked up tiredly at the Auror, but Moody had not the slightest ounce of sympathy in his face. Harry doubted the man even knew the meaning of the word, as with a heated shout he roared, Boy! What in the name of Morgana's saggy tits was that horrendous display? Harry flinched slightly beneath the Auror's voice before he finished releasing the curse that tied him down, rising to meet the Auror. Sorry, Professor, Harry said tiredly. I'm just a little distracted. Though that was an understatement. Harry couldn't quite remember one instance over the past 2 weeks in which he'd gotten a good night's sleep. He was thankful that Astoria was allowed to stay in the castle under careful moderation. But the fact that Harry now knew the girl's days were numbered was slowly beginning to drive him mad. It also hadn't helped that, while Tracy and Blaze had both been begging for him to go talk to Daphne and smooth things over, the girl seemed to be avoiding everyone, not even coming out for meals. She's falling apart. Tracy's words had rung in her head. She loves Astoria more than anything, and I'm afraid she'll do something stupid and dangerous soon. You don't have time to be distracted, boy, Moody said, his voice still sharp but calm. He's coming back, you understand that, don't you? Do you think the Dark Lord is going to care that your feelings were hurt? You need to get your act together for everyone's sake. Don't you think I know that? Harry shouted, the aura forcing him to his boiling point. He closed his eyes, releasing a heavy sigh. Sorry, I know that my feelings don't matter when it comes to war, but right now, it's just a lot, okay? To his great surprise, rather than barking in order, he felt the touch of Moody's hand on his shoulder, delivering him a firm squeeze. I'm aware of what you've been going through with both Greengrass girls. I know you care for both of them deeply, but you must understand your place in this war. We don't have time to waste finding cures for blood curses or dealing with feelings of betrayal from your girlfriend. After all, it's not like you've told any of your friends the truth about your fate with Voldemort. Harry's face became as pale as snow as he looked up at the Auror who stood there, his face indiscernible. All the professors were informed of Miss Greengrass' condition after she elected to stay. As for the prophecy, Dumbledore allows me to be privy to information he may not be so forthcoming to others with. Harry could only look down in dread as the words of the prophecy echoed in his mind. You've been lying to your friends the whole time, boy. He said calmly, you're training them to survive the war, not to fight the Dark Lord in the end. You know that only you are capable of killing him once and for all. People look to you as the White Knight of this war, boy. Harry hated that term, but Moody paid him no mind as he continued. When war comes to the doorstep of the wizarding world, people are going to fight for you, and you need to be ready to do whatever it takes to win. War is a messy thing. People die, people get tortured, and even those that survive must live with the scars that lace both their body and mind. The old man preaches for love, but loving those you enter a battle with will only lead to anguish. A leader must learn detachment, a skill that young Astoria's fate will help you practice. Harry had felt as if he'd been sinking in a frosty ocean as an overwhelming feeling of cold began to seep into his core. Over the past 2 weeks, he'd grown to greatly respect his trainer. Moody had never taken it easy on him. He had the bruises to prove it, but he had also always been bluntly honest with his opinions and measurements of his skill. In fact, Harry had felt he'd grown more over the past 2 weeks than over the entire summer, and yet he could accept the defense against the dark arts professor's words. Give up on Astoria, he thought to himself bitterly, over my dead body. There's a cure out there, I have to find it. I will save her. He felt his fingers curl upwards into his palm as his body trembled under his tense muscle contraction as he looked up at his trainer, a forced smile on his face. I can't do that. Becoming a detached person, that's just not who I am. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before continuing. I know that's foolish, and that you may be right that because of my choice I'll always experience pain. But, Harry said, his eyes firm with determination, I won't abandon the people who volunteer to fight beside me, and I will not allow my comrades to die. That is absolute. You're stubborn and annoyingly optimistic about this war, Moody said, his authentic eye closed while the other zipped behind him. Much like your mother. I hope, though, for the sake of the wizarding world, that you're right. Harry nodded at the man's words before he removed the staff from his chest. We've been at it for a while, Moody said, and you hardly look able to move in your condition. Go get some rest. We'll be back here at the same time tomorrow. Harry nodded, and without another word, he left the room of requirement, his book bag filled with any textbooks related to curses that Creature could find in the Black family library, as with a brisk pace, he moved as fast as his injured body could carry him to the Gryffindor Tower. His relief upon entering the Gryffindor Tower simply could not be measured. His legs trembled to support his weight, and his body that was currently littered with black and blue spots burned as if he'd been placed in the center of an inferno. It had been manageable before, primarily thanks to Daphne's fantastic pain ointment, But now his stash had finally run dry, and even if he had wanted to confront Daphne, the girl had a knack for disappearing when she wanted to. It was only after he placed down his bag that he noticed that he hadn't been the only Gryffindor who'd chosen to skip dinner, as sitting in his favorite armchair, her new broom resting upon her lap, was none other than Astoria Greengrass. He couldn't quite understand the emotion he was feeling. Was it hurt? No. Despair? No. In reality, all Harry felt was broken and numb as he eyed the girl he'd come to love as a little sister. But Astoria's firm gaze held a different story. The second-year Gryffindor hadn't given Harry a moment to even collapse onto the couch as she approached. "Hey, Harry." But he couldn't turn. He didn't want to see her. The image of the blood leaking from her every orifice was a horror too painful to relive. Despite his lack of contact, though, she continued, "I haven't really had a chance to go on my first flight with your gift. Do you want to come out to the courtyard and watch?" He shook his head, his eyes now glued to the ceiling as he rested his battered body on the velvet-tread couch. "Sorry, Astoria, can't right now." "Okay, well, maybe we could go get dinner. I think they have ribs tonight," she said, a bit of frustration building in her voice. "Really, Astoria, I'm busy. Maybe next time," Harry said offhandedly as he reached into his bag, desperate to begin his research. "Why don't you just go down without me?" Had Harry looked, he may have noticed the redness building up across the girl's face, but his eyes had become locked in on the leather-bound book he currently held in his hands. Yet, despite the forced distance, Astoria persisted. "Have you learned any cool spells with Moody that you can teach me? Or maybe you can even help me master the maximum shield charm. Last time I tried it, I accidentally." "Too dangerous," Harry said once more without a single glance, as Astoria felt her blood begin to boil. There was silence as the desperation he'd heard in Astoria's voice began to arrive at a boiling point. "I should say something," he thought to himself, "but what? What am I supposed to do? Things aren't normal any." "Look at me." Instantly, the book fell from Harry's hands as Astoria's outburst shook the common room. His emerald green eyes peered into hers with deep concern, and while Astoria had finally won his reaction, the tears in her eyes had failed her, and Harry watched her composure shatter. "Why do you stare at me like that? Like I'm some wounded animal. I don't want pity. I don't want you to feel bad for me, be angry with me, hate me, do anything but look at me like I'm some fragile doll." "Astoria, Harry started, but Astoria couldn't stop herself. For weeks, Harry had suspected these feelings had been boiling within her, and now, whether he was ready for it or not, it was time to let them out. "I can take it from everyone else," she shouted. "I can take it from Tracy and Blaze and my sister, but I can't take it from you." Her voice trembled in her throat. "You were the only friend I ever had that didn't look at me with those pitiful eyes. You were the only one who ever looked at me like I wasn't some poor dying girl. You looked at me like I was a person, a normal person. You'd eat dinner with me. You'd fly with me. You'd help me get better at magic. You let me live my life. You were the only one who let me live. I can't handle it when you look at me like that." "Short stack." "I don't want to die, Harry," she shouted, unable to control herself. "I'm scared and angry, and I hate the fact that I'm stuck with that fate, but I'd rather die than have everyone look at me like they're sorry that I'm even alive." There was no more self-control left in her voice as she released all her pain. "Every day I watch you stumble in through the portrait hole in complete agony because your pain cream that Daphne makes for you is all used up, and you try to keep yourself occupied because you don't want to face the fact that you and her had a fight because of me. Meanwhile, my sister is wilting away in her room, refusing to come out for food because she feels like a failure not knowing how to stop me from dying, and because she loves you and thinks that you'll never forgive her for not telling you about me. But that isn't her fault," she shouted. "I made her promise not to tell anyone. I didn't want anyone to know about my sickness. I wanted to have a chance to make actual friends, and when you started treating me like I was your little sister, it made me happy. I wanted to tell you that I was sick, but I didn't want you to start treating me differently. Harry could no longer stop himself as tears began flowing from his sister's plea. His pain had seemed to flash away as he bolted forward from his spot on the couch, wrapping his baby sister up in his arms as he drew comforting circles on Astoria's back, her breath now ragged and filled with hiccups. "I just wanted everything to go back to normal. I just wanted to keep being your little sister, And I want you and Daphne to stop fighting because it's obvious that you two love each other. And I don't want my sister to be alone after I die. And short stack, Harry whispered softly. Everything's going to be okay. I promise you I will find a way to save you, and I will work things out with Daphne, and I promise that no matter what happens, I will never leave either of you two alone. We're a family, Astoria. We're in this together. I just feel this is all my fault, and I can't handle the fact that I put this wedge between you and her when all I wanted was to keep everything the same. Astoria said, her voice softening as she hugged Harry back with weak arms. I just wanted to be normal, just for a little while longer, please. Okay, Harry whispered softly. And tomorrow, maybe we can even go for a test flight. If you really show me some promise, I might even teach you a few tricks. Really? She whispered back, her voice steadying beneath the soft gasps. Really? He said with a nod. But for now, I've got to go find your sister. It's about time we stop acting so child. Harry hadn't even gotten a moment to finish his sentence as a loud pop filled the common room. Reflexively, he pushed Astoria behind him, his wand drawn to face the threat, but there was none to be found. Instead, all that remained in the epicenter of the apparition was a trembling and familiar house elf, Dobby. Daphne rocked herself gently on her bed in the empty Slytherin dormitory. Though her stomach rumbled, she felt no desire to eat. In fact, Daphne had been living in a state of constant nausea, not just at the remorse she felt every time Harry's heartbroken face would flash into her mind, but the bloody mess that had been Astoria's weakened body that horrid night. Yes, Madame Pomfrey had worked miracles with Astoria, using up what she could only imagine had been all of Hogwarts' blood-replenishing potions. But just because her sister was currently up and about didn't mean the situation had changed. Her hands trembled as she read the pages of the journal that had all but encapsulated her life over the past days. The journal itself hadn't been in great condition when Harry had first gifted it to her, but now the pages had become more yellow and stained with watermarks, as yet another droplet fell from her cheek onto the page. Furiously, she wiped her red eyes. I'm fine, she cursed to herself. I don't need anyone. I'm the Ice Queen for Merlin's sake. I don't need Harry. It hadn't taken long for the truth in her heart to fight back as the word liar raced around her mind. I just need to save Astoria. She's all I have left. She's all that matters. A loud pop soon filled the air, and Daphne leapt in fear, her quiet violently interrupted as her eyes scanned the room for the source of the disturbance. The search hadn't taken long as her floppy-eared caretaker had popped into the dormitory, a book bag that looked just about ready to burst strapped over his shoulder, and in his hand rested a plate consisting of a chocolate chip muffin and a cup of hot cinnamon tea. Dobby has returned with the items that Mistress ordered Dobby to find. Dobby doesn't like stealing from scary Professor Snape's stores, but Dobby did, as he was told. Daphne eyed the elf sympathetically. I know, Dobby, I'm sorry for asking you to do that, but you know it was urgent. If Dobby can speak freely, the elf said with a squeaky voice. Dobby doesn't like what Mistress Greenie has been reading. Dobby doesn't like it one bit. Dobby would rather have Mistress Greenie eat his muffin and tea that read that terrible, terrible book. I'm not hungry, Dobby, Daphne lied, a sad smile resting on her face, but thank you for thinking about me. The tennis ball eyes of her elf still rested firmly upon her. She knew full well that Dobby wanted more answers, but she couldn't afford to give it to the elf. That's all, Dobby, you're free to go. Will Mistress Greenie at least drink a little bit of her tea and stop reading the... I said that's enough, Dobby, Daphne shouted, her anger boiling over, yet as she watched the sinking facial expression of her only loyal company throughout the recent tragedy, she instantly lunged forward, hugging the elf. Sorry, Dobby, she whispered. I didn't mean to yell. I need this book. I need to save my sister, no matter the cost. The hurt on the tiny elf's face had become too hard for Daphne to bear as she took the bag from the elf's hand. Dobby, don't tell anyone about this. I'll be back soon. But Dobby didn't respond. The elf had simply nodded his head and slumped on the ground, his eyes full of defeat. Dobby, Astoria, Harry, please forgive me. The thoughts of those she loved continued to fill her mind as she climbed the winding staircases towards the off-limits bathroom that was guarded by the ghost of Moaning Myrtle. She had figured it was a place that nobody would come looking for her, and she'd be able to work in peace. and had Harry decided to look for her on the map, there wouldn't be anything odd about a girl being in the girls' bathroom. As Daphne pulled into the bathroom, the supplies banging gently in her back, she quickly got down towards the cauldron she'd placed in the room yesterday and lit the fire. She had wasted no time as she pulled the decrypted potion instructions from her bag, as well as the material. "Okay," she stated aloud. "First, I need to add the sloth brain fluid into a boiling infusion of wormhood. After that, I need 2 bushels of fermented knotgrass. Then a drop of basilisk poison reduced with phoenix tears." She shook her head in amazement. "It's almost unbelievable the castle has these things." Then you're going to need to wait 3 days, stirring hourly until the substance becomes a paste." Daphne jumped at the familiar voice that called out to her from the shadows. She hopped to her feet, turning slowly and finding nobody other than Harry James Potter. "Daphne, what are you doing?" "How did you?" "Dobby told me," Harry said softly, a gentle smile on his face. "Plus, I read your mind. You can't seriously be thinking of doing what I think you're doing, are you?" "What I'm doing is none of your business," Daphne snipped back, turning away from him only to feel his hand resting gently on her shoulder. "If you're thinking of exchanging the curse Astoria has to you, I can't let you go through with it." Harry sighed heavily. "She wouldn't want that." "How would you know what she wants?" Daphne barked back. "You haven't talked to her in days." "I was being an idiot, both of us were," Harry replied, turning her around. "We're hurting Astoria, Daphne. That's something we both didn't want to do, and unfortunately, we both fell into the same trap. In fact, she really let me have it in the common room a few minutes ago." "Harry," Daphne replied, her voice trembling, "I can't let her die. She's all I have left. I just can't. Please don't ask me to." Daphne hadn't even a moment to breathe before Harry's arms wrapped around her. "I promise you, I won't let Astoria die. I don't care if I have to spend every waking moment helping you look for a solution. We will find one." Daphne's lips began to tremble. "I'm sorry I walked away from you when you needed me most. I was just so angry that you hid something so important from me, but Astoria told me why you did it. Plus, I was being a hypocrite. Moody actually pointed that out to me earlier today. I haven't been being completely honest with you either. But I don't want to keep lying to you anymore, so I want you to listen." "What secret?" Daphne said, tears streaming down her eyes as she hugged Harry, inhaling his cedar and green apple scent, a scent she'd been missing for far too long. "I haven't been training you guys to fight with me. In fact, I never really had any intention of all of us taking down Voldemort together." "So you're serious, huh?" Michael asked as he gazed numbly at his best friend, his back touching the cool stones of the castle's corridor. "You're certain of it?" He watched the way Harry's eyes sank. "I really wanted him to be my mentor, you know." The broken trust was evident in the boy who lived's voice, but there's no denying it anymore. The cool April breeze brushed against the windows that lined the castle's walls. "Dumbledore definitely put something in my head, and I need to get it out. I already talked to Daphne. She said the potion will be ready in a few weeks, which is good because the sooner we can get this over with the better." "I need to know." Harry paused as Michael watched his best friend's eyes cloud like a sea in the middle of a storm. "I need to know that the decisions I'm making are my own." Michael nodded, though his chest felt tight at Harry's words. "You know I'm with you all the way, but I can't say I'm exactly thrilled to watch you drink what's essentially a bottle of poison from a madman's notebook." "I'm not exactly thrilled to be drinking it," Harry said with a worried grin, "but I'm starting to think that we're running out of options." Harry sighed. "I can't allow myself to doubt my decisions when push comes to shove. I need to be ready." "All right," Michael said just above a whisper. "Let me know when it's time. I think that Daphne, Neville, and I have our parts down. But if I recall, Daphne said you needed 4 people apart from Moody for this thing. Any idea on who else you're going to pick? Sirius or Remus, maybe?" "Tonks," Harry replied. "Moody said that he's been keeping Tonks updated on what to do. I wish it could be Sirius or Remus, but they're both too cautious of my safety to consent to this plan. Plus, Moody trusts Tonks more than anyone else. I don't like the idea of keeping Sirius and Remus out of it, but it makes sense." Michael sighed as he tried to bring a comforting grin to his face. "If only I knew that being friends with you would have been so much work, I might have sat somewhere else on that train." A light chuckle escaped Harry's lips as Michael began his walk towards the nearest castle exit. "I'll be ready when you need me, Rook, I swear it. For now, though, I've got a date." "Have fun," Harry called back, his voice fading into the background as Michael exited the castle, the grounds now fully relieved of the melted snow. If only it could be, he thought to himself as he approached the forbidden forest, the sound of distant laughter and conversation from other students about the grounds fatting. In its absence, the howling sound of the wind brushing through the hollow trees filled the void. Michael hated the forbidden forest. There were far too many things that could kill a wizard in it if they weren't careful, but he'd made Claire a promise, and he was going to keep it. Michael waded his way through the forest, sliding between trees, his eyes constantly scanning for any threats. In the distance, a blue glow filled a small clearing, and Michael knew he had arrived. His pace quickened as he pushed aside a shrub, watching on as the pink-haired model in the center of the open space held her wand tightly in her hand, the tip pointed at a target board sticky charmed onto a tree. "Come on, Claire, focus." Claire flicked her wrist, and Michael watched with a smile as she spoke the incantation. Reducto. A bolt of blue flung itself from the wand, blasting into the tree a couple of feet above the target board. No, it wasn't perfect, but considering that a couple of months ago Claire couldn't even cast the spell at all, Michael saw it as a huge success. Claire, however, thought otherwise. "Merde," she hissed in frustration, the sweat gleaming on her body as her skin glowed in the sunlight that broke through the trees. "One more time." "How about a short break?" Michael called out as he pushed through the bushes. "You know, pretty bird," he started teasingly, "most people would wait until their date arrived before starting the festivities." Claire's gray eyes softened as they met his brown pools, the two now standing face to face. "You're getting better," Michael whispered, taking his girlfriend's hand in his. "I know you don't feel that way, but I promise you are." "These results aren't good enough," Claire said with a sigh, her fingers gently sliding out of Michael's grasp. "I'll never be able to convince my father like this." "Convince him to do what?" Michael asked, his head tilted with confusion. "I don't want to go back to Beauxbatons," Claire said weakly. "I hate it there." Michael looked on in silence as Claire continued. "All I have at Beauxbatons is Fleur, and we aren't even on great terms. The press constantly harasses me. The professors are quick to dismiss my faults instead of helping me grow because I'm the minister's daughter, and I don't have any actual friends there. All I have at Beauxbatons are boys that try to flirt with me every second, and Fleur. And even if I can patch things up with Fleur, she's leaving me next year anyway. Meanwhile, here I don't get much special treatment, and even with all the shit that's been going on, I feel like I'm actually getting better at magic." Claire paused for a moment, catching her breath, her fingers roaming across her palm, becoming a fist. "For the first time in my life, I actually have friends. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, Neville, Tracy, Blaise, and you." Michael swallowed hard as he stared at his girlfriend. "My dad," she started once more. "He said he'd consider the transfer if I actually managed to show him I'm getting better at magic. But—" her eyes shifted towards the smoldering mark she left completely off target. "Results like that aren't going to cut it." "You want to stay at Hogwarts?" Michael whispered a softness to his voice that he himself didn't recognize. Claire stayed silent, only nodding her response as he took her hands in his. "We're only 14. It doesn't have to be this serious, you know." "I know," Claire said, "but Velas, we're different from normal wizards. She stopped, her eyes trembling. "I'm being really selfish right now." Michael's brow furrowed as he scanned the French beauty. "Michael," she said, her voice serious, "do you want me to leave after this year? Please, just answer honestly." Michael stood there. His mind felt foggy as words struggled to come to his mouth. "Claire, I'm involved in something that's much bigger than me and—" "You're planning on fighting a war," Claire said blankly, as Michael's eyes widened. "I'm not an idiot, Michael. I've overheard you and Harry whispering about it." "V. Voldemort," she said, struggling to force the name out. "You and Harry, and by extension, I'm guessing most of your friends, you all think that he's coming back soon." Michael had felt as if he'd been submerged in ice water at Claire's truthful observations. "I want to fight." Claire's face paled at the words that had escaped her lips. "Not really, actually, but I will. Voldemort, the idea of him coming back scares the crap out of me. but the guilt of knowing I turned my back on people that have treated me so kindly, I don't think I could live with that. Harry, Daphne, you, Neville, Claire started. I consider each of you my friends, and I'll fight with you all if you want me to. So I'm asking, Claire said, her eyes locking with Michael's, do you want me to stay? The sound of silence filled the clearing as Michael stared down at his girlfriend, her eyes bright with determination. His heart pounded in his chest as he reached his hand out, squeezing hers tightly. Pick up your wand, he whispered. We have a lot of work to do if we want to convince your dad to let you stay. Claire's smile brightened up the entire forest as Michael felt heat rise to his face. For a moment he feared the reaction the girl would have as she placed her head to his chest, hearing his rapid heart rate. However, there were no comments, no snippy retorts. All there was quiet as Michael wrapped his arms around his girlfriend. Claire's whispers felt warm against his chest, but the words were unintelligible. He had wanted to ask what Claire had said, but the French girl simply looked up at him and asked, So, where do we begin? Daphne had felt her arms begin to cramp. She had greatly underestimated the difficulty of brewing the potion, which was saying something because she'd already assumed it would be the most difficult potion she'd ever make. Tracy nudged her, taking the ladle from her hand and relieving her as she stretched out her arm beside Blaze, who was rubbing his waking arm as well. 12 hours, Blaze whispered in amazement. The instructions actually called for the last step of this potion to be 12 hours of stirring by hand. At least we timed this out correctly for a weekend, Tracy said, and we have Neville to thank for prepping the potion. We just have a couple more hours to go. Yeah, and then I get to feed my boyfriend poison. Fantastic, Daphne said with a sigh as she tried to hold back his discontent. Obviously, though, she wasn't as sly as she thought she was being as Tracy quickly caught her eye. He's going to be fine, Daphne. He's too stubborn to die. A faint smile grew across her face as she nodded. Do you two have this under control? I think I'm going to start prepping Harry. Go be with your man, Tracy said with a chuckle. We can handle this. Daphne's smile grew as she whispered her thanks, spinning out of the cursed bathroom up towards the designated meetup spot. How long had they been planning this? To Daphne, it had felt like a few days, but as the calendar dictated that April was quickly coming to a close, it became clear that they'd been working on this for weeks. She sighed, her heart feeling heavy despite Tracy's kind words as she approached the 7th floor corridor that Harry had outlined in great detail. The wall she'd been told to approach looked not even the slightest bit distinct from every other wall in the castle, though she knew that a matter like this would be one that even Harry would take seriously. I need a place for a ritual, she muttered as she'd been instructed to by Harry, packing back and forth before the wall. It hadn't taken long before her theory had been proven correct, as an ominous black door had seemed to form from nowhere right before her eyes. Okay, Daphne whispered. This is going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. With her confidence bolstered, if only for a few seconds, she pushed in the door and entered the ritual chamber. The chamber was dark and gloomy, and it looked more like a mortuary than a meeting chamber, though for the mood, it was hard to argue that it fit. Despite that, laughter, for some reason, filled the chamber. Her eyes followed the noise, landing on a scene that warmed her heart. Wow, she's definitely gotten bigger since the last time I saw her, Harry said, his voice brimming with life as he looked down at the picture Tonks held in her hand. She's pregnant, you idiot, Tonks snipped back. I might be that big one day, and if you call me huge, I'll kick your ass. That would require someone to want to marry someone as clumsy as you, Harry teased back. Let's call it a long-term goal. Tonks' hand playfully slapped the back of Harry's head as she snorted with laughter. You're such a prick. Yeah, but you love me anyway, Harry said with a grin. Daphne watched as his boyfriend's eyes fell upon the picture once more. Wow, though, I'm going to be an uncle, that's crazy. Tonks nodded gently as Harry continued. By the way, when did you say their wedding day is? End of summer, Tonks said. They wanted it sooner, but planning a wedding takes time, and to be fair, wedding planning isn't exactly atop the list of priorities, especially since our mole has confirmed that Voldemort is definitely on the move. Will you two stop the gossip? Moody barked, his back turned to the two siblings. We have company. Daphne was unsure how she knew, but she was certain that Moody's eye was looking back at her through his head, Is the potion almost ready?" "Why, yes, sir," Daphne said, startled a bit by the abrupt nature of Moody's outburst. "Tracy and Blaze are going to bring it up in a bit. I came to help prep Harry for the ritual." She felt her boyfriend's eyes turn to her, a look of discomfort evident in his emerald green pools as Harry nodded his acceptance. "All right then," Moody growled before turning to face Harry. "Boy, get in the center of the room, right at the epicenter of the runes I already drew." Daphne had felt stupid upon realizing that nearly the entire floor had been coated in thin black runes in a circular pattern. Amidst the marking were 6 open circles, one in the center for Harry, one just to the right of Harry which Daphne could only assume was meant for Moody, and 4 open circles on each corner of the room for the rest of them. Daphne's stomach had felt sick as she approached Harry, the boy now sitting cross-legged in the center of the runic circle, his shirt removed and his eyes closed. "Don't look so nervous," Harry said. "Everything is going to be fine." "How do you know I look nervous?" Daphne asked, kneeling behind Harry. "You can't even see me." "I just know," Harry said warmly. "Now relax a little, will you, or you might start making me nervous. After all I have to do is drink some poison and undergo a dark ritual. What could go wrong?" "Ha ha," Daphne laughed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Very funny, Flyby." The sound of new footsteps entering the room echoed through the ritual chamber as a familiar voice called out, "What's very funny? Rook making jokes about him dying again." "Can't have too much change," Harry called out as Daphne's eyes darted towards the group of 3 that had entered. Despite Michael's practice aloof demeanor, Daphne felt it was quite possible that he looked more nervous than she did. Neville, on the other hand, put up no resistance to hide his fear. The boy looked almost as green as a frog. But the worst of them was Astoria, whose effort to keep up a brave face was crumbling right before her eyes. Daphne almost felt like she overheard the telepathic conversation that was being shared between Michael and Harry, with Harry's eyes melding in a mixture of soft and cold glances, and Michael returning with sad eyes that read, "I tried to stop her from coming." Daphne's hand that rested against Harry's back pulsed at the tension of the boy who lived's muscles as Astoria ran towards him, a glossy film over her eyes. "You're not going to die, okay?" Astoria spoke as if she was issuing a command. "You're not allowed to." "Roger that, Commander Shortstack," Harry said warmly as he leaned back against Daphne's hand. "You greengrass girls all worry too much." Harry's eyes had looked almost as if they'd been lit ablaze with fire. "Here is not where I die." "I sure hope not. I'd rather not have to explain to Sirius and Remus what happened," Tonks said, trying to keep the mood light. "It was hard enough keeping this plan a secret as is. It would suck if it just ended up being a waste of time." "Speaking of wasting time," Moody growled, "Greengrass, I suggest you get to work. Prepping the ritual runes will take a fair amount of time itself." Daphne nodded in agreement as she pulled the journal out of her book bag, opening it to her marked page, the diagram showing the exact layout of the rune pattern. "You can do this, Daphne." Harry lifted his wrist, exposing his engraved wrist runes. "I know you can." "Now I'm starting to get how you were feeling during the second task," Daphne thought through gritted teeth, the tip of her wand placed against Harry's back. "This is going to sting a bit, but it'll go faster if you don't move." Harry nodded, and with his consent, Daphne began. Each touch of her wand was met with the sound of searing skin as the runes began to form across Harry's back. "Merlin, I hope I can remove these or at least cover them up. Maybe a large dose of dittany right after," she thought as the engraved runes began to lightly scar into the skin. Daphne fought against her trembling hand as she went around Harry's body, but somehow it looked like it was hurting her more than him, though the moderate twitching in her boyfriend's eyes confirmed that he was indeed feeling the pain. "I've got to hand it to you, Flyby. Your tolerance for pain is something else." Daphne honestly felt uncertain of how long it had taken her to complete the rune endowment, but judging by the fact that Tracy and Blaze had entered the room with the putrid smell of the cauldron in their hands, it must have been hours. A sigh of relief left Harry's lips as Daphne removed her wand from his body, Harry's eyes now glancing down at the lines that now encompassed his entire body. "All right," he said, his voice filling with exhaustion. "Step 1 complete. Time for step 2. Daphne's eyes followed Moody as he pulled the ladle from the poison-filled cauldron, pouring the liquid into a vial the size of an eyedropper before walking back towards Harry. "Okay, boy," Moody said, his voice gruff as always. "When I say to, you will drink this potion. The concoction of poisons inside of it will begin to purge any traces of foreign magic in your body. The Phoenix Tears will keep you alive, but just barely, and you will feel incredibly weak." Harry nodded. "Now," Moody said, turning back towards the audience. "Tonks may already know this, but as I haven't exactly taught any of you fourth years anything about it yet, so prepare yourself for a crash course." Daphne swallowed hard, her attention fixed completely upon Moody. "Magic is some abstract concept for us wizards. We are essentially magical beings, with the ability to do magic coursing through our blood. For better or worse, this is what leads many foolish wizards to believe having pure magical blood makes you a more gifted wizard. This, of course, is untrue, however. What is true is that a wizard's magical core is directly associated with their life force. What makes wizards live longer than the average being is the fact that the magical core is capable of empowering a wizard's life force, so that even if their natural life force begins to decay, their magical core can keep their engine running for a lot longer, so to speak. Does everyone understand that? The room nodded with confirmation, but as Daphne's eyes fell upon Astoria, a dark thought slipped across her mind. But if a wizard's magical core is compromised, they'll die faster than muggles with an average lifespan. That thought was cut short by Moody's continuing lecture. "The ritual we are about to perform will target Potter's magical core directly, disrupting his magic system due to the nature of the poisons used. Will we counteract this by flooding our own magic into Potter to keep his core balanced and thus keep him alive? It is for this reason that each and every one of you only transfers enough magic to keep his core in equilibrium. Too much in either direction and Potter will die." "How the hell do you expect us to get this right on the first try?" Neville shouted on in frustration. "This is way too risky. There has to be another way to." "I don't want Potter dead either, Longbottom," Moody barked back. "That's why I'm here to overlook the situation. Notice how each of your runic circles leads to mine before it leads to Potter's. I'm going to act as what the Muggles refer to as a floodgate and distribute magic from you all to Potter as needed. Does everyone understand their assignment?" Neville swallowed and nodded before Daphne and the others followed suit. "Good, then let's begin. Potter, whenever you're ready." Daphne hated the feeling of leaving Harry's side as she walked towards her assigned circle, her eyes never leaving Harry, his eyes glaring down at the tiny vial in his hand. "Well," Harry called out to the crowd surrounding him, "it's now or never." And without a second's hesitation, Harry drank. Daphne felt her heart stop as Harry's body dropped to the floor with a thud. "Harry!" she shouted, but Harry didn't even move. "Focus, girl," Moody growled. "Charge your magic right now." Daphne swallowed her fear as she placed her wand on the ground, magic pouring from her core like an ocean, current towards her fallen boyfriend. The black runes quickly exploded with a white glow from all angles, as the scars that now covered Harry's body soon became encompassed in the same light. Grunts of agony erupted from Moody as he tried to focus the raw power forcing blood to leak out of his pores, his own body acting as a focus crystal. "Moody, are you all right?" Tonks called out, her voice filled with worry. "Keep going," Moody shouted. "Don't stop." Moody's body shook as if he was in the center of an earthquake, the magic that filled the room making the entire chamber shake so much that for a moment Daphne feared the roof was going to collapse on them. Yet, for all the magic entering Harry, he didn't move. "Stop holding back. I will not let Potter die. Give me everything you have." Daphne closed her eyes, her teeth grinding against each other as a roar of pure anguish erupted from Moody's throat. The grizzled Auror's body turning red as the strain became increasingly evident, though Daphne couldn't focus on Moody for long as another thunderous roar soon overshadowed his. "Arg!" Harry roared, a purple mist starting to rise from his forehead. "That aura," Michael sneered. "No mistake about it, that's definitely Dumbledore's." "That bastard," Tonks growled. "How dare he fuck with my brother's head?" "Focus," Moody's voice shook with pain. "Just a little longer." Daphne's eyes fluttered open, but she wished they hadn't, as on the ground in the center of the ritual circle Harry's body rolled and flopped about on the floor. It had almost looked as if Harry was having a seizure, except this one looked as if the pain was exceeding that of even the Cruciatus curse. "Please hang in there, Harry, please," she pleaded. Thankfully, her prayers were answered, as suddenly Harry's violent spasms seemed to stop. Though from her view, she could see that both of Moody's eyes had become fixed upon Harry as from beneath his guttural grow. Something was definitely wrong, and the light whisper of the Auror only confirmed it. "What the hell is thaw?" "Get out!" a voice roared from Harry's mouth, but it sounded nothing like him. "Get out!" Without a second's notice, a shockwave of black-colored magic shot out from Harry, sending everyone flying from their circles. Daphne hit the wall hard. The sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the room as Harry turned to face her. Daphne felt as if she was paralyzed, her insides throbbing with agony. Whatever was speaking, it certainly wasn't Harry. Her body trembled as she looked at Harry. His right eye had retained its typical emerald green composition, but his left eye had morphed, becoming red and serpentine in appearance. "What the hell is happening?" Michael shouted, his arm covering his ribs, unwelcome tears streaming down his face from the pain. "We managed to release Dumbledore's plant from Harry, but there was something else in there, and it's much stronger than whatever Dumbledore left there," Moody shouted back. "How many things do you have in your head, Harry?" Daphne cursed as she tried to stumble to her feet, watching helplessly as Harry's body began vomiting uncontrollably. "Everybody get back!" he shouted as he raised his staff, slamming it to the ground with the force of a thunderclap. Daphne watched as Harry's body stopped moving, looking almost as if he was trapped in a full body bind. But to both her disbelief and Moody's, Harry shouted once more, releasing another wave of foul-feeling magic around him. Daphne had wanted to race towards him as Moody was sent tumbling back, but she had already found herself in second place as she watched the nimble pink-haired Auror race towards her younger brother, pushing closer and closer despite Harry's magic output. Daphne had found herself amazed at Tonk's tenacity. The woman looked like nothing more than a leaf in a tornado, but she pushed forward without relenting an inch. "Harry!" she shouted. "Look at me." Daphne watched on in horror as Harry's eyes fell upon his older sister. "You need to get a grip, Harry. Something else is in control of you right now and you need to get it back." With a swipe of his hand, Daphne watched as Harry generated a windstorm stronger than that of any Ventus spell she'd ever seen. "What is that power?" Daphne questioned as Tonks sidestepped the attack, continuing to push on. "Get a grip, Harry," Tonks shouted. "It's your body, you control what happens." Harry roared in anguish, the dark magic rolling off his body in giant waves. "If we don't stabilize you, you will die," Tonks pressed on. "Your dream of avenging your parents will die. You'll never see Sirius' wedding or your nephew. You won't be able to spend time flying on your broom. You won't be able to laugh with your friends. You won't be able to hug your girlfriend. If those things matter to you, then gain some control." "It hurts," Harry whispered, the red in his eyes flickering back to his original color as tears streamed down his cheeks. "It hurts so much." "Hang in there, kid," Tonks said, her voice calm and focused. "I'm almost there, just hang on." "Tonks," Harry whispered, Daphne's heart breaking at the pain in her boyfriend's voice. "Help me." At Harry's words, Daphne's eyes widened as Tonks lunged forward, wrapping her arms around him. "I'm here, Harry," Tonks said, the ominous windstorm around Harry dying down. "I'm always going to be here for you. I promise. You're okay, Harry. You're going to be okay." Harry's body flinched and trembled in Tonks' arms as his eyelids began to droop, the emerald color now firmly apparent in both eyes as the waves of foul-feeling magic began to stop. "We're going to be okay. We're going to be just fine." "Tonks," Harry said, his voice sounding weaker than Daphne had ever heard before. "I'm tired." "Sleep, kid," Tonks said, a soft smile on her face. "You did well." Her eyes broke momentarily from Harry as she turned towards Moody, hopping for an answer. By the look on the grizzled Auror's face, whatever he thought the answer was, he certainly didn't like it. "I've only felt that magic from one other person. There's no denying it," he whispered, almost as if he was talking to himself. "That was his magic, but why would Harry have access to it?" Moody stumbled forward, his magical eye focused heavily upon the boy. "Without a doubt, more happened that night he attacked than I first thought." Chapter 29. An admission. Sirius growled as he looked down at the bed where his godson rested. He was alive, and given what Sirius had been told the boy went through, That was a blessing, but he was far from healthy. He watched on in silence as Harry's friends came to his bedside, some looking in worse shape than others, the corner boy looking the worse after having 4 ribs mended by Madame Pomfrey, but none of them had said a word to him, their eyes cold and glossy. Though for as mature as Sirius considered them, particularly Neville and Michael, part of him understood why young men would have been willing to take such a risk. What he couldn't understand was why Tonks and Moody had gone along with it. Sirius' hand brushed through Harry's hair as he whispered, "Why? Why wouldn't you tell me about you doing something so dangerous? What were you thinking, pup?" He was thinking that he had to do something to make sure your mission wasn't compromised. The grizzled Auror, who stood unmoving in the corner of the hospital wing, said, his magical eye watching Harry for any changes, "He's truly a noble and brave man." "Man," Sirius scoffed at Moody's words. "He's 14. For Merlin's sake, he's not even old enough to apparate." Sirius's fingers curled, the bedsheets shifting in his grasp. "They're children. How could you and Tonks have even considered this plan?" "I was under the impression that they were soldiers," Moody replied, his voice passive. "Soldiers who you and Remus have been training over the past summer to be ready to fight Death Eaters." Sirius flinched at Moody's accusation. "Don't go changing your tune now that your godson's at risk. Him being in harm's way was always a distinct possibility. Hypocrisy won't help in these situations, Black. You should be grateful the boys' balls don't shrivel up when something has to be done." Sirius felt his chest tighten as he glared at the Auror. "Tonks speaks so highly of you, but you're no different from Dumbledore. You just lack the pleasantries." "If I was like Dumbledore, I wouldn't be here monitoring the boy day and night, would I?" Moody spoke, his tone blank as a sheet of paper. "And I certainly wouldn't be willing to share with you what I learned from this experiment." Sirius' eyes widened as he turned to face the wooden-legged Auror, the man's electric blue eye falling upon him. "We found more than just Dumbledore's presence in the boy's head. Traces of his magic were there as well. What I'm trying to understand is why." "Voldemort's magic," Sirius said, his voice trembling, "was inside of Harry." Moody nodded, his attention falling back to Harry's motionless body. "I've seen a lot of things in my life, Black," Moody said, his voice cold. "All types of magical creatures, dangerous criminals, Death Eaters. But what I saw emerge from Harry, that power was incredible, and more than that, it terrified me." Moody rubbed his hand over the other, a slight tremor emerging from his healing arm. Had Tonks not been able to reach him, he could have killed us all. Sirius swallowed, his eyes flashing back to Harry. Seriously, he thought as he gazed at Harry, watching the boy's chest rise and fall, a peaceful rhythm through his breath. Moody was a monster on the battlefield. Sirius had seen it firsthand during the First War, but other than Moody's strength, one other thing was certain: the man didn't lie. "I should pull him out of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's been going behind our backs this whole time. As far as I'm concerned, he's an enemy." "You certainly haven't become much wiser with age, have you?" Moody scoffed. "The boy is bound to compete in the tournament, otherwise he'll lose his magic, and if that happens, it's game over." Sirius snarled as the veins around his eyes pulsed with anger. "On top of that, trustworthy or not, Dumbledore is one source you can trust that no matter what happens he won't turn to Voldemort's side. I dare say he might be the only other person apart from Potter that there is zero risk of that happening to. For all his schemes, Dumbledore is a resource, an asset to the cause. His personal interaction with the boy, however, I agree should come to a close." "He was training Harry's occlumency," Sirius growled. "The only other option is Snape, and there's no way I'm letting a former Death Eater anywhere close to Harry's head." "Really?" Moody said, and Sirius was unsure if the rolling of Moody's artificial eye was intentional. "For the Lord of House Black, there is a limitless supply of mentors to train the boy's mind. Although if you are looking for suggestions, I might know someone who can help." "Who?" "A close friend of mine," Moody said cryptically. "Worry not, she won't be capable of harming the boy." "A name would help," Sirius growled. "You have more important things to be worried about," Moody said, his focus returning back to Harry. "He's waking up. Scold the boy if you want, but know that he was dealing with great guilt over not telling you what he was planning." The sound of Moody's wooden foot clicking against the hospital floor began to fade as he stopped at the hospital door. "Oh, and one more thing, don't tell the boy I was here." "Afraid things might change if he finds out you care about him," Sirius called back, but was met with only the slamming of the hospital wings door as a response. His eyes floated back to his godson, the spitting image of James beginning to stir in his bed as he placed his hand atop the boy's shoulder. "I'm here, Harry, you're okay. Take it easy." Harry's eyes fluttered open, waking from his deep slumber, his emerald pools hidden behind a glossy lens. "Welcome back to the world of the living pup," Sirius said, trying to keep the tremble from his voice. "Have a nice nap." "Sirius," Harry whispered, his godson's throat raspy and dry. Sirius smiled as he placed his finger over his lips, handing Harry a glass of water, but Harry refused, his mind still drifting in a haze. "I'm sorry." "It's okay, Harry," the Lord of House Black whispered, rubbing his thumb over his godson's hand. "You're alive, and that's what matters right now." "I should have told you," Harry croaked. "I shouldn't have kept you in the dark." Sirius felt his heart sink as he looked in the pain that filled Harry's hollow eyes. "I remember Tonks holding me. I remember seeing everyone on the ground. Are they all okay?" Sirius nodded. "Yeah, pup, they're all fine. As for not telling me, it's true that I wish you would have." He swallowed, pausing for a moment. "But in a way, I am proud of you. All of us have been telling you that it's your war, and yet I still sometimes feel this urge to be in control. You took a risk, one I assume you calculated, and proceeded with your plan. That willingness to do what needs to be done, it's the mark of a true leader. You're growing up, Harry. I just wish you didn't have to grow up this way." Sirius watched as a smile dawned across Harry's face, the boy's eyes glancing up at the arched ceiling. "Well, I have to work fast," he said with a weak smile. "I don't want my nephew growing up the same way I had to after all." Sirius felt a smile grow to his face as he scanned Harry's exhausted expression. "James, he's really becoming a fine young man." "Hey, Sirius," Harry whispered, breaking his thoughts as he once more faced the tired boy. "Can you help me out of here? I really need to use the bathroom." "Sure thing, pup," Sirius said, lifting Harry to his feet, the 14-year-old's body resting against his shoulder. "Sure thing." "Moody," Sirius whispered, "I'll leave telling him about what happened to you." "My lord," Bellatrix shouted, rushing to the man's side, his head throbbing with pain. For days he'd felt as if someone had been beating his head like a drum, and his body had felt like it had been lit on fire. "Sissy, bring him something for that pain." The eldest daughter of House Black shouted towards her younger sister, a tremble mixed with the anger in her voice. "Do nothing," the cloaked figure roared, his snake coiling his feet. "Barty, draw me more of Nagini's venom and prepare the brew. The time is approaching, and this body will not last long." The son of the former DMLE head bowed deeply as the snake followed him towards the makeshift laboratory of the Riddle House. "What is happening to me?" the man hissed as his venomous red eyes glared down at his ghastly white arm. "Jonathan," the man hissed, "bring me my tome and take me to my study. I need to investigate further." "Why, yes, my lord," the man whispered with a deep bow. "And tell Karkaroff to report here as soon as possible," the cloaked figure snarled. "I need to ensure everything is in place for the final steps of my return." Even days after Harry had left the infirmary, Harry's body still throbbed from the ritual. The slightest bump against his shoulder had sent shockwaves of pain through him, to the point that he'd begun to feel sorry for just how many pain potions he'd been requiring Daphne to brew. Though the pain he felt in his body was nothing compared to the pain he felt in his chest as he heard the whispers that spread through the halls. "I heard Potter ended up in the hospital, probably was trying to do some kind of dark magic," a voice whispered. "Whatever it was, I heard he sent a bunch of his friends to the hospital with him," the boy scoffed, "and he calls us barbarians." "Did you see the Ice Queen a few days ago?" a voice whispered. "Someone in Slytherin said her back was covered in bruises, but to my knowledge nobody's seen her fall. Rumor has it that Potter may have snapped." Harry had felt his legs grow cold at the last accusation. He could handle being called a barbarian. He could handle people thinking he was a dark wizard. But he couldn't handle the thought of anyone believing he would ever have hurt his friends, especially Daphne. "Oi, Potter!" a voice called out from behind him, weeding through the crowd, and a slight smile crossed his face as he faced the Hufflepuff prefect. Cedric had caught up to him quickly, grinning broadly as he placed his hand upon his shoulder. Harry felt his eyes water at the touch, but bit his tongue, holding back the groan as Cedric quickly pulled off. "Sorry about that. Didn't know you were still hurting." I'm glad to see you up and about. The castle's been pretty boring with you down and out." "That's not what I've been hearing," Harry said with a sigh. "Oh, so you've heard about the rumors already? I was actually coming to warn you about them." Cedric's eyes filled with warmth as he looked down at Harry. "Don't pay them any mind. Nobody with a brain actually believes you'd lay a finger on Daphne. I don't know what happened, but I know you're not a monster. You could have left me to die during the first task if you were." "You're not a monster." Cedric's words had felt like they'd slammed into Harry with the weight of a wrecking ball, his hand moving subconsciously to his forehead, rubbing his scar. "I wish I knew that for sure." "What's up, Potter? Your head hurting? Do you want me to take you to go see Madame Pomfrey?" "No, I'm okay," Harry said, pushing down his thoughts. "I honestly don't think Madame Pomfrey wants to see my face again until graduation by now." His forced smile had managed to draw a laugh from Cedric as the boy turned his attention to the moving staircase. "You know, if the castle's giving you a hard time, you're more than welcome to sit with me for lunch." Cedric motioned his head warmly in a manner that had almost implored Harry to go with him, but he couldn't. He had other plans, and while he hated to say it, they were far more important than just idle chit-chat with friends. "Thanks, Seed, but maybe another time." Harry did his best to keep up his calm facade. "I've actually got a ton of homework to catch up on. Getting knocked out during the end of the year crunch time wasn't the greatest idea." He nodded, kindly offering his assistance, but Harry refused. Michael, Moody, and Daphne had all demanded they were allowed to assist, but even with 3 of the smartest and cunning minds in his arsenal, he wasn't quite sure what they were going to find. As the lunch rush entered full swing, Harry had found himself able to move about the castle more freely, cutting his journey to the room of requirement in half as he quickly pulled against the wooden double doors that had formed along the previously blank walls. He wasn't really quite sure what he was looking for, though. Honestly, he wasn't even sure where to begin. He'd for a moment considered heading towards the library and asking Madame Pince for weird head magic books, but decided against it. Moody had told him that nothing in the Hogwarts library was going to be capable of helping them out, and knowing the kinds of things that Daphne had managed to find in the restricted section of that vast ocean of information, that worried him. He'd come across a familiar sight as he entered the room, and for the shortest sliver of a moment, Harry felt happy. The way her blonde hair cascaded down her back as she buried her nose into a rather old-looking tome had become extremely endearing, and the warm fireplace brought a gorgeous glow to her face which had shifted to meet his. "Hey!" Harry said weakly, looking down at Daphne, her eyelids drooping from exhaustion. "Hi," she whispered back with a smile, patting the seat beside her for Harry to come to join her. He did so without a moment's hesitation. He wanted to be around her. Simply feeling her next to him had done things to comfort him that he couldn't quite explain, and with the way he was right now, he wasn't going to refuse it. He smiled as he felt Daphne lean into him, her feet curled up resting on the dark green sofa cushions as he wrapped his arm around her. "What's wrong?" she whispered, almost as if she truly believed she was able to handle yet another one of his problems. There was a difference between teamwork and being a burden to others, and while when it had just been planning for the Triwizard tournament he hadn't felt irritated with himself, it had become so much worse. Nonetheless, Harry still felt a flicker in his chest as he pushed a stray hair behind his girlfriend's ear. "That's a dangerous question," he chuckled. "How much time do you got?" "However much time you need," she replied earnestly as Harry rubbed her arm gently. "I really don't deserve you," he thought to himself as she pressed. "Seriously, Flyb, you look annoyed. Please don't tell me it's about those stupid rumors. Nobody with half a brain could believe that you'd hurt me." "Funny," Harry said with a light grin. "Cedric said the same thing." His expression soured, though, as the bottom of Daphne's uniform had begun to ride up, leaving behind a clearly fatting but evident black splotch. "Only problem is, I did hurt you. I hurt you, Michael and Neville and Tonks." "No," she said firmly. "You didn't. You were the one that stopped us from getting seriously hurt. It was whatever the hell was inside you that did it, not you." Harry appreciated the words, but he wasn't quite sure if he entirely believed it. Regardless of what anybody said, the magic had indeed come from his body, and his body had commanded it to attack. "I know what you're thinking," Daphne said. "You're trying to find some convoluted way of blaming yourself, and I'm not going to hear it." Michael, Neville, and Moody, You know for a fact all three of them can sense magic, and they all agree that what did attack us wasn't your magic. The only question is, why do you have someone else's magic inside of you? Harry had wished he could have remembered what happened, but nothing rang a bell, none of the descriptions of events, none of the spells cast, nothing made any sense. Only two things were clear: the magic felt cold and foul, but somehow familiar, and the other thing was that using it had hurt him. That magic had caused more pain than anything he'd ever experienced before. It had felt as if his insides were ripping themselves in half, and he shivered at the thought of feeling it again. But it was powerful, his brain had chimed in. That fact was undeniable. Each motion had felt like he'd been swimming through lava, but the pain, the lack of control he felt, yes, it was powerful, and Harry was terrified of it. "It's not your fault, Harry," Daphne whispered. "Nobody blames you, you weren't in control, you." "That's what's been bothering me," he replied, looking down at his palm. Had Tonks not been able to reach him, he could have killed us all. Moody's voice had rung through his head like a drum. It had been the first thing he'd heard as he began to stir, and he wished more than anything that he'd begun to do so just a few seconds later. "Daphne, I need to tell you something, but I don't know how to say it." "Harry, if this is some stupid, I think we should break up, cliché hero thing, I don't want to hear it," Daphne said sharply, turning to glare at her boyfriend. "And no," Harry shouted, "I wasn't even thinking about that. I have grown up a little this year. I know there's nothing I can do to get rid of you even if I wanted to." Daphne grinned, though Harry found little amusing about the situation. "I want to tell you something, but I don't know how to say it. I've never really said anything like it before, and I don't want to sound stupid." Daphne's grin had vanished as Harry watched the Slytherin girl look up at him like a frightened puppy, her eyes trembling from the shaky tone in his voice as he rubbed the girl's arm, trying to calm his nerves. "It's not like I'm going to laugh, you know," Daphne said as smoothly as possible. "Just say it. I won't tell anyone." "Right," Harry said with a nod, looking around the room. He'd found it odd that Moody hadn't come just yet. But he knew that if the grizzled Auror had come, he'd never be able to say what he needed to. He swallowed. The words that formed in his head had felt like a curse worthy to get a Gryffindor stripped of their crest. But he took the plunge and the words rolled out. "Daphne, I'm scared." Harry had felt stupid as he watched the mouth of the Slytherin girl hang slightly agape. Of course, he sounded stupid. He was Harry Potter, the Gryffindor golden boy, the slayer of horned serpents, dementors, and Selkie, and yet he had the audacity to claim an emotion like fear. He had wanted to recant, to laugh, to shake it off like he was just joking. But he wasn't, and he was painfully aware of it as he gazed into Daphne's icy blue pools. He swallowed hard. "You're looking like I just told you I loved you or something," Harry said, a flush of embarrassed red coating his face. "I already told you that I thought it was stupid. You don't need to reinforce it. You." "I'm sorry," Daphne said, forcing her mouth shut. I just wasn't expecting to hear that from you. It's just you've always looked like nothing terrified you. Hearing that from you, I really wasn't expecting that." "I feel like I've been walking on eggshells recently," he said with a sigh. "Every time I pick up my wand, I wonder if it'll be me, or this thing inside of me casting a spell. I don't want to accidentally end up hurting somebody or worse, A gentle laugh left Daphne's lips as she placed her hands on both sides of his cheeks. "Of course, the only fear you have is about you accidentally hurting somebody. Honestly, Harry, sometimes you make me feel like you're just some storybook hero." "I'm not," Harry said, trying to pull away and yet melting in the comfort as he looked down in shame. Because a hero, a genuinely good person, they wouldn't even consider trying to access that power again. Daphne's eyes had looked like they'd become frozen in time as he looked back up at them. "Daphne, Moody said that the magic I used, it would have been strong enough to kill him. I've been training with him normally for months, and I'm barely even able to keep up. I don't have that much time to waste, and obviously my strength on its own isn't enough. That magic, Harry, it felt like everything you're not," Daphne whispered back. "It felt foul, and dark. It felt like death. The compromises the owner of the magic had to make to get to that point, it's not worth it. What's the point of becoming that powerful if you throw away everything you hold dear?" Daphne's hands dropped from his face, grabbing his hand, revealing their shared runes. "The wizarding world is full of unique magic, ways of making us stronger than we ever thought possible. We'll find a way to make you strong enough that doesn't involve selling your soul. And I swear that we'll find a way of getting whatever the hell that magic is inside of you out. You don't see it, Harry, because you're always moving towards some distant goal, Daphne said, gripping him tightly. But you've grown so much over this year. You're doing things that I didn't even think was possible for a fourth year. You can cast silent magic. You can do basic spells without a wand. You're an exceptionally talented wizard in your own right, Harry. He felt his heart freeze at the determination of Daphne's gaze. Doing whatever it takes to obtain power at the cost of other people. That's his way of getting strong, but it's not our way. It's not your way. Daphne had dropped her book, and Harry had felt Daphne's warmth press up against him as he climbed into his lap, their foreheads touching as she wrapped her arms around him. You are Harry James Potter, and you are one of the strongest people I know. We are who we are, Harry. He felt her whisper the words softly into his ear, and there is nothing wrong with that. Harry leaned forward, catching Daphne's lips with his as he pressed forward, his grasp around her waist tightening. For a moment, Harry had felt like he was floating as gentle whimpers left Daphne's throat, their eyes shut with enjoyment. An enjoyment that was quickly broken by the sound of footsteps followed by an awkward pause. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. If Daphne's face was any indication, Harry looked as bright red as a traffic light, the electric blue eye of his mentor resting firmly upon him. Good, Moody said, moving forward as Daphne climbed off his lap. Now if you two are quite finished goofing off, we have some work to do. The least you could have done was show up on time, Daphne grumbled out. I heard that lass, Moody growled back. I was held back looking through the old Auror files, hoping to find something related to the boy's condition. You should be thankful I was doing something useful. I am a very busy man after all. Daphne looked away sheepishly as Moody continued. Of course, nothing I found in my research proved to be related to what Potter experienced, however. Though, if there is one thing I've learned in my time as an Auror, history has seen everything at least once before. Harry watched as Moody pulled from his coat a handful of old weather notebooks ranging from all sorts of languages and different time periods. You two get to work reading those. It's some of my old colleagues' reports from different nations. I'll go check to see if Grindelwald left us any nuggets Greengrass may have missed in her reading. You can handle training with him every day, but somehow Snape can still get under your skin, Daphne whispered in deep confusion as she looked down at the moldy books. He's not that bad, at least when he taunts me it's for a reason, Harry said with a shrug. Anyway, let's get started reading. Moody hates slackers. Even though it had been months since he and Claire had publicly begun to date, Michael still found it weird to have a girlfriend. Most people considered him a clown at best. Occasionally he felt as if even his own father had trouble loving him, but none of that seemed to matter as he strolled the Hogwarts grounds with Claire. It was rude to stare. Michael knew that, but he still couldn't quite wrap his head around just how beautiful Claire naturally seemed to look. But more than that, he was amazed by how easily the girl could read him. Michael had honestly found himself feeling very confused. Most of the time, his life was binary. Either things were going to shit, or things were going incredibly well. For the last 2 years, though, it had almost seemed as if both things were happening simultaneously. Something's bothering you, she whispered calmly. I can tell what's wrong. Things just aren't making sense, Michael said, tilting his head back, pinching the bridge of his nose. Lately, I've been thinking about how this year has been going, and there's simply just too many unaccounted for variables. Claire's eyes gazed into his as he sighed. We still don't know how Harry's name even ended up in the goblet in the first place, which leads one to assume that somebody has it out for him, right? Claire nodded in agreement, and yet nobody has done anything to really try to cause him harm, which leads me to believe that it's nobody in the castle. But if it's not anybody in the castle, how did his name even get in the goblet to begin with? And if the person isn't a student, then the list of suspects just gets bigger. I never really thought about it that way, Claire said, rubbing her chin. But logically speaking, you and Harry both believe V. Voldemort's rise is coming. There is a chance the two are connected. Yeah, but if Voldemort was active already, Michael said, his brows knit, we probably would have seen something by now. Michael sighed. Plus, for all the crazy shit Dumbledore does, I doubt he'd be stupid enough to let a Death Eater close to Harry. Then again, there is Karkaroff. Michael had felt about ready to pull out his hair as he whispered, "We're missing something important, and I just don't know what it is." Michael had wished that was his only issue, though, for as much as the goblet mystery bothered him, nothing bothered him more than the magic that spewed from Harry's body that horrible night. Moody made it sound like the magic was Voldemort's, but if it is, there's no chance in hell we can beat that. We could train for years, but a normal person's ceiling simply just isn't that high. Worse than all of that, we still have no idea why that magic even came from Harry in the first place. I feel like I live in a world full of questions with no answers. "Michael," Claire asked, nudging him gently, snapping him for his trance, "I want you to look at me, okay? We're going to figure everything out, I promise. But we need to focus on what we can do right now as well. The final task isn't too far off, and I'm sure that Harry could use some help figuring out." "Claire," an oddly familiar voice called out to his girlfriend. The two turned behind them, watching as the silver-haired Vila appeared in the distance, the two viewing her approach with caution as soon Fleur stood before the two of them. "Claire, I just heard that you were planning to transfer from Beauxbatons. Is that true?" Claire said, looking away. "It's something I'm considering, yes." "Why?" Fleur asked, her voice cracking. "I know we fought, but that's no reason to." "It's not because of you," Claire snapped back. "I'm not like you, Fleur. I don't like being treated differently from everyone. I don't need people acting like I'm more important than others just because of who my dad is. Here I feel like a normal person, with normal friends and a normal boyfriend. I like fashion, I like modeling, and I'm going to be in France a lot in the summer. But when I'm in school, I actually want to learn something." Michael watched as Fleur's face paled slightly before she sighed. "I won't force you to stay if you don't want to, but you need to consider these choices carefully. I know we fought, and I'm sorry about that, but I do care about you, Claire. I'm worried you're doing something irrational. Changing schools, it isn't an easy thing to do, and..." She paused for a moment, turning to face Michael, his throat feeling hot under Fleur's gaze. "I'd like to speak with you privately if that's okay." Michael nodded, turning to face Claire as he gently released her hand, following the French champion a short walk away. "So in the end, she chose you over me." "I don't think it's like that," Michael said with a shrug, "though in all fairness you weren't exactly the kindest to her this year." "I can't deny that," Fleur said as she sighed. "I know nothing about you, Michael Corner, and truthfully, I still have my doubts, but for some reason, fate has decided that you and Claire cross paths." The girl swallowed. "I don't like you," she started. "You seem lazy and unmotivated, and I genuinely fear you will lack any success in your future, but as I've seen firsthand, you have a good heart." "I won't be here to look out for her next year," Fleur continued. "So I trust that you will take her magical training seriously, especially regarding her transformation. And more so than that, I trust that you have no plans on using her for either greed or lustful reasons. Should I find out that you have, however, I'd like you to remember what I did to that chimera." Michael swallowed hard, remembering the French Vila's harrowing transformation as he nodded. "Good," Fleur whispered. "Well, I suppose that she'll be happy to hear that she has my blessing even if it is a little later than I know she would have liked." The girl's face softened for a moment as she turned to face Claire. "Just promise me you'll do a better job of being there for her than I did this year." "I will," Michael said with a nod. "I don't like you much either, to tell you the truth. Though for what it's worth, I do admire your devotion to protecting your family, and I see why Harry trusts you." Fleur returned the nod curtly before walking off without another word. The instant Fleur had vanished from view, Claire had appeared at his side, her eyes dripping with curiosity. Michael knew that the pestering wouldn't stop any time soon if he didn't speak, and with a low voice he whispered, "She finally approved of our relationship and told me to look out for you. She's a pain in the ass, but she loves you, Claire." "I know," Claire said with a smile, the wave of relief forcing a smile to her face. "I love her too." Chapter 30. The third task begins. Harry had felt a tightness form in the pit of his stomach as he stared up at the large hedge maze that had grown to reach the stands of the Quidditch pitch. "A maze," the boy beside him whispered, his gray eyes scanning the pitch he loved so dearly in confusion. "After all the shit they put us through, the last task is a maze." "I would not get so comfortable if I were you," the French girl to Harry's left replied nervously. I am certain that a maze alone would not be entertaining enough for the makers of this tournament and the wizards watching. There has to be more. I hate to say it, but I think you're right, Fleur. Harry said, his fist tightening as he gazed up at the large bushes. Though, in fairness, it's not like the people in the stands would be able to see any of us inside it anyway. He sighed deeply. Honestly, this had to be the worst spectator sport ever designed. Cedric smirked before turning to face both Harry and Fleur. Look, I think that we've all learned enough from the last 2 tasks that we can't afford to trust anyone else to help us out. Even Dumbledore checked off on putting innocent students below the water. Harry shuddered at the old wizard's name. He couldn't even think of the last time he'd gone so long without seeing the silvery-bearded man since he'd first met him. The only people that we can trust are each other, at least when it comes to this, so I say we just keep to the same strategy. When the time comes, we enter the maze and we stay together. If we happen upon the cup, all 3 of us take it and tie. Agreed. You and Harry both saved my sister's life, Fleur said with a gentle smile. I'm more than willing to pay the favor back however I can. I don't really care about winning this whole tournament anyway, but... Harry's mind flashed back towards the hissing of the horned serpent, a tremble racing down his spine. If it'll help keep me alive, I'm in. Plus, nothing would make me happier than wiping that smug grin off of Crumb's face. He turned around, finding nobody. Where is the Bulgarian bonbon anyway? He said in his best Rita Skeeter impression. I thought all the champions had to report here. From what I've heard, Cedric began, supposedly he's ill and is staying on the boat in order not to infect the castle. He shrugged. To me, it seems a bit out of character. I figured if he got sick, he'd be sneezing into our breakfast to make sure we caught it. Harry had found the notion hard to deny, though he had hoped he wouldn't be finding himself under Madame Pomfrey's care anytime soon. He had enough things to worry about, and the flu certainly wasn't welcome to join his list of problems. Subconsciously, he'd felt his hand migrate towards his scar, the overwhelming feeling of pain that had filled his body the day of the ritual still leaving phantom shockwaves in its wake. It's been weeks, and I feel like I'm still completely lost. What the hell was that magic? And why does it feel so familiar? Potter, Cedric's voice cut the silence like a knife through butter as he quickly snapped, turning towards the Hufflepuff prefect. You all right? You look a little spaced out. I'm fine, Harry replied, though he didn't believe it much himself. Thankfully, though, any further questions were put to a stop as another voice began to cut through the crowd, this one far more joyful than the atmosphere demanded. Champions, Bagman called out with glee and excitement, though this time the man was not alone. Beside him was a man he'd seen only a few times before, and not any more recent than the day before the champion selection, Barty Crouch Sr. It's a pleasure to see you all again, Bagman continued with exuberant pleasantries. I'm aware we did not end our last encounter on the best foot, so to speak, but I am hoping we can put that experience behind us and look forward to the final and most exciting task of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry simply did his best not to growl with anger at the sight of the once Quidditch World Cup commentator, leaving the reply to Cedric. Well, so long as you're not putting the lives of people we love in danger, perhaps we'll be able to come to an understanding. Civilly. Yes, quite right you are, Bagman said with a grin. Your father always praised you, claiming you to be of sound mind. Harry clenched his jaw. The connotation of Harry being of unsound mind irked him to no end. That is why I have brought my good friend and head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation with me today. I'm sure you recognize Mr. Crouch, right? Harry and Cedric nodded disinterestedly, while Fleur simply glared at the Triwizard organizers with a coldness that may have even impressed Daphne. Mr. Crouch was also once the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and I'm certain that he'll be able to clear up any doubts you have regarding the legality and safety risks of non-champions in this tournament. Bagman puffed his chest out proudly, almost as if the idiot believed the words of another ministry member would do anything to calm the nerves of Harry or his fellow champions. Much to Harry's expectation, they all remained silent with Fleur's icy glare never leaving Bagman's view, an aspect that was certainly throwing off the normally charismatic announcer's game. Look, Bagman, Harry said with a sigh. We're all busy people, with lives to live outside of this stupid sport. So let's just get on with whatever it is you need to tell us. Bagman growled. Being disrespected was not something the ministry official took a liking to, but Harry paid him no mind, his attention silently being drawn to Barty Crouch. Harry was certain of it, but it almost looked as if the man was trying to tell him something with his eyes. He'd tried for a light legilimency probe, but had found an ironclad wall of resistance that he had no chance of passively breaking. To Harry, it looked as if the man was fighting against himself with every breath, and yet he had no idea why. "Are you feeling all right, Mr. Crouch?" "Quite all right, Mr. Potter," Crouch spoke, but his voice sounded very dreamlike, almost as if the man was sleepwalking through life. He didn't have much time to press further, however, as Fleur's gentle nudge redirected his attention towards Bagman, both he and Cedric taking the lead as they headed into the center of the maze. Harry felt uneasy as he turned. Something was definitely off about the former DMLE head, and something told him that whatever was happening, Crouch could not be trusted. He shook that thought from his head for a brief moment, turning back to face his fellow champion as the two followed Cedric into the maze, Crouch trudging behind them. If possible, the maze had looked bigger from the inside with roots that seemed to spread for miles in all directions. It's a shame that Mr. Crumb could not attend this. It's always a treat to see the look of magnificent splendor that crosses a person's face upon first entering here. Welcome, champions, to the entrance of the third task. This thing is huge, Harry thought to himself, his mind beginning to feel overwhelmed by the sheer vastness of the challenge before him. Of all the tasks, this one is the most straightforward, at least in terms of concept, Bagman chuckled. His joke went unappreciated, however, as almost subconsciously, Harry had felt his back press against Cedric's and Fleur's the tree wizards waiting for something to pounce at them from the shadowy corridors. No, there's no need to worry. Nothing dangerous has been inserted into the maze just yet. You have my word. If possible, the three champions' grip around their wands tightened, their expressions unchanged as Harry heard Bagman's sigh vibrate through the air. Very well, do as you like, Bagman relented. As I was saying, he started once more, this is the simplest of the tasks before you. On the day of the third task, the Triwizard Cup will be placed randomly within the maze. Inside the maze, you will find all sorts of dangerous creatures, though none are as dangerous as the maze itself. Bagman's tone started to fill with glee. Harry's head had returned by pounding with anger. The goal is simple, Bagman said, smiling. Be the first to retrieve the cup and win eternal glory. Harry rolled his eyes, though Bagman seemed not to notice. The champions shall enter the maze in order of their rankings, each person besides the two in the last place gaining a time advantage over the person behind them. A matter that must thrill you greatly, Mr. Diggory, as you are in first place now. Cedric shrugged, the 6th year's indifference making Bagman red in the face as he turned to face Fleur. I do apologize, Ms. Delacour, but due to your less than stellar performance, you've been pushed down into 3rd place. But you will have the small advantage over Mr. Potter, though don't either of you be discouraged. Plenty of champions have come from either the 3rd or 4th spot. Are you so blind to see, Mr. Bagman? Fleur said, her voice jabbing through Bagman's smarmy demeanor, that not a single one of us cares about this stupid tournament any longer. If it weren't for the risk of losing my magic, I'd be back at Beauxbatons by now. Surely you don't mean that, Bagman said, his face pale as a ghost. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You. For the love of Merlin, please shut up, Cedric growled, turning to face the exit of the maze. You've explained the rules, and we know when to be here, so unless there is anything else of importance, the 3 of us will be on our way. Bagman simply stammered, unable to articulate a single word, his face red as a tomato. Harry, Fleur, we missed lunch, but I know a secret passage into the kitchen. Want to go get some food? The two nodded, following after Cedric, leaving the ministry officials in the dust until they felt certain that they were out of earshot. It seems all but certain that they are hopping to split us up, thus the time delay, Harry whispered. So I think the strategy would be to just wait out the advantage and move down one corridor together. I was just about to suggest the same thing, Fleur said. I will not allow them to force us to play the game their way. We'll play it our way instead. So we're all in agreement then, Cedric called out, earning an affirmation from both Harry and Fleur. Good. I gotta admit, Cedric said, throwing his hands back behind his head. I'm feeling much more confident about this task. After all, what creature would want to mess with Fleur the Dragon Slayer and Harry the Parselmouth? Harry chuckled at Cedric's antics as he turned back to face the arena. June 24th, huh? I wish it was a bit sooner. The quicker I can get this over with, the quicker I can get to work on this, he thought, reaching once more for his scar and Astoria. The morning hustle of the castle did nothing to brighten Astoria's mood as she gazed down at her breakfast, her stomach in knots. She twiddled her thumbs as she turned to face Harry, the Gryffindor champion looking tired and yet relieved at the same time. Astoria watched on in confusion as the faintest of smiles appeared on his face, and instantly, her frustration overtook her. "How can you be smiling?" she asked in confusion. "I feel like I'm going to puke and I'm not even competing. Shouldn't you at least look nervous?" Harry shrugged. Honestly, this whole year has been one thing after another, and truth be told, this is the task I'm actually the least nervous about. Sure, dangerous creatures in the maze aren't exactly great, but I doubt they're going to be as bad as the horned serpent I had to face during the first task. Plus, at least this time I'm only risking my life. With the way this tournament has been going, that's sadly an upside. She watched Harry throw his hands up, yawning loudly. Between Dumbledore, Moody, the Order, this tournament, and other things. Harry may not have said the word, but Astoria knew exactly what he meant as a guilty look filled her eyes. "I'm just glad that this year's almost over." "Oh yeah, I completely forgot," he said with a chuckle. "Have you decided on whether or not you're going to go hang out with your boyfriend in Bulgaria or not this summer?" "He's a boy and he's a friend." Astoria growled a genuine concern regarding the pinkness in her cheeks building in her mind. "But he's not my boyfriend. Though, as a matter of fact, I am. He just wrote to his father yesterday about it." Going to meet the parents. Didn't know things were already so serious." "You know, Harry, I started the day worried about you, but now I hope a blast-ended scroot explodes on you." She chuckled as the panic began to fill Harry's eyes, the image she'd described to him about the fire crab manticore hybrid clearly brewing in Harry's mind. "Only kidding," she tagged on meekly, the two sharing a short laugh. Astoria followed as Harry turned his eyes meeting with Cedric and Fleur from across the hall. The French Villas seemingly reunited at the breakfast table having a civil conversation. "Fleur, Seed, and I made a pact to watch each other's back in the maze. Statistically speaking, this is probably the safest task for me so far." Harry's eyes fell once more to Cedric, who nodded towards the exit after capturing both his and Fleur's attention, the Hufflepuff prefect tapping his finger to his imaginary watch. Astoria felt her insides begin to unwind as Harry placed his hand atop her head. "Gotta go. They want the champions at the maze early because it could definitely take longer than any other task to finish." Her kaleidoscopic eyes clashed with Harry's once more as he manifested his signature lopsided grin. "Everything's going to be fine, Astoria. The only real threat is Crumb, and we both know I can beat him in my sleep." Astoria shook her head, a small smirk forming across her lips as she watched Harry rise to his feet. "So run along and prepare my victory celebration short stack. You're about to see a comeback the likes of which you've never seen. After all, I can't let Crumb keep going around thinking he's a better wizard than me." "You're such an idiot," Astoria said with a chuckle as she watched the boy who lived throw his hand up behind him, walking towards the other two champions. "Win, Harry," she whispered beneath her breath. "I know you can do it." Despite her confidence in Harry, Astoria's stomach still felt tight as she exited the Great Hall. She knew that the spectators would be gathering at the Quidditch pitch soon, but Harry has asked them all early if they could wait for Sirius and Remus to arrive. She smiled at the thought. She knew Harry considered Sirius and Remus to be his family, and the fact that he wanted all of them together really solidified the fact that they were all together in her head. She had Daphne, of course, but growing up essentially without any parents, Astoria was glad that she had a family she could count on as well, even if at times they did worry too much about her. The summer breeze hit her face like an ocean wave as she exited the castle, hopping to take a walk to calm her nerves. But before she could even take a step, her eyes had fallen upon the curly-haired blonde, looking up at the summer sky sketching feverishly. "Damien," she called out, her hand muffling her laugh as the boy jumped with surprise before turning to face her, his almond brown eyes shining brilliantly in the warm sun. "Sorry," Astoria said softly. "Didn't mean to scare you." "I wasn't scared," Damien said in a feeble attempt to hide his embarrassment. "I was just caught off guard." She smirked at the Bulgarian boy who smiled back warmly. "Anyway, to what do I owe the honor of you coming out of your way to look for me?" "Don't flatter yourself," Astoria laughed. "I was just going for a walk and happened to see you out here staring at the sun. I know you rarely see it in Bulgaria, but surely you've been taught not to look directly at it." Her eyes fell to the boy's lap, a moldy brown book resting atop his thighs. "What is that?" she asked suspiciously. "It looks like it's about to fall apart." "Well, it is a couple of 100 years old," Damien said with a smile. "My dad sent it to me recently." "Why?" Astoria questioned. "And what is it?" The boy's face sank slowly, a look of fear mixed with guilt lining his face. "Oh," Astoria whispered, a light bulb illuminating in her head. Does it have anything to do with your treatments?" "No," Damien whispered. "But," he sighed, "if I tell you, promise you won't yell at me." "Now you're making me nervous," Astoria said, approaching slowly. "What's in the book?" "Information about blood curses," Damien whispered. "My dad requested it from our nation's version of unspeakables. After watching what happened to you, I felt I had to do something. I told my dad and he—" "You did what?" Astoria said, shooting up from the grass, anger filling her veins. Her face hardened into a glare towards the Bulgarian boy. "I didn't trust you with how I felt about my blood curse, just for you to go spreading the fact that I'm sick around to all the Bulgarian hire." "Can you please let me finish a sentence before you start shouting at me?" Damien retorted, sitting up, his brown eyes piercing through her anger like a bullet. "You're my friend, damn it. Just because I'm going to die young doesn't mean you have to. I get that it makes you feel weak and embarrassed, but for the love of Merlin, let people who care about you help you." Astoria had felt her face glow red as she looked down at the boy apologetically. "I'm sorry." She turned away, her heart thundering in her chest as she whispered, daring only for a moment to hope. Did your dad find anything?" The boy sighed, leaning back against the tree, his face also red with shame. "I know I should have told you what I was planning, but I knew you'd have said no if I asked." Damien extended the book outwards towards her, staring at the dancing blades of grass. "And maybe." Astoria's eyes fell upon the Bulgarian boy as he whispered, almost as if he was weary there was an invisible man watching over the two of them. "Blood curses, they aren't natural. They're a form of some really dark magic, black magic actually." Astoria swallowed at the boy's words. To cast a blood curse, a grudge must be held that is so powerful it lives on even after the caster's death. It's just a theory, mind you, and I don't really know who was responsible for it. But if you or your sister happen to know of any reason that another family, your ancestors, would have crossed paths, would have hated them enough to have cast a blood curse on your family's line, there may be a chance to reverse it. If you can a direct living descendant of the family who cursed you, they may be able to cancel out the magic. Astoria had felt as if she was floating. The wind rushing past her ears seemed to encompass all 5 of her senses. Her body began to tremble as her vision slowly began to return. Are you serious? You think there might be a way to?" "Yeah," Damien said warmly. "There might be a way to reverse your curse. There might be a way you'd get to live a long and happy life. At least, that's what my research leads me to." The boy didn't even have a moment to finish as Astoria launched herself towards him, wrapping her arms tight around his neck as tears began to roll down her cheeks. Astoria," Damien stuttered, his skin glowing bright red as she rested her head against his. "What are you?" "Thank you," she whispered. "I thought I'd killed it, this dream of me actually getting to live, but you brought it back. Even if it doesn't work, you gave me hope, and I haven't had any for a long time." Astoria felt her smile grow as Damien clumsily reached, wrapping his arms around her as well, holding her tightly. "If you can find the person, I'm sure it'll work." A gentle laugh escaped his lips. "You're too good of a person for it not to." "I'm sorry I yelled at you," Astoria whispered weakly. "I'm just—" "Stubborn," Damien said as she felt his arms tighten around her. "I know, but that's why we're friends. You're the backbone I don't have." "You're pretty strong yourself," she whispered back. "Hey, so do you want to come with me to find my sister? I think if you explain it, well, maybe it'll make more sense. Damien nodded, and with a smile, the two re-entered the castle, a new hope burning in her chest. Sirius couldn't help but glare up at the calendar that plastered itself on the wall right across from his seat in the library. He could quite remember the last time he'd been in the room for actual studying, but for as much as he hated reading, his godson's health was far more important. He could have killed us. The Auror's words rang through his head as if he was in the center of an echo chamber. For Moody to say that, Sirius thought quickly, shaking his head, not wanting to finish the thought. Why was Voldemort's magic inside him? Sirius pondered. Does it have to do with their magical connection? I thought the occlumency silenced it, so why was Harry still affected? What kind of connection is it? Is Dumbledore involved? Questions rattled in his mind endlessly, and when added upon the view of Emmeline's growing stomach signaling his new role as a father quickly approaching, Sirius had found it hard to sleep. James, he whispered in his mind, I wish you were here. I'm feeling way too in over my head. Sirius looked down at the green-colored book. He sighed. For weeks it had felt as if all of Sirius' non-existent free time had been trying to solve this riddle. He was beginning to feel not only like a terrible fiancé, leaving his pregnant wife-to-be in charge of all the wedding planning, but he was beginning to feel like the worst parental figure alive. Time after time it had been Daphne, Michael, Neville, Tonks, even Moody, that had come to Harry's assistance. Children half his age were far more productive at handling the direst of circumstances than he was, and worse yet, what Moody had accused him of was true. When it came to Harry, he knew he wouldn't always be able to do what had to be done. His godson was far too precious to him. Sirius knew that for as much as he loved the boy, Harry needed a different mentor, one that would shape him into the man he needed to be. He'd secretly hoped that possibly Albus would have changed his ways, but it had become perfectly clear that was an impossibility. He sighed as he considered the only possible candidate, his chest hurting at the thought. I just hope Harry can forgive me, but he's made it this far with him. Just maybe, there's a chance. Serious thoughts of the artificial-eyed Auror were brought to a halt by a knocking on the library door. Sirius rubbed his fingers against his pulsing temples before, with a flick of his wand, the door opened. A grin forced its way across his face as he turned to face the brown-haired man that stood in the doorway. You know, finding you was more difficult than I thought. Never in a million years would I have expected you to be in the library by choice. Fair enough, Sirius said with a chuckle as he stared at the last living marauder, but things are a lot different now. There was an air of uncomfortable silence. Remus had been more familiar with dark magic than even Sirius due to his studious nature, but the werewolf was equally as stumped by the connection between Harry and his magic. Though despite the cloud of fear and worry that hung over the library like a dark cloud, Remus pushed forward. We'll figure it out, Sirius. We have one of the largest libraries on dark magic in the world here. Together we can solve this puzzle. But for now, we have to be there for Harry. This blasted tournament is finally coming to an end, and I want to be there when he tastes his freedom. Sirius nodded, every joint in his body popping as he took his friend's hand, rising to his feet. He groaned as he cracked his back before a chuckle cut through the room. With all those joints and bones popping, I'm starting to get worried I'm marrying an old man. A flood of warmth flowed through Sirius' chest as he stared in awe of Emmeline. She was beautiful, not in her typical way, but the fact that his child, their child, was resting comfortably inside her made Sirius feel emotions he wasn't sure he could understand. He approached her slowly, kneeling before her as he wrapped his hands around the baby bump. He pressed his lips to the growing womb, placing a soft kiss as he smiled. All right, James, let's go see your uncle win this tournament. You don't even know if it's a boy or not, Emmeline said with a chuckle, but her protest fell on deaf ears as Sirius rose to his feet, taking her hand, the three of them marching towards the flue. The final task of the Triwizard tournament was about to begin. Green flashed filled the room one after another as Sirius watched Emmeline, Remus, and the Tonks all flash to the visitors' entrance of the castle. It wasn't long until Tonks' voice called out, giving him the all-clear before he too dove into the flames. As they arrived in the visitor processing room, Sirius was met with some familiar faces. Of course, Moody was there, Snape as well, the greasy-haired git's face making him want to puke. But on the more positive end of the spectrum, he saw a face he hadn't seen in years, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Sirius nodded towards the Auror, who returned with a polite gesture of his own, his eyes telegraphing his intention to speak later. After a quick search, Sirius was released from the processing hall, and within moments, the cheering of the stands that filled the Triwizard Tournament came into view. As eagerly as Sirius wanted to race towards the arena to share an embrace with his godson, he knew the limits of his fiancée's mobility and matched her pace as the two walked towards the arena. Their pulses each beating with alacrity, as Emmeline had become rather protective of Harry herself, and Sirius knew that each task of this atrocious tournament had sent every member of his family into a panic. "Sirius, Remus," a voice called out to them, halting them in their tracks. "Wait a moment, will you?" They turned, and while Sirius certainly hadn't wanted any more delays, he was pleased with who he saw approaching them. The tall, ruddy-faced, smiling man was none other than Amos Diggory. "Thank you for waiting," Amos said. "With how tumultuous this tournament has been, I'm glad to see some friendly faces." "It's nice to see you as well, Amos," Remus said kindly, feeling nervous. "Nervous? Never," Amos said with a hearty chuckle. "No disrespect to young Harry, but my son is the most capable champion in this tournament, and he's done so with no distinct advantage, I might add." Sirius rolled his eyes out of view of the proud father, though Emmeline had clearly seen it, chuckling behind her arm-covered mouth. "Well, our two champions have seemed to form a pact for this tournament. I see no reason we can't be civil," Sirius said with a polite smile. "I've asked Harry's friends to hold us some seats. I'm sure there will probably be one more." "Well said, Sirius," Amos said. "Civility and unity is, after all, the purpose of this tournament, though I wish Cedric wouldn't have brought all this animosity upon himself. After he supported Harry, some people in the ministry even pressured me to disown him." Amos sighed. "Sometimes I fear the boy is too loyal for his own good, but that is what makes him special." Sirius nodded, truthfully unsure of just how to respond to the man's statement as the group began to approach the arena. A squirrel patroness met them at the gates, just as Michael had suggested, and with as much haste as possible, they quickly began to ascend the bleachers. It had taken longer than Sirius had liked. Amos wasn't exactly in the greatest physical condition, and Sirius didn't even want to fathom the pressure his fiancée must have been feeling on her feet. Nevertheless, finally, they had arrived at their spots, with the two Greengrass girls sitting side by side with both Michael and his new girlfriend, as Harry described her, lined right beside them. Hermione and Neville had been another recently reported development, but Sirius was proud of the look of strength Neville had in his eyes. Both Blaise and Tracy sat in the row above them, but on the other side of the students were just enough spots for their rather large group, and better yet, the view of the maze's center was as clear as possible. Though, considering the rest of the maze was covered, Sirius pondered the point of even making this a spectator event, and what exactly everyone was cheering for. Almost as if he and his godson were magnetized, his eyes instantly fell upon Harry, who met him quickly. All the panic in Sirius' heart evaporated, however, as a smirk that looked so similar to James whenever he'd approach Lily appeared on Harry's face. He and Remus had playfully called it the "I've got this" smirk, but unlike the disastrous outcomes that usually followed James' attempts, the fire that burned in Harry's eyes truly made Sirius believe him. He nodded, and Harry did the same before he turned to face the maze. Sirius had wanted to reminisce longer about all the ways Harry had grown, but his trip down memory lane was interrupted by the hum of a charmed wand prepared to amplify the speaker's voice. Sirius' eyes locked onto the speaker, Ludo Bagman in seconds, as the blonde-haired man paced along the maze's center. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all to the third task of the Triwizard Tournament." The crowd's applause shook the stand, yet Sirius did nothing, a look of pure contempt forming upon his face. "The rules of the task have already been explained to the champions, but in summation, the task is simple. Somewhere, buried deep within the maze, placed by our very own Barty Crouch, is the Triwizard Cup. Only he knows where it lies, and it is the job of our champions to find it." Once more a booming applause erupted around him. "Oh, but worry not, for this task is not as simple as a walk in the park. Around every corner of this maze lies a magical creature that will push our champions to the absolute limit. Though should a champion be unable to handle such a challenge, all they must do is shoot up red sparks, and they will be retrieved. As was the case with the last task, those in front will have a time advantage in the way of a head start. So, in this case, Mr. Diggory will be entering the maze with a 15-minute advantage. The Hufflepuffs around Sirius had looked torn at the declaration, many of them split between their love of Cedric and their disdain of Harry, a boy who Cedric had stood by. After that time, Mr. Krum will be entering with a 10-minute head start. Sirius watched with a snarl as Karkaroff rubbed his champion's shoulders, the crowd of Bulgarian students roaring with enthusiasm. Finally, Mr. Potter and Ms. Delacour shall enter the maze with Ms. Delacour holding a small 5-minute advantage over Mr. Potter. With that understood, Mr. Diggory, please approach the entrance you wish to begin at. I'll pass, the boy called out, taking a seat in the grass. You'll pass, Bagman called out in confusion. Are you saying you aren't planning to compete? You understand that you'll lose your magic if you... Yeah, Cedric said, waving off the ministry official. I'll still play your stupid game. I think that I'm just going to make use of this 15 minutes by maybe taking a short nap or stretching. There's no rule against that, is there? Well, no, Bagman said with a stutter, but surely you'd want to. Really, I'm fine, Cedric said blankly, causing Sirius to chuckle, though the vein pulsing in Amos' forehead made Sirius realize that Cedric's attitude was hardly amusing to his proud father. I honestly don't even deserve second place. If it wasn't for Potter, I'd probably have been dead by task 1. Boos filled the air as trash thrown from the stands aimed at Cedric were bounced off by the magical barrier, the boy simply yawning as he sat beside Harry and Fleur, the three of them huddled up and talking. So that was their plan, Sirius whispered. Smart pup, safer together after all. Sirius wasn't certain of it. His height had made the view a bit questionable, but it looked almost as if Karkaroff had whispered something into Krum's ear as they awaited Krum's chance to start, the boy standing at his selected opening. Sirius could have sworn that he'd never witnessed a slower 15 minutes pass, but with a roar, Bagman shouted out, Mr. Diggory's 15 minutes have expired. Mr. Krum, you are free to begin. Unlike Cedric, however, Krum hadn't even looked back, clearly intending to make complete use of his head start as he charged into the maze, the green foliage sealing up behind him. The 10-minute head start timer had gone off as well, and with a disheartened tone, Bagman once more took the mic. Ms. Delacour, you are now free to enter the maze as well. But Fleur hadn't even bothered to pay Bagman any attention. Instead, Sirius watched on as Harry, Fleur, and Cedric simply gathered closer, the three of them watching as Harry dragged his finger through the grass, creating what Sirius only interpreted as a temporary battle plan. The ringing of Bagman's 5-minute timer had left Bagman looking angrier that Sirius had ever seen the jovial man before. With a sharp tone, he called out, Mr. Potter, you may begin when ready. Thanks for the heads up, Bagman, Harry called out. It's unfortunate, I was just getting comfortable, but I guess we have to compete. Sirius watched in amusement as Harry turned to face the now standing Cedric and Fleur. Well, you too, ready? Yeah, I think I'm ready now, Cedric said, cracking his neck. As I'll ever be, Fleur said, brushing the dirt off of her uniform. Then, before Bagman had even a moment to protest, he watched as the three of them bolted through the same entrance, the maze walls closing too slowly to keep them out as it collapsed just behind Fleur's foot. The final task was officially underway. Chapter 31. The Tri-Wizard Cup. Whatever Harry had been expecting as he dove into the maze, it certainly wasn't what he saw. In fairness, however, what he saw was nothing. The inside of the overly large hedge-sided maze was filled with nothing but darkness, and it was only the shallow breaths of his fellow champions that filled the void. The three looked at each other, each of their brows furrowed as they lifted their wands. Lumos, Harry thought, his wand igniting as he turned back to face Fleur and Cedric. Our voices may echo in here, he whispered, instantly confirming his suspicion as his remark traveled down the dark corridor. I'll take point, Harry continued, his voice as low as he could possibly make it. You two watch my flanks. Cedric and Fleur nodded as Harry pressed forward, his illuminated wand just bright enough to keep the space 10 feet out in front of him in view. How the hell did they make this? He pondered, his heart pounding in his chest as he and his fellow champions came across their first intersection. Silently, with his offhand, he pointed his thumb to the left and the right before turning to find both Cedric and Fleur's thumbs pointing right. Right it is. Each step had made it feel that they were sinking deeper and deeper into the depths of hell, the intense silence becoming almost mind-numbing. He'd never really considered himself claustrophobic, but this maze was quickly changing his stance on that opinion as part of him had just wanted to scream out to relieve the pressure. They'd come across another intersection, and once more took a right, but if they'd been hopping for a maze that made sense, they were wrong, as if laughing in the face of the rules of geometry, the three champions had found themselves in the exact same spot where they'd first begun their journey. "What the hell?" Cedric whispered. "Weren't we just here?" Harry nodded as Fleur spoke out. "This is more like a labyrinth than an ordinary maze. The only way we could have ended up back where we started after just 2 turns means that the maze is changing." Labyrinth, Harry thought to himself. He'd read about the great labyrinth in Greek mythology before. During his Muggle classes, he was certain there was a possible clue in there. How did Theseus escape the labyrinth? "Come on, Harry, think. That's it," he whispered, his eyes widening. "Ariadne's thread." "Whose thread?" Cedric whispered, his eyes glossy and dull. "Ariadne's," Harry repeated. "I read about it back when I was in Muggle school. The myth goes that when Theseus, a Greek hero, had to go through a labyrinth, he brought along with him a woman named Ariadne who dropped a thread behind them, ensuring they wouldn't retrace their steps, even if the labyrinth moved. We just have to make sure we leave behind a trail bright enough for us to see from a distance to make sure we don't end up going the same way we came." "Brilliant," Fleur whispered. "Okay, I'll drop the thread, you two lead." There was a moment of silence before she continued. "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm worried about Crumb as well. This place looks far from safe to travel alone." Harry hated to admit it, but he was sharing a similar sentiment regarding the Bulgarian boy. For as much as he despised Crumb for his interactions with Daphne, this maze was making him antsy, and he had company. He wasn't quite sure how confident he'd feel if forced to enter alone. "If we come across him," Harry started with a sigh, "we'll invite him to tag along, but I'm not going out of my way to look for him." Fleur nodded, followed by Cedric, the three champions once more in a triangle formation to guard each other's backs pressed forward. It had felt like they'd been walking for miles, but it was appearing as if their strategy was working. For as far as they must have walked, they'd never once ended up in the same place. Suddenly, Harry felt Cedric's hand on the back of his head, before with a shout he pushed him to the floor. Both he and Fleur hit the ground with a thud as a flash of fire raced over their heads, the tip of Cedric's nose singed from the heat. "Reducto!" Cedric roared, sending a blue jet of magic down the dark hall. But whatever had shot the fire had dodged the attack with ease, as once more a fireball rushed towards them. "Pratigo!" Harry growled, a clear blue shield forming before him, large enough to cover both Fleur and Cedric as this time 3 flaming red orbs jolted towards them. Harry reached his offhand forward, creature's voice echoing in his mind. Creature channels his magic into his fingertips and casts with a snap. He closed his eyes, the feeling of the magic in his fingers causing a warm tingle. "Akio," he whispered gently, then snap. On command, Harry found a creature flying towards him, suspended hopelessly in the air and using his conjured shield like a metallic one. He slammed the monster against it. Its body hit the conjured shield like a mallet to a gong, and with a crack, it hit the ground lifeless. "What is that thing?" Fleur cried out in disgust. Harry eyed the creature. The shiny gray armor that covered its pale gray scorpion crab-like body made him think of only one creature. The monstrosity that Astoria reported Hagrid had created, as with a sigh he whispered, "Blast-ended Scroots." "Blast-ended whats?" Cedric echoed, the confusion on Fleur's face perfectly. But Harry didn't have time to answer as yet another barrage of fireballs raced towards them. "Fine," Fleur whispered in frustration. "Two can play at that game." Harry hadn't even had a moment to ask as a light blue glow erupted around them, each of Fleur's palms dancing with wisps of blue heat. With a ferocious snarl, she shot her blue flames at the Scroots, and despite their natural resistance to fire, Fleur's must have been on another level as screeches of agony erupted from the mouths of the monsters. Harry shot Cedric a look, and the Hufflepuff prefect quickly nodded. One thing was for sure, they were glad Fleur wasn't an enemy. Before the two boys could even move from their position, however, Fleur wrapped her fingers around Cedric's nose, instantly healing the mild burn before shrugging. I used to burn myself a lot learning about my Vila power. It's the one healing spell I know. Cedric whispered his thanks before once more. Harry led the way deeper into the maze, his eyes fixated on the ash piles that remained in the place of the SKRWET's corpses. Damn, he thought with fearful admiration, and I thought my kill was brutal. Harry quickly pushed that thought aside, though. There were certainly more important things to focus on, and he wasn't exactly planning to show mercy to any other creatures that attacked him in the dark either. The three of them had soon found themselves at a crossroads once more, though this time it had expanded into 3 paths, each of which too dark to even see past their noses. That was until suddenly everything became cold, deadly cold. What's happening? Fleur whispered through chattered teeth. It can't be, Cedric hissed, his offhand rubbing his chest to keep warm as a cool vapor left his lips. After everything that happened last year, they let another one in. Get behind me, Harry snarled, the three backing into the corridor from which they came as, from the dark hall that resided right before them, a black wraith-like creature coated in black Grim Reaper-like robes with black skeletal hands emerged. Kill me, his mother's voice rang once more in his mind. Kill me instead. Please kill. The anger of hearing his mother plea for his life filled Harry's heart with rage as with ferocity he chanted, Expecto Patronum. Instantly, his crow erupted from his wand, its pure white vapor slashing through the Dementor's pit. But to his great confusion, his spell did nothing as right before him. The figure changed forms, becoming a man that Harry recognized, though looking far less jolly than before. Cedric, the man whispered. Why? Father, Cedric whispered, his voice filled with confusion. We all had so much faith in you, Cedric's father spoke. Your mother and I wanted so much from you. Hufflepuff prefect, head boy, and yet you amounted to nothing. You're a worthless failure. I just wanted a son to be proud of. Is that so much to ask? Why are you always such a disappointment? Do you have any idea how much my friends at the ministry tease me? Ridiculous, Harry snarled, pointing his wand at the figure he knew now to be a boggart, the shape-shifted form of Cedric's father inflating like a balloon and flying off into the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry turned facing Cedric, who looked down at the ground with contempt, a slight tremor in his body. Are you all right? Cedric nodded, but didn't say a word as Harry trudged towards his fellow Hogwarts champion, resting his hand on his shoulder. You'll never be a failure, Cedric. You're one of the best wizards I know, and I would bet every last galleon I have that you're going to be someone that makes your parents proud. Hell, I bet you already are. Yeah, Cedric said, gripping his wrist in an attempt to control his pulse. It's just when it got out to my family that I was supporting you, my father was livid. He claimed you had enough fame and that it was a competition, not some friendly gathering. He told me people back at the ministry were ridiculing him because of my decision to stand up for you. Once more Cedric went quiet as Harry nodded, his throat feeling hot at Cedric's confession. He didn't know what to say. The fact that Cedric had chosen to stand up for him against his own interest was one thing, but to do so without the support of his own family had meant so much to him. Harry swallowed hard as he whispered, Thanks for sticking up for me all this time. Harry had felt as if the admission was stupid. Cedric had his back from the beginning when nobody else outside of his friends did. Thank you was nowhere near enough to explain his appreciation. If I'd have known how many problems this was causing you, Forget about it, Potter, Cedric said, steadying himself as he forced out his confident smile. We're friends, after all. We look out for each other, no matter what. Right, Harry said with a nod. No matter what. Harry's eyes turned back to face the three-way fork in the paths and sighed. But I don't see a reason we can't kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's keep moving to find that cup. I think that Cedric Diggory, Triwizard Champion, has a pretty neat ring to it after all. I was thinking that Harry Potter, Cedric Diggory, and Fleur de Lacquer, the first ever co-Triwizard Champions, has an even better sound, he said with a laugh. Let's keep moving, Cedric said. Time to make history. The little conversation had made Harry feel more motivated than ever before, as, with a quickened pace, Harry rushed through the walls of the maze, his fellow champions right behind him. Part of him was amazed at the number of magical creatures that Hogwarts had managed to collect and stuff into the maze, ranging from pixies to Urklings. But the fact that each of them seemed willing to try and kill him didn't exactly make him a fan. Of all the creatures he'd faced, however, the one he stood before now had left Harry at a complete loss for words. It was a creature that Harry had never even dreamed of making contact with before. The creature had the body of a lioness, thought its frame met the height of the seemingly ever-expanding maze hedges. Its head, however, was that of a woman's, the face looking almost identical to the drawings of Cleopatra in the history books as the beast snarled down before them. It was unquestionable. The monster that Harry and his friends now faced was a creature seemingly as old as magic itself, the Sphinx of Egypt. Harry raised his wand, though he was completely at a loss for any idea on how to combat the enormous creature. Yet the beast didn't move, it simply sat there staring at him. Lower your wands, wizards, for this is a challenge of brains, not brawn, though death awaits those who are wrong. Fantastic, Harry growled in his head as he gently began to lower his wand. A riddle I will give to thee, though only to one of the three. Harry swallowed. He didn't quite consider himself dumb, but he certainly wasn't one for riddles. Beyond my frame is the prize you seek, though my questions are not for the meek. The Sphinx smiled. Should you wish to proceed this way, my game you will be forced to play. Though to make sure no one interferes, I have drawn help from far and near. Harry spun as from the bush charged a beast that Harry had never seen. Its body resembled a rhinoceros, though it was larger and rounder than the Muggle variety. Beyond that, the top of its head and horn glowed an ominous orange that looked about ready to explode. An erumpent, Fleur whispered. These are very rare and even more dangerous. I'm not good with riddles. I guess that means I'm out, Harry called back, his eyes never leaving the giant horned beast. I'm the only one who has studied this creature, Fleur called out. I'll stay back here with Harry. Cedric, the riddle is up to you. The sound of Cedric's hard swallow echoed through the room, but nevertheless, he pressed forward. So you have been selected as my treat, the Sphinx said, licking her lips. I warn you my riddles are not easy to beat. Can you please stop rhyming? Harry growled beneath his breath as he lifted his wand once more towards the rhinoceros-like figure. But the Sphinx clearly hadn't heard him as it continued its less than mediocre rhyme scheme. First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of the end. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? Harry had wanted to help, but the moment the riddle had left the Sphinx's lips, the erumpent charged. Quickly, he rolled, avoiding the strike of the horn, but the relief hadn't lasted long as Harry found himself flying through the air, the blast of the erumpent's horn sending him skyward. Fleur caught him in midair, breaking his fall as his feet securely touched the ground, his eyes resting upon the giant beast who just managed to withdraw a horn from the hedges. Any plans? One, but I don't like it, Fleur called out. I'm going to have to transform. Okay, Harry called out, rolling once more out of the way of the erumpent's strike. What's the downside? I've already used up too much magic, she shouted out. My transformation's going to be short, and once I come out of it, I won't be able to move. Fuck, Harry cursed, diving to the left as the now frustrated erumpent slammed his body down upon the Gryffindor seeker. Just do it. We don't have a ton of other options. All right, Fleur called out with a stutter, ducking the swing of the erumpent's horn as it switched its target. Harry had been woefully unprepared for what he had begun to see as he shot a stunner towards the beast hopping to gain its attention. Fleur's hair had begun to flicker as it rose against gravity, a white mist surrounding her. The French beauty's face had begun to distort, becoming more bird-like in appearance as beads of sweat poured down Harry's face. A cawing sound erupted from Fleur. As the white mist completely evaporated, the Vila's hands now coated in glowing white fire, and Harry watched in amazement as the erumpent stepped back. a look of fear crossing the beast's face for the first time. A sinister hiss left Fleur's beak. As she shot her orb of white fire at the feet of the erumpent, the beast releasing a squeal as it stood paralyzed behind the new fiery line. "Come on, Cedric. A little faster, please," Harry thought to himself frantically as he lifted his wand once more. "Tenebris vincula!" Harry bellowed as black chains rose from the ground, wrapping themselves around the erumpent, its knees buckling under the pressure Harry was forcing through his chains. Suddenly the heat beside him had vanished, and Harry's focus shifted just in time to watch the bright white glow leave Fleur, her body falling limply to the ground, her conjured fire evaporating. "Fleur!" Cedric called out in fear as the erumpent, no longer afraid of the white fire, began fighting against Harry's chains. "She's fine, Cedric," Harry called back. "Solve the damn riddle. I can't hold this thing forever." "It is true the boy's magic grows weak," the Sphinx said sinisterly, "and he will die if you fail to speak." "Come on, Cedric. Come on, Cedric. Come on, Cedric," Harry chanted madly, his magic flowing like a river out of his body, his muscles screaming under the strain. "Spiders!" Cedric called out desperately. "The answer is spiders." A snarl left the Sphinx's mouth as it rose once more to his feet, its massive body dwarfing the size of even the erumpent as Harry, Cedric, and Fleur all resided under its cast shadow. Harry swallowed hard as the Sphinx's paw floated over his head, but before he could even think about moving, the Sphinx's paw slammed down onto the erumpent, pinning it in place as it glared down at Harry and his friends. "That answer is correct. Now go on, you will find what you seek just beyond this hedge." "No rhyming now," Harry thought to himself as he scooped down, leaning Fleur's exhausted frame against his shoulder. "Guess she's a sore loser." He pushed his disdain for the beast's rhyming ability aside, his focus set upon the single corridor that led towards a light glow in the distance. Cedric quickly appeared at his side, taking Fleur's other arm and wrapping it around his neck as the two Hogwarts champions carried the French villa towards the glowing cup. Despite the cup being close enough to see its glow, Harry had begun to feel as if they were never going to reach it, as the undergrowth had begun to claw at their ankles. Fleur had protested for them to drop her, but Harry knew that wasn't an option. As far as he was concerned, Fleur had become more than just an opponent in which he had a truce with. She was an ally, and he'd be damned if left her behind. Yet, with Cedric and himself casting at the growing vines with every step, the two boys had begun to feel just as exhausted as the villa. Though that quickly changed as a shot of adrenaline rushed through their tired veins as finally, Harry's eyes had fallen upon the Triwizard Cup, the shimmering trophy resting proudly upon its marble stand. "We made it," Cedric whispered out in relief. "I can't believe this nightmare is finally over." The weakest smile appeared across Fleur's tired face as she too spoke out with joy. "I can't wait to go home." Harry had wanted to run towards the cup, to claim it with his comrades and get the hell out of the maze, but suddenly he'd felt a flash of foul magic, and instantly he fell to the ground, taking Cedric and Fleur with him as a dazed voice muttered out, "Avada Kedavra." Harry felt a chill race down his spine as his eyes made contact with the caster. Standing in the corner, his body coated with the red hue of caked-on blood, was none other than the Bulgarian champion. "Crumb," Harry called out, the man's wand pointed at Fleur's head. "Crumb, what are you doing?" "Kill the spares," Crumb whispered as he once more commanded the killing curse from his wand. As quick as he could, Harry slammed his wand against the ground, summoning a stone pillar to rise from the ground, blocking the green flash that had been aimed at the villa behind him. "Something is wrong with him," Harry called out. "You think," Cedric shouted. "He's trying to kill us." Harry's eyes had fallen upon Fleur as Cedric ducked out behind the pillar. "Immobulus," Cedric called out, but Crumb had quickly put up a shield blocking Cedric's spell. "What are we going to do with Fleur?" "Kill the spares," Crumb had whispered out once more as he shot an exploding charm towards Harry's conjured pillar, forcing Harry and Cedric to roll, the two moving in opposite directions from the pillar. "Shit," Harry cursed as he saw Cedric wand laying discarded on the ground, the boy unarmed standing in the open over Fleur's exhausted body. "Reducto," Harry bellowed, blowing up the ground beneath Crumb's feet, sending the Bulgarian flying backward as he watched Cedric desperately try to move Fleur to cover. Bombarda. Stupefy. Harry threw spell after spell, yet the Seeker's reflexes had proved a challenge. He'd never been forced to face anyone as fast as himself, and Crumb's speed had begun to make Harry that at least in terms of physical ability, he was in a mirror match. Yet, for all the spells Harry had cast in Crumb's direction, the Bulgarian had not yet turned to even face him, trudging forward against his onslaught towards the defenseless Cedric and Fleur. He's not aiming for me. He's not even trying to harm me. Kill the spares, Harry whispered in his mind. They're the spares. He wants me alive, but why? Harry watched as Crumb slowly approached Cedric, standing firm in front of Fleur even without his wand as Crumb continued his approach. Damn it. Harry cursed, swallowing the though of his stupid idea. He had felt as if his calves were on fire thanks to the speed at which he'd thrown himself in front of Cedric and Fleur. He'd been expecting a curse, and charm, anything at all, but Crumb hadn't moved, his wand pointed at Harry yet inactive. Cedric, Harry whispered, flicking his wand back towards the 6th year. I don't know what Crumb's talking about, but it seems that you and Fleur are the spares. He's not willing to attack me. Harry had sensed Cedric's desire to protest, but he silenced the older boy pushing forward. I'm going to rush him, disarm him, and stun him after I do. It's the only plan I've got that doesn't involve me directly killing him. Cedric swallowed, though the nodding of his shadow confirmed their plan as with a snap, he raced towards the Bulgarian boy, ramming his shoulder into Crumb's torso, forcing him to gag as he toppled the larger man. Though he didn't have time to waste as Harry quickly pinned the stronger boy's wand arm down. Now! He roared as with a flick of his wand in Cedric's hand, Crumb was quickly disarmed. Harry rolled, knowing what was coming next, and before Crumb could even rise to his feet, a stunner had landed right in Crumb's chest, falling him once more. Harry stumbled from the ground. The maze had been long, and his magical reserves were beginning to feel at an all-time low as he watched Cedric retrieve his own wand before racing towards him. The larger Hufflepuff boy helped Harry steady his footing as he slid Harry's wand back into his pocket, the three of them now standing over Crumb's stunned body. What's going on? Why did he try to kill us? Not sure, but he wasn't sounding normal, Harry said through panted breath before he raised his arm, casting red sparks from Crumb's wand, watching in abject horror as the ground seemingly swallowed up the boy. Yet, for as concerned as Harry was over Crumb's condition, his own exhaustion was quickly winning out as he turned to face the cup. I'm sure the Aurors can figure it out later. For now, let's just go home. Cedric and Fleur nodded as he and the Hufflepuff boy dragged Fleur closer to the cup. Fleur dropped her arm from around Harry's neck, using the larger Cedric as a support beam as the three stared exhaustively at the glowing cup. On the count of 3, we all grab it, okay? Cedric called out, soliciting a nod from both Harry and Fleur. 1, 2, 3. With a jolt, the 3 champions grabbed the cup, and with a sensation Harry had only felt through the use of a portkey, the 3 vanished. Chapter 32. The return of Riddle Harry hit the ground with a devastating thud, his ribs surely bruised by the impact he'd made onto the gray soil that coated the ground of wherever they'd landed. His body trembled as he placed his hands down into the dirt, his fingers curling from the strain as he pushed himself up, scanning the surrounding area. It was gloomy and dark, with summer showers powering down from the heavens like a hail of arrows. Crows cawed in the barren trees, as lightning flashed in the sky above, momentarily illuminating his view. Harry squinted under the glare of the bright light, though he was certain he'd just managed to make out a building in the distance. It was large, but nowhere near the size of the castle. It was becoming painfully clear that wherever they were, it wasn't Hogwarts. The sounds of groans slipped out from the champions beside him, Cedric leaning Fleur's limp frame against a nearby stone slab as Harry watched the Hufflepuff's eyes begin to scan feverishly. Where are we? Cedric whispered. Harry remained silent. He had no answer. His heart pounded in his ears. Everything about this place had given him a bad feeling. With a flick of his wrist, his wand flew to his hand, the tip of it illuminated as he walked across the soaked mud. That's when he saw it. The area was seemingly littered with tombstones, each looking horribly unkempt with ivy and moss covering the fatting names. Though one stone remained clear as day, the names engraved into the base of an angelic statue, a scythe in its hands. The Angel of Death, Harry whispered the statue's inscription beneath his breath before he felt his heart stop in his chest, the names carved into the stone now clear as day. In loving memory of Thomas Riddle, Mary Riddle, and Tom Riddle SNR. May their souls rest in peace. Oi! Harry shouted out, getting Cedric's attention. We need to get out of here now. Almost as if to mock him, Harry watched on in horror as the gates surrounding every exit to the graveyard slammed shut, a glass-like bubble forming around them, trapping them within the cemetery. Harry's heart felt like it was about ready to beat out of his chest, his feet carrying him towards the rest of the group. Cedric, pick up your wand. We aren't safe here. Cedric hadn't even bothered to ask, simply doing as he was told, the two Hogwarts champions shielding Fleur's immobile frame as they looked towards the door of the graveyard chapel. Worse than ever before, Harry's scar burned like hell, his attempts at occlumency completely nullified as the chapel door swung open, a procession of black-cloaked figures exiting the building. Harry! Cedric whispered in concern, but he couldn't speak. His focus was completely drawn to the new group, 4 carrying out a cauldron larger than any Harry had ever seen before, while the figure in the front carried what looked to be a baby in its arms. Ah, the smallest cloaked figure whispered, his voice sounding like that of a hissing snake. Harry Potter, you've finally arrived. That voice, Harry thought to himself, his hand trembling against his will as the man continued. Rather rude to keep us waiting so long. Who are you? Cedric called out in anger. And where are we? I don't believe I was talking to you, boy, the man hissed. Bella, punish him for speaking out of turn. With pleasure, master, the woman replied gleefully as her crooked black wand raised to her hand. Crucio. Harry watched as Cedric fell to the floor, his loud screams erupting through the hollow trees, his body twitching and flopping uncontrollably. Curcio! The twisted lady cackled out once more, Cedric's screams growing even louder. You will address my master with respect, you worm. You will speak when you're spoken to, Expelliarmus, Harry called, but was forced to watch in helplessly as 3 more masked wizards stepped forward, raising their wands shielding the cloaked lady. Stop it! Harry roared, Reducto, Bombarda, Defindo. He unleashed spell after spell, but for every shield he broke, another had come to take its place, Cedric's body convulsing without reprieve, his screams silent by his now hoarse throat. It seems the boy can no longer speak, the snake-sounding man hissed out. I believe he will no longer be interrupting us. At the tiny figure's command, the witch had stopped her torture, Cedric's body curled into a ball, his body unable to stop shaking. You'll pay for this, Harry roared. Tenemego! Black flames poured from Harry's wand, but he felt himself freeze, unable to understand what happened as the malicious woman lifted her wand, muttering the counter-curse, forcing his black flames to fade. Who allowed a filthy half-blood like to read the works of the noble House of Black? The woman roared with outrage. How dare you raise your wand to my master, Silence, Bella, the man whispered. I'm sure Potter was just a little upset is all, nothing that we can't work out with words. Harry hadn't even had a moment to react as he found his body floating in the air against his will. The man flicked his wrist, and with rocket-like propulsion, Harry had found his body slammed into the torso of the angel statue's frame. He pushed forward, desperate to recover, but it was too late, the now charmed statue holding him back with the handle of the scythe pressed against his neck. Jonathan, the man whispered, if you be so kind as to proceed with the ritual. Jonathan, Harry thought to himself, Daphne's dad. The flash of lightning overhead had been enough to confirm his suspicions, his heart sinking as the mob of Death Eater masks came into view. Voldemort, Harry hissed in his mind. He wanted to break free, he wanted to run. If he could only get to the cup, there was a chance of escape. Harry had wanted to focus his magic, though it had been broken as the tiny cloaked figure snapped, the bar of the scythe pressing hard against Harry's throat, making it difficult to breathe, let alone focus his magic. Harry could only watch through frantic eyes as Jonathan lit the fire below cauldron, standing beneath Harry as he pointed his wand towards the grave beneath him. Bone of the father, the Greengrass patriarch called out, the ground beneath him rumbling as what looked to be the femur of one of the deceased raised into his hand before being discarded into the boiling cauldron. Unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The Death Eater retreated back towards the cauldron as the man Harry was certain was now Voldemort hissed. Lucius, approach at once. Why, yes, my lord. the man whimpered, joining Jonathan at the bubbling cauldron, a blade now hanging just over his wrist. Flesh of the servant, Lucius whispered, the man sounding about ready to cry. Willingly given, you will revive your master. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry heard Lucius wail out in agony, his hand falling into the cauldron with a surgically precise strike from Jonathan. Harry then swallowed, his eyes locking with Daphne's father before sparing a quick glance towards Cedric. Come on, Cedric, get up. There was no hope of reaction, though, as faster than Harry could even blink. The searing pain of Jonathan's knife digging into his skin filled his entire body, his blood dripping onto the blade. Harry watched, his eyes trembling as the head of the Greengrass house dropped his blood into the sinister concoction with a whisper. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe. Now, Barty, Voldemort called out as the man holding the miniature frame of the Dark Lord approached the boiling cauldron, tossing his body into it without a moment's hesitation. The cauldron hissed at the tiny body's collapse into the bubbling cauldron, Harry's vocal cords feeling as if they'd been lit aflame by the agony he felt in his scar. Yet, through all the pain, Harry had felt something much worse. A magic had begun to flow out of the cauldron, a magic so foul it was what Harry imagined death personified would have felt like, a rapturous laugh somehow escaping from beneath the depths as a black mist flowed out of the pot. Before his very eyes, the cauldron had caught fire, the bubbling growing louder as a figure began to form from beneath the flames. Harry saw his eyes, glowing serpent-like red eyes. Without a doubt, those were the eyes of a devil. A scream bellowed through the air as the flames evaporated, and floating there was a sight that had made Harry forget how to breathe. The man, if he could even be called that, was hideous. He was thin and whiter than a skull, with wide, livid scarlet eyes, and a nose that was as flat as a snake's but with slits for nostrils. Harry watched as the man that had haunted him stood before him in the flesh, his overgrown nails running down his skin, as a look of almost euphoria filled the man's face. His servants bowed before him, lowering their heads as Harry screamed in agony, unable to do anything but gaze as Voldemort approached his most faithful, stopping before a man Harry had never seen. The man was pale with freckled skin and a mop of fair hair, his tongue hanging out as he licked his lips, simply salivating. My wand, Barty, the Dark Lord whispered as the man bowed even lower, removing a thin white yew wand from his cloak, handing it towards the figure. Rise, Voldemort whispered, and at their lord's command, each member of the army rose at attention, a sinister grin growing across the Dark Lord's face. Welcome, my friends, back into the age of our supremacy. 13 years it's been, and yet here you stand before me, as though it were only yesterday. Harry had wanted to shoot a killing curse right towards the man's head, but had felt himself becoming dizzy from the lack of air, his eyes barely making contact with floor. The girl was awake, no doubt. The look of fear on her face telegraphed that perfectly, and yet she remained glued to her spot, unable to move. Among us, we have some new faces, members that shall be awarded for their efforts and contributions, but none so more than Jonathan Greengrass. Voldemort turned facing the blonde man who bowed once more. You will rise to the ranks of my elite Death Eaters for your assistance, and once this magical world is under my command, your dominion will be second only to few. Thank you, my lord, the man whispered, his voice trembling. However, some of you have disappointed me greatly, the man hissed. Crabbe. At the mention of the man's name, Harry watched as the wizard fell to the ground in pain. McNair. Goyle, the Dark Lord sneered. All of you were too cowardly to answer the call when I had vanished, though I suppose that is better than making a disgrace of our ranks. Isn't that so, Lucius? The father of Draco Malfoy hadn't moved, his body looking as if it had been glued in place as he looked at his still bleeding hand. I'm sorry, my lord. Though Voldemort said nothing, simply waving his wand, creating a stump where the man's hand used to be. My lord, my hand, it hasn't been recovered. How? You will get a new hand once you regain my respect. For now, you aren't fit to even wear that mask. Voldemort hissed, knocking Lucius to the ground, with a Cruciatus curse dropping the man to the ground, his spasms becoming violent. Though Harry knew his nightmare was far from over as his eyes locked once more with the Dark Lord's. Though, I suppose for those wishing to begin to reclaim their lost honor, they could start by removing the spares. I'd ordered Karkaroff to take care of it, but it seems that once again the buffoon failed me. "Don't touch them," Harry bellowed, a sickening grin forming across Voldemort's chapped lips. Harry, worry not, I haven't forgotten you were here." The man hissed, his pale head now right in Harry's face. "Standing on the bones of my father. I'd introduce you, but word has it you're almost as famous as me these days." Voldemort turned, glancing at his followers. "The boy who lived." A semblance of a chuckle had left his lips only for a moment before Voldemort's head snapped back, glaring viciously at Harry. "How lies have fed your legend, Harry." Once more Harry could do nothing, gazing on as Voldemort turned to face his followers. "You know, of course, that they have called this boy my downfall. You all know that on the night I lost my powers and my body, I tried to kill him. His mother died in the attempt to save him, and unwittingly provided him with a protection I admit I had not foreseen. I could not touch the boy. His mother left upon him the traces of her sacrifice. This is old magic. I should have remembered it. I was foolish to overlook it. But no matter. I can touch him now." The Dark Lord swung back, placing one of his long, bony fingers against Harry's scar. It hurt. To Harry it had felt as if 1,000 blades had been skewered into his body, the torture curse feeling like child's play to his current agony. "Astonishing what a few drops of your blood will do, isn't it, Harry?" Harry gasped for air as Voldemort broke the handle that held his throat, his knees hitting the damp ground with a thud. "Pick up your wand, Potter, pick it up." Harry gripped the base of the statue, pulling himself to his feet as Voldemort paced incessantly. "You've been taught how to duel, I presume. First, we bow to each other. I didn't go through all this work for you to spoil my fun. To Imperious Crouch SR. To recover your birth certificate and my wand from the Ministry, using your mother's writing of your name to form the contract with the goblet. Ordering Crouch to tamper with the goblet so it would choose you. It was a lot of work, and I won't have it go unappreciated, now bow." "Imperio!" Voldemort cried. Harry had felt the effects of the Imperious curse before, but the pressure of Voldemort's will was like none that he'd ever seen before, his body fighting vigorously against the command as Voldemort frustratingly only got the slightest bow from him. "Now we can begin," Voldemort hissed. "Depulso!" he roared, knocking Harry to the ground. "Crucio!" Though Harry had just managed to roll out of the way of the Dark Lord's spell, springing to his feet, his eyes just barely catching the glow of the portkey. "Miasmora!" Harry bellowed, a plume of black smoke rising around him as he raced towards his fellow champions. "Crucio!" Voldemort cried out into the mist. "Don't you dare run from me, Potter. I want you to look at me when I kill you. I want to see the light leave your eyes." Harry continued to bolt, dodging blast after blast of magic before he hit the ground with an agonizing scream. The curse was beyond hellish, putting even Moody's version to shame as Harry tried crawling towards Cedric and Fleur, hopping to get to the portkey, Cedric's body looking as if it had finally stopped the violent shaking. "Come out now!" Voldemort roared as a gust of wind dispelled his smoke screen, his gliding footsteps approaching him faster than Harry could move. Harry glanced up at the red eyes of the man now standing before him. "No, no, no. Don't tell me you were trying to escape. Harry, I cannot even begin to express how disappointed I am." Voldemort turned, his eyes falling upon Fleur and Cedric's exhausted bodies. "Ah, I see. Just as foolish and noble as your father. You're worried about their safety. Well, I can't have you being distracted." Harry watched in horror as Voldemort pointed his wand over Cedric's beaten body. "Stop it. Don't touch them. If you want me to fight you, then let them go." "Harry, Harry, Harry, how naive you are, much like your mother. For all your blood traitorous father's faults, he at least understood one simple fact of life. The weak don't get to choose how they die." "Reducto!" Harry bellowed, forcing Voldemort to sidestep the blast, his aim no longer on Cedric as Harry turned to Fleur. "Grab him!" The Vila pushed forward, using whatever strength she had to grasp Cedric's shirt as Harry stretched out his hand. "Accio!" He called out the cup, zooming towards him before, with a flick of his wrist, he aimed it towards Fleur's body. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Voldemort hissed. "Avada Kedavra." Harry watched in agony, unable to deny what his eyes saw as a flash of green light hit Cedric's body just before the cup had touched Fleur, the two champions vanishing from the graveyard just as the life left Cedric's core. "Cedric!" Harry called out in anguish, but he had no hope of a reply. The boy had been struck, and Harry was now alone with the Dark Lord and his followers. Unfortunately, I missed on, but knowing the fools that lead the ministry, it is unlikely that anyone shall believe the girl's story anyway. Voldemort's voice was chilling as he spoke. Then again, I suppose none of that matters after I kill you. With their hero gone, the wizarding world will fall within weeks to my power. You bastard, Harry growled, the pain in his body now dwarfed by the anger in his chest. How dare you kill Cedric? Reducto! Voldemort jetted out of the way, a look of frightening glee gripping his face before a cackle escaped his lips. Harry stumbled, pushing himself upward as he glared towards the madman. I've had enough of this. All my life I've dreamed of killing you, now I finally have the chance. You talk as if you truly believe you can kill me, Voldemort said, approaching him. But you don't understand just how minuscule your power is compared to mine. Fear not, though, Harry. I will ensure you understand before I send you to meet your filthy mudblood mother. Avada Kedavra. Harry's body jolted out of the way just in time as he snapped his finger, casting the disarming charm. While impressed, Voldemort was not caught off guard, his wand remaining firmly in his hand as he batted away the spell. Defindo, Reducto, Bombarda, Stupefy, Harry shot spell after spell, his breaths growing harder and harder to draw as his body trembled from exhaustion. Good, that's what I want to see. Struggle to survive like your blood traitorous father. Harry's pupils dilated as he watched a flaming snake the size of a basilisk erupt from Voldemort's mouth, the fire feeling different than any he'd come across before. The flaming beast bolted towards him as Harry bobbed and weaved out of its nonstop barrage. Fuck! Harry cursed, his right arm getting burned, unable to fully dodge the snake's head. I can't keep this up much longer. Gotta think of something. Maya's Mora, Harry bellowed, once more creating a smoke screen to hide and catch his breath. Come on, Harry, think. That's it, Harry thought, looking up at the clear barrier that hung over the graveyard. If this is an apparition barrier, then I only have one shot out of here. Creature, Harry whispered. His body flooded with relief as the elf appeared before him, but before the elf could say a word, Harry slapped his hand over his mouth, his eyes transmitting the dire situation to the elderly house elf. Get me out of! Harry had stopped his command, however, as Voldemort's words echoing in his mind. It is unlikely that anyone shall believe the girl's story anyway. Son of a bitch, Harry cursed as he looked towards Creature. I have an idea, but I don't like it. Harry had rarely seen fear fill Creature's face the way it did when Voldemort's voice bellowed. Come out and face me, Potter. Your parents would be so ashamed of your cowardice. It was clear that the voice had haunted the poor house elf's memory as he turned to look up at Harry, begging for the two of them to leave. Creature, Harry whispered, get on my back, and when I give the order, I need you to apparate me back to the center of the Quidditch pitch, a place where everyone can see what's happening. Master Harry, are you planning to? Yeah, he nodded. It's dangerous, Creature, and I won't blame you if you want to leave right now. I would. Master Harry is a true and noble heir of Black. Creature would be honored to fight by Master Harry's side, just as he did for Master Regulus. Harry nodded, his heart sinking at the thought of his idea before looking up at Creature. Are you ready? The elf nodded. Okay, well, here goes nothing. Harry swallowed hard as he stepped forward from his hiding place, the elf strapped to his back with a conjured chain. Like a lamb to the slaughter, Harry had re-entered the ring, but his assistant hadn't gone unnoticed for long. Creature, the lady Harry now knew to be Bellatrix called out. Creature, what are you doing with that filthy half-blood? I command you to leave this place immediately. Harry had felt his chest grow tight as Creature barked back. Creature does not serve you Lestrange. Creature serves Master Harry Potter, heir to the noble house of Black, and successor to the great Regulus Black. You worthless little elf, Bellatrix roared. How dare you disobey my... Regulus, Voldemort spoke with a hiss. Ah yes, I remember him. He died like the traitorous scum he was, alone and in agony. Regulus was a traitor. Harry thought to himself with confusion, but he had no time to delve further into those thoughts as a crooked grin filled the Dark Lord's face, and his successor will die the same way. We'll see about that, Harry whispered, preparing his legs for one last sprint. Bring it on, you snake-nosed bastard. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort bellowed, but much to his surprise, Harry hadn't run away from it, rather towards it, the flash of the Dark Lord's killing curse reflecting just off the corner of Harry's eyes as it zipped past his face, the presence of death closer to Harry than he'd ever felt before. But he couldn't worry about that. There wasn't any time to, as with all the strength he could muster, he reached forward, grabbing Voldemort's cloak. "Unhand him now!" Bellatrix roared her hand, flinging something shiny from her side. But Harry paid her no mind, his eyes looking more feral than even Voldemort's as a sinister smirk of his own formed along Harry's lips. "You're coming with me," Harry hissed. "Creature now!" A loud crack filled the air, followed by a gasp from Creature, and then the two wizards apparated. When Crumb's unconscious body had turned up first without the cup, the reaction of both Karkaroff and the Bulgarian students was almost comical. However, everything had shifted at the next arrival. To her surprise, two people had emerged from the maze, though neither held the Triwizard Cup in hand. The cup instead discarded on the ground, as Fleur's body was draped over Cedric, the girl looking like she was crying. "My word," Bagman called out, "that's the Triwizard Cup, no doubts about it, and it looks like it has been retrieved by none other than Miss Fleur de Lacquer. What an upset to the rank." "Help!" Fleur shouted. "Help!" Daphne pushed forward, trying to get a closer look as she caught the shimmer of Dumbledore's silver hair racing towards the French champion, tears flowing uncontrollably from her eyes as her body laid upon an unmoving figure. "He's hurt!" Fleur called out. "Help him." Cedric, Daphne's mind had felt like it was going numb as Dumbledore helped guide Fleur's body off the Hufflepuff prefect, the crowd gasping at the unordinary paleness of Cedric's skin. "Merlin," Bagman whispered, "is the boy Dumbledore is the boy." Daphne had felt a large figure push against her shoulder, her eye barely making it out to be Amos Diggory as he bolted down the stands towards his son. "That's my boy," the man called out, his voice tearing as he spoke. "That's my boy." Daphne couldn't even think, let alone speak, as she watched Amos raced towards the unmoving Cedric, cradling him in his arms. "Ms. Delkyar," Dumbledore said firmly, "what happened? Tell me everything." "He's back," Fleur whispered. "He's back. The Dark Lord. I saw him. He killed Cedric. He would have killed me too if Harry hadn't. "Where is Harry?" Dumbledore spoke with his voice filled with panic for the first time, sending Daphne's heart racing as she was soon met by Remus, Tonks, and Sirius, all looking over her shoulder at the base of the Quidditch pitch. "He stayed behind," Fleur called out, unable to control herself as she rocked in fear. "The cup was a portkey. It took us to some graveyard, and the Death Eaters were there. They revived him. The Dark Lord is back." "No," Daphne hissed, watching as without a moment's hesitation Sirius bolted towards the cup, only stopped by Remus pinning him down to the ground. "Get off me, Remus," Sirius roared. "I have to get to Harry." "Even if that portkey did bring you back, what's the point of you going without any idea of what's?" Remus hadn't even had a chance to finish his sentence as a loud pop echoed through the pitch, the sight before them leaving Daphne unable to breathe. Harry had returned looking bloody and beaten, his body straddled over a man whose appearance had made her queasy, the figure's red eyes sending chills down her spine. "You bastard!" Harry roared before with a monstrous crack. She watched her boyfriend's fist make contact with the snake man's face, blood leaking from the older man's nostrils. A loud roar erupted from the man, sending Harry flying backward into the stands, the mysterious man's eyes scanning his new location with such bloodlust as he roared, "Damn you, Harry Potter!" The crowd screamed in terror, the students racing towards the exit as the professors stood there in utter disbelief. The figure raised her wand once more towards the crater he'd shoved Harry into as he hissed, "Avada Kedavra." Though faster than Daphne could blink, a stone slab had been conjured, the marble erupting at the contact, dissipating the killing curse. "You don't look nearly as in control as you normally do, Tom," Dumbledore spoke in a flat tone, approaching the black-clad wizard. "It was foolish of you to allow yourself to be brought into the public view." "I agree, old man. It is certainly not ideal." The wizard's voice had shifted greatly, becoming calmer, and somehow more frightening. "Though I suppose it matters not if I simply kill you and the boy here." "Without a doubt, the Aurors are already on their way," Dumbledore whispered. "It would be wiser for you to simply surrender." Yes, what you say may be true, but by the time the main force arrives, I shall be gone, and you shall be dead." The snake-like wizard raised his wand as he bellowed, "Avada Kedavra!" But Dumbledore simply dodged with ease, flicking his wand, making the whole stadium erupt as large mounds of the earth became lifted into the air. Daphne ducked as the clapping of Dumbledore's hand sent the orbs of pure earth towards the foul wizard. Yet to her surprise, the wizard had elevated himself into the air, flying without assistance. "I'm wasting too much time," the man hissed. "Time I don't have." Daphne couldn't even begin to understand what she was seeing, but it didn't take the ability to sense magic to understand that she was way out of the two elderly wizards' league. She watched as more and more Aurors had begun to rush the stands, each with their wands drawn at the man. "It can't be," she heard an Auror to her left whisper. "There's no denying it," an Auror that had appeared to her right whispered. "That's him." "Put the wand down, Tom," Dumbledore called out. "It's over." "No, no, no," the man Daphne knew could be none other than Voldemort whispered. "It's only just begun. My initial plan may be ruined, but there will be more chances. Though I suppose you win this one, old man." A wave that felt similar to the one Harry had expelled during the ritual had shot through the entire arena, sending nearly every Auror flying backward. Daphne's body had begun to tremble uncontrollably as the foul sensation of his magic filled every cell in her body. Though alongside Dumbledore, the other person left standing was none other than Harry, his eyes now looking venomous as he roared out, "Come back here, coward!" Daphne had never heard that level of mania release from her boyfriend's lips. "Come back and fight me." Her legs had seemingly begun to move on their own as she raced toward Harry, the boy looking just about ready to die standing up. She'd seen Harry in a variety of horrendous physical conditions, but never had she found Harry looking so weak. She watched as Harry's legs trembled just to support his weight, the way blood leaked from what looked like hundreds of mini gashes all over his body. His arms were caked with red mud, and his breathing had looked so faint. "Harry," she whispered in her mind, knowing now that the only thing keeping him from collapsing was his will and hatred towards the escaping Dark Lord. Though even that couldn't last forever as he fell forward into Daphne's arms, his breathing shallow. That's when she saw a sight that was possibly even more horrifying than her boyfriend's condition. Strapped to Harry's back was a crushed figure, the back of its head compounded thanks to the impact of Harry crashing into the wall. If the obvious head damage wasn't bad enough, though, the silver blade that had seemingly pierced clean through the creature's chest cavity had made it clear its injuries were fatal. Master H. Harry. The tiny elf's voice had become instantly recognizable to Daphne as she cut the conjured chain from around Harry's torso, tying the elf to his back. The familiar house elf had fallen with a thud, the knife now clearly protruding through the front of its chest, the bleeding happening at an extremely fast rate. "Creaker!" Harry panted out, turning to face the damaged elf by his side. His eyes filling with pain as she watched Harry look down at the servant of House Black. Did creature do a good job?" the weak house elf whispered, tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked up in a daze to the sky. "Do you think?" Creature coughed, blood spouting from his mouth, the fluid clearly beginning to build in the small elf's lungs. "Do you think I made Master Regulus proud?" "Yeah, creature," Harry whispered, his voice filled with anguish as he reached his hand out towards the dying elf. "I know you made him proud." "Creature has one last request," the elf whispered. "In Creature's room, in this third cabinet, there is a locket. Master Regulus said it was important to the Dark Lord. Master Regulus told Creature to destroy it. But it doesn't look like Creature is going to be able to complete that order." Blood spewed from Creature's mouth, splattering on the ground as Daphne felt the elf's skin growing cold. "Promise, Creature, that Master Harry will destroy the locket for him. Promise." "I promise, Creature," Harry whispered, tears now leaking from the boy's cheek as he dragged Creature closer to him, hugging the tiny elf. "I promise I will." "Creature is happy," the elf whispered. "Creature was a lucky elf. Creature was proud to serve the great Harry Potter." Harry hugged the elf tightly, the leaking blood pouring onto his shirt as tears streamed uncontrollably down his eyes, the coldness of the body becoming readily apparent to Harry. Daphne watched helplessly as Harry turned to face Fleur and Cedric. The French Vila cried uncontrollably as Madame Maxime did whatever she could to comfort the girl. But that had been far less painful than Cedric's father, who held his son's corpse wailing in agony. "Damn it!" she heard Harry whisper below his breath as Sirius and Remus each placed a supportive hand on his shoulders. Damn it all. Chapter 33. A crossroads since meeting Harry, Daphne had experienced her fair share of insanity within the castle. She'd been looked down upon, teased, harassed, but never before had she been looked at with such veneration. It had almost made her feel sick to her stomach the way people would approach her, asking for her to tell Harry they believed him the whole time, desperate to try to get back into his good graces. The truth of the matter was Harry didn't care, and the way he'd simply stare blankly at the white walls of the hospital room, she was worried if the boy still cared about anything anymore. When Harry had first awoken, he'd told Dumbledore, Moody, Sirius, everything that had happened. He'd told them about how Voldemort had used the Imperious Curse on Barty Crouch Sr., how it was his mother's writing of his name that was inputted into the goblet, how Karkaroff was loyal to Voldemort, though his mysterious absence from the castle had made that painfully clear, finally. He told them how it had been her very father that had revived the Dark Lord. She'd wanted to throw up when she heard the news. Father, she whispered in her mind, why? Those thoughts were put on the back burner, however, as she approached the hospital wing. Harry was finally set to be able to leave after what had felt like years of confinement to his bed, and Daphne was feebly hoping the news would have made her boyfriend happier. Yet, to her great disappointment, Harry hadn't been looking any better, his arms and forehead still wrapped in white bandages lined with pain relief ointment, his eyes hollow as they gazed numbly through her. Hopelessly, she forced a smile to her face as she walked towards Harry, sitting in the wooden stool Sirius had occupied day and night until hearing that Harry's status had stabilized. "Hey, Flyby," she whispered. "Did you hear the news?" Harry didn't say a word, not even motioning as he continued to stare far into the distance. "You're finally going to be able to leave the hospital today. The train is leaving tomorrow morning too, so you'll have time to pack. I can send Dobby to help you if you want." Harry's eyes sank at the mention of another house elf, and instantly Daphne had felt her heart in her throat. "Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned it." Harry remained silent, his eyes dull as she removed an apple from her book bag, drawing her wand to act as a knife. "End-of-year exams went well for all of us, at least. Everyone thinks they did okay. Things have been crazy lately around the castle, but I'm sure that Michael and Neville will be up to see you later. I'd understand if you'd want to talk to them instead of me." She motioned the apple towards Harry's limp hands. "But please, Harry, you need to at least eat something." She gazed on helplessly, watching as a glossy substance appeared in the corner of Harry's eyes, quiet tears rolling down his cheeks without warning. "I'm sorry," Daphne whispered. "I want to help you. I want to do something to stop the pain you're feeling, but I'm not good at these kinds of things. Please, Harry, tell me what I can do. I can't take seeing you like this." "I'm sorry," Harry whispered the first words in days finally leaving his mouth. I tried my best, but I couldn't stop him." Harry's fingers clutched his bed sheets tightly, his fingers curling under the tremendous strain as he whimpered. "I failed. Cedric and Creature are dead because I failed." Daphne's hand moved forward but stopped on its own, her body trembling as her eyes locked with Harry's watery orbs. "What do I say?" She thought frantically, what can I say? She didn't have a chance to even formulate a sentence, however, before a girl called out, her own voice shaking, her French accent apparent as she called out, "Harry." Daphne turned facing the former French champion, her own eyes red. She must have been crying recently too, Daphne thought as Fleur approached slowly. "Sorry," she whispered. I didn't mean to interrupt." Daphne waved out the French girl's worry. In all honesty, Daphne was glad a distraction had arrived as Fleur approached Harry's bedside. "How are you?" she asked weakly, though everyone in the castle answered relatively the same way. Harry simply shrugged, his eyes meeting Fleur as she whispered, "They're calling me the Triwizard Champion. I've been awarded the cup and the prize money, but—" Daphne watched as Fleur rubbed her hands nervously. "If it wasn't for you, Harry, I'd have been dead. I don't deserve the title or the prize. You're welcome to it if you want." "Donate the money to St. Mungo's," Harry whispered. "Burn the cup. I don't want to see it." Fleur nodded without resistance to either idea as he once more turned to face her. "Thank you for everything." I should be the one that's thanking you, Fleur said with a weak smile. The Beauxbatons' carriage is leaving tonight back home. I wasn't sure if you were going to be able to attend. The funeral, Daphne finished the sentence in her head as Fleur swallowed her words. I just want to make sure I told you thank you and goodbye. If you ever need anything, Harry, I owe you my life. When is it? Harry whispered faintly. Cedric's funeral. Daphne had wanted protest against Harry going, not wanting her boyfriend to relive the memories, but judging by his partial catatonic state, she assumed he already was. She sighed as she whispered back, It's tonight, on the pitch, after dinner. Harry nodded, his attention focusing on the ground before Daphne whispered, Come on, let's get you out of bed. It's almost time for dinner anyway. Harry neither nodded nor protested, as she motioned to Fleur to help lift Harry, the boy who lived using the two girls as crutches as he rose to his feet for the first time in days. How's your balance? Daphne whispered. Can you stand? Harry nodded slowly as Fleur slowly crawled out from underneath his arms, and feeling no excess weight against her, Daphne too unloaded herself from Harry, her hand now sliding to take his, and much to her relief, Harry hadn't shaken it off. The three had left the hospital wing, and Daphne couldn't help but notice the way those in the hallways would stare as they descended towards the great hall. Why do they all look at me like that? Harry muttered, watching as every person he had made contact with looked down or simply moved out of the way. They saw you make the Dark Lord bleed. Even Dumbledore could only fight him to a standstill, Fleur whispered. The picture of you straddled over the Dark Lord, fracturing his pitiful excuse of a nose with your punch, is all over the newspapers. The public, they're hailing you like some kind of god. Fleur glanced around, watching as Harry's presence simply made the sea of people part. Those that look down on you have been asking all of your friends to help get back on your good side. They think it's their best bet for protection. Daphne watched a glimpse of frustration. The first emotion Harry had expressed after the third task flashed to his face momentarily before he whispered, A god would have been able to save Creature and Cedric. Harry, Daphne thought weakly as the boy took the lead, the doors to the great hall now in view. Yet, unlike the normal display of the hall, this time, the lights were dim, and the banners that hung above the tables were colored black in mourning. She watched her boyfriend, hoping the sight of his friends now standing at their tables would fill him with joy. But Harry hadn't even seemed to acknowledge their existence, dropping her hand and heading towards the table. Her eyes had locked with Astoria, her sister's normally bright eyes dropping at Harry's less than enthusiastic return. Go easy on him, Daphne mouthed towards her sister, who nodded in understanding, but part of Daphne was frightened that the boy was now broken beyond repair. This wasn't like what happened to Blaze. For the first time in his life, she knew Harry was facing the fact that he'd allowed a friend to die. A god, Harry scoffed at the nonsense, his eyes reflecting off his empty plate. None of them would think that if they saw what really happened. He looked down at his fist. The cuts and bruises were healed, but the vibration of his impact with Voldemort's face was ever present. All that work, Harry cursed, all that training, and all I could land was one hit. You don't understand just how minuscule your power is compared to mine. The Dark Lord's words echoed through Harry's mind, forcing him to relive the moment in which the light had left Cedric's eyes. The weak don't get to choose how they die. Harry clutched his head, his fingers digging deep into his scalp. He wanted to scream, he wanted to throw the damn table across the room. But he couldn't. He was the focus of everyone's attention. He was feeling suffocated, but he could do nothing. For as sheep-like as the wizarding world was, he knew that they needed a hero. One thing was for sure, though, Harry wasn't feeling like one. His body jolted at the touch of another hand, his wand out before he could even turn, his green eyes centering on the fear that had built in Astoria's kaleidoscopic pools as Harry held his wand to her throat. His blood had begun to race through his body, his breathing becoming sporadic as Astoria whispered, Harry, what are you doing? The sound of the laughing Death Eaters rang through his skull before his focus began to clear. Astoria, he whispered weakly, dropping his wand to the ground, his hands trembling. Sorry, I'm sorry. The shorter girl reached forward, grabbing his arm, holding him tightly as with a confident voice, masking the shock, she whispered, It's okay. We're all okay. We're safe here, Harry. It's just that. The break forced Harry to look around, noticing how the hall had emptied. "You were in a trance. I figure I shouldn't have broken you from it before everyone was gone. But they're walking down to the pitch. Are you ready to go?" Numbly, Harry nodded, his eyes catching the quickest glimpse of Daphne, Michael, and Neville all waiting at the door, their expressions all equally blank as he followed the younger Gryffindor to the door. Their small procession had ventured to the pitch in silence, the falling rain reminding him of the frightening graveyard as slowly they'd begun to weave through the crowd, people parting at Harry's approach. Though Harry was focused solely on the boy's body that rested peacefully in the mahogany casket, a Hufflepuff flag covering his unmoving frame. He looked like he saw sleeping, his steel-gray eyes shut, his face no longer curled from the pain of Bellatrix's curse. But he wasn't sleeping. Cedric Diggory, a man who Harry deeply admired, was dead, and though he knew better than to blame himself, he couldn't rid the guilt and anger that grew in his chest. His throat had grown hot as Dumbledore took the stand, to his right Amos Diggory and his wife, the two looking barely able to stand, to his left Professor Sprout, the plump woman looking completely dejected. "Students, faculty, and friends, thank you all for joining me today for the celebration of the life of one of Hogwarts' best, sixth-year prefect, Cedric Diggory." Harry watched as the students bowed their head at the boy's name, some whispering prayers, others remaining silent, though Harry did nothing, simply looking through Dumbledore, his eyes never leaving Cedric's sight. The third task concluded, as we all know, with a really terrible loss. Cedric Diggory was, as you all know, exceptionally hard-working, infinitely fair-minded, and most importantly a fierce, fierce friend. Harry swallowed hard, so much so that he sacrificed his life, a gift so precious, for the chance that two others may live. Dumbledore's voice hardened as he spoke. "We all saw with our eyes that Cedric Diggory was murdered, in cold blood, by the likes of Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Now the pain that we all feel at this dreadful loss reminds us, that while we may come from different places and speak in different tongues, our hearts beat as one." Harry scoffed at the notion, the faces that surrounded him once taking great glee in the mocking of he and Cedric. Harry turned, his shoulder brushing against Astoria as the crowd grew silent, watching as he began his walk towards the castle door, stopped only by the young Gryffindor's arm wrapped around his wrist. "You should stay," she whispered softly. "Why?" Harry barked out. "To watch as people lie about the memories and respect they held Cedric in. To watch as people cry tears over a man who they disrespect. A man who saved my life. A man that I failed to save. There was no way you could have known what was going to happen. You can't blame yourself for his death. You can't blame yourself for either of their deaths." Astoria pushed back forcefully, the weight of 1,000 eyes falling upon the two of them. "This wasn't your fault, you." "That's the point," Harry roared, the fury inside him exploding. "I trained so hard. I did everything I could. They both still died." The courage that had once filled Astoria's face vanished as Harry looked down into his little sister's eyes. "Why the hell do you think knowing it wasn't my fault would make me feel any better?" Harry brushed the young girl's hand off, being met by a wall of Neville and Michael, the two looking at Harry in agony. "You shouldn't be alone right now," Michael whispered, offering out his hand, but Harry didn't reach, Michael now at the receiving end of one of Harry's glares. "You're bleeding," Neville whispered, motioning towards Harry's bandaged arm, a wound reopening in Harry's fury. "I'm going to give you an order, not as a friend, but as the leader of the order," Harry whispered to the two fourth-year boys. "Get out of my way." Harry hadn't waited a moment longer as he pushed himself between Michael and Neville, watching as the crowds parted for him once more, his sight focused upon the castle's wall. Harry had felt like he was moving in a daze, though his legs carried him exactly to where he wanted to be, the emptiness of the castle making his journey much faster. Within moments he found himself within an isolated room, no bigger than a crawl space. Harry raced into the corner, throwing his head back and screaming, the anger in his chest finally releasing as he slammed his fist against the floor furiously, his once clean white bandages now dripping red. He stopped for a moment, the pain barely registering as he placed his head to the ground, his arms hugging his waist, a feeling of nausea looming over him. Though it clearly wasn't the only thing, as to Harry's surprise, a shadow had formed around him, the caster looking down on him. He felt shocked before looking up, finding the electric blue-eyed Auror standing over him, the room expanding to adjust for his size. Harry didn't even have to ask a question as Moody whispered, "I figured this is the kind of room you'd have wanted. We're a lot alike after all." Harry looked up in confusion at the elderly Auror, his moldy coat dripping from the rain. "After my first mission, things hadn't gone the way I'd hoped. I lost 2 team members that day. It was the first time since my parents that I'd seen people I cared for die in front of me." Harry gazed on at the grizzled Auror. "Wish I had one of these myself back then. The Ministry didn't really believe in psych evaluations for their Aurors during my time. Not that they're much better now. But back when I was a rookie, mourning a loss was a sign of weakness. Didn't stop me from wanting to scream and cry as I watched my comrades get buried." The older wizard reached out his hand, Harry taking it carefully, quickly being pulled to his feet. "The good news is that it gets easier over time, that I can promise. The bad news is, like it or not, the elf and the Diggory boy aren't going to be the only casualties moving forward. That's the nature of war." "I'm not sure that I want to fight one anymore," Harry muttered out, unable to look his mentor in the eyes. "And what good would that do?" Moody barked. "If that's how you feel, you might as well pull your cock out and piss on Cedric's body, maybe take a shit on the elf while you're at it." Harry flinched at the crudeness of the Auror's statement, the man's grip on his shoulder growing tighter. "I understand how you feel, boy. You lost your confidence that you could overcome any obstacle. You lost your belief in your own strength, and now you lost a man you admired. You've lost so many things." Harry felt as if he couldn't breathe at the barrage of words Moody had started. "As you are now, you're a worthless excuse of a wizard, so consumed by dark clouds of regret, fear, and guilt that you can't even see the light at the end of this seemingly infinite tunnel. It's hard, boy, to learn that you aren't as indestructible as you might believe, but you have to defeat those feelings." Moody shouted. "You can't simply count everything that is lost. What's lost is lost. It's never going to come back. Instead, you need to focus on what you still have." "You're such a pain, Potter," Michael's voice rang teasingly in his head. "Do you really think I can be a great wizard?" The sight of Neville's smile filled his mind. "Stop playing with my hair, Flyby," Daphne chuckled. "I'm trying to focus here. You've got to teach me that spell, you just have to." Astoria's eager tone flooding his heart. "You're going to be an uncle soon, Harry." The feeling of serious letter almost manifesting in his hands. "I still have my friends," Harry whispered. "I still have my family." "That's right," Moody called out, the weight on Harry's shoulder shifting as Moody continued. "And the Dark Lord wants to take each and every single one of them away from you. So tell me, boy, are you going to allow that to happen?" "No," Harry whispered, strength returning to his voice. "No matter the cost, I will become stronger. I will protect everyone." Silence fell over the room as a confident smirk rose to Moody's face. "That's what I wanted to hear. Looks like the Dark Lord didn't take your spine, at least. I'll have someone collect your things. Get yourself in order and say your goodbyes to your friends. You won't be riding back with them." "What?" Harry asked, his brow furrowed. "Why not?" The man dug through his pocket, pulling out a letter that read, "From Sirius, with the Black family crest sealed on it, something Harry knew only active members of the House of Black could cast." He took the letter from the Auror, his eyes quickly scanning his godfather's words. "Moody, these last few days have made the truth painfully clear to me, and the rise of Voldemort only solidifies the facts. I'm not capable of training my godson. My love for him won't allow me to fight with an intent to kill. It pains me to admit, but I see now that Harry needs a rigorous training routine, and I am not fit to administer it. I know that time is running out, but I beg you, please ensure my godson is strong enough to win. Ensure that my godson will survive. Black." Harry looked down at the note, his finger creasing the paper before Moody called out, "I have 3 months to make you strong and figure out what the hell is happening in that head of yours. With classes and this Triwizard tournament going on, I wasn't quite able to train you the way I had wished. But now you're all mine, boy." Harry watched as the Auror turned, opening the door back into the deserted hall. "The next time you enter these halls," the Auror said with a smirk, "I'll have made a man out of you." "We leave right after the train departs," Moody hissed. "Be there on time or there will be hell to pay. From this moment on, boy, you are more than just my student, you're my disciple, and I expect greatness from you." Harry stood, his eyes focused on the back of Moody's head, as with a triumphant roar, he called out, "Yes, sir." Daphne had awoken at the crack of dawn, exhausted. She had gone to bed late with she, Michael, and Neville scouring the entire castle for Harry, yet finding nothing. The anger that had erupted from Harry as he left the ceremony had put her in a panic, and she feared that the boy had gone off and done something stupid. She had called upon Dobby, asking for the elf to once more retrieve the Marauder's map, but the elf had reported back saying that Harry's bed and cabinets had been completely cleaned out. She'd begun to feel nauseous, packing around her dormitory before exhaustion had finally caught up to her, Tracy telling her that she had been responsible for dragging the sleeping Daphne to her bed. "Harry," she muttered softly in her mind, "where are you?" Silently she rose from her bed, heading towards the showers to prepare for the long day of travel ahead of her, already making arrangements for Astoria to leave with Damien as soon as they arrived at platform 9¾ She had felt disgusted to say it, but she had become more trusting of strangers than her own father in regards to Astoria's safety, and at the very least, the boy had been trying to help. Her eyes fell upon the Bulgarian boys' book on blood curses, her chest tightening at the idea that Astoria still had a chance. She'd been hoping to read the book in peace following the Triwizard tournament, but the events that had taken place were far from peaceful. She sighed, tucking the book into her over-the-shoulder bag, slinging it over her white blouse before rubbing out her jeans. "I'll find him on the train," she said determinedly. "Even if I have to check every compartment on that damn train, I will find him." The cool summer breeze struck her face as she walked towards the Hogsmeade station, the carriages just arriving at the small village. She scanned the town feverishly, looking for any semblance of those emerald green eyes, both Tracy and Blaze and equal high alert. Yet as they stepped atop the wooden floorboards of the Hogsmeade station platform, Harry was nowhere to be found. Though standing across from them, she found the huddle of Michael, Neville, Hermione, and Astoria all doing the same, shouting his name out into the crowd. She rushed towards the group, Astoria sending her a quick smile before Michael asked, "Any luck finding him?" Daphne shook her head solemnly as Michael sighed. "Damn it, I got up early to search the grounds too, no sign of him. You don't think something happened to him, do you?" "Knowing Harry," Tracy stated, "I can't exactly say it's an impossibility." Daphne scowled at her friend before she meekly whispered, "Sorry, but it's the truth, you know. The boy's just a magnet for trouble." "She's not wrong about that," his voice called out as Daphne turned facing the boy, the scar on his forehead forfeiting his identity with ease. She raced towards him, tackling him with a hug as she whispered her concerns, chastising him for worrying her. "Sorry," Harry whispered. "I didn't mean to worry you all, I needed a moment to think." "Think about what?" Daphne whispered, her voice growing with concern at Harry's ominous tone. "I'm not going to go back with you guys," Harry replied. "I wish I could, but I can't. We all have the same destination, but the path I have to follow, it's different from all of you. At least for the summer, this is where we split ways." "Split ways?" Michael called out. "What the hell does that mean? And what do you mean you have to follow a different path? Stop being so cryptic, Potter. We're in this together, remember." "I know that," Harry said with a calm nod, "which is why I came to talk to you. You should dedicate as much of the summer as you can to training. With him back, war is now just on the horizon, and trust me when I say this, none of you are ready." Michael swallowed hard as Daphne stepped closer towards her boyfriend. "The way we all are now, if we come face to face with Voldemort again, we'll all die." "That's not me fear-mongering either. All of us need to put ourselves through hell if we even want a chance at victory." "I get that we have to train," Neville replied. "But why does that mean you can't train with us?" "Because he'll be training with me, Longbottom," Moody barked out, the Auror somehow manifesting himself behind Harry in a blink of an eye, exclusively. The Auror pushed forward, and Daphne shivered as his eye fell upon her. "But like the boy was saying, that doesn't mean any of you should shirk on your training." "Of the lot of you," Moody snarled. "After the boy here, Corner is the strongest, followed closely behind by Longbottom. The rest of you have pitifully low magical presences in comparison. Those two may not be able to hold out for long," Moody growled, pointing towards both Michael and Neville, "but at least they wouldn't be a liability in a fight. The same cannot be said for the rest of you. The sound of the train's whistle blew through the platform as Daphne locked eyes with her boyfriend, a gentle smile on his face as he reached out, his palm cupping her cheeks. I wish I could spend my summer going to observatories with you again this year, but I don't have any more time to waste. Daphne smiled, remembering their first date in the Muggle world as Harry continued. I just came back to say goodbye and to give you this. Harry pulled her hand out, opening it as she felt something metallic slip into her palm. She waited as Harry removed his hand before catching a glimpse of the object. It was a thinly chained necklace, the center of which being pure emerald which matched his eyes perfectly. It's an emergency charm. I asked Sirius to send it to me last night. Moody and I worked on the enchantments all night. But basically, Harry said, raising his wrist, a watch-like band on his right wrist, call my name into the gem and I'll come. It's a reverse portkey of sorts, but it's only got a one-time use. She looked down softly at the necklace, her fingers rolling the emerald between her spaces as she felt Harry place his hand on her chin. You mean more than you know to me, princess. Please keep that on at all times. I can't lose you. No matter what, I can't lose you. What are we, chopped liver? Michael called out sarcastically before Tracy slammed his head down with her fist. Shut up, they're having a moment. The auburn hair growled as a gentle smile rose to both Daphne and Harry's lips. I'll miss you, Daphne whispered back as Harry lunged forward, catching her lips with his hand pulling her frame closer to his chest, forcing the release of a gentle moan. I'll miss you too, Harry whispered back, the two pulling apart as Harry put forth his best smile. Stay safe and train hard. Daphne watched as her boyfriend's smile grew even larger. I promise you the next time we meet, I'll be strong enough to protect all of you. We're in this together, Rook, Michael called out, extending his fist. No matter what. Harry nodded, bumping the blue-haired boy's fist. Yeah, Chipper, no matter what. Daphne watched as her boyfriend smiled, that beautifully infamous lopsided grin, taking her hand into his once more. Go, he whispered. You don't want to miss your train. I'll see you at the wedding, Daphne said. You better not make me go stag. And miss seeing you in a beautiful dress, Harry said with a chuckle. Not a chance. She smiled, nodding as she turned from Harry, though the boy's body had begun to feel like it was some kind of gravitational force. She'd wanted to stay with him, to train with him, but as hard as it was to admit, Harry was right. He was the chosen one, the prophecy had made that clear. He was destined to walk a different path. But even if that was the case, that didn't mean she couldn't be there to support him. The gravitational pull broke as she entered the Hogwarts Expressing, turning to see that Harry had never taken his eyes off her, her heart pounding with joy as she looked down for a moment at her wrist. She pushed the markings towards the window, earning her a smile as Harry lifted his matching ones to meet hers. You're not the only one who's going to grow this summer. Next time you see me, I'll be able to heal any of your injuries, I promise. The loud whistle of the train blared once more as Daphne whispered, her eyes watching the boy's winning smile. Stay safe, Harry. Her heart thundered in her chest as she felt the train begin to move. I love you, Flyby. Book 2 end.